When the king of hell calls for your death at the third watch, who dares to let you live until the fifth? In the underworld within the hall of Yama. The great hall was thick with ghostly energy. An elderly man in the guise of a wealthy gentleman knelt at the center of the hall, his face fraught with dread, awaiting judgment. The judge held the book of life and death, and the judge's brush clearly enumerating the old man's merits and deeds throughout his life. Chen Fan, your lifespan was 63 years. In life you widely distributed porridge and grain, relieved the poor and suffering, built bridges and paved roads. You accumulated virtue and practiced kindness. You are a person of great benevolence. You may enter the cycle of reincarnation. In your next life, you shall be reborn into comfort and pass your days in peace. Seated high upon the throne, draped in the imperial dragon robe and ceremonial crown, King Yama spoke in a deep voice, rendering his final verdict. Guards, take Chen Fan to the bridge of forgetfulness, have him drink the soup of Mengpua, and send him into reincarnation. Ghost officials and Inshur immediately stepped forward from both sides, about to escort Chen Fan away. Hold! A booming voice suddenly rang out, reverberating throughout the entire hall of Yama. The words had barely faded when a divine general clad entirely in golden armor materialized from thin air, blocking the path of the ghostly officials and underworld guards. The divine general held a golden imperial decree scroll in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the assembly in the hall as he slowly began to speak. I bear the sacred decree of the great celestial honored Lord Xuantian. The heavenly court is currently in ruins, awaiting revival, with vacancies existing in positions across all departments. Therefore I have come especially to the underworld to ferry a group of human ghosts possessing merit and virtue to ascend to the heavenly court and be enrolled into official positions. Having finished speaking, he raised his hand and extended the sacred decree scroll forward, signaling King Yama and the others to receive the decree and verify it. King Yama and the underworld judge both subtly changed their expressions upon seeing this. Although Xuantian was personally appointed as the Lord of the Three Realms by the Taoist ancestor Honghuang, when all was said and done, he was merely a former attendant boy who once served the ancestor at the Purple Firmament Palace. Yet within the underworld, not only did the Een Celestial Emperor, a being of quasi-sage level power, sit in command, but there was also the existence of the goddess Hoodoo, whose combat power within the underworld rivaled that of a sage. The foundation of this place ran extraordinarily deep. Even the various old and powerful factions of the primordial wilderness did not regard Xuantian with much respect, let alone a colossus like the underworld. Yet now Xuantian had directly sent someone down to the underworld, openly demanding the merit-bearing ghosts of the underworld, acting without any concealment whatsoever. King Yama's heart burned with anger, and he was just about to open his mouth to refuse in stern terms when a majestic voice quietly sounded in his ear, "Agree to it." King Yama's heart gave a sudden jolt. He immediately composed his expression, gave a slight nod, accepted the sacred decree, and led the golden-armored divine general into the hall to be seated. Outside the hall, the judge naturally led the ghostly officials to go count and gather all merit-bearing human ghosts within the underworld. Half a day later, the judge entered the hall and bowed to report. Lord Yama, at present all merit-bearing human ghosts have been fully gathered and await outside the hall. We request Lord Yama and the celestial immortal from the heavenly court to step outside the hall. The golden-armored divine general's face showed delight. He had expected this mission would require much more wrangling, never imagining the underworld would cooperate so readily. Merit-bearing ghosts carried their own destiny fortune. Absorbing and gathering these people would bring tremendous benefits to the heavenly court, which was still in ruins awaiting revival. In his heart, he privately calculated that if this matter were accomplished, returning to the heavenly court to report would certainly be a monumental meritorious deed, and promotion in rank and title would be within easy grasp. The golden-armored divine general walked out of the hall of Yama alongside King Yama. Outside the hall, on the open ground, dense crowds of human ghosts converged from all directions, a dark mass, numbering well over 100,000. Among them were men, women, old and young alike, but the majority were middle-aged and elderly ghosts. Chen Fan too was conspicuously present among the crowd. The other ghosts were mostly ignorant and confused, unaware of why they had been summoned to this place. Only Chen Fan had heard clearly inside the hall, just now knowing that this divine general of the heavenly court intended to take them all to the heavenly court for enrollment. Even if it were only to become an ordinary celestial soldier, or even a celestial laborer, it would far surpass entering the cycle of reincarnation to become a mere mortal. The judge publicly explained the reason for summoning all the ghosts. Upon hearing that they could enter the heavenly court and achieve immortality through cultivation, the vast majority of ghosts showed excitement on their faces. Becoming an immortal or deity bringing glory to one's ancestors was the ultimate pursuit of a mortal's life. Only a few ghosts could not let go of mortal bonds of love and affection, unwilling to ascend to heaven for official positions, only wishing to enter reincarnation to reunite with their beloved in the next life. In the final count, the merit-bearing ghosts willing to go to the heavenly court numbered exactly 100,000. From this, it could be seen that those who envied the love of mandarin ducks rather than immortality were after all in the minority. The golden-armored divine general completed the head count, raised his hand in a great sweeping gesture, and led the 100,000 ghosts departing the underworld together, heading directly for the heavenly court. The heavenly court is the immortal transformation pool. 100,000 ghosts stepped into the pool waters in sequence. The pool water was wreathed in immortal radiance capable of washing away all mortal dust and worldly impurities, scouring the turbidity from soul and spirit, reshaping immortal bodies, transforming them completely. Chen Fan stood within the pool, feeling his soul body constantly condensing and stabilizing, a brand new flesh body slowly taking shape. His originally aged, wrinkled skin had all receded, becoming taut and smooth, full of vitality and power. Just at this moment, a mechanical prompt tone suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Host detected, reshaping body possessing weak magical power. Sign-in system is officially binding. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback, his heart full of astonishment. Sign-in system, what was this thing? He assumed it was merely an auditory hallucination caused by the immortal liquid in the pool permeating his divine soul, so he did not investigate the peculiarity within it further. He then collected his scattered thoughts, closed his eyes, and concentrated, fully absorbing the immortal spiritual energy within the pool. The immortal liquid of the immortal transformation pool had been specially refined by the heavenly court. Its medicinal properties were gentle and mellow. Even weak ghosts could safely absorb it, nourishing their soul bodies and condensing immortal bodies. He knew not how long it had been when Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to continue cultivating, but his body had reached a state of saturation, unable to absorb even the slightest bit more immortal spiritual power. He stretched his limbs, clenched his fist, and raised his hand. His entire body was filled with overwhelming power, his flesh body solid and powerful, more than 10,000 times stronger than at his peak in the mortal world. At this moment, he had already departed from his ghostly soul form and truly possessed a complete human immortal body. But before Chen Fan could think further, an invisible teleportation force enveloped his entire body, directly transporting him out from the immortal transformation pool. Chen Fan shook his slightly dizzy head and raised his eyes to look around. What met his eyes was nothing but jade palaces and crystal towers, auspicious clouds paving the paths, rosy clouds serving as Eve star rivers surrounding on all four sides, magnificent beyond measure. What a magnificent immortal sacred realm, he softly exclaimed. You newly arrived human, what are you standing there gawking at? Hurry up and come with me to register and report in. A celestial soldier clad in dark iron armor suddenly appeared, opening his mouth to harshly rebuke. Chen Fan came to his senses, hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said with a respectful attitude, "This one is Chen Fan of the human race, paying respects to Lord Celestial Warrior." The celestial soldier felt greatly pleased upon hearing this form of address. He was merely the most ordinary low-ranking celestial soldier in the heavenly court. In daily life, he was always the one being ordered about by others. When had he ever been addressed with such respect? He could not help but take a second look at Chen Fan, and his tone also softened. Your name is Chen Fan, right? Follow me, I will take you to the new recruit camp to register and be enrolled. The new recruit camp was located inside a palace not far away. All new soldiers who had reshaped immortal bodies in the immortal transformation pool would be uniformly guided to this place to register and be recorded. Along the way, Chen Fan also learned from this celestial soldier some of the basic rules of the heavenly court. The heavenly court was divided into 36 layers of heavens in total. These newly reshaped immortal body newbies like them could only temporarily remain in the third heaven to cultivate. Having just condensed an immortal body, their cultivation was only at the refining spirit, returning to void realm. Their foundations were weak. Only by cultivating and breaking through to the earth immortal realm could they barely be considered proper celestial soldiers. While they were speaking, the celestial soldier brought Chen Fan to the entrance of the new recruit camp, gave him some instructions, and then turned to leave. Chen Fan entered the new recruit camp, followed the procedures to register and be enrolled in sequence, and received his own celestial soldier identity token, as well as the cultivation technique uniformly distributed by the heavenly court called the minor celestial immortal art. This cultivation technique could at most be cultivated to the late stage of celestial immortal and was the common cultivation technique used by all ordinary celestial soldiers. Because the cultivation of the new recruits was generally low and weak, they were temporarily exempted from standing guard duty. All of them were uniformly arranged to enter the immortal spirit space of the third heaven for closed-door cultivation. The concentration of immortal chi within the immortal spirit space far exceeded that of the outside world. The speed of cultivation was greatly accelerated, enabling one to break through realms faster and solidify the foundations of their immortal body. Among the cohort of new recruits, the cultivation of most was stuck at the refining spirit, returning to void realm. Only a few individuals with outstanding talent had broken through to the refining void, combining with Tao even before leaving the immortal transformation pool. After all registration procedures were completed, Chen Fan, together with a group of human new soldiers, entered the immortal spirit space of the third heaven together, officially beginning his own cultivation journey. Within the Heavenly Court's third heaven in the immortal spirit space, Chen Fan sat cross-legged alongside countless newly enlisted human soldiers, eyes closed in meditation. Just as he prepared to circulate his cultivation art, and still his mind, a crisp mechanical chime suddenly echoed through his consciousness. Ding! Sign-in system successfully bound. Detected host located in Heavenly Court, third heaven immortal spirit space. Novice first sign-in available. Initiate sign-in now. Chen Fan's heart stirred, and he suddenly understood. The voice he had heard earlier at the immortal transformation pool was no hallucination. The so-called sign-in system had truly bound itself to him. Driven by curiosity, he silently recited within his heart, sign in. Ding! First sign-in successful. Congratulations to host on receiving a novice gift pack. Open the system panel to claim rewards. As the words faded, a pale blue virtual panel materialized directly within Chen Fan's consciousness. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the gift pack. Upon the panel, an ancient, elegantly unadorned cultivation art scroll hovered serenely, accompanied by complete and detailed annotations. Grand Celestial Immortal Art, Grade Top-Tier Cultivation Art. Cultivation Ceiling Peak, Great Luo Golden Immortal. Note: the minor celestial immortal art practiced by Heavenly Court soldiers is merely an incomplete and simplified derivative chapter of this technique. The instant he clearly read the annotations, Chen Fan's heart surged with irrepressible ecstasy. The peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal was already the most supreme cultivation realm in the primordial world, surpassed only by a handful of reclusive ancient powers. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how long a lifetime they dedicated, would struggle to touch even the fringes of that realm. These recent days had already made clear the cultivation realms of the primordial world. From lowest to highest, they were refining essence into chi, refining chi, into spirit, refining spirit, returning to void, refining void, merging with Tao, earth, immortal, heavenly, immortal, true, immortal, golden, immortal, Tai, golden, immortal, great, luo, golden, immortal, quasi-saint. Between each successive realm lay a chasm nearly impossible to cross. The minor celestial immortal art, distributed to all Heavenly Court soldiers, was merely the most basic of techniques, its cultivation ceiling halting at the late-stage heavenly immortal realm. Without a great fortuitous encounter or meritorious deeds exchanged for higher-tier techniques, one would likely never break through to the true immortal realm in an entire lifetime. But this grand celestial immortal art not only vastly surpassed the former in power, its ultimate end stretched directly to the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Between the two, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. The superiority was self-evident. Chen Fan suppressed his inner ecstasy and silently commanded within his heart, system claim reward. Ding! Reward claim successful. The grand celestial immortal art has been completely branded into the host consciousness. Complete realm heart methods, breakthrough essentials, epiphany insights, and full detailed explanations are included. As the system's announcement faded, countless unfathomably mysterious technique incantations flooded into Chen Fan's consciousness. From foundation establishment to breakthrough checkpoints across every major and minor realm, everything was explained with perfect clarity, as though a supreme great power were personally guiding his cultivation by his side. Chen Fan sighed with deep emotion within his heart. Originally, he had only sought peaceful cultivation. To attain Earth Immortal and become an ordinary heavenly soldier would have been enough. But now, blessed with the system and wielding a top-tier technique, his path of cultivation extended far beyond the mere station of a heavenly soldier. A heavenly soldier was merely the starting point of his soaring ascent. He gathered his wandering thoughts, calmed his heart and mind, and following the technique's incantations, formally entered meditative closed-door cultivation. The profound and esoteric, true, wondrous art, cherishing the cultivation of life and nature, spoke of nothing else. All return to essence, chi, and spirit, firmly guard and seal, never let them leak. Never let them leak, hidden within the body. You who receive my transmission shall flourish. Remember the incantations well for great benefit, discard evil desires, and attain clarity and coolness. This technique's incantations were inherently obscure and difficult to comprehend. An ordinary person without annotations by their side could not have grasped even half of it. Yet with the complete explanations attached by the system, Chen Fan's cultivation proceeded without any obstacle. The dense immortal spiritual energy surrounding him surged ceaselessly into his body, circulating smoothly along the technique's route throughout his entire meridian system. The primordial world did not count the years. In the blink of an eye, a full century had passed. Chen Fan slowly completed his cultivation, opened his eyes. A flash of brilliant light briefly crossed his pupils before immediately returning to serene calm. After a full century of devoted cultivation, empowered by the heaven-defying augmentation of the grand celestial immortal art, he had smoothly broken through and stepped into the early earth immortal stage. His foundation tempered, incomparably solid and profound. He raised his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, seeing that within the immortal spirit space, the 100,000 human new soldiers were also gradually ceasing their cultivation one after another. After a full century of arduous cultivation, the majority remained stuck at the refining void, merging Tao stage, unable to advance. Only a handful of the most extraordinarily gifted had barely broken through to the early Earth Immortal stage. Chen Fan's ceasing of cultivation at this moment was not because he had encountered a bottleneck. Rather, the exclusive cultivation time limit of the Immortal Spirit space had expired. What followed next would be the Heavenly Court's Unified New Soldier Assessment. This assessment existed solely to verify everyone's century of cultivation results. Those who ranked at the top of the assessment and displayed outstanding cultivation aptitude would be noticed by the various heavenly generals taken under their command and granted access to more cultivation resources and advancement opportunities. Should one's cultivation be mediocre and ranking at the bottom, they would be classified into the lowest rank of ordinary heavenly soldiers subject to the Heavenly Court's arbitrary deployment. Without a heaven-defying opportunity thereafter, their cultivation would never advance another inch in their lifetime. In future campaigns to the lower realms to slay and fight, they would most easily become cannon fodder. The primordial world was inherently ruled by the law of the jungle, the strong devouring the weak, survival of the fittest, always so. Chen Fan held not a shred of worry whatsoever. Although he possessed only mediocre ordinary aptitude by relying upon the grand celestial immortal art for cultivation until now, among those of the same realm, his foundation and roots had long since surpassed everyone, standing conspicuously at the very pinnacle tier of the 100,000 new soldiers. Just as the crowd of new soldiers whispered in low discussion, with fluctuating emotions, 5 figures materialized out of thin air in the high sky of the immortal spirit space. All 5 were clad in silver armor, their magical power thick and overwhelmingly fierce, their aura cold and oppressive. They were the 5 silver-armored heavenly generals sent by the Heavenly Court to preside over the assessment. The leading figure had an upright bearing, his cultivation aura far surpassing the other 4. The remaining 4 heavenly generals all instinctively stepped half a pace behind, deferring to him as their leader. The leading heavenly general's gaze looked down upon the 100,000 cultivators below, and he spoke in a deep voice. Absolute silence throughout the field. The moment his words fell, a vast and mighty pressure instantly enveloped the entire immortal spirit space. All the new soldiers felt a sudden jolt in their hearts and instinctively lowered their heads, holding their breath, not daring to make even the slightest sound. "This one is Feipeng," the leading heavenly general announced his name in a commanding voice. "The purpose of this assessment is clear to all of you. No need for superfluous words. All those who have broken through to Earth Immortal, step forward immediately." Chen Fan's heart stirred, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately rose, stepped out from the formation, and stepped forward to bow respectfully. Only 8 others stepped out alongside him. Among the 100,000 human new soldiers, after a full century of cultivation, only 9 had achieved the early Earth Immortal stage. Feipeng's gaze swept lightly across the 9, and he gave a slight, not a trace of satisfaction appearing on his face. To have produced only 9 Earth Immortals from 100,000 new soldiers was sufficient proof that the aptitude and natural talent of these 9 were all top-tier selections, chosen 1 from 10,000. Your 9 possess acceptable aptitude and foundation. Are you willing to enter this one's command to serve and cultivate alongside me? Feipeng asked. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan immediately answered in agreement. In the heavenly court of the primordial world, leaning upon a powerhouse was the fastest path of cultivation advancement. Among the 5 heavenly generals, Feipeng's cultivation was the highest and his status the most esteemed. Following under his command, the resources, opportunities, and perspective one could obtain far surpassed what anyone else could compare to. The remaining 8 were all shrewd and perceptive individuals who responded in agreement one after another. In neat formation, they stood behind Feipeng. Once the 9 had taken their positions, only then did the other 4 heavenly generals step forward, in turn continuing the selection. All refining void merging Dao Peak cultivators stepped forward. In an instant, over 100 figures emerged from within the crowd. The 4 heavenly generals stepped forward, in turn selecting personnel according to cultivation level, each taking followers under their respective commands. Half an hour later, the personnel selection and distribution was completely concluded. Feipeng from beginning to end took only the 9 under Chen Fan, not one single additional person. The remaining 4 heavenly generals selected a total of over 10,000 cultivators between them. Of the 100,000 human new soldiers, ultimately only slightly more than 10,000 were selected by the heavenly generals to be taken under their command. The remaining 80 to 90,000 cultivators all failed the assessment and were directly compiled into the lowest rank of ordinary heavenly soldier units, subject to the heavenly court's deployment and arrangement. The heavenly court's soldier selection always prioritized quality over quantity, accepting only elites, never coddling the mediocre. Feipeng's choice of only 9 was equally clear in its intention: to accept only the finest seedlings to cultivate them attentively and forge core elites. As for those ordinary cultivators who had failed the selection, Chen Fan did not spare them a single glance. In the primordial world, might made right, the weak could only drift with the current. "All 9 of you follow me." Feipeng tossed down these words, turned, and began to stride forward. Chen Fan and the others followed closely behind, departing together from the heavenly court's 3rd heaven and heading toward the south heavenly gate to garrison the heavenly court's 1st gateway. At the southern gate of heaven in the celestial court, ding! Detected that the host is at the southern gate of heaven. Would you like to check in immediately? Just as Chen Fan had been assigned to guard this post, a system notification sounded in his ears, and joy immediately rose in his heart. System check-in immediately, he silently uttered. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained top grade acquired spiritual treasure Mystic Heaven Demon-Slaying Sword, which can be claimed on the system panel. A top grade acquired spiritual treasure. Not bad, not bad. This is truly a fine treasure, and Chen Fan was overjoyed. Although it could not compare to the precious innate spiritual treasures, it was still a rare treasure seldom seen in the primordial wilderness. In the early days following the opening of the primordial world, spiritual treasures could be found everywhere, and those with formidable fortune could even encounter many innate spiritual treasures. But by now the vast majority of innate spiritual treasures already had owners, making acquired spiritual treasures scarce objects in the eyes of cultivators. Even many mighty golden immortal experts carried nothing more than an ordinary acquired spiritual treasure as their personal magic weapon. Chen Fan was merely a small heavenly soldier, yet because he guarded the southern gate of heaven, which concerned the prestige of the celestial court, the court had issued him a low-grade spiritual treasure armor and an ordinary spiritual treasure spear. From low to high, the grades of primordial magic treasures are magic tools, spiritual instruments, immortal instruments, spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, innate supreme treasures, and the legendary chaos spiritual treasures. With his earth immortal cultivation, being able to wield a treasure like the Mystic Heaven Demon-Slaying Sword already put him far above cultivators of the same rank, enough to draw the envy of countless people. But for now he still could not take out and use the sword. First, his cultivation was too low and he simply could not activate the power of a spiritual treasure. Second, he was on duty with no free time to quietly refine it, so he could only temporarily store the treasure in the system panel. Heavenly soldiers guarding the southern gate of heaven served a shift of 10 years, after which they could rotate off for rest. The southern gate of heaven was the vital passage connecting the human world and the heavenly realm. As the face of the celestial court, its guard was naturally not limited to Chen Fan alone. At this place, there were over a dozen heavenly soldiers of the same rank, 2 commanders at the late true immortal stage, and General Feipeng stationed here all year round. Though the duty of guarding the southern gate of heaven was dull, it was safe and free of danger. The celestial court was the supreme center of authority in the 3 realms, and ordinary demons would never dare come to make trouble rashly. For Chen Fan, being able to lie low and cultivate in peace was the best possible arrangement. Far better than the lot of those heavenly soldiers who often followed generals down to the mortal world to slay demons and fight in bloody battles. For immortals, time was the least worthy of mention. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During those 10 years the system gave no new check-in prompts. Chen Fan guessed that the system's check-ins must have fixed restrictions, meaning the same location could not be checked in repeatedly. This left him with a small regret, since he could no longer keep exploiting the system. Just as he was slightly lost in thought, a stunningly beautiful female immortal soared up from the lower realm and descended directly toward the southern gate of heaven. All the heavenly soldiers and commanders present hurried forward to bow respectfully and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness, the eldest princess." Chen Fan immediately snapped back to attention and bowed respectfully along with the others. Though he had never seen this woman before, he instantly understood that she was the younger sister of the Jade Emperor, the eldest princess of the celestial court, Yaoji. Yaoji gave a slight nod and raised her hand in a gentle gesture. "There is no need for such formality, everyone." As she spoke, her gaze briefly lingered on Chen Fan, a hint of surprise flashing through her beautiful eyes before it faded back into cool detachment. Although it was only a simple glance, Chen Fan felt as though she had seen through him completely inside and out. Even General Feipeng had never given him such a sense of pressure. In that instant, an intense sense of crisis rose in Chen Fan's heart. He was merely a low-ranking heavenly soldier, yet he carried a top-tier cultivation technique, like the great heavenly immortal art. If someone with ill intent discovered and spied on it, the consequences would be unimaginable. But there was little he could do about it. He could hardly hide in some remote corner to cultivate in seclusion. Yet thinking again, he figured that Yaoji's cultivation was far superior to General Feipeng's, or perhaps she had cultivated some powerful celestial that could see through the extraordinariness of his cultivation technique at a glance. Others might not necessarily see it. Chen Fan comforted himself that since Yaoji was the eldest princess of the celestial court, the techniques she cultivated were naturally extraordinary, so there was no need to worry about her coveting anything. As long as he kept his position well, stayed low-key, and devoted himself to cultivation while steadily raising his cultivation base, he would one day grow into a supreme mighty figure of the primordial wilderness. Yaoji seemed to have important matters to attend to and did not linger. She went straight through the southern gate of heaven and soon vanished from sight. No one dared to pry or question. First, her status was noble. Second, the demon-reflecting mirror hanging high at the southern gate of heaven possessed boundless power. No matter what evil creature approached, it would immediately reveal its true form and find it utterly impossible to hide. It was said that this demon-reflecting mirror of the southern gate of heaven had an extraordinary origin intricately connected to the Xuantian mirror that the Tao ancestor Honghuang had bestowed upon the Jade Emperor back in the day. Every treasure granted by the Tao ancestor was the finest of the finest. The Heavenly Soldier Hall consisted of a main hall and a side hall. Inside the side hall were countless cultivation cave dwellings. Though not exactly paradises of blessed land, they possessed rich, immortal spiritual energy, more than enough for heavenly soldiers to cultivate in peace. His 10-year term of guarding the southern gate of heaven complete, Chen Fan finally earned 100 years of free cultivation time. He first went to the main hall of the Heavenly Soldier Hall to collect the Heavenly Quartz cultivation allowance for 10 years of service, 9 3-turn golden pills, and 100 immortal essence stones. Heavenly soldiers could receive resource supplies every 10 years for cultivation. After collecting the resources, Chen Fan immediately returned to his cultivation cave, activated the cave's defensive formation, and isolated himself from all outside disturbance. System claimed the check-in reward. Ding. Reward claimed successfully. The Mystic Heaven Demon-Slaying Sword has already undergone basic refinement ahead of time. The host only needs to drip a single drop of essential blood onto it to control the spiritual treasure at will. Already refined ahead of time. Chen Fan was startled at first, then overjoyed, silently marveling at how thoughtful the system was. Holding the sword, he forced out a drop of essential blood and let it fall onto the blade. The moment the essential blood touched the sword body, it was instantly absorbed completely. The sword trembled and let out waves of humming sounds, as if expressing its delight. Then it voluntarily left Chen Fan's palm, flew into the air, and circled around him continuously. Haha, what a fine sword. A truly sentient supreme treasure. Seeing this, Chen Fan could not help but laugh aloud, his heart full of affection. With a thought, he lightly raised his hand, and the Mystic Heaven Demon-Slaying Sword instantly flew back and landed steadily in his palm, responding to his will as naturally as his own arm. He toyed with it fondly for a long while before suppressing his joy and storing the sword in his dantian to nurture it. Next came diligent cultivation and improving his own cultivation base. External things were, after all, external. Only one's own strength was the true foundation. Chen Fan turned his hand over and took out a jade bottle, pouring out a 3-turn golden pill. The pill was perfectly round, pure gold in color, with a faint fragrance of medicine lingering around it. A single light sniff made one feel refreshed and spirited, and the mana within one's body seemed to stir with liveliness. This pill possessed extremely strong effects. For cultivators below the heavenly immortal realm, taking one was equivalent to decades of hard cultivation. Even heavenly immortal cultivators could stabilize their cultivation and refine their proficiency by taking it. Chen Fan did not hesitate and swallowed the pill directly. Instantly, a vast and vigorous medicinal force spread through his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. He immediately composed his mind, sat cross-legged, and circulated the great heavenly immortal art, focusing on refining the immense medicinal power. Inside the cave abode, Chen Fan sat cross-legged upon a cattail cushion, his hands forming a magical seal, while a faint shimmer of immortal light lingered around him. An ordinary heavenly soldier would need at least a decade of arduous effort to refine a single 3-cycle golden pill. Chen Fan, however, had completely refined it in fewer than 5 years. It was not because his innate aptitude far exceeded others, but because the greater heavenly immortal art he cultivated was far superior in grade to the lesser, heavenly immortal art commonly used by heavenly soldiers. Naturally, the speed of cultivation and refinement was as different as heaven from earth. As for the 9 3-cycle golden pills, Chen Fan had completely refined and absorbed all of them in just over 40 years. At this moment, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the mid-stage Earth Immortal realm. With only a single step remaining, he could shatter the barrier and step into the late stage of Earth Immortal. Striking while the iron was hot, he took advantage of the moment to break through. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan produced 100 immortal origin stones, activated his cultivation art at full force, and frantically absorbed the pure, rich, immortal power within them. One immortal origin stone after another rapidly turned to ash, while the aura around him grew increasingly deep and mighty. The bottleneck obstructing his breakthrough had become as thin as window paper, ready to burst at a poke. "Break for me!" Chen Fan let out a low shout. The aura within his body suddenly swelled explosively, and boundless Dharma power turned into a golden torrent that poured entirely into the sea of chi within his dantian. With a thunderous boom, the bottleneck of late-stage Earth Immortal shattered in an instant. Outside the cave abode, immortal spiritual energy from every direction surged inward like flocks of birds returning to their nests. Late-stage Earth Immortal, a smooth breakthrough. Chen Fan slowly ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes, a flicker of divine light flashing through them before vanishing. In a single secluded retreat, he had broken through 2 minor realms in succession, and he was extremely satisfied with the results. Moreover, his cultivation foundation was stable and solid, his Dharma power vast and condensed without the least sign of shallowness or instability. In the boundless primordial world, cultivators with extraordinary natural gifts were too numerous to count. Yet without a top-tier cultivation art to rely on, and without a great master to provide guidance, they would ultimately fade into the crowd and find it difficult to achieve anything great. Take the six-eared macaque, one of the four chaos monkeys. Endowed with an innate sacred origin, he could have cultivated the great Tao leading to heaven. But because Tao ancestor Honghuang never imparted the Dharma to 6 ears, he was forever barred from the orthodox path. For all his peerless origin, there was nowhere to display it. Chen Fan secretly rejoiced. In his former life, he had performed good deeds and accumulated virtue. After death, he was admitted to the heavenly court and escaped the cycle of reincarnation. He had also unexpectedly awakened a check-in system and obtained a top-grade cultivation art. Only thus did he possess his current cultivation and good fortune. He calculated briefly this session of secluded cultivation had taken a full 80 years. There were still 20 years before the once-a-decade change of guard at the southern heavenly gate. He had long since discerned the system's pattern. A sign-in could be triggered once every full 100 years, and the next sign-in would come exactly 10 years later. At that thought, Chen Fan felt his heart brimming with anticipation. Everything the system produced was a rare opportunity in this world. No matter which reward the sign-in released, it would elevate his strength to another level. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Detected that the host is within the heavenly soldier hall of the first heaven of the heavenly court. A sign-in has been triggered. Would you like to sign in immediately? A surge of joy rose in Chen Fan's heart, and he immediately chanted silently, sign in now. Ding! Sign in successful. You have obtained the supreme divine ability of the 36 heavenly transformations, earth-spanning golden light. You may go to the system panel to claim your reward. Earth-spanning golden light. Chen Fan was overwhelmed with ecstasy. This was the supreme escape art passed down by Tao ancestor Honghuang and ranked among the 36 heavenly transformations. Every single form contained the deepest principles of the heavenly Tao's source, mysterious beyond measure and immensely powerful. It was said that if one cultivated all 36 heavenly transformations to full completion, one could command the laws of the heavenly Tao, overturn heaven and earth, and stride freely across the primordial world. The greater heavenly immortal art he cultivated had once mentioned this escape art, but had never included the corresponding mental cultivation method. Now that the system had directly rewarded it, it was nothing less than a timely godsend for him. System claimed the reward. Ding! Reward claimed successfully. The great divine ability, earth-spanning golden light, has been fully imprinted in the host's sea of consciousness along with its cultivation, method comprehension essentials, and detailed annotations. After his earlier experience cultivating the greater heavenly immortal art, Chen Fan was already accustomed to this. Every cultivation art and divine ability granted by the system carried complete analytical annotations, saving him countless hours of groping and contemplating on his own. Given his originally ordinary aptitude, without the system's assistance, he would never have touched a divine ability of such supreme rank in the primordial world, even in a lifetime. Now 10 years still remained before the changing of the guard at the southern heavenly gate. His cultivation had just broken through, making it difficult to advance further in a short time. This was precisely the interval to focus on secluded meditation and devote himself to comprehending and cultivating earth-spanning golden light. Earth-spanning golden light was a supreme speed-based escape art of the primordial world. Cultivated to the state of perfect completion, it could rival the innate divine ability of the Golden Crow clan, the Golden Crow's rainbow transformation. The art of the Golden Crow's rainbow transformation was the ultimate speed in the primordial world. When fully accomplished, it could cross 1,000,000 li of heaven and earth in an instant. Earth-spanning golden light was a step inferior, yet the difference was scarcely worth mentioning. Stationed at the southern heavenly gate, might seem perfectly safe and secure with almost no demon or monster daring to provoke trouble. But nothing in this world is absolute. With one more supreme escape, Art 1 had one more life-preserving escape route. If he ever met a powerful enemy in a crisis and could not win, he could still rely on the escape art to get away. With complete annotations to guide him, Chen Fan's training reaped twice the results with half the effort. Every step was solid and steady with no need to blindly grope through detours. He spent every day in seclusion, immersed in comprehending the essence of the escape art, continuously blending its mental method with his own Dharma power. 10 years slipped by in the flash of an eye. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, joy shining in his gaze. Earth-spanning golden light had already been successfully brought to the entry level. Even at the initial stage, its power should not be underestimated. With his current late-stage Earth Immortal cultivation, if he unleashed it at full strength, he could traverse several thousand li in a single instant. But entering was simple, cultivating it to complete perfection was as difficult as ascending to heaven. In the primordial world, cultivators who trained in the 36 heavenly transformations were beyond counting, yet those who could truly hone a single divine ability to perfection, flawless and complete, were few and far between. Chen Fan remained even-tempered, neither proud nor impatient. He knew in his heart that as his cultivation steadily rose, his comprehension and mastery over this divine ability would also grow more profound. There was no need to rush for quick results. To have entered the art smoothly was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. From now on, all he needed was to proceed step by step, patiently polishing it with slow, steady effort. After so many years of sitting in seclusion, his muscles and bones had inevitably grown stiff. Chen Fan rose, loosening his muscles and bones, tidied his appearance, and prepared to set out for the southern heavenly gate to take over his post on schedule. As he stepped out of the cave abode, immortal aura swirled around him. After a century of seclusion, the surrounding scenery had not changed in the least. Chen Fan restrained his aura steadily, keeping the spiritual fluctuation of late-stage Earth immortal, neither flaunting nor revealing it. In the heavenly court, only by remaining low-key and long-suffering could one endure. Too sharp an edge would only provoke covetous eyes and invite needless disaster. He forged ahead, passing the hall of heavenly soldiers and the martial drill grounds. Along the way, heavenly soldiers and generals each went about their own duties. The heavenly court was orderly and impeccably disciplined. When he met familiar heavenly soldiers of the same rank on the road, Chen Fan only nodded in greeting and without much small talk walked straight on toward the southern heavenly gate. After a century in seclusion, having broken through in cultivation and honed a supreme escape art as protection, the unease in his heart had finally eased a little. The primordial world had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak and might stood supreme. Only by ceaselessly growing stronger could one stand firmly in the heavenly court and cultivate in peace. Now, with the greater heavenly immortal art as his foundation, the earth-spanning golden light protecting him, a steady stream of opportunities, and a solid foundation, the road ahead was broad and unimpeded. Before long, Chen Fan arrived at the southern heavenly gate. The heavenly soldier on duty saw him coming and immediately saluted with cupped hands. Chen Fan courteously returned the salute, stepped forward to complete the handover, and formally began a new 10-year assignment guarding the southern heavenly gate. Beiju Luzhou. After the great Wu Yao calamity had run its course, the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao exiled every surviving remnant of the Wu and Yao races to this extreme land, a bleak, bitter-cold wilderness where baleful energy blighted the earth. The remnants of the Wu tribe with Xuantian as their chieftain took root here and established their tribes. Year upon year, they hunted the savage beasts of the primordial wilderness and cultivated in hardship, absorbing the world's baleful energy, mere survivors clinging stubbornly to the last breath of life. On this day, a brawny man with a twisting beard towering nearly 9 zhang tall roared his fury to the heavens, a breast full of grief and wrath bursting upward to pierce the clouds. Xuantian, you callow whelp! You have pushed my Wu tribe too far. He wore heavy war armor, bore a shield in one hand and a battle axe in the other, and billowed with baleful aura from head to toe. Behind him followed a great host of Wu elites, charging grimly and murderously toward the heavenly court. This man was none other than Xuantian, the war god of the Wu tribe. His cultivation had long reached the very peak of the great Wu realm. His battle prowess reigned supreme among the Wu, second only to the 12 ancestral Wu. In any contest of equal levels, his physical might alone crushed countless cultivators of the immortal path. The root of Xuantian's fury was in every respect Qiyu. Long ago, when Qiyu fought Xianyuan for the throne of the human sovereign, Xuantian had secretly sent Jiutian Xuanu, leading a throng of heavenly gods to descend into the mortal realm and aid Xianyuan. And it was precisely that intervention that brought Qiyu to defeat and death upon the battlefield. That single campaign had bitterly foreclosed the Wu tribe's hopes of ever rising anew. As the war god of the Wu, Xuantian had witnessed with his own eyes the 12 ancestral Wu, falling one after another, the great momentum of his tribe breaking apart in ruin and tribesmen scattering everywhere in desperate flight. Now even his sworn brother Qiyu had died, his body perished, his Tao scattered, all because of Xuantian's interference. From the bottom of his heart, Xuantian hated Xuantian, convinced that the heavenly emperor was unjust in his dealings, poisoned by selfishness, and wholly unworthy of the seat of sovereign over the 3 realms. Today he would lead the Wu tribesmen on a punitive war against heaven, slay Xuantian, and restore the Wu's former glory. The southern heaven gate, where the mortal realm met the celestial realm, would be the first battlefield of Xuantian's campaign against heaven. At that moment, atop the southern heaven gate, Chen Fan and a company of heavenly soldiers stood guard, as usual, each man attending to his appointed duty. Without warning, the heavenly General Feipeng, commander stationed at the southern heaven gate, shot into the air, his expression turning deeply grave as he fixed his gaze upon the passage between the immortal and mortal realms. His divine sense was razor keen. He had already sensed countless formidable auras converging at terrifying speed. Among them, one immense and overwhelming aura of baleful ferocity made his very soul tremble violently. All of them came with murderous intent, reaching to the heavens. They had arrived with nothing good in mind. There is no time to lose. The high councils of heaven must be alerted at once. Just as Feipeng was about to form a hand seal and send word, a monstrous axe-light, 10,000 zhang long, tore through the 2-realm passage wrapped in boundless baleful energy and slashed straight down upon the southern heaven gate with devastating force. Not good. Without a word from Feipeng, every heavenly soldier instantly sensed the mortal peril and scrambled frantically to take cover inside the southern heaven gate. True, Xuantian had not yet put his full strength into the strike, and the 2-realm passage had already sapped most of its force. But even so, it was still far beyond anything low-ranking soldiers like them could have withstood, even by a hair. A thunderous boom shook the sky. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying wave of axe light engulfed the entire southern heaven gate. With a sharp crack, the southern heaven gate was rent apart and split straight through the middle. The formation's light curtain failed to block the blow even for a single heartbeat before it shattered and scattered. Chen Fan dared not hesitate for even a breath. Pouring every bit of his strength into the earth-skimming golden light art, he had only recently learned he fled for his life. In a single breath, he had escaped more than 3,000 li. But before he could even steady himself, the terrible aftershock of the exploding axe light transformed into an invisible shockwave that swept wildly in every direction. All around the palaces of the heavenly court toppled, with booming crashes turning into rubble. Chen Fan had no time to execute his escape art a second time. The violent shockwave slammed into him, flinging him high into the air. He fell hard like a kite whose string had been severed. A cloying sweetness flooded his throat, and great mouthfuls of blood sprayed forth one after another. Countless bones and sinews throughout his body snapped. Even the spirit treasure armor issued to him by the heavenly court shattered, completely ruined beyond repair. Mercifully, his reactions had been quick enough, and his mastery of the earth-skimming golden light had seen him flee in time. So he barely kept his life, escaping what should have been a death on the spot. His heart still quivering with lingering terror, Chen Fan turned his head to look back in the direction of the southern heaven gate. The gate that had once towered across the sky had now completely collapsed and vanished, reduced to nothing but broken ruins. Feipeng and the heavenly soldiers who had been stationed there with him had all disappeared without a trace, whether struck down and obliterated by the axe light on the spot, or having escaped long before no one could tell. The next moment, Chen Fan's pupils violently contracted, and his whole frame stiffened. There in the void, a colossal figure that seemed to stand between heaven and earth came striding forward step by step. Clad in battle armor, a giant black iron shield in his left hand, a divine axe in his right, he was like a primeval giant who had split apart heaven and earth. A fierce, baleful aura surged around him, blotting out the sky and covering the ground. Behind this giant stood countless Wu warriors, densely packed, every one of them towering and muscular, gripping weapons of war. Their battle cries filled the sky and resounded through heaven and earth. The great Wu army had marched upon heaven. At that very moment, a clear, furious shout rang across the heavens. What desperate wretch dares to run wild before the southern heaven gate? The words had barely faded when two exquisite figures appeared from the void and alighted not far from Chen Fan. In one glance, Chen Fan recognized one of them. Yao Ji, the elder princess and younger sister of the heavenly emperor Xuantian. Since she stood shoulder to shoulder with Yao Ji, her identity was obviously anything but ordinary. Chen Fan, who had meant to take this chance to slip far away, stopped in his tracks. For one thing, deserting the line of battle was a most grievous crime in the heavenly court, and deserters met miserable fates. For another, when mighty powers of this level crossed blows, there were always taller ones to hold up the falling sky. What concern was it of a small heavenly soldier like him? Xuantian looked down upon the two women from his lofty height and broke into a laugh of contempt. Has the heavenly court truly run out of men to field? It has sent two fragile women to bar my path. A sheer invitation to their own destruction. At Yao Ji's side, the female cultivator stepped forward, a long sword in her hand, her expression as cold as ice, her gaze fixed straight upon Xuantian. Xuantian, do not be insolent. You are unworthy to disturb His Majesty Xuantian. I myself will take you on. She was none other than Xuantian Xuannu, known far and wide as the female war god of the heavenly court. Good. Xuantian Xuannu, since you insist on seeking death, then today I shall settle every old score and new grievance with you in one go. Xuantian was hardly the sort to show tenderness to a lovely maiden. He hefted his divine axe, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, and brought it down upon Xuantian Xuannu with murderous savagery. But Xuantian Xuannu was after all the foremost disciple beneath the Queen Mother of the West. Her true body was a primordial dark bird. She bore a portion of the human sovereign's meritorious virtue, and her cultivation had already reached half-step quasi-sage. She raised her sword and met the blow squarely, barely managing to take that full-strength axe strike from Xuantian. Yet her frame swayed slightly. The strain was all too evident. Xuantian, a pinnacle powerhouse of the Wu tribe with unrivaled combat, might found his attack held off by a female cultivator, and rage erupted in his heart at once. He no longer kept anything in reserve, striking with complete force. Axe blow after axe blow, each more violent than the last, a frenzied and wild assault. Before long, Xuantian Xuannu steadily fell into the disadvantage, hard-pressed to defend. Sister Xuannu, I'll help you. Seeing her friend in mortal danger, Yao Ji immediately sprang forward and joined the fray, fighting side by side with her to withstand Xuantian. Though her cultivation was inferior to Xuantian Xuannu's, as the younger sister of the heavenly emperor, she carried with her many protective treasures and hidden trump cards. With Yao Ji sharing the brunt of the attack from the side, the pressure upon Xuantian Xuannu eased significantly at once. But Xuantian had waged this campaign upon heaven with his tribe's elite warriors. He had no intention of fighting one-on-one. At his order, countless Wu warriors behind him howled and surged forward in a frenzied charge. Among the Wu who had ascended with Xuantian, there were several great Wu masters whose cultivation had reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Their battle power was savage beyond words. At this moment of crisis, heavenly soldiers and generals from all corners raced to the heavenly court's aid. Among their ranks appeared the golden-armored divine General Conspicuous, as the very one who had once descended to the underworld to proclaim the sacred edict. The immortal and Wu forces collided, instantly erupting into a bloody melee. Though the heavenly court had greater numbers, each Wu warrior was endowed from birth with a formidable physique and a death-defying will. What often took several ordinary heavenly soldiers together just to hold off a single Wu opponent of the same rank. The entire first heaven was utterly reduced to a brutal battlefield for the war between immortals and Wu. Palaces and pavilions crumbled and broke apart, one after another, turning to drifting ashes. On the battlefield, the dead and wounded were beyond counting. Severed limbs and broken remains lay scattered across the earth. Blood dyed heaven and earth crimson. It was a scene of unspeakable absolute carnage. The war between the immortals and the Wu had already erupted, and as a heavenly soldier of the heavenly court, Chen Fan naturally had to take the field. Though he was gravely wounded, fortunately, the great celestial immortal art he cultivated possessed extraordinary effects, and could slowly nourish his flesh and mend his injuries on its own. A peak Earth Wu of the Wu race saw that Chen Fan's aura was unsteady and his wounds had yet to heal. Taking him for easy prey, he immediately charged over, intending to slay him with a single strike. But once they truly clashed, the Earth Wu suddenly realized that Chen Fan's real strength was actually above his own. At this moment, Chen Fan still had to expend most of his magical power suppressing his old wounds, so he could not unleash his full combat power at all. Moreover, the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword was his ultimate offensive trump card, so he would never casually use it against an Earth Wu. The cultivation realms of the Wu race from low to high were divided into Mortal Wu, Earth Wu, Heaven Wu, True Wu, Great Wu, and Ancestral Wu. An Earth Wu corresponded to the Earth Immortal realm of cultivators. Since the Wu race specialized in cultivating the physical body, ordinary cultivators of the same rank simply could not break through a Wu's bodily defense. But Chen Fan was completely different. Although he was merely an ordinary heavenly soldier of the heavenly court, the art he cultivated was a top-tier primordial wilderness technique. No ordinary heavenly soldier could compare to such a foundation. The more that Earth Wu fought, the more alarmed he became. Every attack he launched with full force was calmly diffused by Chen Fan, as if the man were plainly using him as a sparring partner to hone his moves. Yet every time he thought of retreating and slipping away to find another opponent, Chen Fan would immediately unleash a relentless barrage and firmly trap him in place once more. The Wu race was by nature warlike, bloodthirsty, and fiercely hot-tempered. To this Earth Wu, Chen Fan's behavior was nothing less than a naked humiliation. Driven to fury, the Earth Wu directly burned all of his vital essence, and blood resolved to die together with Chen Fan at any cost. Chen Fan instantly saw through his intention, and his expression turned grim. Even a lion must use all its strength when striking a rabbit, let alone when facing an Earth Wu who had already gone mad and was willing to self-destruct. In his current injured state, whether he could withstand the force of that self-detonation remained uncertain. Chen Fan took a deep breath, mobilized every remaining trace of magical power in his body, and began to gather his strongest strike of the moment. At the same time, the man and the Wu both launched their attacks. The Earth Wu's eyes blazed crimson. His body suddenly swelled and expanded as, carrying the devastating might of self-destruction, he charged straight at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy and indifferent. He unleashed the killing move inherent to his cultivation art, raised his hand, and held up one finger with all his magical power converging on a single point. In a low, cold voice, he shouted, "Heaven upholding finger, destroy." As the words fell, a blinding golden light burst forth from his fingertip and instantly transformed into a colossal golden finger spanning dozens of zhang. With the overwhelming might to crush everything in its path, it pressed down upon the Earth Wu. Before the Earth Wu could even approach, the golden finger came crashing down with a thunderous boom. He did not even have time to let out a scream before he was ground to ashes and scattered into nothing. Chen Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swayed, and he nearly pitched headlong to the ground. That full power strike just now had almost completely drained his magical power, and had also violently aggravated the old wounds throughout his body. Now utterly exhausted, he no longer had the slightest strength left to protect himself. Meanwhile, the war between the immortals and the Wu was also drawing to its end. Both sides had suffered devastating losses, with the majority of their armies destroyed, and neither could continue fighting any longer. On the other side, the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden and Yao Ji had joined forces, but were still no match for their opponent, and had already been defeated and forced to retreat. Heavenly Emperor Honghuang personally stepped forward to battle Xuantian, the war god of the Wu race. Both had long since surpassed the Deluo Golden Immortal realm and entered the quasi-saint stage. If they fought at full power within the first heaven of the heavenly court, the entire celestial realm would be shattered, and countless cultivators and clansmen on both sides would be caught in the devastation. Both knew this perfectly well, so with tacit mutual understanding they simultaneously withdrew and shifted the battle to the vast, boundless starry sky of the primordial wilderness to continue their deadly duel. Within the starry sky of the primordial wilderness, Honghuang and Xuantian stood opposite each other across the void. Their auras ceaselessly surged and swelled, pressing down upon the entire field of stars. As the sovereign of the three realms and the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, Xuantian had started out as an attendant boy beside the Tao ancestor, yet he had long since severed one of the three corpses with his cultivation firmly established at the peak of the early quasi-saint stage. Although Xuantian was only at the peak of the Great Wu realm, his 9 revolutions mystic art had reached the ultimate state, and his physical power was unrivaled in the primordial wilderness. Born to fight beyond his rank, he grew fiercer with each exchange, and his true combat power was actually a cut above an ordinary early quasi-saint cultivator. Who was stronger between them could only be determined through battle. Xuantian let out the first furious roar and struck first divine axe in hand, bringing it down at Xuantian's head with all his strength. The might of the axe seemed to split open heaven and earth. Facing that peerlessly domineering stroke, Xuantian's expression turned solemn. With a flick of his hand, a precious banner instantly appeared in his palm. It was one of the 5 innate directional banners, the Plain Cloud Realm banner, a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure whose defensive power was among the rarest in existence. The Plain Cloud Realm banner unfurled, transforming into a vast shield of cloud light that steadfastly caught Xuantian's thunderous axe strike. The tremendous forces collided with a booming crash. Xuantian was jolted backwards several steps by the immense power before he could barely steady himself, while violent ripples surged across the banner's protective barrier. Xuantian was secretly shaken. This Wu brute's physical power was simply too formidable. As the heavenly emperor of the three realms and the nominal supreme sovereign of the primordial wilderness, he had actually been driven back by a single axe stroke from a great Wu, while countless mighty beings of the primordial wilderness watched from beyond the starry sky. He had utterly lost face. To preserve the prestige of the heavenly court, Xuantian no longer deliberately held back. Every bit of his cultivation at the peak of the early quasi-saint stage erupted without reserve. He raised his hand and waved, and the heavenly emperor's sword tore through the air, fierce sword chi sweeping across the sky. The Xuantian mirror and the Xuantian pagoda followed close behind. Many top-grade innate spiritual treasures activated at once, sending countless rays of magical power and treasure light blasting toward Xuantian. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Xuantian was anything but afraid. Instead, he burst into thunderous laughter, his fighting spirit blazing ever higher. With the great dark iron shield in his left hand raised in defense and his divine axe swinging in his right, he met every magical assault head-on and blocked them all. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. We Wu were born to battle heaven and earth. How could we fear a few treasures of yours? Little Xuantian, just go all out. Xuantian laughed heartily and grew braver with every exchange, his aura climbing step by step. Faintly there appeared signs that he might burst through the shackles of the Great Wu realm and step into the ancestral Wu realm. Seeing this, Xuantian immediately became anxious. His opponent could already match him without having broken through to ancestral Wu. If he succeeded in breaking through on the spot, the consequences would be unthinkable. He did not hesitate any longer. Summoning the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Seal, he shouted in a stern voice, "Authority of the Heavenly Tao, empower my body." As the words fell, a boundless towering force of the Heavenly Tao suddenly descended from the sky and flooded all around Xuantian. His cultivation, originally at the peak of the early quasi-saint stage, skyrocketed, ferociously breaking through one boundary after another. Leaping straight across 2 minor realms, it barely reached the late quasi-saint stage before finally coming to a halt. The mighty beings of the primordial wilderness watching this battle could not help drawing in cold breaths, utterly shaken. No one had expected that Xuantian, who usually seemed so unremarkable, could invoke the authority of the heavenly Tao and unleash the terrifying power of a late quasi-saint. Xuantian's face changed abruptly as well. Although he had been steadily raising his cultivation during the battle, it could not compare to Xuantian's explosive rise through the realms by borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao. Xuantian stepped forward slowly, his tone carrying a faint note of aloofness and contempt. This is the true strength of this emperor. In your current state, how many more of my attacks can you withstand? Those contemptuous words thoroughly enraged Xuantian. Burning with fury, he let out a furious roar and, charging at Xuantian with divine axe in hand, reignited the great battle. Xuantian now had late quasi-saint cultivation. Even if he could not compare to late-stage powerhouses who had reached that level through long years of bitter cultivation, he was surrounded by countless treasures, each an innate spiritual treasure rarely seen in the primordial wilderness. Empowered by them, his combat strength soared. Xuantian, still at the critical point of his breakthrough and unable to truly enter the ancestral Wu realm, gradually fell into the disadvantage after a brief exchange and was completely suppressed by Xuantian. Fortunately, his 9 revolutions mystic art made his body peerless, and he was further protected by a great dark iron shield comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Thus, for the time being, he would not be utterly defeated and slain. Xuantian and Xuantian, 2 supreme powerhouses, clashed head-on. Every violent collision unleashed terrifying shockwaves that swept across the starry void. Countless ordinary stars caught in the aftershocks burst apart, instantly dissolving into billowing clouds of ash and dust. Fortunately, they had chosen the primordial starry sky as their battleground rather than the heavenly court or the mortal realm. Had this cataclysmic battle unfolded elsewhere, it would surely have toppled heaven and earth, plunging everything into an immeasurable catastrophe. Moreover, the 6 sages of the primordial world led by Taishang Laozi would never have permitted such a calamity to beset the sentient beings of the 3 realms. The 2 combatants traded blows, relentlessly matching divine powers and clashing priceless treasures. In the heat of battle, Haoyan seized upon a faint opening in Xingtian's defense. Channeling the Haoyan mirror, he froze his foe in place in an instant. In a duel of supreme experts, victory and defeat are often decided in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, Haoyan swung the borrowed Xianyuan sword, and with a single stroke, hewed Xingtian's head clean from his shoulders. Xingtian's heart seethed with indignation and bitter unwillingness. Had it been any other blade, matters might have been different. But the Xianyuan sword in Haoyan's hand was the ancient Wu-slaying sword, inherently anathema to the physical bodies of the Witch clan. This Wu-slaying sword was forged long ago by Emperor Jun of the Demon clan to counter the 12 ancestral witches. He had slaughtered countless millions of humans and refined their vital blood and souls, fusing them with innumerable innate spiritual materials to craft a weapon designed solely to slay and suppress the Witch clan. After the cataclysm of the sorcerer demon tribulation concluded, the sword was collected by Taishang Laozi. Through many vicissitudes, it eventually came into the hands of the human sovereign Xuanyuan, transforming into the meritorious Dharma treasure that witnessed his enlightenment, the Xianyuan sword known today. Haoyan believed that with the head severed, the battle had been settled for good. Yet in the next moment, Xingtian's body underwent a world-shaking transformation. At the headless neck of Xingtian, the gushing hot, which blood suddenly congealed. Upon his bare torso, his nipples transformed into a pair of fierce crimson eyes blazing with rage, while his navel split open into a gaping pitch-black maw of terror. His body swelled again, becoming ever more towering and imposing. The battle blood surging through his veins boiled over, and his cultivation, instead of declining, soared without restraint, bursting through every shackle to rise from the early quasi-sage stage all the way to the late quasi-sage stage before finally stabilizing. Roar! The headless Xingtian let out a sky-shaking roar that resounded across the primordial starry expanse. His newborn crimson eyes locked fiercely onto Haoyan with murderous intent that shook the heavens. Until death there would be no end. Haoyan's face instantly turned ashen and grim. He had never imagined that Xingtian would use this battle, use his own hand, to shatter the limits of a great witch and evolve entirely into an ancestral witch body. By now Haoyan had already unleashed all his divine powers and treasures. Nearly every trump card was spent, leaving only a single final move still in reserve. In the very moment Haoyan was stunned, the headless Xingtian, bearing combat power that had explosively multiplied several-fold, charged straight before him. Haoyan snapped back to attention, activating the plain Cloud Realm banner to shield himself and brandished the Celestial Emperor's sword, barely managing to fend off Xingtian's storm-like onslaught. The man and the witch fought from one end of the starry sky to the other, exchanging countless rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. The headless Xingtian feared neither death nor pain, knew no retreat or evasion, only driven by his undying war intent and boundless hatred for Haoyan as he fought with frenzied savagery. Whenever Haoyan tried to create distance and attack from afar with spells and treasures, Xingtian would immediately close in for melee combat, clinging to him relentlessly. As the battle dragged on, Haoyan gradually exhausted his strength and could barely keep up with the defense. The protective divine light of the plain Cloud Realm banner shattered layer by layer, and his body was rent by several ghastly wounds from axe light, so deep that bone was laid bare. Xingtian was likewise covered in wounds, his colossal frame riddled with sword scars. Yet after attaining the ancestral witch body, his physical self-healing ability had become terrifyingly formidable. Even the injuries inflicted by the Xianyuan sword were closing and restoring at a visibly rapid pace. The longer the struggle wore on, the more disadvantageous the situation became for Haoyan. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated no more and directly unleashed his final trump card. Grand Starry Sky Array, arise. Haoyan's hands moved swiftly through hand seals as he chanted cryptic, profound incantations. In that instant, within the primordial starry sky, boundless power of the stars converged madly, condensing amidst heaven and earth into a vast, enigmatic, ancient array. This was not the complete Grand Starry Sky Array of the Demon Clan's heavenly court at its zenith. The full formation required 365 great Luo golden immortals operating in unison to be fully activated. Haoyan could not possibly assemble such a lineup. He relied instead upon his own authority as Celestial Emperor, a portion of the starry essence he had accumulated over millennia of governing the primordial heavens, and the aid of his subordinates, a host of Tai golden immortals and a handful of great Luo golden immortals, to barely construct this weakened version. The complete Grand Starry Sky Array of the ancient Demon Clan's heavenly court possessed might sufficient to rival the 12 capital heavenly gods' demon slaughter array when jointly activated by the 12 ancestral witches. Though this diminished version retained only 30 to 40% of the original's full power, it was still in no way inferior to an ordinary late-stage quasi-sage powerhouse. Protected and empowered by the array, Haoyan finally managed to extricate himself from the passive melee and began unleashing sealing techniques with all his might. He knew full well that with Xuantian's newly cultivated indestructible ancestral, which body utterly slaying him was impossible. Even if one chopped his physical form into countless fragments, he could rely on the primordial origin of the ancestral witches to regenerate and reassemble. Even the Xianyuan sword, which inherently suppressed the witch clan, could not completely annihilate him. Thus Hao Yan's only recourse was to seal Xuantian's head and body completely apart from one another, ensuring they could never rejoin and restore him for all eternity. With the array's power enveloping layer upon layer, Hao Yan reinforced it with the authority of the heavenly Tao. He first sealed the headless body, then isolated the head, separately burying and suppressing them deep within the mass of Chanyang Mountain, one above, one below, utterly divided. Afterward, he invoked the power of the grand starry sky array and layered upon it his own authority as celestial emperor, draping Chanyang Mountain in countless heavenly Tao restrictions to guard strictly against any surviving witch clan members attempting to break the seals and rescue their kin. Only after all this was done did Hao Yan let out a long, weary breath. The borrowed empowerment of the heavenly Tao receded from his body as swiftly as an ebbing tide, leaving him utterly drained and weak, his face ghostly pale. The cultivation realm that had surged moments ago had after all been borrowed heavenly Tao power. Now it had all been returned. Compounded by severe battle injuries and accumulation of internal trauma, if he did not enter secluded cultivation to recuperate with all due haste, the very foundation of his cultivation might be damaged. He cast a deep, lingering gaze at Chanyang Mountain, then vanished in a flicker and departed. In an instant, Hao Yan appeared before the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court. Lifting his eyes, he beheld a scene of utter devastation, ruin and chaos strewn everywhere within. In that moment, a flood of grievances and pent-up frustration surged through his heart. The Tao ancestor Honghuang had ordered him to govern the three realms and all heavens, seating him upon the throne of the celestial emperor. On the surface, he was the sovereign of the three realms, supremely honored. Yet in truth, he had been granted only a title, without real authority, without troops, without ministers. Across the vast heavenly court, aside from Yaoqi, the reliable underlings he could call upon were pathetically few. Even mighty experts at the great Luo golden immortal level beneath his command could be counted on one hand. The 6 sages of the primordial world stood aloof in their transcendence and had always treated him with disdain. The disciples of the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Western faith utterly scorned the heavenly laws and celestial edicts, never once regarding him, the celestial emperor, with the slightest respect. Now even a mere great witch of the witch clan could storm the heavenly court and wage a bitter war against him. If matters continued this way, then any race among the myriad beings of the primordial world could trample upon Hao Yan at will. To be emperor in name, only constrained at every turn while bearing an empty title. How was this any different from being a puppet? Best to abandon the seat of the celestial emperor altogether, lest it merely invite mockery. The more Hao Yan dwelled upon it, the more his heart burned with indignation. He had no mind to return to the heavenly court for secluded healing. Instead, he summoned his flying light and shot straight toward the purple firmament palace hidden deep within the chaos beyond the 33rd heaven. Deep within the chaos stood the purple firmament palace, the serene cultivation abode of the Tao ancestor, Honghuang, supreme sovereign of the primordial heavens and earth. Hao Yan arrived before the palace gates, composed his appearance, then knelt with utmost reverence and performed the kowtow. Disciple Hao Yan requests an audience, Lord. After a moment of silence, the heavy gates of the purple firmament palace slowly swung open. A faint, distant voice drifted out from within the hall. Enter. Hao Yan hastily rose and walked into the hall with a bow. Upon seeing the Tao ancestor Honghuang seated upright upon a cattail cushion, he immediately prostrated himself and spoke with a sorrowful voice, Lord, I have governed the 3 realms and all heavens by your decree. Yet the heavenly court is weak, with none to assist me. The immortals of the 3 sects treat the heavenly court with contempt, and the celestial laws can scarcely be enforced. I hold only the empty title of celestial emperor. In reality, I am nothing more than a puppet, drained of all dignity and subjected to endless humiliation. I beg you, Lord, to take back the seat of the celestial emperor. This disciple is willing to return to the purple firmament palace and serve by your side for all my days. Hongjuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he replied with a placid expression, Do not put on such a mournful display. Go back for now. I shall summon the 3 pure ones, Jiayin, Zhu, and Ti, and the other sages to gather at the purple firmament palace to deliberate and resolve this matter. Hearing this, the grievances in Hao Yan's heart dispersed entirely, and he hurriedly stifled his lament. He knew that the Tao ancestor was willing to back him and see justice done. With a respectful bow, he turned and withdrew from the purple firmament palace. With Xing Tian subdued and executed, the Wu clan army besieging the South Heavenly Gate was left leaderless. Their morale collapsed entirely, and they were swiftly surrounded and annihilated by the Heavenly Court's forces. The great war between the Immortals and the Wu clan had exacted a heavy toll upon the Heavenly Court as well. Countless soldiers lost, and the realm urgently needed to recuperate and reorganize. Feipeng Tianjiang, who had first detected the disturbances in the passage between the 2 realms, had barely survived. Though he lived, he bore grievous injuries and lingering internal wounds. After the great battle, Chen Fan, and the surviving heavenly soldiers were collectively housed within the Heavenly Court's Grand Hall by the High Command. Each was allotted a private cultivation cave and bestowed with abundant spiritual resources as recompense for their wartime merits. Within his cave, Chen Fan sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. His disheveled wounds had largely faded, yet a trace of pallor and weakness still lingered upon his countenance. He couldn't help but reflect inwardly. He had once believed that guarding the South Heavenly Gate was a leisurely post, one that required no frontline combat, only the patience to lie low and cultivate in tranquility. Who could have foreseen that Xuantian would rampage through the Heavenly Court, his single axe strike nearly cleaving Chen Fan to death on the spot? Through this battle, Chen Fan was utterly awakened. Weak cultivation was the gravest of all sins. In the primordial world, the strong ruled supreme. Should another powerhouse ever assault the heavens, or war erupt once more with his meager cultivation at present, Chen Fan would possess not the faintest means of self-preservation. I must break through my current realm as swiftly as possible. Only by making myself truly powerful can I establish an unshakable foundation, Chen Fan resolved within his heart. For now the most pressing matter was to heal his injuries. Though he had slain the Wu clan's earthly Wu in their earlier clash, the fight had aggravated his wounds, severely damaging his meridians. Fortunately, the divine rank immortal art he cultivated possessed miraculous properties. It could autonomously nurture his physique and mend his injuries without harming the foundations of his cultivation. Chen Fan retrieved his healing pills, swallowed them directly, and began circulating his technique to refine the medicine and restore his body. Pill after pill was consumed and absorbed, and within a short span his wounds rapidly healed. The Heavenly Court's High Command had yet to assign new patrols or duties, and Chen Fan was content to enjoy his hard-won peace. In the days that followed, besides consuming pills and secluding himself for intensive cultivation, Chen Fan devoted all his remaining time to comprehending radiant golden light, a supreme evasion technique. Without the swift dodging and life-saving bursts of radiant golden light during that great battle, he would never have survived to see this day. Countless heavenly soldiers guarded the South Heavenly Gate, including commanders at the late True Immortal stage. Yet in the end, only he and Feipeng Tianjiang remained alive. Time flowed on, decades passing like a fleeting finger snap. After years of arduous cultivation, Chen Fan's realm had advanced dramatically. He had smoothly broken through from the late stage of earthly immortal and stabilized at the peak of early stage heaven immortal. His comprehension of radiant golden light had also reached considerable depth. At full exertion, he could span 7,000 or 8,000 li in a single instant, a speed far surpassing that of his peers, even exceeding that of ordinary early golden immortals. His only shortcoming was his insufficient cultivation realm, which limited the duration he could sustain the technique. Chen Fan was about to press onward and continue his seclusion, hoping to break through to the mid-stage of Heaven Immortal, when a transmission jade talisman suddenly came soaring through the air outside his cave. Chen Fan's brows rose slightly. He reached out, captured the transmission talisman, and activated it with his spiritual power. A familiar voice immediately echoed forth. It was Feipeng Tianjiang. Chen Fan, come to the Heavenly Commander's Temple as soon as you emerge from seclusion. Chen Fan pondered silently, but dared not delay. After a hasty arrangement, he rose and set off straight for the Heavenly Commander's Temple. Upon reaching the temple entrance, he looked up to see several figures seated within, radiating profound and formidable auras that pressed upon all sides. Chen Fan paused for a moment, then stepped into the hall. All present turned their gaze toward him, their eyes fixed upon Chen Fan, each carrying an unmistakable curiosity. A mere ordinary heavenly soldier, who could survive Xuantian's onslaught, let alone transcend his realm, to slay a Wu clan earthly Wu whose strength surpassed the peak of earthly immortal. It was truly astonishing. Only Xuantian Xiannu, seated at the head, remained completely composed, showing not a hint of surprise. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Chen Fan steeled his mind, stepped forward, and bowed deeply. This humble soldier, Chen Fan, salutes your excellencies. Feipeng Tianjiang spoke with a smile, his tone amiable. There is no ill intent in summoning you here. Do not be so formal. Please take a seat. He extended his hand, indicating an empty seat at the lowest tier of the hall. Chen Fan clasped his fist in gratitude and sat as directed, though unease still gnawed at him, making him feel as though seated upon pins and needles. At that moment, Xuantian Xiannu spoke directly from the head seat, getting straight to the point. Your technique is extraordinarily remarkable. Might I ask if you have a distinguished master? Chen Fan understood immediately. So this was the question. He had anticipated it before coming and prepared his response in advance. He rose promptly and replied with composure. Venerable goddess possesses keen discernment. This humble one does indeed have a master. However, my master issued a strict decree forbidding me from revealing his identity to others. I beg your indulgence. Xuantian Xiannu's eyes flickered slightly. She gave Chen Fan a lingering look, then smiled faintly. It is of no consequence. I had originally intended to befriend your master. Since he has given such instructions, he must certainly be a reclusive master of the highest caliber. I would not press the matter further or intrude recklessly. Chen Fan instantly grasped her intention. She wished to court his backdrop, the fictional master he had casually invented. With the Heavenly Court's military strength severely depleted after the Great War, and as a trusted confidant of Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian Xin Nu naturally sought to recruit talented individuals everywhere to expand the court's influence. Chen Fan's mind was clear and perceptive. He immediately clasped his fist and responded, "I am grateful for your understanding, venerable goddess. I shall faithfully convey your words to my master." "Then, that is well," Xuantian Nu nodded in satisfaction before shifting the subject. "Given your talent and ability, remaining as an ordinary heavenly soldier at the South Heavenly Gate is a profound waste. Would you be willing to join my Nu palace and serve under my command? With your aptitude, dedicated cultivation will surely lead to great achievements." Chen Fan had no intention of accepting. His cultivation was still weak, and he harbored many secrets. Remaining for long at the side of a power half-step beyond the quasi-saint stage like Xuantian Nu would inevitably expose his vulnerabilities. Yet he could not refuse outright such open promotion and favor. If he declined in public, it would appear ungrateful and invite suspicion, which would be wholly imprudent. Chen Fan could only pretend to be torn, casting a concerned glance toward Feipeng Tianjiang beside him. Feipeng Tianjiang saw through his thoughts at a glance, and spoke with a smile to relieve the tension. "You need not hesitate. I have already discussed this with Lady Xin Nu. A rare talent such as yourself ought to ascend to a higher station and obtain a better platform for cultivation." With matters stated so plainly, Chen Fan had no grounds for further refusal. He immediately bowed and clasped his fist, responding respectfully, "This humble one is willing. I shall serve under venerable goddess Xin Nu and await your orders." Xuantian Nu gave a slight nod, then gently tapped the void with her jade-like fingers. An ancient token and a storage leather pouch materialized out of thin air, falling before Chen Fan. "From this day forward, you are a personal guard of my Nu palace. Keep this guard token safe. The pouch contains cultivation resources, a welcome gift from me upon your entry." Chen Fan hastily reached out to accept the token and pouch, bowing deeply once more to express his gratitude. Within, he secretly rejoiced. The storage pouch was quite substantial. To be rewarded so generously merely upon joining this powerful figure's retinue. The promotion had been granted, the rewards bestowed. Naturally, there was nothing left for Chen Fan to do here. He simply needed to report to Xuantian Nu's quarters and await his orders. At the fringes of primordial chaos in the Zixiao Palace, Honghuang, seated cross-legged upon a cattail mat, slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze lay a faint, inexplicable meaning. "A variable in the primordial world. I hope it will not affect my plans," he murmured to himself. He gave a gentle wave, and a divine writ covered with heavenly Tao runes appeared out of thin air, then split into several streams of light that flew at tremendous speed toward the sage dojos across the primordial world. Mount Shouyang Buying Palace. Taiching Laozi was refining a furnace of 9-turn golden pills when a streak of light suddenly ignored the mountain protection restrictions he had laid down and shot straight into the purple mansion of Xuandu, where he sat. The streak turned into a divine writ, and Tao ancestor Hongjuan's indifferent voice sounded in his ear, "Come to Zixiao Palace at once for counsel." At the same time, the same voice of Hongjuan resounded in Yushu Palace, Bo Palace, Mount Shumi, and Nua's Honghuang Palace, summoning them all to Zixiao Palace for discussion. The sages naturally dared not linger. They set aside their pressing matters and hastened to Zixiao Palace with divine powers. With their cultivation, they arrived outside the palace in the span of a few breaths. "All of you may come in." The moment the words fell, the great gate of Zixiao Palace slowly opened. The sages acknowledged in unison and walked into the hall. Inside, 10,000 beams of golden light, blazed Tao resonance, swirled through the air, auspicious vapors gathered into lotus thrones, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. The sages took their seats upon the 6 cattail mats, quietly awaiting the decree of Tao ancestor Hongjuan. On the high dais, patriarch Hongjuan appeared. He wore a plain Taoist robe and had lean, austere features. As his eyes opened and closed, 3,000 great Taos seemed to shine forth. Heavenly Tao principles revolved around him, and an invisible pressure enveloped all the sages. The sages bowed together and said, "We pay our respects to our master." Hongjuan raised his hand, and with his usual indifference said, "Rise. I summoned you today for one matter alone. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is approaching, and the investiture tribulation has already manifest. You must together settle the order of the heavenly Tao and bring an end to karmic entanglements." The sages sat down, their expressions grave. Nua was the first to ask, "Master, barely a few tens of thousands of years have passed since the shaman demon tribulation, and the primordial world has only just calmed. Why does a slaughter tribulation rise again?" The other sages shared the same doubt, and all turned toward Hongjuan. Hongjuan looked at the assembled disciples below and said calmly, "After the shaman demon tribulation ended, heaven and earth accumulated a vast seething karma of slaughter bound by endless cause and effect. A great tribulation is needed to wash it all away and dissolve the noxious aura of calamity. Moreover, the disciples under your commands do not honor the heavenly laws, treating them as if they did not exist. Their fates are marked by slaughter, so they must descend into the mortal world and undergo a slaughter tribulation of their own." Before the sages could speak, Hongjuan's voice rang out again. "This tribulation is called the investiture of the gods. Its purpose is to end tribulation with tribulation and slaughter with slaughter, to take the true spirits of the fallen and fill the divine posts of the heavenly court, to dissolve karma, reshape the order of the three realms, and steady the foundations of the heavenly Tao. With that, Honghuang turned over his palm, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky. A scroll slowly floated in midair, its inscription blazing with golden light, and faintly revealing the register of 365 divine positions. This was the heavenly writ among the three books of heaven, earth, and man. The investiture list, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Alongside it appeared a whip named the God-chastising whip. Its body was wrapped in heavenly Tao precepts, and it struck only those whose names were on the investiture list. The sages exchanged looks. Having cultivated to the sage realm, they naturally understood Tao ancestor Honghuang's meaning. Put plainly, their disciples were bound by the slaughter tribulation and would have to undergo trials in the mortal world. If they fell, their true spirits would serve the boy Hao-Yin. Xuantian Demon-Slaying frowned slightly. His 12 golden immortals all had profound magical power. If they entered the heavens as gods, they would be shackled by divine rank and cut off from the path of further advancement. He hurriedly asked, "May I ask, Master, what level of cultivation is required to enter this tribulation?" Honghuang sat on the high dais and said indifferently, "All below the sage realm must enter it. Those with deep roots and accumulated merits may step onto the immortal path and continue their cultivation. Those with somewhat lesser roots but profound magical power will have their true spirits enter the investiture list and be infected as orthodox gods holding divine office and serving the heavenly court. Those with shallow roots, heavy sins, and neither merit nor virtue will have their souls cast into reincarnation, suffer the bitterness of countless rebirths, and be born anew to cultivate once more." Hearing this, Xuantian Demon-Slaying's face changed. If everyone below the sage realm had to enter the tribulation, did that not mean his 12 golden immortals would all have to walk through the mortal world? It seems I will have to plan this carefully, he thought to himself. Honghuang's gaze swept once more over the 6 sages below. His tone was majestic, carrying the vast pressure of the heavenly Tao. "All disciples under your command who are bound by this tribulation must descend the mountain to undergo it. Some to assist an enlightened lord, some to settle karmic debts, some to face the slaughter tribulation directly. Those who die answering the tribulation will be listed and infected as gods. Those who survive the tribulation will advance in their cultivation, and the great Tao will be within reach." The 6 sages bowed together and answered in one voice, "Your disciples reverently obey your decree." Honghuang nodded slightly, gradually withdrawing the pressure of the heavenly Tao. His voice returned to calm, "Conduct yourselves well. Amid this tribulation, each must accept his ordained fate. Do not act against heaven. Otherwise heaven will show no mercy, and do not blame your teacher for sparing none." Before the words faded, Honghuang's figure turned into a wisp of clear qi and vanished into the void of Zixiao Palace. Only the investiture list and the God-chastising whip remained floating in the hall, awaiting the sages' deliberation and the opening of an investiture tribulation that would sweep the 3 realms and stain the primordial world with blood. As the senior disciple of the Tao school, Taiching Laozi spoke first. "I have only Xuandu as my disciple," he said calmly. "He must inherit my mantle, so naturally he cannot be listed. Yet the master's decree cannot be ignored." With that, he struck his forehead, and at once a figure appeared. His good incarnation, Taiching Laozi. Taiching Laozi clasped his hands and said, "I must trouble you fellow Taoists to go to the heavenly court and offset Xuandu's slaughter tribulation." The good incarnation Taiching Laozi nodded, flickered, and departed for the heavenly court. Xuantian Demon-Slaying, however, cited the depth of his disciples' roots and their status as enlightened golden immortals and refused to have them listed and infected as gods. Xuantian Jiaozhu saw his second brother behaving so, and fury rose to his face. "Second brother, what a scheme. My GS sect teaches all beings without discrimination, and 10,000 immortals come to pay court. Though my disciples are many, every one of them was taught by my own hand. How can I allow them to be listed at random and sent to death?" Goddess Nuwa had not established a sect and had no disciples, so she said nothing. Jane and Xuanti exchanged a glance, and Xuanti spoke, "Our western sect dwells far away in the western lands, and its disciples are few already. Naturally, we cannot be listed for enfeoffment." The 5 sages each held stubbornly to their own view, unable to reach an agreement, and the atmosphere within Zixiao Palace grew ever heavier. Seeing the deadlock, Xuantian Demon-Slaying swept his gaze over Tantian and said in a deep voice, "Third brother, such quarreling is pointless. Our master has said that the investiture is divided into 3 ranks. Those with deep roots become immortals, those with slightly shallower roots become gods, and those with shallow roots sink into reincarnation. Your GS sect disciples are a mixed lot. Many have shallow roots, are stubborn and unruly, and have violated the heavenly laws. They are precisely those who should answer the tribulation and ascend the list. Where is the injustice?" Tantian Jiaozhu changed color in fury. "Xuantian, do not push others too far. Whether GS sect disciples have deep or shallow roots is for the heavenly Tao to judge. How can one word from you decide life and death?" Seeing this, Taiching Laozi rose to mediate. "Second brother, third brother, do not harm our bond. We must place the greater good above all. Let us, as the master said, set down the rule of answering the tribulation and ascending the list. Whoever is stained by mortal slaughter karma and dies with his body destroyed, and his Tao extinguished, shall have his true spirit pass into the investiture list on its own. Those who close their gates cultivate in seclusion and avoid the tribulation may preserve their immortal path without peril. In this way the number listed from each sect will depend entirely on the disciple's own karma, not on human coercion. What do you all think? At these words, all the sages fell silent. Taiching Laozi's proposal appeared fair, but in truth it favored Yuan Shitianzuan, for the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were already marked by the slaughter tribulation and had to descend the mountain to undergo it. The Jia sect disciples by contrast were fierce and fond of combat, so large numbers of them would inevitably be dragged into the slaughter tribulation, and they would surely account for the most names on the list. Tongtian Jiaozhu understood well, but could do nothing. This was the great current of the heavenly Tao and the decree of Hongjun. He had no strength to resist. He could only clench his teeth and nod. Then I shall follow what our eldest brother has said. Jane Junti and Nuwa also nodded in agreement. This rule is fair. We have no objections. In the 9 heavens at the Xuannu Palace. Ever since he was singled out by the 9 heavens goddess Xuannu, Chen Fan had leapt from an insignificant celestial soldier guarding the southern heaven gate to a personal guard of the Xuannu Palace. For a supreme being like the 9 heavens goddess Xuannu, a single session of secluded cultivation often lasted thousands or even 10,000 years. Unless there were special circumstances, she rarely left the Xuannu Palace. Therefore, as a personal guard aside from taking turns on duty at the Xuannu Palace, he could devote all his remaining time to cultivation. Moreover, he was allowed to reside and cultivate in the side halls of the Xuannu Palace where the immortal spirit energy was exceedingly dense. Even his stipend was more than double what he had received guarding the southern heaven gate. Presumably to cultivate favorable relations with Chen Fan's mysterious master, the 9 heavens goddess had shown him considerable favor. Not only had she granted him many cultivation resources from the very start, but she had also specially exempted him from guard duty for the next 200 years, allowing him to focus entirely on cultivation. Chen Fan was naturally overjoyed. Even if claiming to have a master was a lie, a hermit worthy of the name would not wish to show his face in the world. Who could possibly know that he had no master after all? Without a master, where would he have obtained a peerless cultivation art? Where would he have acquired a supreme escape art? So Chen Fan was not worried about being exposed at all. As long as he provided enough value, that was all that mattered. The heavenly court was in urgent need of talents, and the greater the talent he displayed, the more likely he was to be entrusted with an important role. Setting aside distractions, Chen Fan began to ingest medicinal pills and refine them for cultivation. It was not until 30 years later that the check-in system's chimes sounded again. Ding. Host detected in the Xuannu Palace of the 9 heavens. A check-in is available. Check-in immediately. Check-in. Every time a check-in opportunity arrived, Chen Fan felt a thrill of excitement, like a gambler opening a blind box. Only the boxes he opened always contained something wonderful. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained a drop of primordial innate source. You may open the system panel to claim the reward. Open. He did not hesitate for a moment and directly chose to open it. On the panel, a drop of pale blue liquid floated silently, with detailed information displayed beneath it. Primordial innate source, 1 drop. Effect: it can directly elevate a person's innate aptitude. For instance, an acquired human who takes it may return directly to the innate state. An innate human who consumes it can directly advance to an innate sacred divine foundation. After reading its effect, Chen Fan was utterly stunned. He had only heard of treasures that could reverse things back to their innate state, but never of a human being able to return to the innate state. Once the initial shock passed, only delight remained. This drop of primordial innate source was even more precious than all the treasures he had obtained through previous check-ins. Chen Fan was only an acquired human with mediocre innate aptitude for cultivation. Even cultivating a supreme art could not make up for the gap between him and those geniuses. But now, aided by this drop of primordial innate source, he could achieve the body of an innate human. Supplemented by the grand celestial immortal art, his cultivation would surely advance by 1,000 li a day. System claim. I want to claim the reward. Chen Fan had meant to calm his surging excitement, but he could not help being impatient. Ding. Reward claimed successfully. The primordial innate source has been delivered. Please verify, host. Chen Fan looked at the drop of pale blue liquid suspended over his palm, examined it briefly, then swallowed it without any hesitation. In an instant he felt as though he were being reborn. Both his divine soul and immortal body were undergoing evolutionary transformation. It took roughly the time of 1 incense stick for the transformation to complete. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel that the immortal spirit energy around him had grown more vibrant, and he seemed to have been suddenly enlightened. Even the cultivation arts and divine powers that had once been difficult to master, even with annotations, now resolved themselves effortlessly. So this is the terrifying talent unique to the innate humans. It was truly extraordinary. Chen Fan's eyes were full of joy. Now he too was a member of the innate human race. Let me first test the grand celestial immortal art and see how much faster it is. As he activated the art, immortal spirit energy from all around surged into his body, and his cultivation speed was not even slower than when he swallowed pills. If he took a pill and then activated the art, his speed would be several times faster still. Ha! The great Tao is attainable, truly attainable. Chen Fan was overjoyed, his eyes filled with aspirations. At present he was already in the mid-heavenly immortal stage. The goddess Xuannu had granted him a 200-year leave, and more than 100 years still remained. Barring accidents, reaching true immortal was within sight. Chen Fan was like a devoted ascetic, cultivating day after day inside his cave dwelling, elevating his cultivation and comprehending the divine escape art of earth-traveling golden light. Ever since the 6 saints of the primordial world finished discussing the matter of the investiture of deities at the Purple Firmament Palace, they had each ridden auspicious clouds and immortal light departing for their respective abodes. Along the way, each saint harbored his own thoughts, and their expressions told different stories. An investiture tribulation that would sweep across the primordial world was about to begin. The Grand Pure Laozi returned to the 8 Scenery Palace, summoned his disciple Xian Du, and instructed him calmly. The great catastrophe of the investiture has arrived. Tribulation miasma pervades the world and karma entangles all. You shall only train in seclusion at the 8 Scenery Palace. Do not take half a step beyond Mount Shouyang, nor enter the mortal red dust, and incur even the slightest tribulation karma. Having given the order, Lord Laozi retired into secluded cultivation, secretly refining the supreme divine power, one chi transforming into the 3 purities in preparation for breaking the immortal slaying formation. After the Jade Pure Yuanshi Tianzuan returned to the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun, he immediately struck the golden bell of the Jade Void and summoned the 12 golden immortals to assemble before the hall. With a grave expression, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at his disciples with majestic authority. Now the great tribulation is upon us. Just now the other 5 saints and I went to the Purple Firmament Palace to deliberate and finalize the list of the enshrined deities. Because the heavenly court is lacking in divine posts, all immortals of the 3 realms must be inscribed on the list to fill the vacancies. You are the core foundation of my Chan sect, and naturally cannot be placed on the list. But if you wish to escape this death tribulation, you may go down the mountain and take disciples to undergo the tribulation on your behalf. The 12 golden immortals naturally understood the gravity of this. They nodded and assented one after another, then dispersed to seek fated disciples who would answer the tribulation in their master's stead. The Supreme Pure Tongtian Jiaozhu returned to the Bo Palace at Jinao Island, burning with indignation. He immediately summoned all the Jia sect immortals at Bo Palace and issued a stern order. From now on, all of you shall return to your own grottos, seal your gates, recite the yellow court scripture in silence, and cultivate with all your hearts. Never come down the mountain without permission, never tread into the chaotic mortal world, not even half a step. Having said his piece, Tongtian did not leave his seclusion, refining the 4 immortal slaying swords and the diagram of the immortal slaying formation by day and night. In his heart he had long made up his mind, if the other saints pushed step by step and went too far in their arrogance, he would set up the great immortal slaying formation and at any cost engage them head-on to protect the 10,000 immortals of his Jia sect. Nuwa meanwhile resided in the palace of Nuwa and refused to hear anything about the tribulation, nor did she participate in the machinations and calculations among the saints. Above Mount Sumeru in the west, the 2 saints Jane and Xuanti returned together. Xuanti's gaze was deep and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Brother, the great investiture tribulation has fully commenced. This is the rare 1,000-year opportunity for the Western sect to flourish." Jane nodded faintly. His face wore a compassionate expression, yet hidden in his gaze were all manner of calculations. "The 2 of us can secretly ally with the Grand Pure and the Jade Pure. When the time comes to break the immortal slaying formation, we will lend our aid. In exchange, we will obtain permission to take advantage of this great catastrophe to deliver and convert the fated cultivators of the East, bringing them into our Western fold, strengthening the fortune of the Western sect, and greatly glorifying our Western Buddhism." The 2 quickly came to an agreement. They began to descend to the mortal world, frequently saving and converting extraordinary recluses and deviant practitioners wherever they went. Through the chaos of the investiture, the Western sect was able to take root in the East and prosper throughout the primordial world. The immortal entered closed-door meditation to comprehend the Tao, heeding neither the passage of sun and moon nor the measure of years. In the snap of a finger, the vast river of time slipped away in an instant. Chen Fan slowly exhaled a murky breath. Opening his eyes, he sensed the immense change in his cultivation, and a surge of delight welled up within him. He had assumed that successfully breaking through to the early true immortal stage during this retreat would already be quite remarkable. To his utter astonishment, he had advanced with such unstoppable momentum that he directly reached the late true immortal stage. Only now did he realize that he had ultimately underestimated the terror of the innate human Tao body. Before he had transformed from the acquired state into the innate human race, every single realm had presented him with bottlenecks and shackles, greatly slowing his cultivation progress. But after attaining the innate Tao body, the speed at which he refined and absorbed the celestial spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged severalfold, and his breakthroughs no longer met even the slightest obstruction. The formerly solid realm barriers were now as thin as window paper, easily pierced with a casual flick, making his path of cultivation flow smoothly without resistance. It seems that only when I step into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal or Duo Golden Immortal will I encounter another bottleneck in cultivation. Chen Fan murmured softly. In the primeval world of Honghuang, the strong preyed on the weak and dangers lurked everywhere. Naturally, one's own strength should be as great as possible. Just then a crisp system notification tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a major shift in the overall momentum of the Honghuang world. The investiture tribulation is about to sweep across Honghuang. The system has triggered an automatic upgrade. Upgrade loading 110. 100. Ding! System upgrade complete. New features have been officially unlocked. What? A tribulation is descending. Chen Fan's expression drastically changed, his heart suddenly jolting. Although he had never personally experienced a tribulation, he had some knowledge of the various major tribulations that had occurred in Honghuang since ancient times. Since Pangu split the heavens and earth apart, the Honghuang world had successively undergone several earth-shattering boundless calamities. When the Honghuang first opened, the ferocious beast tribulation emerged. Countless savage beasts rampaged across the land, led by the beast emperor Chen Fan, who commanded the hordes and brought chaos to the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Thereafter, the Dragon Han primordial tribulation erupted. The Dragon Phoenix and Qilin races waged war against one another, vying for the orthodox mandate of heaven and the vast fortunes of destiny. Then came the ancient Wu Yao tribulation. Di Jun and Tai Yi ruled over the demon heavenly court, while the 12 Wu clans dominated the vast Honghuang earth. The two races waged a titanic war, leaving corpses scattered across the plains until the heavens and earth collapsed. Whenever a great tribulation descended, the heavenly Tao was inevitably reshuffled, and the flames of war would spread throughout the entire Honghuang, plunging all living beings into misery. Now that the investiture tribulation was about to arrive, with his current insignificant cultivation, if he were to be swept into the tribulation, his body and Tao would be destroyed in an instant, turning him to ashes. Chen Fan suppressed the fear in his heart and came back to his senses, recalling that the system had just finished its upgrade. He hurriedly asked in his mind, "System, what new features have been unlocked after the upgrade?" Ding! The system's upgraded welfare package has been activated. The host can accept tasks assigned by the system, and upon completion receive correspondingly generous rewards. Moreover, the check-in cycle has been reduced to once every 10 years. At the same location, you may repeat the check-in indefinitely. Chen Fan was stunned at first, then ecstatic beyond measure. He had been in seclusion for a full 200 years, having only checked in once in the middle of it. Now that the check-in cycle was one every 10 years, he could check in as many as 10 times in that very place. Ding! Detected that the host is at the Xuantian Palace in the 9th heaven and can check in 10 times. Would you like to perform all check-ins immediately? Do all of them. Chen Fan answered without hesitation. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward 100 years of cultivation. You may go to the system panel to claim it. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward 100 years of cultivation. You may go to the system panel to claim it. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward 100 years of cultivation. You may go to the system panel to claim it. 9 consecutive notification tones rang out, and every reward was 100 years of cultivation. Chen Fan looked at the cultivation rewards from the check-ins and felt a hint of helplessness. Why are they all 100 years of cultivation? This reward is really too ordinary. The system did not respond, and the 10th check-in notification soon followed. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward a mysterious ancient scroll. You may go to the system panel to claim it. The first 9 had all been cultivation boosts, but the last one gave only a single scroll. Most of the joy on Chen Fan's face faded. He had originally thought that multiple consecutive check-ins might yield peerless spiritual treasures or supreme divine powers, yet the harvest turned out to be mediocre. He shook his head, realizing he had been somewhat greedy. Better to have a reward than nothing at all, and after all, the check-in cycle had been greatly shortened. With steady accumulation in the days ahead, he would eventually unearth heaven-defying opportunities. Open the system panel and claim all check-in rewards. As his words fell, a vast majestic surge of pure immortal power instantly flooded every limb, meridian, and soul of Chen Fan's body. His cultivation soared upward, breaking through every barrier with unstoppable force, and finally stabilized at the early golden immortal stage before gradually coming to rest. Who? Chen Fan clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power churning within him. His aura was deep and overwhelming. Compared to his previous late true immortal cultivation, his strength had surged by more than tenfold. In just a few hundred years, he had cultivated from a mere ghost, directly leaping over several great realms, and attained the position of golden immortal. This check-in system was truly terrifying beyond measure. After a round of reflection, Chen Fan's gaze fell on the ancient time-worn scroll floating quietly before him, and intense curiosity welled up in his heart. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the scroll dropped steadily into his hand. Looking at it, he saw 4 bold, eye-catching characters written on the yellowed cover: The Investiture Ancient Scroll. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was completely stunned on the spot. His fingers gently traced the pages while inside his heart, towering waves surged. This was by no means an ordinary scroll. It was clearly a supreme treasure that recorded in complete detail all the causes and effects of the entire investiture tribulation, the schemes of the saints, the falls of immortals and gods, the conflicts between the Jie sect and the Chen sect, and the ultimate fates of every deity. With this scroll, he was able to foresee in advance every cause and effect of the investiture tribulation, who would turn misfortune into blessing, who would die in the tribulation, who harbored hidden schemes. Everything was thoroughly clear in his mind. Others were all trapped in the mist of tribulation, struggling desperately to survive, and with a single misstep their bodies would die, and their Tao would dissipate. But with the complete investiture scroll in hand, he could entirely avoid all life and death tribulations, evade every deadly causal link, and safely develop along with the great trend, calmly watching the shifting storms of the three realms and the saints' maneuvers against one another. What a treasure! It is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Chen Fan clutched the ancient scroll tightly, blazing light bursting from his eyes, his heart brimming with ecstatic joy. Compared with those 100 years of cultivation, this investiture ancient scroll was among the 10 check-ins the most priceless and heaven-defying treasure. As long as he held this scroll, the great investiture tribulation that swept across the three realms and buried countless immortals and gods would no longer be a fatal calamity for him, but instead a colossal opportunity. Chen Fan waved his hand and stowed the investiture ancient scroll into his system panel for safekeeping. Then he suppressed his aura, rose slowly, and paced toward the main hall of the Xuantian Palace. As a personal guard under the ninth heaven, profound maiden, he should abide by his duty, stand guard in the main hall, patrol the palace grounds, and fulfill his role as a guardian. Chen Fan stepped into the main hall of Xuantian Palace, completed the handover with the other personal guards on duty, and began his routine patrol within the hall according to custom. At that moment, in the secret chamber of the main hall, Xuantian Xuannu, who had been sitting quietly with eyes closed in cultivation, suddenly opened her enchanting eyes, and a flicker of incredulity surfaced on her peerlessly beautiful face. With her half-step quasi-saint cultivation, she naturally saw through in a single glance the earth-shaking changes that had taken place in Chen Fan. This youngster has indeed been blessed with extraordinary fortune. Xuantian Xuannu murmured softly, her heart filled with astonishment. What was originally no more than an ordinary acquired human body has now become an innate human Tao body, and his cultivation has advanced at such a meteoric pace that within a short span of time, he has already broken through to the early golden immortal stage. For an acquired human to reverse his very foundation and turn himself into an innate human was a feat of such heaven-defying difficulty that it defied imagination. Even her master, the Queen Mother of the West, might not be able to perform such a transformative marvel of rebirth. Back then, she had exceptionally promoted Chen Fan from an insignificant heavenly soldier at the southern heavenly gate to a personal guard in Xuantian Palace. One reason was that she had discerned the extraordinary nature of the cultivation method he practiced and taken a liking to his talent. The other was that she wished to use this to befriend the mysterious and unfathomable master behind him. But she had never imagined that Chen Fan's natural talent and bone structure would now be astonishing enough to leave her this impressed. The human race had always been the favored child of heaven and earth, and innate humans were even more uniquely privileged, their Tao path open and unimpeded. As long as one did not perish midway, achieving the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal would hardly be a difficult matter. If his opportunities and fortune were sufficient, reaching the position of quasi-saint in the future was not mere empty talk. Xuantian Xuannu gave it some thought, and quickly came to a decision. With Chen Fan's current early golden immortal cultivation combined with the formidable talent of an innate human, the lowly post of a personal guard is indeed a severe underuse of his abilities. Then I shall directly promote him to captain of the personal guards of Xuantian Palace, placing him in charge of all guard shifts and patrols within the palace. After a proper test of his loyalty, I will personally memorialize the Xuantian heavenly god and further promote him to a more important position. Xuantian Xuannu's form flickered, and in an instant, she left the secret chamber, appearing in the main hall to take her seat upon the throne. She then ordered the palace maids at her side to summon Chen Fan, who was patrolling the hall. Chen Fan received the summons and dared not dally. Following the maidservant, he hurried into the main hall. He bowed with clasped hands and saluted respectfully. Your subordinate Chen Fan pays his respects to Lady Xuannu. At ease. Have a seat and we can talk. Xuantian Xuannu pointed to a seat nearby, her tone calm and even. Chen Fan sat down as bidden, though his heart was secretly uneasy. He carried within him many secrets, including the sign-in system and the innate human Tao body. The mysterious maiden before him was a great power at the half-step quasi-saint level. If she had any intention of making things difficult for him, he would have no means of resistance whatsoever. Chen Fan appeared composed on the surface, but inside, he was far from calm. Then Xuantian Xuannu, seated in the main position, spoke slowly and directly. I see that your foundation has already undergone a transformation. Your talent is outstanding and your cultivation speed is far beyond the ordinary. You have reached the early golden immortal stage in barely any time. Would you be willing to assume the post of captain of the personal guards of Xuantian Palace? Chen Fan was stunned on the spot, utterly taken aback. To be exceptionally elevated to a crucial position out of nowhere, he instinctively grew wary and secretly wondered if some ulterior motive lay behind it. But then he reconsidered with Xuantian Xuanu's noble status and cultivation that reached the heavens. If she truly wanted to harm him, she would not need to go to such trouble. She could erase him with a flick of her hand. Once he understood the reasoning, Chen Fan no longer hesitated. He rose at once, cupped his hands solemnly, and answered loudly, "Thank you, Lady Xuanu, for your appreciation and kindness. I am willing to accept the position of captain of the personal guards. From now on I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties and not let you down." Seeing Chen Fan pledge his loyalty, Xuantian Xuanu gave a slight, not a hint of satisfaction rising in her eyes. After a brief pondering, she lightly touched the void with her jade-like finger. In an instant, a long spear accompanied by a dragon's roar materialized out of thin air before Chen Fan. Xuantian Xuanu's tone was calm as she slowly said, "This treasure is called the Coiling Dragon Spear. In the lower realm, I once slew a malevolent dragon that had stirred up wind and waves. I forged this spear using its dragon soul and dragon bone along with 9 heavens' mysterious iron. It is a mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Today I bestow it upon you. I hope you will use it well and serve the heavenly court." Seeing this, Chen Fan could not help being deeply moved. A mid-grade acquired spiritual treasure was priceless, and Xuantian Xuanu had given it to him with such casual generosity, he could hardly remain unmoved. Yet he was also well aware that one should not accept rewards without having rendered any service. He had just assumed the post of captain of the personal guards without having achieved the slightest merit. To accept such a precious treasure rashly would only incur an unnecessary debt of favor and karmic entanglement. The great tribulation of the investiture of the gods was approaching, and karmic entanglements were extremely dangerous. One absolutely could not take them lightly. Besides, thanks to the sign-in system, he already had a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Mystic Heaven Demon-Slaying Sword, in his possession. He was hardly lacking a suitable weapon for slaughter. With this thought, Chen Fan immediately bowed with cupped fists and said sincerely, "I am deeply grateful for your ladyship's great favor. But since I have not yet rendered even a single merit, I truly dare not accept such a generous reward. Let me first earn some merit, and then I may accept your bounty with peace of mind." Hearing this, Xuantian Xuanu slightly furrowed her elegant brows and said with a trace of displeasure, "Since I have seen fit to give this to you, simply accept it. You now hold the post of captain of the personal guards. If you do not even have a decent magic weapon at your disposal, word of it will spread and bring shame upon Xuanu Palace." Hearing these words, Chen Fan knew that her mind was made up and further refusal would only appear affected. He did not decline again. Stepping forward with solemnity, he accepted the Coiling Dragon Spear, cupped his hands in a respectful salute, and said, "I understand. Then I will accept your ladyship's reward, though I fear I am unworthy of it." "Thank you, Lady Xuanu." In the future, when Xuantian Xuanu encountered a great calamity, Chen Fan would resolutely step in and save her from danger, thereby repaying this karmic debt. Of course, that is a matter for later. Seeing Chen Fan accept the Coiling Dragon Spear with a demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, Xuantian Xuanu nodded in satisfaction. Coiling Dragon Spear in hand, Chen Fan saluted Xuantian Xuanu and said, "If you have no other instructions, your subordinate will take his leave." Although Xuantian Xuanu had granted him an exceptional promotion and bestowed a spiritual treasure on him, treating him with unusual magnanimity, she was in the end a supreme power at the half-step quasi-saint level. Staying too long by the side of one so exalted inevitably made one feel ill at ease, and Chen Fan had no wish to linger. Taking his leave at once was the safest choice. Xuantian Xuanu nodded slightly, then took out a dark jade token and handed it to Chen Fan. "This is the captain's token of the personal guards of Xuanu Palace. Should any special circumstances arise, you may use it to contact me." With that, her form flickered, and she vanished directly from the great hall. Chen Fan took the token. It felt warm, smooth, and weighty in his hand. The token bore Xuanu Palace's exclusive pattern's immortal light flowing over it in a highly distinctive manner. He put away the Coiling Dragon Spear, and the captain's token bowed toward the empty great hall, then turned and stepped out of the main hall of Xuanu Palace. Once outside, Chen Fan let out a long breath, his tense heart finally settling down completely. Having faced a half-step quasi-saint powerhouse alone, he had remained cautious throughout. Even though Xuantian Xuanu had been gracious, he had never dared to let his guard down in the slightest. Chen Fan lowered his gaze to the commander's token in his hand, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. With this token, he could rightfully command every personal guard under Xuanu Palace and come and go freely from the heavenly court. This would make things far more convenient from now on. But just as he turned to leave, a towering, imposing figure abruptly materialized before him, clad in heavy battle armor, directly blocking his path. The newcomer was none other than Ming Zhan, the deputy commander of Xuanu Palace. Chen Fan frowned slightly and said with a cold tone, "Deputy Commander Ming Zhan, why are you blocking my way?" Ming Zhan had been the most senior deputy commander of Xuanu Palace. For the tens of thousands of years that the commander position had been vacant, he had believed that it would sooner or later fall to him. Yet Xuantian Xuanu had broken convention and promoted Chen Fan, who had only recently arrived, casually handing the commander's position to him. How could Ming Zhan be willing to accept that? And so came the confrontation that blocked his path. Ming Zhan's expression was dark and grim, his gaze icy, and he spoke slowly. "I have heard that Commander Chen is exceptionally gifted. that you rose from an ordinary mortal to the golden immortal Tao fruit in just a few hundred years. Truly such a feat is rarely seen in the world. I Mingzhan have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and feel great admiration for you. Today I would like to ask you fellow Taoist for a few pointers. Commander Chen, would you be willing to enlighten me? His plan was meticulously calculated. He would make a public move to crush Chen Fan, ruthlessly defeat him, strip the newly appointed commander of all face, and completely destroy his prestige. Confidence brimming in his heart, Mingzhan believed victory was already in his grasp. Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he was a mid-stage golden immortal with profound reserves of experience. All his divine abilities and cultivation arts had long reached perfection. Chen Fan, on the other hand, had cultivated for only a few hundred years. Even if his cultivation had reached the golden immortal realm, his foundational depth and practical combat experience were naturally far inferior. In his view, Chen Fan was nothing more than a junior who had relied on exceptional fortune to leap to the top in one step, utterly unworthy of mention. As long as he defeated Chen Fan today, he could publicly discredit Chen Fan's authority and reclaim the commander's seat. Chen Fan saw through his intentions at a glance and found them utterly contemptible. Mingzhan had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, yet had barely broken through to the mid-stage golden immortal realm. A truly lackluster achievement. With such cultivation speed and such a shallow foundation, how dare he brazenly provoke him? But then he reconsidered. He had been exceptionally promoted from an ordinary personal guard to the new commander, so his seniority in Xuantian Palace was still limited. If he avoided a fight today and did not dare to act to establish his authority, the personal guards in the palace would surely refuse to respect him. In the days to come, it would be difficult to win their obedience, and he would not be able to secure his position as commander. With that, Chen Fan quickly arrived at a decision. He lifted his eyes to Mingzhan and said calmly, "Since Deputy Commander Ming insists on sparring, I Chen will go a few rounds with you." The instant those words faded, a fierce light flashed in Mingzhan's eyes. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. In his judgment, Chen Fan was nothing more than a golden immortal swiftly pieced together by luck with a shallow and unstable foundation that simply did not correspond to any real combat power. Without another word, Mingzhan struck first. His mana erupted around him in a torrent. In his hand, a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure long saber flashed with chilling light, and carrying overwhelming might slashed straight down at Chen Fan's head. He had used full force from the very outset, leaving no mercy in his attack. His intention was clear: to defeat Chen Fan in a single blow and even hide a vicious killing intent. Seeing such a merciless strike, a trace of coldness flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. Since the other side was so vicious and ruthless, Chen Fan would not be blamed for showing no tenderness in return. Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword, come forth. The moment the words fell, a sword full of spiritual intelligence appeared in his hand. He activated the pure immense mana inside his body and poured it into the blade. A hum of sword energy rang out, and the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword erupted with boundless power as sharp sword aura swept in all directions. The Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword was originally a high-grade acquired spiritual treasure, far superior to the long saber in Mingzhan's hand. Chen Fan twisted his wrist, raised the sword in a horizontal defense, and met the descending saber light head-on. Clang! A thunderous collision of metal exploded through the air. Wild mana shockwaves surged outward, shaking the surrounding palaces violently, and instantly covering the ground with countless cracks several inches wide. Fortunately, Xuantian Palace itself was stabilized by its great guardian formation, so it was not demolished by the shockwave. Mingzhan only felt an overwhelming force shoot through the saber. The skin between his thumbs and forefingers split open, and his arms went numb with sharp pain. His body was thrown out of control, sending him staggering back dozens of steps before he slammed heavily into the palace wall and barely stopped. He raised his eyes to Chen Fan, utterly astonished. He had never imagined that his almost sneaky full-force slash would be blocked so effortlessly by Chen Fan. Worse, the latter remained composed, handling it with complete ease. Chen Fan stood in place like a mountain-long sword in hand, not moving an inch. He regarded the stunned Mingzhan with an even gaze and said with a faint trace of mockery, "Deputy Commander Ming, your strength is nothing more than this." At those words, Mingzhan's face turned extremely livid. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and by both seniority and cultivation had considered himself above Chen Fan. Now, having fallen into a disadvantage in their very first exchange, he had lost every shred of face. Mingzhan was both alarmed and enraged, and he no longer dared to show the slightest trace of contempt. He immediately burned his mana to its limits and bellowed heaven and earth Dharma form. In that instant, his body swelled violently, transforming into a 100-jong giant. The long saber in his hand grew proportionally as well, and his oppressive aura soared several-fold. With a terrifying surge of power, he hacked down at Chen Fan once more. Indeed, the reserves of an old established golden immortal who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years were not to be underestimated. Seeing that Mingzhan's attack had abruptly surged in both momentum and power, Chen Fan chose not to take it head-on. Yet he felt no fear in his heart. This heaven and earth Dharma form consumed mana at a tremendous rate. By enlarging his body, Mingzhan greatly increased his strength, but his speed was drastically reduced, exposing his flaws. Chen Fan employed the earth-spanning golden light to dodge nimbly and gracefully. At the same time, he wielded the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword, sending sweeping sword aura after sword aura at his enemy. Soon several wounds were cut into Ming Zhan's colossal body by sword aura and blood streamed down without stopping. This is where it ends. A cold light flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He pushed his mana to the limit and the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword flared with intense golden radiance. A striking golden light condensed at the sword tip transformed into a bolt of extremely swift golden brilliance and lashed directly toward Ming Zhan's neck. Ming Zhan's face changed drastically. Realizing the danger, he hurriedly raised his left arm in a desperate attempt to block. But how could a mere arm hope to withstand the full-powered strike of Chen Fan's Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword? With a crisp wet sound, Ming Zhan let out a harsh miserable scream. His entire left arm was severed in one clean stroke, and the fallen arm then burst apart, scattering into a sky-filling cloud of blood mist. Such fierce commotion had long since alerted Xuantian Xuannu along with the palace guards and maidens. Yet Xuantian Xuannu did not intervene. She had wanted to use this battle to see through Chen Fan's true strength, and at the same time, let him establish a solid footing before all the people of Xuannu Palace, making his authority as commander clear. As for whether Chen Fan could win, she had never been worried. If he could not even accomplish this much, then he simply was not worth the effort she had invested in nurturing him. I shall have your death. Ming Zhan had completely lost his mind. With all eyes upon him, his arm had been severed by Chen Fan, leaving him utterly humiliated and dishonored. If he could not slay Chen Fan today, he would never again have the face to stand within the Xiannu Palace. Worse still, this would plant an inner demon in his heart, forever tarnishing his cultivation path. Just as the two were about to clash, once more the Xuantian Xiannu suddenly appeared. Enough. Her voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in every person present. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Fan immediately reined in his power and froze in place. But Ming Zhan's eyes were already burning red with rage. He seemed not to hear it all, still swinging his blade in a ferocious strike toward Chen Fan. Audacious. The Xuantian Xiannu's voice turned abruptly icy, and with a gentle tap of her slender white finger, Ming Zhan was struck as though by a massive force. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as his body was sent flying backwards several zhang, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. Standing nearby, Chen Fan could not help but feel a deep sense of alarm. He had never imagined that the Xuantian Xiannu could be so terrifying and fierce when angered. Someone take Ming Zhan away. The Xuantian Xiannu spoke in a detached tone, her expression remaining utterly calm and composed, as though the act of suppressing him just moments before meant nothing to her. A group of guards immediately stepped forward and carried the unconscious Ming Zhan away. Witnessing this, Chen Fan stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect before the Xuantian Xiannu. Thank you, noble Xiannu, for stepping in to stop this. Were it not for your intervention, I would have caused considerable trouble today. The Xuantian Xiannu waved her hand dismissively, speaking in her usual calm tone. I am fully aware of the entire matter. The fault lies with Ming Zhan. You need not concern yourself with it. With those words, she did not wait for Chen Fan to respond. Her figure flickered slightly, and in the next instant she vanished without a trace. Following this battle, Chen Fan, the newly appointed commander, had finally secured his position once and for all. Even the veteran deputy commander Ming Zhan had fallen to his hand. Naturally, no one among the other guards within the palace would dare to harbor any dissent. Moreover, as the commander of the Xiannu Palace Guards, Chen Fan enjoyed not only a generous salary, but also a private residence, though its scale was considerably smaller than that of the palace itself. One day, within the secret chamber of his residence, Chen Fan was refining the pan-long spear. At that moment, a clear chime echoed within his sea of consciousness. Ding! Main quest triggered. Descend to the mortal realm to capture the three-headed Jiao and reclaim the dragon pearl that guards the Ling Shao Bao Dian. Quest reward: 1 drop of ancestral dragon's essence blood, 2 drops of the 3 lights, divine water, and the Sha Qi 72 transformations technique. Quest failure: no penalty. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan's heart trembled with astonishment. The ancestral dragon's essence blood, the 3 lights, divine water, and the Sha Qi 72 transformations were all rare opportunities within the Honghuang world. The ancestral dragon's essence blood could purify the origin of one's Taoist physique, strengthening the roots and foundation of cultivation. The 3 lights divine water could neutralize all poisons in the world, and even resurrect the dead and mend broken bones. It could repair all damages to one's physical body and primordial spirit. The Sha Qi 72 transformations, while slightly inferior to the Tiangang 36 transformations, still encompassed 72 powerful techniques. Attack, defense, evasion, and protective methods were all complete, making its value immeasurable. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan accepted the quest. Though he was unaware of the 3-headed Jiao's current cultivation level, the quest carried no penalty for failure, and if he found himself overpowered, he could always employ the golden light of earthly leaping to escape. With such an unparalleled opportunity presented before him, he would naturally not let it slip away. Ding! Host has successfully accepted the quest. Chen Fan ceased his refinement of the pan-long spear, rose to his feet, and stepped out of the cultivation chamber. This involved a treasure of the heavenly court, and with such generous rewards from the system, he naturally needed to descend to the mortal realm personally, apprehend the three-headed Jiao, and reclaim the Dragon Pearl. After a brief preparation holding the commander's token of the Xiannu Palace, he left his residence, directly summoned his escaping radiance, and sped toward the mortal realm. The mortal realm's territory was vast, and an aimless search would undoubtedly consume countless years, though it was said that one day in the heavenly court equaled a year on earth. Yet as the commander of the Xiannu Palace, he could not remain in the mortal realm for too long. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Fan asked directly within his mind, "System, could you inform me of the three-headed Jiao's exact hiding location?" Ding. Locking onto the target location for the host. Detection complete. The three-headed Jiao is currently hiding within an ancient cave on the outskirts of Jinao Island, borrowing the power of the palatial guardian Dragon Pearl to cultivate, frantically refining dragon chi to strengthen its own cultivation. Upon hearing the system's reply, a look of understanding crossed Chen Fan's eyes. Jinao Island was rich in spiritual energy, and also the dojo of the supreme purities Tongtian Jiao, Zhu, making it indeed an excellent hiding place. No wonder the heavenly court had searched from multiple directions, yet failed to locate the three-headed Jiao for so long. Knowing the precise location, Chen Fan wasted no time. He activated the golden light of earthly leaping technique, his figure transforming into a streak of golden light piercing through the sky as he hurried toward Jinao Island. Jinao Island lay beyond the East Sea, shrouded in immortal mist with arrays scattered throughout, making outsiders and deities hardly dare to trespass lightly. Chen Fan concealed his aura and slowly entered the outer reaches of Jinao Island. The moment he stepped into the dense forest interior, he immediately detected traces of fierce combat that had taken place there. Rocks had crumbled, trees were snapped, and the air still carried the lingering essence of spiritual power interwoven with chaotic dragon chi. Gazing at the scene before him, Chen Fan instantly understood. Clearly someone had arrived here before him and engaged in an intense battle with the three-headed Jiao. Following the residual traces, he advanced along the path and soon located the ancient cave where the three-headed Jiao had taken shelter. However, the defensive formations at the cave entrance had been shattered, and within lay empty, the creature's presence long gone. Chen Fan extended his divine sense, carefully examining the lingering traces, and quickly detected a familiar aura. The one who had arrived first was none other than Princess Yao Ji, the younger sister of the Jade Emperor. Upon learning of the theft of the Heavenly Court's precious treasure, Princess Yao Ji had volunteered to personally descend to the mortal realm. Through various means, she had finally discovered the three-headed Jiao's hiding place. In their initial confrontation, Yao Ji's profound cultivation allowed her to firmly suppress the three-headed Jiao, which wielded the Dragon Pearl, wounding it in the process. However, the three-headed Jiao was inherently treacherous and sinister. Realizing it could not prevail in a direct confrontation, it feigned surrender, pretending to willingly hand over the palatial guardian Dragon Pearl and submit to capture. For a moment, Yao Ji lowered her guard and stepped forward to retrieve the Dragon Pearl. But in that instant, the three-headed Jiao suddenly exploded into action. Leveraging the power of the palatial guardian Dragon Pearl, it launched a ferocious surprise attack, its sharp claws dealing critical wounds to Yao Ji's vital areas. Caught off guard, Yao Ji suffered grave injuries on the spot, her spiritual power severely damaged, leaving her unable to continue fighting. The three-headed Jiao seized the opportunity to flee, vanishing once more into concealment. Following the residual aura from the cave, Chen Fan searched for some distance before discovering Yao Ji slumped on the ground in a secluded clearing within the forest. Her face was ashen and bloodless, with a bloody wound the size of a bowl carved into her chest. Her spiritual power was scattering in all directions, barely able to maintain her protective immortal radiance. Having suffered such severe injuries, and then forcing herself to flee this far, she was already utterly exhausted, unable to even rise to her feet. Sensing someone approach, Yao Ji struggled to lift her eyes, a flicker of wariness crossing her gaze. "Who's there?" Chen Fan hurried forward and bowed deeply to Yao Ji. "I am Chen Fan, commander of the Xiannu Palace Guards. I pay my respects to your highness." Upon hearing this, the tension in Yao Ji's expression eased slightly, and she gave a weak nod. "So you are the commander under Sister Xiannu's banner." Her breathing was faint, her voice hoarse and powerless, while the gruesome wound on her chest continued to bleed spiritual energy. "That three-headed Jiao is far too vicious and cunning. I let my guard down and trusted it momentarily, which is how it seized the opportunity to ambush me. It shattered my immortal heart with its dragon claws. That immortal heart is the source of my entire spiritual power. Now that it is broken, over half of my cultivation foundation has been destroyed, and my spiritual energy continues to dissipate." Yao Ji's eyes were filled with desolation and resentment. At Yao Ji's words, Chen Fan's heart jolted violently. According to legends of the primordial wilderness, Xuantian had attained the Tao when the Tao ancestor Honghuang enlightened a chaotic primal stone. Yao Ji in turn was the incarnation of a fragment of original essence shed from that very chaotic primal stone. The two were born from the same root and the same source, having differentiated from one and the same chaotic primal stone. For beings incarnated from chaotic primordial origin, the immortal heart is the ultimate root of one's own great Tao and the foundation of a lifetime of cultivation. Once the immortal heart shatters, the Tao foundation suffers irreversible damage. Now Yao Ji's immortal heart had shattered, and less than 1/10 of her cultivation and combat power remained, let alone continuing to pursue the three-headed flood dragon. Even her own life now hung by a thread. Chen Fan's expression turned solemn. Grand Princess, your immortal heart is broken and your origin is severely depleted. If we delay any longer, your spiritual power will run dry and your immortal body will completely collapse. Yao Ji slowly nodded, bitterness surfacing on her face, her beautiful eyes full of unwillingness. Watching her vitality ebb away, Chen Fan's thoughts turned swiftly. Yao Ji was Hao Yan's own younger sister, the Grand Princess of the Heavenly Court, exalted in status beyond compare. If he could save her today, he would forge an immense karmic opportunity. The only reliable plan at the moment was to use his own primordial origin as a basis to temporarily interlink their Tao hearts. With his stable Tao heart, he could temporarily stand in for her shattered immortal heart, steadying her immortal body and locking in her remaining vitality. Once he had completed the system task and obtained the 3 light divine water as a reward, perhaps this divine water could repair her damaged immortal heart and primordial origin. Chen Fan hesitated no longer and said directly, Grand Princess, there is only one way to ensure your safety for now. I will use my own Tao heart as a medium to temporarily connect our origins. You can lean on my Tao heart to stabilize your foundation, and for the time being use it in place of your shattered immortal heart to keep your vitality from dying out. Yao Ji suddenly raised her eyes, shock clear in them. When origins are linked and Tao hearts connected, fortune and misfortune become one and destinies are entangled. If the slightest error occurs, both sides' Tao foundations will suffer grave harm. The risk is immense. Do you know what this will mean? With origins interwoven and Tao hearts linked, your own cultivation path will also be greatly affected. Yao Ji quickly warned. I understand. Chen Fan was resolute. But the most important matter now is to preserve your life and recover the Heavenly Court's Dragon Pearl. As his words fell, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He walked slowly to Yao Ji and activated the innate source of his primordial human Tao body. His Tao heart was stable and pure, and his foundation far surpassed cultivators of the same level, more than sufficient to temporarily bear the circulation of both their origins. Waves of gentle immortal light emerged from Chen Fan's body and slowly enveloped Yao Ji. The two streams of primordial power fused gradually, their Tao hearts interlinked and fully open to each other. In an instant, Chen Fan's Tao heart power flowed through the connected origins and surged slowly into Yao Ji. It filled the vacancy left by her shattered immortal heart and stabilized her dissipating spiritual power and vitality. A shudder ran through Yao Ji's body. The spiritual power that had been leaking away ceased instantly. The fatal wound on her chest stopped worsening, and a trace of color returned to her pale cheeks. She exhaled a turbid breath, then looked at Chen Fan with a gaze full of gratitude, touched by unnameable complexity. Thank you, Commander Chen, for saving me. There is no need for such courtesy, Grand Princess. Chen Fan shook his head slightly. Let me first stabilize your physical injuries. With that, he channeled his pure immortal power and began repairing Yao Ji's damaged body. After half a cup of tea, Chen Fan slowly withdrew his spiritual power and said, Grand Princess, your physical injuries have been stabilized. All you need now is quiet recuperation. Return to the Heavenly Court and recuperate in peace. Leave the matter of capturing the 3-headed flood dragon to me alone. Yao Ji's eyes softened, and she nodded gently, repeatedly urging Chen Fan to take great care on his journey. Chen Fan nodded slightly, gave a cupped fist salute, and transformed into a beam of golden light that tore through the void, chasing straight in the direction where the 3-headed flood dragon had fled. With the system locking onto its precise position every step of the way, no matter how the 3-headed flood dragon hid or fled, it had absolutely no place to hide. Meanwhile, in the west, Mount Sumeru, Xuantian sat upright on his lotus seat, his countenance suddenly changing. Frowning deeply, he muttered under his breath, Impossible. How could this happen? Jane, seated beside him, looked up at the sound and asked, Junior brother, why are you so alarmed? Xuantian's gaze was dark as he watched the chaotic traces of the heavenly Tao across the primordial world, his eyes filled with suspicion and bewilderment. Our Western sect has long been planning this. We were waiting for the moment when Yao Ji's immortal heart would shatter, her origin scatter, and her life force weaken, so we could send our disciple Yang Tianyu down to the mortal world in common form to approach her of his own accord. Once the two came to love each other over time, we could use Yang Tianyu's naturally pure original Tao heart to nourish and repair Yao Ji's broken immortal heart and stabilize the injury to her foundation. At that time, we would both gain leverage over Yao Ji, restrain Hao Yan, and disrupt the grand order of the Heavenly Court, while also using the investiture tribulation to seize boundless fortune and opportunity for our Western sect. But now Yao Ji's injuries have been fully stabilized and her vitality restored. There is no need for Yang Tianyu to sacrifice his heart to save her. My years of careful scheming have been utterly broken midway by someone. On hearing this, Jane's expression sank. He immediately raised his hand to deduce the secrets of heaven, yet above the heavenly Tao dense fog churned and chaos reigned. He could perceive nothing at all. Someone has intervened in secret, and with supreme methods has completely blocked every trace of heaven's workings. Jane spoke slowly, his tone grave. When even the two of us sages deduce together, we can find not the slightest trace of the one who acted. Rage surged in Xuanti's heart, and deep wariness grew within him. To interfere in this matter, so silently rescue someone right under the eyes of two sages, and thoroughly obscure the deductions of sages, while sealing all traces of fate. Such a person's methods were unfathomably profound, and his origins incomparably mysterious. He formed the incantation gestures again to deduce heaven's secrets, but everything remained a void without the faintest clue. Such an ingenious technique of concealment executed with absolute watertight thoroughness. Even a sage cannot detect the least trace. Xuanti's face was grim as he said heavily, "Now that Yao Ji's injuries are stabilized, there is no point in Yang Tianyu descending again. This whole scheme has come to nothing." Jane said calmly, "What is done is done. More anger will not help junior brother. This person's origin is mysterious and his depth unfathomable. For now, hold our forces still and watch carefully. By no means should we rashly forge a karmic bond with him." Xuanti suppressed the fury in his heart, and slowly nodded, though his eyes were filled with gloom and lingering unwillingness. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was speeding through the air, knew nothing of any of this. He could never have imagined that a rescue made on a momentary impulse had unintentionally broken a sage-laid scheme the Western sect had been crafting for years. Moreover, the system had been shielding and obscuring heaven's course for him the entire time. No matter how heaven-reaching the methods of the two Western sages, they could never calculate that the one who ruined their entire plan was merely a golden immortal cultivator like him. With total concentration, Chen Fan relied on the position locked by the system, activated the earth-spanning golden light, and shot through seas of clouds and sky, racing at full speed toward the place where the three-headed flood dragon had taken refuge. Deep within the eastern sea, inside an underwater grotto, the three-headed Jiao casually slew a true immortal-level lobster dwelling within and claimed the modest cave abode as his own. He raised a hand to clutch his chest, his face deathly pale and his breathing erratic. His injuries were plainly severe. Cough, cough. "I never expected that Wen Xiao Ji to strike so ruthlessly," he murmured. "Fortunately, I feigned weakness and yielded, and by secretly ambushing her, while she was unprepared, I managed to gravely wound her first. The pressing task now was to use the power of the Dragon Pearl to heal his injuries first. Everything else could wait until another day." The three-headed Jiao took out the stolen hull-suppressing Dragon Pearl, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and circulated his magic power to absorb the pure energy within the pearl, slowly mending the severe wounds on his body. What he was completely unaware of was that Chen Fan had long since locked onto his hiding place through the system's positioning and was even now hurrying over. Meanwhile, Chen Fan pushed the earth-spanning golden light to its limit, covering 10,000 miles in an instant, and soon arrived at the hiding place of the three-headed Jiao that the system had located. Afraid that the three-headed Jiao might sense the disturbance and flee, Chen Fan restrained his aura, concealed his form, and silently dived toward the underwater grotto. Inside the grotto, although the three-headed Jiao had his eyes closed in concentrated healing, he still kept part of his mind on alert, guarding against anyone who might barge in. Chen Fan observed all of this clearly. He knew that his opponent was already wounded and now single-mindedly focused on healing with the Dragon Pearl. This was the perfect chance to launch a surprise attack. When he reached a spot 3 zhang away from the three-headed Jiao, Chen Fan no longer hesitated. Raising his hand, he summoned the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword, channeled his magic power, and slashed down fiercely. Not good. The three-headed Jiao's heart jolted. With a low, sharp shout, he immediately gave up, refining the Dragon Pearl's energy, rolled aside, and only barely dodged the fatal sword strike. Seeing his blow fall short, Chen Fan felt a slight regret. He stood still with his sword in hand, watching the other coolly, and spoke in a deep voice. "Three-headed Jiao, you stole the hull-suppressing Dragon Pearl of Lingxiao Palace, gravely wounded Grand Princess Yao Ji, and fled the heavenly court to descend to the lower realm without permission. Today I will bring you to justice." The three-headed Jiao's expression darkened at his words, and he gave a cold sneer. "A mere human golden immortal dares to meddle in this lord's affairs. You truly overestimate yourself." Although he was severely wounded, his confidence remained unshaken. After all, he was at the early Tai golden immortal stage. Even if he had to fight while injured, he was not someone an ordinary golden immortal could compare with. As the words fell, the three-headed Jiao's demonic aura surged violently. He immediately returned to his true form, raised all 3 heads at once, murderous light blazing in his eyes, and pounced fiercely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan did not dare to underestimate him. He swung the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword with all his strength, unleashing countless streaks of fierce sword chi, and met the attack head-on. Clang! A deafening ring of metal clashing exploded outward. Terrifying force radiated in all directions, causing the entire underwater grotto to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. The three-headed Jiao blocked Chen Fan's Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword with his claw, but his entire Jiao arm was numbed by the impact, and trickles of Jiao blood seeped down his scales and dripped onto the ground. Moreover, his old injuries were violently aggravated. He could not help but let out a muffled groan. The wound on his chest split open again, and blood and qi churned without rest. He had already been badly wounded by Yao Ji. Forced into a fight, he simply could not bring out his full strength. His battle prowess was less than 1/10 of its peak. Adding to that, Chen Fan was no ordinary golden immortal by any measure, and he wielded the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword, which was uniquely effective against demonkind. It was only natural that the three-headed Jiao was at a disadvantage the moment they crossed blows. Strike while the enemy is weakened, and take his life. Chen Fan pressed forward relentlessly, his sword moves sharp and vicious, each thrust aimed at a vital spot. Sword qi wove across the space in all directions, constantly suppressing the three-headed Jiao's movements. The three-headed Jiao barely managed to parry and dodge, but he was forced back step by step, powerless to retaliate. Soon several wounds deep enough to show bone were carved across his body by sword qi, and demon blood poured out, without stop. Shock and rage blazed in his heart. Never had he imagined that this human golden immortal would prove so formidably powerful. At his peak, the three-headed Jiao would naturally not have taken Chen Fan seriously. But now with severe injuries, he had exchanged only a few moves, and was already utterly crushed with no strength to fight back. If this tangled battle dragged on, it would not be long before he was defeated and killed here. A trace of fear flashed through the three-headed Jiao's eyes. No longer daring to continue the fight, he thought of retreat. He would give up the dragon pearl and flee this place to save his life. Immediately, he violently shook off Chen Fan's attacks, wrapped himself in a surge of demonic aura, and turned to break through the grotto's walls, intending to flee by using a water escape technique. Since you've come, don't think about leaving. Chen Fan let out a cold shout. Activating the earth-spanning golden light, in an instant his figure flashed and appeared directly in front of him, blocking his path of retreat. Seeing that he could neither flee nor escape, the three-headed Jiao's eyes blazed with towering ferocity. He had already resolved to fight to the death. All three of his Jiao heads tilted skyward and let out furious roars. The middle head suddenly lunged forward, opened its huge bloody maw, and bit savagely at Chen Fan. The left head activated its divine power, releasing an invisible attack aimed at the soul, pressing straight into Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. The right head opened its mouth and spat out a sky-filling storm of frigid water and poisonous mist, descending upon Chen Fan from every direction. As expected of a primordial exotic beast like the three-headed Jiao, even gravely wounded, his desperate attack was still overwhelmingly ferocious. Seeing this, Chen Fan's expression could not help but turn solemn, knowing that his opponent was resolved to wage a life-and-death battle. He took a deep breath, immediately activated protective golden light to cover his whole body, and at the same time gathered his mind to guard his soul and sea of consciousness, leaving his opponent no chance to exploit. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the three-headed Jiao's three heads came all at once. Chen Fan swung his sword and scattered the sky-filling cold water poison mist, but the invisible soul attack still invaded his sea of consciousness, and his mind suddenly fell into a daze. When masters exchange blows, a hair's breadth can decide life and death. Seizing that brief moment of distraction, the three-headed Jiao's middle head had already closed its jaws before Chen Fan, killing intent nearly upon him. At the critical moment, Chen Fan reacted with great speed. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcing his mind awake through the piercing pain. Immediately, he activated the earth-spanning golden light underfoot, his body shifting sideways in a flash, and narrowly dodged that potentially fatal bite by a hair. At the same time, his wrist turned, and the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword radiated fierce sword intent as it slashed viciously toward the middle head. The three-headed Jiao hastily raised his arm to block, and the Jiao claw smashed against the sword edge. Crack! With a brittle sound, the hard Jiao claw was severed directly by the sword qi, and excruciating pain instantly flooded through his body. He had been severely injured to begin with, and now this additional heavy wound threw his demonic power into complete disarray, slowing his movements by half or more. Chen Fan seized this opening and suddenly stepped forward, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath, striking with one sword technique after another. Sharp sword light fell without interruption, driving the three-headed Jiao to cry out again and again. All three of his heads were wounded one after another, and his demonic aura gradually grew weaker and weaker. He struggled desperately, but after one severe injury after another, his strength had plummeted. Bound and countered by the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword, he simply could not break free from Chen Fan's suppression. Within just a few more moves, the three-headed Jiao was covered with wounds, demon blood spilling across the floor. He collapsed limply to the ground with no strength left to rise or resist. Gazing at the three-headed flood dragon, which had transformed into human form and collapsed to the ground, Chen Fan slowly raised his hand and lifted the mystic heaven demon-slaying sword, his cold gaze locked upon the creature. Murderous intent had already surged in his heart. He intended to sever all three of the flood dragon's heads outright, eliminating the root of future trouble once and for all. This demon was cunning and treacherous by nature. Though it now seemed gravely wounded and powerless, if left alive, it would surely resort to underhanded schemes and stir up further unpredictability. Better to cut off its three heads entirely, leaving it no chance of turning the tables, no matter how many hidden trump cards or divine abilities it possessed. besides carrying the 3 dragon heads back to the heavenly court, would still complete the system mission. Sensing the murderous intent erupting from Chen Fan, the 3-headed flood dragon lying on the ground was at once overcome with fear. Gritting its teeth through the pain of its injuries, it hastily knelt and begged in a low voice, "Spare me, fellow Taoist. I know I was wrong. I should not have stolen the hull-suppressing dragon pearl, fled the heavenly court, or gravely wounded the eldest princess Yaoji." Its posture grew even more servile and frantic as it kowtowed repeatedly and pleaded, "My lord, spare me. This little demon truly repents. I beg you to show mercy and let me live." Chen Fan looked down at the groveling flood dragon and said coldly, "If I spare you, wouldn't you be waiting for another chance to ambush me? Wouldn't it be better to slay you right here?" Hearing this, the 3-headed flood dragon was greatly alarmed and kowtowed again and again, hastily defending itself. "I would never again dare to have the slightest disloyal thought toward you. My lord, please do not kill me. If you keep me alive, I can still be of great use to you." Chen Fan's hand gripping the sword paused slightly, and he asked coldly, "Oh, what use could you possibly be?" The 3-headed flood dragon quickly lifted its head and explained in an extremely sincere tone, "My true form is a rare mutant from the primeval world. I can give up my freedom and seal my demonic essence, transforming into the life-bound divine weapon, the 3-pointed double-edged blade, to serve at your command, whether for war, slaughter, offense, or defense." Hearing this, Chen Fan's heart stirred slightly. He remembered that during a previous system check-in, he had been awarded an ancient scroll called the Investiture of the Gods. The scroll recorded that in the future, Yang Jian, the disciple of Yuding Jinren of the Chan sect, would carry this very 3-pointed double-edged blade as his personal weapon. That divine weapon possessed overwhelming killing power with balanced offense and defense and extraordinary combat capability. Chen Fan could not help but speculate, was the 3-pointed double-edged blade in Yang Jian's hand actually the transformation of this 3-headed flood dragon? If so, accepting it as his own would indeed be a major advantage. Yet his heart was filled with lingering concerns, and his expression remained completely stern. He knew well the flood dragon's cunning and fickle nature. Today's pleas for mercy were nothing but coercion. If he let it off easily once it recovered its strength, who could guarantee it would not scheme in secret, turn traitor in battle, and attack its own master? Seeing that Chen Fan was still unwilling to relent, and the murderous intent in his eyes remained, the 3-headed flood dragon grew even more terrified. It knew Chen Fan had never trusted it, and understood that if it failed to offer sufficient sincerity, it would certainly die today. To preserve its life, the 3-headed flood dragon no longer hesitated. Clenching its teeth and opening its mouth, it forced out a drop of its own vital soul blood suspended in midair. It hastily continued, its voice filled with fear and fawning, "My lord, if you still do not believe me, I will surrender this drop of vital soul blood. This drop is closely bound to the origin of my soul and the very root of my life. Once it is in your hands, my fate, life or death, will be wholly controlled by you." Chen Fan looked coldly at the vital soul blood in the air, and most of the murderous intent in his heart gradually dissipated. By voluntarily giving up his vital soul blood, the 3-headed flood dragon had effectively placed its own life in Chen Fan's hands, leaving no room for regret or betrayal. After a moment, Chen Fan finally nodded, slowly reached out, and took the drop of vital soul blood into his hand. Then he said, "I can spare your life, but first you must hand over the hull-suppressing dragon pearl you stole." Seeing that Chen Fan had accepted the vital soul blood, the 3-headed flood dragon's suspended heart finally settled, and it secretly breathed a long sigh of relief. It knew very well that since the other party had accepted the soul blood, he would no longer kill it. Its life was now preserved. Chen Fan glanced at it indifferently and ordered it to produce the stolen hull-suppressing dragon pearl. In its heart, the 3-headed flood dragon was extremely reluctant. This pearl could help it heal and cultivate quickly, a tremendous stroke of fortune. But now that its life was firmly controlled by Chen Fan, it dared not resist. It could only obediently take out the hull-suppressing dragon pearl and present it with lowered head. Chen Fan reached out to accept the dragon pearl and held it in his palm, whereupon the crisp notification sound of the system immediately echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing the 3-headed flood dragon and completing the system mission. Task rewards have been issued: 1 drop of Ancestral Dragon's Essence Blood, the complete transmission of the 72 Earthly Fiend transformations, and 2 drops of Trilite Divine Water. Chen Fan felt a surge of joy. With this Trilite Divine Water, perhaps he could repair Yaoji's shattered immortal heart and heal her severely damaged origin. Although the Trilite Divine Water was a renowned healing treasure of the 3 realms, if it could save Yaoji, even Xuantian would owe him a great karmic debt. Moreover, the Ancestral Dragon's Essence Blood could cleanse and refine the foundation of his Tao body, and the 72 Earthly Fiend transformations was no ordinary divine ability. With these 2 opportunities in hand, his physical constitution, cultivation, and combat power would all undergo a considerable leap. Chen Fan suppressed the joy within him, put away the hull-suppressing dragon pearl, and turned to the 3-headed flood dragon, saying calmly, "Since you can transform into a divine weapon, turn into the 3-pointed double-edged blade, and let me try its might." The 3-headed flood dragon naturally dared not disobey. It immediately sealed its demonic essence, shrinking and condensing its physical body and soul, and in a flash transformed into a fierce razor-sharp, three-pointed double-edged blade that hung silently in the air. Chen Fan raised his hand and gripped the hilt. It felt heavy and stable in his grasp, with spiritual force and demonic energy interweaving and flowing over the blade as one. He casually swung the blade, sending out a fierce saber light that swept through the air. Its overwhelming power shook the entire underwater cavern, instantly splitting the surrounding rock walls with several deep, long fissures and forcing the seawater apart with terrifying momentum. Unable to hide the joy in his eyes, Chen Fan laughed softly and said, "What a fine divine weapon. It handles with ease, perfectly attuned to my aura, as if it were tailor-made for me." This three-pointed double-edged blade was both offensive and defensive, with extremely formidable killing power. Its overall might exceeded that of the mystic heaven demon-slaying sword by several grades, reaching the level of a supreme acquired spiritual treasure. Holding the hilt, he spoke in a low voice, "For now dwell inside the blade, and return with me to the heavenly court. From now on obey orders, and keep your place, and I will grant you opportunities in the future. If you ever dare to harbor treacherous thoughts, I can annihilate your soul at any moment with the vital soul blood you placed in my hands." The blade quivered slightly, and the three-headed flood dragon's respectful reply came through. "This little demon understands. From now on I will follow my master for life and never dare to betray you in the least." Chen Fan said no more and put away the three-pointed double-edged blade. Since the task was now complete and all system rewards were in hand, it was fitting to return to the heavenly court and plan his next move. Above the eastern sea, high in the sky, a streak of sword light tore down through the void, revealing a young Taoist in a green robe with an ancient sword slung across his back. This man was precisely Feipeng Taoist, the benevolent incarnation of the venerable Tongtian of Xuantian. His gaze pierced through the vast, boundless seawater to the cave abode at the bottom where Chen Fan dwelt. He murmured softly, "How intriguing. This child has actually reversed his acquired mortal roots and forged an innate Tao body from his very foundations. Even his fate and destiny are wholly inscrutable to me. Could he be the one that escaped from the heavenly Tao?" A surge of keen interest welled up in Feipeng Taoist's heart, and he resolved to go forward and probe the matter. With a faint shimmer of his form, he appeared directly before Chen Fan in an instant. Chen Fan's heart gave a violent lurch, and he was instantly startled. The other had appeared silently, and without warning, without Chen Fan sensing the slightest trace. He knew at once that this green-robed Taoist cultivation was far beyond his own. He instinctively moved to invoke the earth-spanning golden light and flee the place. "Haha, young friend, there is no need to panic." Feipeng Taoist smiled serenely and spoke slowly. "I am Feipeng Taoist, and I bear you no ill will. I observe that your destiny is extraordinary and your bone structure is exceptionally refined. Are you willing to enter my sect and become my disciple?" Hearing this, Chen Fan stood frozen on the spot, his heart filled with utter astonishment. Feipeng Taoist. Chen Fan's thoughts spun rapidly as he recalled the many mighty beings of the primordial wilds. He had never heard of such a figure. Could it be that this person was a supreme reclusive expert? He could not help but guess inwardly. However, Chen Fan had almost no desire to take a master. He carried the check-in system. All he needed was to check in daily and complete tasks to receive an endless stream of techniques and treasures, rapidly advancing his cultivation. There was no need whatsoever to take another as his master and be subjected to anyone's discipline and restraint. Thoughts raced through Chen Fan's mind, and for a time he remained undecided. He had his misgivings. If he flatly refused on the spot, would this man, with his unfathomable cultivation, fly into a rage and casually erase him from existence? In the primordial wilds, reclusive experts were not few, and many were eccentric in temperament. With his mere golden immortal cultivation, he had absolutely no power to resist before such a top-tier powerhouse. Feipeng Taoist took in every shade of his changing expression and smiled faintly, naturally perceiving the apprehension and hesitation in Chen Fan's heart. "Young friend, there is no need to answer so hastily. I know what is in your heart. You pride yourself on having your own fortunes and are unwilling to easily enter another sect and be bound. But take a good look. The fortunes you would gain by joining my sect far surpass the meager luck you currently possess." As his voice fell, Feipeng Taoist flicked his sleeve, and an ancient massive hammer wreathed in purple gold lightning radiating boundless might slowly materialized and hung in midair. The hammer's body was densely covered with innate Tao patterns, lightning arcs shimmering across it. The terrifying pressure of an innate spirit treasure spread outward, pressing down until the entire underwater cave abode quivered faintly. This is a supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the purple lightning hammer. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your master today, I will give this purple lightning hammer directly to you to be wholly yours. At the appearance of such a pinnacle innate spirit treasure, feeling the surging Tao resonance and overwhelming might bearing down, Chen Fan's breath abruptly caught. His eyes locked onto the purple lightning hammer hanging in midair, and an unprecedented greed rose from the depths of his heart. Innate spirit treasures were already exceedingly rare, and supreme grade ones were among the ultimate treasures of the primordial wilds. Even a great expert might never own one in a lifetime. With only a few acquired spirit treasures in his hands, how could they possibly rival the purple lightning hammer? The immense temptation slammed against Chen Fan's mind. Even if the check-in system could grant him rewards in an endless stream, it was not necessarily able to produce a treasure of such rank. His inner resolve loosened bit by bit. The concern of being constrained by apprenticeship had long been discarded under the overwhelming temptation of a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. But at that moment a sudden flash of insight struck Chen Fan. Purple lightning hammer. He had seen records of this supreme treasure in the ancient scroll of the investiture of the gods. It was unmistakably the personal treasure of the sage Tong Tian of the Jie sect. How could it appear in the hands of this Qingping Taoist? Chen Fan's thoughts were extremely keen, and in an instant he connected the crucial clue. Combined with the other's unfathomable cultivation and mysterious origins, he immediately understood, and his heart jolted in alarm. Could it be that this Qingping Taoist was one of the 3 corpses severed by venerable Tong Tian? At that thought, the fervent greed in Chen Fan's heart for the purple lightning hammer dissipated by more than half. The purple lightning hammer was certainly alluring, yet he clearly remembered how miserable the fate of the Jie sect had been after the investiture tribulation. The Jie sect, which once saw 10,000 immortals come to pay homage, had ultimately ended in fragmentation, its orthodox lineage nearly severed. Those disciples of the Jie sect who did not die on the battlefield had their souls enter the investiture list bound by the heavenly court, and never to be free again. Others were forcibly taken away by the 2 Western sages Jin and Xuantian, converted to the Western teachings, and lost their autonomy from then onward. What Chen Fan sought had never been involvement in sectarian conflicts or immersion in the karma of grand tribulations. He only wished to cultivate peacefully, roam freely, and become a carefree immortal unbound by anyone or anything. Having reached this conclusion, Chen Fan could only steel himself, bow to Qingping Taoist, and decline tactfully. I thank you, senior, for your appreciation and regard. But this junior is currently serving in the heavenly court, and my status is restricted, making it truly inconvenient to enter your sect and become your disciple. I hope, senior, that you will be magnanimous and not take offense. Hearing this, Qingping Taoist was inwardly astounded. He had assumed that with such a supreme grade innate spirit treasure as the purple lightning hammer, few cultivators in the world could withstand the temptation. A mere golden immortal, a little fellow, would certainly agree immediately when tempted by a priceless treasure. There was absolutely no reason to refuse. Yet Chen Fan had rejected him decisively straight away, declining his offer to take Chen Fan as a disciple. Qingping Taoist's brows knitted slightly, and a hint of probing interest flickered in his eyes. With his extensive experience and sharp insight, he could see at a glance that Chen Fan's words were nothing but perfunctory excuses. Serving in the heavenly court was merely an insignificant pretext. With his cultivation and status, let alone service in the heavenly court, even if Xuantian himself stood there, he would not be able to prevent Qingping Taoist from accepting a disciple. He had seen it clearly. When the purple lightning hammer was produced, the greed and longing in Chen Fan's eyes could not be concealed in the least. His entire mind was set on claiming the hammer for himself. Yet within a few short moments, this little fellow had forcibly suppressed the greed within his heart, his attitude undergoing a sudden reversal, and he steadfastly refused to acknowledge a master. Something was certainly amiss. Qingping Taoist's sharp gaze remained fixed on Chen Fan, sweeping over him in probing examination. He found this young mortal junior all the more unfathomable. He had reversed his acquired mortal roots to forge an innate Tao body. His fate transcended the heavenly Tao, and now, even before a supreme grade innate spirit treasure, he could forcibly restrain his own heart. This child must certainly be hiding secrets unknown to the world. Under the Taoist's intense, lingering stare, Chen Fan felt a creeping dread in his heart, and his entire body grew deeply uncomfortable. He was now all but certain that the person before him was one of the 3 corpses incarnations of venerable Tong Tian. He wished he could flee at once, but he was also well aware that with his insignificant golden immortal cultivation before such a top-tier expert, there was simply no path of escape, nor did he dare to take flight on his own. Just as Chen Fan was looking troubled, and at a loss, Qingping Taoist across from him smiled faintly at the sight. He had merely felt curious about Chen Fan to begin with. Even though he could discern that the young man carried many secrets, since Chen Fan was unwilling to take him as a master, he would not press the matter. As the benevolent incarnation of Tongtian Jiaozhu, Qingping Taoist was magnanimous and easygoing and would never force anyone to make a choice against their will. Qingping Taoist turned his gaze to Chen Fan and slowly said with a smile, "Very well. Our meeting today is a matter of fate. I shall bestow upon you a sword, art, divine power, as the fortune of this encounter." As the words fell, he flicked his fingertip and a streak of azure light shot directly toward Chen Fan's brow. Chen Fan had no time to refuse. He only felt a thunderous tremor in his mind, and in his sea of consciousness a profoundly mysterious sword technique materialized out of thin air, accompanied by detailed annotations on its sword principles. It was the Jietian 3 forms. This divine art comprised 3 moves sundering sun and moon, severing heaven and earth, and annihilation tribulation. A brief comprehension of it brought a glint of awe to Chen Fan's eyes. Cultivated to its pinnacle, this art could even sever heaven and annihilate the world. Its destructive might was utterly terrifying. Chen Fan was so stunned that he was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say. Accepting such a supreme divine art for nothing meant owing Qingping Daoist an immense karmic debt. Hardly a good thing. Young friend, do not take it to heart. Our paths crossed by fate. Passing this art to you is merely for your self-defense in the days to come. Qingping Daoist smiled lightly, waved a hand casually, and appeared entirely unconcerned. With that, he prepared to turn and leave. Just then Chen Fan hastily called out to him, "Senior, please wait a moment." Qingping Daoist raised his eyes with a trace of curiosity. "Young friend, is there something else? Senior has bestowed upon me a supreme sword art, with no recompense, and I have no way to repay you. In my hands lies an ancient scroll of secret records. I wish to gift it to you today as a token of gratitude and repayment." Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then spoke gravely. Qingping Daoist was about to decline, but seeing the unusual solemnity in Chen Fan's expression, curiosity stirred in his heart, and he asked, "A scroll of secret records? Since it is your intent, bring it out, and let me have a look." Hearing this, Chen Fan promptly produced the Feipeng ancient scroll and presented it respectfully to Qingping Daoist. Qingping Daoist reached out and took the scroll. A single glance at the 4 ancient characters on its cover made his expression change abruptly. He immediately unrolled the scroll and fixed his gaze upon the words within. The further he read, the deeper the shock on Qingping Daoist's face grew and his expression turned increasingly grim. The scroll clearly recorded the 4 sages joined forces to breach the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, and the disciples of the Jie sect suffered devastating casualties nearly to the point of total annihilation. Qingping Daoist clenched his fists and the aura around him suddenly turned cold. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation was the very foundation of the Jie sect, encompassing all wonders within, unrivaled in offense and defense, and breakable only by the combined might of the 4 sages. Yet the scroll stated that Laozi and Yuanshi, joining forces with Jane and Xuanti, the 2 from the west, tore apart the formation's core, shattered the Immortal Slaying formation, and seized the 4 Immortal Slaying Swords in the process. After the Immortal Slaying formation was broken, Xuantian set up the 10,000 Immortals formation, yet it too was breached by the 4 sages leading their disciples. Countless disciples of the Jie sect fell in battle, perished in calamity, or were forcibly converted during tribulations, their numbers beyond calculation. The vast Jie sect had its foundation shattered, and the once thriving spectacle of 10,000 immortals paying court was gone forever. Reading thus far, Qingping Daoist's face turned icy cold, filled with fury and disbelief. It had never crossed his mind that his elder brother and second elder brother would join forces with the 2 sages of the West to target the Jie sect. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, slowly closed the Feipeng ancient scroll, and looked at Chen Fan with a solemn voice. The investiture tribulation recorded in this scroll, would the Jie sect truly end up in such a state? Chen Fan, calm in expression, cupped his hands and replied, "What the ancient scroll records is the destined course of the heavenly Tao. Under the tribulation, the tide of fate is difficult to reverse." After a brief pause, he added, "Senior may also wait quietly for the investiture tribulation to unfold. When it arrives, the truth of the scroll shall prove itself." Qingping Daoist fell silent for a moment, then gazed deeply at Chen Fan as sudden clarity dawned. No wonder Chen Fan had always hesitated and demurred when he had earlier offered the purple lightning hammer and invited him to become his disciple. So it was because he had already seen through the fact that he was one of Xuantian Jiaozhu's 3 corpses and had foreseen the coming calamity of the Jie sect, thus unwilling to be drawn into the vortex of tribulation. This was only human nature. Were it anyone else, upon learning of such perilous fate, they would deliberately keep their distance, not daring to have the slightest connection with the Jie sect. Yet Chen Fan had been able to present the Feipeng ancient scroll and speak frankly of the secrets of the future. This breadth of vision and strength of character was far beyond ordinary men. Qingping Daoist said solemnly, his voice slow and deliberate, "You were willing to gift me a secret scroll that concerns the very fortune of the Jie sect and candidly reveal the karmic path ahead. I shall not forget this kindness." Chen Fan replied, "Senior bestowed upon me the Jietian 3 forms, and I had no way to repay it, so I could only offer this ancient scroll in return." Qingping Daoist nodded slightly, accepted the scroll with a wave of his hand, and gazed into the vast void, lost in thought. Although the fixed destiny of the heavenly Tao is difficult to alter with this scroll, to foresee the road ahead, it may not be impossible to find a weak point and fight for a sliver of survival for the Jie sect. He pondered for a moment, then turned to Chen Fan and said seriously, "You gave me the Feipeng ancient scroll and allowed me to learn of the Jie sect's calamity in advance. This grace is by no means an ordinary one. A single Jietian 3 forms is not enough to repay it." As the words fell, Qingping Daoist said no more. Azure light circulated around him, and vast cultivation power surged forth from within his body. He did not hesitate to spend his own origin cultivation, drawing upon his profound sword Dao foundation, and began to condense an exceedingly pure sword chi. This sword chi concentrated the full force of a strike from a peak quasi-sage, containing a lifetime of sword Dao comprehension. During its condensation, the laws of the sword furiously converged, causing the surrounding void to tremble faintly. Moments later, a terrifying formless sword Qi took shape, which he heavily sealed with supreme cultivation attainment. Qingping Daoist raised his hand and pointed. A beam of azure light landed on Chen Fan's right arm and instantly vanished into it. In a calm and unhurried tone, Qingping Daoist instructed, "In the days ahead as you walk the primordial wilderness, should you encounter a life or death crisis beyond your power to withstand, you only need to channel your own cultivation power to trigger the seal. You will then borrow this attack of mine to intimidate powerful enemies and protect your life. This strike can be used only once. Treasure it well." Chen Fan's heart jolted with surprised joy spreading across his face. He hurriedly bowed. "Thank you for your generous gift, senior. I will hold it in my heart forever." This gift far surpassed ordinary treasures and divine arts. It was equivalent to gaining an ultimate life-saving trump card, granting him far greater confidence to stand his ground in the primordial wilderness. Qingping Daoist waved a hand, entirely unconcerned about the cultivation he had expended. "We have exchanged gifts, and our karmic ties are now interwoven. Since you know the future course of the investiture, you must act with great caution in the days to come. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you may invoke my name, and I will naturally come forth to offer some protection." With that, he cast a deep glance at Chen Fan, lingered no longer, and transformed into a streak of sword light that tore through the void and vanished in an instant, clearly rushing back to the GSX sanctuary to devise a way to resolve the investiture tribulation. Chen Fan stood where he was, gazing at the direction Daoist Qingping had taken, then lowered his head to look at his right arm. His heart seethed with ecstatic delight. A full-force strike from a peaked quasi-saint was already devastating in its own right. When it also came from the sword path famed for slaughter and destructive might, it was terrifying in the extreme. Now that he had this strike, it was tantamount to gaining an ultimate protective talisman. Within the primordial wilderness, apart from the six saints, Chen Fan could now muster some ability to protect himself even before a quasi-saint powerhouse. With it, he might even catch an ordinary quasi-saint off guard and wound him, or even slay him with a single counter-strike. Not an impossibility. For the moment, the priority was to return to the heavenly court and use the 3 Radiance Divine Water to heal Yao Ji's shattered immortal heart. His mind made up, Chen Fan did not linger. With a flicker of his body, he left the underwater grotto at once. Before long, he returned to the Mystic Goddess Palace and immediately proceeded to see the 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess. When she learned that Chen Fan actually had the 3 Radiance Divine Water, the 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess first showed surprise, then was overcome with great joy. She and Yao Ji were close friends, and watching her companion's immortal heart shatter, while her primal origin was damaged, yet being utterly helpless to do anything, had left her heart mired in anxiety. The 3 Radiance Divine Water was a top-grade, innate divine water, extremely rare and precious throughout the primordial wilderness. Hao Yan's heavenly court treasury had once held a single drop. In earlier years, however, Hao Yan had been severely wounded in his battle with Xuantian. To avoid harming the foundations of the Great Tao, he had long ago consumed that drop of 3 Radiance Divine Water, leaving the heavenly court with none at all. The drop in Chen Fan's hand was now the hope for saving Yao Ji. As for where it came from, she naturally assumed it had been bestowed by Chen Fan's mysterious and powerful master. She lifted her eyes to Chen Fan, her gaze full of hope, and asked softly, "Chen Fan, you came to see me, and have taken out this drop of 3 Radiance Divine Water. Are you planning to use it to heal Yao Ji's injuries?" Chen Fan nodded slightly, and said with solemn gravity, "Indeed. Princess Yao Ji's immortal heart is shattered, and her primal origin damaged. Perhaps in all the primordial wilderness, only the 3 Radiance Divine Water can fully restore her. And I have a drop just enough to cure her injuries." Hearing this, the 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess was overjoyed, and the worry hanging in her heart finally eased by more than half. After Yao Ji's immortal heart shattered, her cultivation plummeted, and her physical form withered day by day. Even though Chen Fan had linked his Tao heart with hers, and barely managed to stabilize some of her origin, it still could not stop her own primal origin from ebbing away. If matters were delayed any further, her immortal foundation would collapse entirely, and she would either have her soul scattered or be forced to reincarnate and restart her cultivation. But a reincarnated body could never compare with her original one. It could only be a last utterly helpless resort. These past days, the 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess had gone everywhere searching for a solution and exhausted every means, all without result. Now that this drop of 3 Radiance Divine Water was at hand, Yao Ji could once again be pulled back from the jaws of death. If you can cure Yao Ji, you will have saved her life and done the heavenly court a tremendous kindness. The 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess looked at Chen Fan and said with deep feeling, "Once this reaches His Majesty Hao Yan's ears, he will certainly remember this immense favor of yours. From now on, he will only value you all the more and reward you generously." Chen Fan knew this well, but he did not reveal much. Saving Yao Ji was on the one hand a way to naturally forge a deep karmic bond, earn the personal gratitude of Hao Yan and Yao Ji, and secure a firm foothold in the heavenly court. On the other hand, it was also a way to sow a good karmic connection and add more capital for him to stand on in the coming investiture tribulation. He raised his hand, took out the drop of 3 Radiance Divine Water, filled with the life force of innate primal origin, and offered it to the 9 Heavens Mystic Goddess. May I trouble you, Lady Mystic Goddess, to deliver this to Princess Yao Ji. Let her use it as soon as possible to repair her immortal heart. There must be no further delay. The Nine Heavens Mystic Goddess accepted it, solemnly, deeply moved that Chen Fan could produce such a treasure without the slightest hesitation. Rest assured, I will personally deliver it at once. She did not dare tarry. Securing the 3 radiance divine water, she moved and headed straight to the palace where Yao Ji was recuperating. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Fan remained in the great hall. He watched the direction in which the Nine Heavens Mystic Goddess had gone, his gaze calm. After resolving Yao Ji's matter, Chen Fan also returned the dragon pearl stolen by the 3-headed flood dragon to the heavenly court. The pearl had originally belonged to the heavenly court, and returning it to its rightful owner would avert many troubles and karmic entanglements later. After all this was done, Chen Fan ignored the rest of the outside world and returned to his private cultivation chamber. The chamber was complete with protective arrays brimming with rich spiritual energy and capable of shutting out all external disturbances, ideal for focused cultivation. Chen Fan sat down cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, and took out the ancestral dragon's essence blood rewarded by the system. The drop of essence blood gleamed with golden light and exuded an immense majestic draconic might imbued with dense pure power from the origin of the dragon race. The ancestral dragon was the ancestor of all dragons in the primordial wilderness of being at the peak of the Honghuang golden immortal realm. A single drop of its essence blood was enough to temper Chen Fan's Dao body once more and reinforce his primal flesh. Without further hesitation, Chen Fan activated the great heavenly immortal art and slowly drew the ancestral dragon's essence blood into his body. The instant it entered, a violent and overbearing force surged through all his limbs and bones, scouring his meridians and immortal body. His was originally a human Dao body that had been reversed from the acquired to the innate. Under the unceasing refinement of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, his Dao body grew increasingly condensed, and pure his foundation became ever more solid, and his cultivation began to rise steadily as well. At the same time, Chen Fan split his attention 2 ways, refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood, while quietly comprehending the heaven-severing 3 forms imparted by Taoist Feipeng, as well as the divine arts of the 72 earthly transformations. The 72 earthly transformations contained all things in their scope: offense, defense, escape, arts, shape-shifting, and physical divine powers, all complete and inexhaustibly profound. The heaven-severing 3 forms, moreover, represented the absolute pinnacle of the sword path, shattering the sun and moon, severing heaven and earth, annihilating world-ending tribulations. Every stance contained the supreme might to sever heaven and destroy the world. Chen Fan immersed himself in seclusion, unconcerned with the passage of external time or the clamor of heavenly court affairs. Inside the chamber, immortal light coiled about, while draconic might and the resonance of the sword path intertwined, flowing ceaselessly around him. Outside, the years stole by silently. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the chamber, Chen Fan's aura suddenly shuddered, and his cultivation broke through its shackles, climbing directly from the early golden immortal stage to a stable early Tai golden immortal stage. He slowly opened his eyes. Golden light swirled in his gaze, and his sword intent was deeply concealed. His accumulated foundation, Dao body, and divine arts had all improved considerably. The ancestral dragon's essence blood had been fully refined, his innate Dao body tempered to the limit, and his flesh was unyieldingly tough, preeminent among those of the same cultivation realm. The 72 earthly transformations had become fully integrated, usable at will, and adaptable to any transformation he desired. As for the heaven-severing 3 forms, they were simply too profound and arcane. Even with the complete annotations left by Taoist Feipeng, Chen Fan could only execute a crude fraction of them for now. Even so, they were already an extraordinarily lethal trump card. The Chen Fan of today possessed everything in full cultivation: flesh, divine arts, and hidden trump cards. Even without relying on the quasi-Saint Peak sword path trump card, he could rely purely on his own strength to remain undefeated at his level and kill enemies above it. Chen Fan slowly rose, his aura converging and returning to stillness. He appeared utterly ordinary, but in truth he had long since been reborn and was no longer what he used to be. 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. With the system's 10-year check-in cycle, Chen Fan had by now accumulated 100 check-ins that he had not yet claimed. He pondered silently, wondering whether the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods had already begun. It was time for him to leave seclusion, travel through the world, and seek out the chances to complete his check-ins. Just then the commander's token of the Xuannu Palace at his waist suddenly blazed with a trace of immortal light. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow faintly and casually sent a stream of magical power into the token. Jiutian Xuannu's voice immediately came through. Chen Fan, once you leave seclusion, come at once to the Yaoqi fairyland. His Majesty Haotian wishes to see you. Chen Fan stroked his chin and muttered, could Haotian be about to assess merits and grant me a reward? This is a perfect opportunity to head to Yaoqi and complete a check-in. He raised his hand and dispelled the great formation outside his cultivation chamber. With a single step, his form shifted in an instant, and soon he had arrived outside the Yaoqi fairyland. Chen Fan adjusted his robes and composure, waited for a moment, and then a celestial attendant of Yaoqi came forward to lead him inside. As his eyes swept over the scene, a peerless panorama of the immortal realm rushed toward him. Boundless clouds and rosy mists swirled overhead, while auspicious energy drifted up and down. 3,000 royal waters encircled the entire Yaoqi fairyland, and fierce astral winds stretched across the outside, cutting off all mortal disturbance. Inside the pool, the divine water gleamed clear and emerald, suffused with wisps of Tao resonance and vital life. Along the banks, immortal flowers and herbs grew in abundance, never withering through the ages, eternally verdant. Jade towers and gem-studded pavilions stood in elegant disorder, with white jade steps and glazed roof tiles half concealed among layers of immortal clouds and thin mist. The immortal aura was so rich and mellow that it turned into drifting celestial mist. Chen Fan followed the celestial attendant at a leisurely pace, secret admiration filling his heart. Truly, this was the residence of the Golden Mother of Yaoqi and a sacred ground of the heavenly court. Such Tao resonance and grandeur were far beyond what the Xuannu Palace could match. At the same moment, the familiar system notification sounded punctually in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at Yaoqi Fairyland. A designated check-in has been triggered. Would you like to check in now? Chen Fan was overjoyed inside, but his expression remained unchanged as he followed the guiding celestial attendant toward the great hall of Yaoqi. Within the hall, Hao-Yan sat in the seat of honor. Yaoqi sat beside him, while Jiutian Xuannu and Yaoji were seated to one side. Chen Fan stepped forward and bowed with respectful grace. Your subordinate Chen Fan greets your majesty and her majesty. From the main seat, Hao-Yan let his calm gaze fall upon Chen Fan and said, slowly rise. Chen Fan straightened up, keeping his hands lowered and his expression reverent, quietly waiting for what would follow. Hao-Yan continued unhurriedly. In the past, you descended to the mortal realm to capture the three-headed flood dragon, recovered the dragon orb that guards Lingxiao Hall, and used the three-light divine water to restore Yaoji's shattered immortal heart, saving her life. Both are great deeds worthy of the heavenly court and of my celestial realm. Hearing this, Yaoji looked at Chen Fan, her eyes brimming with gratitude and a trace of unspoken emotion. Back then, when her immortal heart shattered, her origin was grievously wounded, and she hovered on the edge of death. Had Chen Fan not reached out to save her, she would long ago have perished, her body gone and her Tao extinguished. Added to that, Chen Fan possessed extraordinary talent, handsome features, and remarkable strength. What fairy maiden's heart would not yearn for love? Naturally, Yaoji was no exception. Hao-Yan continued, I summoned you today to assess your merits and confer a title upon you. Chen Fan bowed slightly and said with quiet humility, Your Majesty is too kind. These were all my duty, I dare not claim them as achievements. Seeing that Chen Fan was neither arrogant nor impatient, but steady and courteous, Hao-Yan was greatly pleased. He announced in a clear voice, Now I hereby infect you as the god of justice to govern the heavenly code, inspect the three realms, judge immortals and gods, and execute celestial punishment. Additionally, I grant you 2 9-cycle golden pills, 3 9,000-year peaches, and 1 top-grade post-celestial numinous treasure. Chen Fan was overjoyed. The position of God of Justice was a first-rank orthodox deity, equal in standing to the 4 sovereigns and the 5 elders of the 5 directions. With golden pills, peaches, and a numinous treasure added to the honor, this reward far surpassed his expectations. He immediately knelt and bowed once more. Your humble servant thanks your majesty for your boundless grace. Yaoqi sat to one side, quietly watching Chen Fan with a gaze of appreciation and appraisal. At last she spoke slowly. You are still young, yet your cultivation advances with astonishing speed, and your temperament is unusually steady. Cultivate diligently and faithfully, fulfill your duties in the future, and the heavenly court will not treat you unfairly. Your humble servant will bear Her Majesty's teachings in mind, Chen Fan replied respectfully. Jiutian Xuannu also nodded slightly, looking at Chen Fan with quiet approval. From an unremarkable heavenly soldier in the beginning to the position of God of Justice today, his temperament, courage, and strength all far surpassed the ordinary. A truly rare achievement. Hao-Yan looked at Chen Fan, whose manner remained modest and well-measured, and spoke again slowly. Since you now preside over the judicial heavenly code, and rank among the first-rank orthodox deities, you must henceforth act with absolute fairness, pass impartial judgments on all matters of the 3 realms, and restrain the immortals and gods of the heavens. You must never bend the law for personal gain, nor grow arrogant through your achievements. Your humble servant understands. Chen Fan bowed and answered, Set your majesty's mind at ease. I will strictly uphold the heavenly code, enforce the law impartially, and remain just and selfless, failing neither your majesty's trust nor the solemn commission of the heavenly court. Hearing this, Hao-Yan nodded in satisfaction and slowly raised his hand. You have just received your appointment. Return first to rest, and calm your mind, and familiarize yourself with the rights, duties, and heavenly laws of the God of Justice. I have already ordered immortal artisans to begin construction of the God of Justice's mansion. Once it is completed, you may formally assume your post. Henceforth, all judicial matters of the 3 realms, rewards and punishments under the heavenly code, and the trials of immortals and gods shall be placed entirely in your hands. Your humble servant obeys the decree. Chen Fan bowed respectfully. Yaoqi said calmly, "If there is nothing else you may take your leave." "Yes, your humble servant withdraws." Chen Fan bowed once more to Hao-Yin and Yaoqi, then turned and slowly withdrew from the great hall of Yaoqi. After leaving the hall, he no longer suppressed the thought in his heart and directly called out inwardly, "System check-in now." Ding! It has been detected that the host has accumulated a full 100 check-ins. You may combine these 100 check-ins to open the exclusive 100 check-in grand gift pack. Do you confirm the opening? Chen Fan's heart stirred at this. An exclusive grand gift pack built from 100 check-ins would surely grant rewards far beyond an ordinary single check-in. Without the slightest hesitation, he answered inwardly, "Open it now." Ding! The 100 check-in grand gift pack has been opened successfully. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has directly broken through, ascending to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Congratulations, host. Rewards: a top-grade congenital numinous treasure, the divine ruler of heavenly punishment, the complete 36 heavenly transformations, and 1 fragment of the law of time. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the blessing of heavenly Tao fortune. Your personal fortune has soared and your affinity with the heavenly Tao has been greatly enhanced. A wave of system notifications rang through Chen Fan's sea of consciousness in rapid succession. Immense and pure energy flowed along his meridians and pervaded his entire body, washing over his physical form, nourishing his primordial spirit, and tempering the foundation of his Tao body layer by layer. The Tai Golden Immortal cultivation he had only recently broken through now breached another barrier, and his realm soared smoothly upward, directly from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal into the mid-stage. This meteoric rise in cultivation did not leave Chen Fan's foundation unstable. On the contrary, it forged his Tao body and primordial roots into an even more solid and unshakable state, making his foundation far superior to that of cultivators of the same realm. In the secret chamber, Chen Fan began to take stock of the many fortunes won through his daily check-in rewards. The 36 transformations of the heavenly stars and the 72 transformations of the earthly stars were both supreme divine powers of the primordial world. Their characteristics were vastly different, yet mutually complementary. One specialized in slaughter, the other excelled at concealment and self-protection. At this moment, he was already at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Thanks to the detailed explanations of divine arts provided by the system, although there were still thresholds to overcome in cultivating the 2 arts, he could smoothly step into the elementary stage. Especially the 72 transformations of the earthly stars. As long as he devoted himself to bitter cultivation, it would not be difficult to achieve complete mastery in due time. As for the divine ruler of heavenly punishment, it was currently floating silently within Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. This treasure was a primordial innate spiritual treasure that governed the heavenly punishments of the 3 realms. It slew and suppressed evil, judged all creation, and aligned perfectly with his authority as the judicial heavenly god, as if it were his life-bound spiritual treasure. Like the mystic heaven demon-slaying sword, the divine ruler of heavenly punishment was automatically refined by the system. Only a drop of essence blood was needed to complete the sacrificial refinement. Although the fragment of the law of time was incomplete, it remained a peerless treasure coveted by cultivators throughout the primordial world. Possessing it, a cultivator at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm could rapidly comprehend part of the law of time and thereby smoothly break through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, among the 3,000 great Taoists, the law of time ranked second only to the law of force, and its might was truly overwhelming. If one could break through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm with this law, there would probably be few rivals within the same level. Chen Fan steadied his mind and suppressed the joy in his heart. Slowly retracting his aura, his expression returned to calm indifference. Since the mansion of the judicial heavenly god had not yet been completed, it would be better to descend to the mortal world and see what was happening there. The great tribulation that others strove to avoid at all costs was to Chen Fan, who knew the plot's direction well, a golden opportunity. Perhaps it might even trigger a new system mission. According to the ancient scroll of the investiture of the gods, the great tribulation began in the late Shang dynasty. King Zhou of Shang was cruel and fatuous, harming worthy ministers and commoners alike, causing all living beings under heaven to suffer beyond measure. Just then, auspicious phoenix cries arose over Shiqi, and Ji Chang seized the opportunity to raise troops and attack Shang, thus lifting the curtain on the conflict between the Chan sect and the Jia sect. Chen Fan immediately rose, left the secret chamber transformed into a beam of golden light, and flew straight toward the mortal dynasty. It was the 15th day of the 3rd month, the birthday of Nuwa, the holy mother of the human race. The city of Zhaoge was alive with excitement. The temple of Nuwa was especially crowded. Civil and military officials lined both sides, guards stood in layered formations, and an air of solemn reverence pervaded. Emperor Xin of the human race, clad in imperial robes, stood tall and imposing. Leading a host of ministers, he stepped into the temple of Nuwa, preparing to offer incense to the holy mother of humanity. In the void, unseen by all the Taoist, Xuantian had long since hidden himself. Veiling the celestial secrets, he quietly laid a soul-bewitching spell. Xin had always been level-headed and strong-willed, with not the slightest hint of frivolity in his heart. Yet when he stepped into the temple, his mind suddenly became dazed, and his consciousness fell beyond his own control. All the ministers kept their heads lowered in reverence, and not a single one noticed the slightest abnormality about him. With his mind unguarded, Xian's gaze fell upon the sacred statue of Nuwa. Seized by an uncontrollable impulse, he took up brush and ink, raised his hand, and wrote a frivolous poem on the temple wall. The phoenix-canopied bower is a scene most rare, all traced in gilded artistry, exquisite and fair. Curving distant peaks with emerald hues take flight. Fluttering dance sleeves mirror sunset's crimson light. Pear blossoms bathed in rain compete in fragile grace. Peonies wreathed in mist display their charming face. Could this enchanting beauty but move and speak, she'd be brought to Changle Palace to serve the king. As the brush and ink settled, the characters came clearly into everyone's view. In an instant, the civil and military officials present turned pale. Faces filled with terror, they knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, trying to dissuade the emperor. The human emperor's desecration of the Holy Mother's sacred statue was a catastrophe of heaven-defying proportions. Once the goddess Nuwa was angered, it would surely bring boundless calamities that would implicate the entire Shang dynasty. Fear filled every heart. Hidden in the dark void, the Taoist Xuanti realized that his plan had progressed smoothly and gloated inwardly. He only needed to wait for Nuwa to learn of this and become enraged. Then he could follow the momentum, intervene in mortal affairs, and drive the investiture tribulation in the direction he had envisioned. Xuanti believed his scheme was meticulous, with no one able to detect it, and everything firmly under his control. Little did he know that another figure had long been concealed in the void on the opposite side, quietly watching everything that transpired in the temple. Tong Tian, the leader of the Jie sect, had read the ancient scroll of the investiture and could naturally perceive the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Thus he understood that when Emperor Xian offered incense to Nuwa, Xuanti would surely come to scheme against Xian. Naturally, Tong Tian would not let him succeed. He made a move in secret, silently dispelling part of the soul-bewitching spell, then flicked a wisp of pure qi into Xian's body. In an instant, Xian regained some clarity of mind. He stared blankly at the poem on the wall, and alarm surged within him. Xuanti sensed a flaw in his scheme, and his expression sank. Knowing that someone was covertly obstructing him, yet unable to show himself and vent his anger, he could only suppress his thoughts and prepare to withdraw quietly. But at that very moment, far away in Hua Palace, the goddess Nuwa sensed an unusual disturbance at the mortal temple. Upon investigation, she immediately understood the whole matter. With a single glance, she saw through it. Xuanti was secretly causing trouble behind the scenes. It was not the human emperor's true intent. Nuwa had always been cold and aloof. How could she allow others to scheme against and manipulate her at will? Furious, she stepped out of Hua Palace without another word and went to demand an explanation from Xuanti. The two met in the chaos, and without a word they erupted into battle. Nuwa hurled the red embroidered ball, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure of merit, at the Taoist Xuanti with vicious force, showing every sign of a fight to the death. Xuanti was hardly going to sit idle and wait for death. He swung the seven treasures wonderful tree in defense. The red embroidered ball came crashing down with immense force wrapped in boundless merit power. The seven treasures wonderful tree blazed with golden light and barely managed to withstand the strike. As the two forces collided, the chaotic void trembled unceasingly. Divine light crisscrossed in every direction, while scattered chaotic air currents flew in all directions. Xuanti was only at the pinnacle of the first level of sagehood, with foundations far inferior to Nuwa's. Because Nuwa presided over 2 shares of the human race's destiny and carried the merit of mending the heavens, she now had cultivation at the 4th level of sagehood. Shortly after the fight began, the superiority was clear. Xuanti continuously activated his Buddhist divine powers, attacking in turns with the divine pestle of blessing. He also offered the 6 roots pure bamboo to try to seal the aura around Nuwa. Yet all his offenses were calmly dissolved by Nuwa. Nuwa channeled the power of her own great Tao laws. Sometimes she cast the painting of mountains and rivers to envelop Xuanti, and sometimes she hurled the red embroidered ball to shatter his divine light. Pressing forward step by step, she forced Xuanti into one retreat after another. After several rounds of entangled combat, Xuanti gradually fell into the disadvantage. His breathing became disordered, and the protective golden light around his body dimmed considerably. Already on the verge of defeat, he lost all face. Anxious, he immediately sent a secret message to the Taoist Jane to come to his aid. Before long, Jane stepped into the chaos. Judging from his cultivation, he was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of sagehood. Upon seeing this, Jane joined the fray, without another word, cooperating with Xuanti to resist Nuwa together. Attacking from left and right in a pincer movement, Jane cast the azure lotus banner of precious colors to strengthen his defense, then brought out the Jane treasure canopy and unleashed the power of deliverance. Xuanti meanwhile launched frenzied attacks. Their coordination was flawless. Nuwa, who had originally held the upper hand in single combat, suddenly found herself at a disadvantage. Fighting 1 against 2, the pressure on her multiplied sharply. The protective golden light around her body flickered continuously, and she was constrained in both offense and defense. Gradually unable to withstand the assault, she could only barely steady herself and focus on defense. Just when Nuwa, alone in confrontation with the two Western sages, was in an ever more perilous situation, a sharp sword intent suddenly enveloped the entire chaotic void. In the chaotic void, Lord Tongtian slowly emerged. He had long been displeased by the two Western saints' repeated secret schemes against all living beings of the primordial world, and resentment had already taken root in his heart. As the years would unfold, those two would join Laozi and Yuanshi to oppress the Jia sect. Seeing Nuwa also being bullied by their alliance, Tongtian ceased to conceal himself any longer. Jane, Junyi, the two of you are so shameless as to gang up on others with superior numbers. As his words fell, Tongtian stepped directly into the fray and stood beside Nuwa. He held the Qingping sword and stirred the law of the sword. In an instant, several cuttingly fierce sword chi swept out, killing straight toward Jane and Junyi. The battlefield situation reversed at once. Nuwa and Tongtian joined forces and suppressed the two Western saints. Jane and Junyi's expressions changed drastically. The advantage they had gained by jointly suppressing Nuwa was instantly gone. Nuwa focused on containment, sending the red silk ball to strike repeatedly, while the map of mountains and rivers sealed off the two Western saints' escape route. Tongtian's spear headed the assault, and the Qingping sword in his hand released sharp sword chi. Every blow bore the terrifying momentum to destroy all things. The two Western saints hastily joined forces to fend off the attack. The seven-treasure wonderful tree clashed with the Qingping sword, while the azure lotus banner warded off the power of merit. The four sages fought fiercely once more in the chaotic void, their endless thunderous clamor stirring the entire chaotic world. The chaotic void rocked unceasingly. So vast was the disturbance that reclusive supreme beings throughout the primordial world raised their heads, their gazes all converging on the site of the great battle. Laozi and Yuanshi likewise looked into the chaotic void, their expressions slightly changing as they quietly watched the situation shift. On the battlefield, the outcome was already becoming clear. Nuwa deployed her magical treasures in turn, clinging tightly to Jane and leaving him not the slightest opening to break away and aid his ally. Lord Tongtian's gaze was icy, and murderous intent toward Junyi had long arisen in his heart. This man was full of cunning tricks, repeatedly scheming against the Jia sect, and all too fond of secretly sowing discord. His form suddenly stirred, breaking away from the frontal melee. Teleporting through the void, he forcefully cornered Junyi alone in a remote outer space, cutting him off from all outside interference. Seeing this, Junyi panicked. He hurriedly activated the treasures around his body, seeking to escape. How could Tongtian allow him any chance to flee? The peak-level power of the fourth heavenly layer of sagehood burst forth without reserve, and with the Qingping sword fully unleashed, the law of the sword roared down over Junyi like a covering storm. Today he had resolved to spend his own foundational essence, if necessary, fighting with all his power to heavily wound Junyi, or even slay him. Sages transcend the primordial world and entrust their primordial spirits to the heavenly Tao. They appear immortal and indestructible, yet hidden flaws lurk within. If a sage were to fall in body and death, a strand of that primordial spirit would be assimilated by the heavenly Tao. The more times this happened, the weaker their independent consciousness would become. With time, the primordial spirit would be utterly dissolved into the order of the heavenly Tao, possessing no thought or will of its own. In the end, it would become an emotionless puppet manipulated by the heavenly Tao, no longer an unfettered and carefree sage of the primordial world. Tongtian understood the danger all too well, so he did not hold back in the slightest. His sword forms were arrogant and sharp, each strike aimed directly at the vital core of Junyi's primordial spirit. Junyi parried again and again with the seven-treasure wonderful tree, his face growing increasingly grim and disheveled. Facing Tongtian alone at full force, he was completely unable to resist. On the other side, Jane was restrained by Nuwa. The map of mountains and rivers locked tight the space around him, while the red silk ball hammered him relentlessly. He was too busy protecting himself to do anything but watch Xuantian fall into peril. He was frantic, yet powerless to go to his aid. Xuantian was driven back step by step, the holy radiance around him dimming as he howled pleas for mercy and tried to persuade his opponent to stop. But Tongtian paid no heed. His resolve was already set. He remembered that in the future calamity of the Jia sect, his disciples would die or be wounded, and a great number would be snatched away by the Western force. He decided to use this opportunity to suppress the fortune of the Western teachings and rid the world of this calamity that had ceaselessly stirred up the primordial world. Throughout the chaos, sword chi rent the sky. One small world after another was opened up, only to shatter and vanish in the next instant. Xuantian was increasingly constrained, the sacred power inside his body continuously bleeding away, his frame trembling again and again. He had been pushed to the very edge of despair. The many great powers watching from afar drew in cold breaths. They truly could not understand what madness had possessed Saint Tongtian that he would seek to drive Xuantian to death. Xuantian was utterly terrified. He knew full well that Tongtian's murderous intent was thoroughly roused. This was no ordinary grudge match. He desperately summoned his sacred power, sweeping the seven-treasure wonderful tree again and again, struggling with all his might to block the Qingping sword's assault. But the gap between their cultivations was far too great, and with Tongtian attacking with no reservations, Xuantian simply could not sustain himself. Several streaks of chaotic sword chi pierced his defenses and slammed hard into Xuanti's body. Cracks immediately appeared on the sage's physical form, and golden sacred blood flowed from the wounds. He staggered backward, his aura growing weaker, his eyes full of terror. Madman, you are nothing but a madman. No longer caring about the dignity of a sage, Xuanti broke into furious cursing. He was well aware that once he fell, his primordial spirit would begin to be assimilated by the heavenly Tao, the ending most feared by all sages. Xuantian, we are both sages, both existing beyond the primordial world. If you insist on slaying me, are you not afraid of causing great chaos in the primordial world and incurring the heavenly Tao's punishment? Xuanti shouted at the top of his voice, attempting to shake Xuantian's heart through words. Xuantian's expression was impassive, his attacks never pausing as his voice rang cold and steady. You are a sage, yet time and again you schemed against the primordial world and laid secret plans against the Jia sect. Your offenses are numerous. It is only right that I take your life today. The heavenly Tao has its order and has never shielded evildoers. What punishment are you talking about? With those words, Xuantian did not hesitate to expend his own origin source and unleashed at full power the strongest among the three heaven tribulation styles, the world-destroying tribulation. Watching from his confinement, Jane saw the dread force of that sword, and his expression changed drastically. He could no longer keep his composure. Ignoring his own wounds, he forcibly broke free of Nua's restraints, raised the azure lotus banner, and tried to block the fatal strike. How could Nua allow Jane to leave so easily? She immediately urged the map of mountains and rivers to expand its sealing range. The red silk ball, the precious lotus lamp, and numerous supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures followed in hot pursuit, blocking his path and keeping him from taking another step closer. The mighty figures of the primordial world, watching from the edges, all held their breath, their eyes locked on the battle. Laozi and Yuanshi had wished to stop all this, but they were already half a step too late. An ultimate sword light pierced through chaos and shot straight at Xuanti. Xuanti saw the deathly light bearing down, knew there was no avoiding it, and could only use the final trace of his power to protect his primordial spirit, facing Xuantian's blow head-on. An ear-splitting thunderclap resounded across the entire chaos, and incomparably savage power surged everywhere, battering the layers of chaotic void around them. Xuanti's body was caught directly by the sword light. With no strength left to resist, his fleshly form instantly shattered and collapsed, dispersing into the chaos within a heartbeat. He fell and perished on the spot. When a sage falls, heaven and earth grieve together. Strange omens suddenly erupted across the land of the primordial world. Mournful cries echoed through the three realms, and crimson rain poured down, filling the world with solemn desolation. Xuanti's primordial spirit, which had been entrusted to the heavenly Tao, did not disperse along with him. Instead, in accordance with the order of heaven's way, a strand of his soul was forcibly assimilated by the heavenly Tao at once. In the vast primeval world, all the supreme mighty figures were shaken to the core. No one had ever expected that the sage Xuanti would fall in such a manner. Chen Fan was equally astounded. Although he could not inspect the battle in the chaotic void, blood rain suddenly poured down from heaven, and an endless mournful wailing swept across the entire primeval world, a celestial omen unique to the fall of a sage. He sighed softly. The original plot of the investiture of the gods had already deviated, and the course of events recorded in the Feipeng ancient scroll would probably no longer proceed along its intended path. Chen Fan's mind was in turmoil, wondering whether giving a hand-copied duplicate of the Feipeng ancient scroll to Xuantian had been right or wrong. He took out the original scroll and opened it, only to sense at once that its contents had changed. The scroll now clearly recorded that Xuantian had slain Xuanti in the chaotic void, and many subsequent developments were wildly different from the original account. Only then did he suddenly understand the Feipeng ancient scroll could spontaneously update and recalibrate itself according to the changing realities of the primeval world. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Earlier, seeing the immeasurable tribulation stray from its proper course, he had thought he would never be able to discern the future again. He never imagined the original scroll was so wondrous, truly beyond his expectations. In the chaotic void, Xuantian sat cross-legged, his eyes lightly shut, silently restoring the depleted origin power of his cultivation. He knew very well that even though he had done his utmost to slay Xuanti, as sage was inherently undying and indestructible. This fall was not the final end. It would not be long before Xuanti revived, and that was indeed the case. Xuanti had left a wisp of his primordial spirit attached to the heavenly Tao. At this very moment, he was drawing on the immense power of the heavenly Tao to reshape his body and await recovery. Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan witnessed the scene and exchanged a glance, both with extremely grim expressions. They secretly reflected that they had never imagined Xuantian would act with such decisive ruthlessness, killing Xuanti before everyone's eyes. Could it be that Xuantian had caught on to something? They had already formed an alliance in secret and would later join hands against the Jia sect. Thus he had struck preemptively. If that was truly the case, the two of them would have to rearrange their plans. They could win over allies, but Xuantian could naturally also forge powerful connections. Had they not seen it before? When Nua was besieged by the two Western sages, Xuantian stepped forward to help her. Their karma had long been interwoven, and they would surely support each other in the days ahead. Nuwa and Jane stopped in succession, staring at the scene with completely different expressions. Nuwa was visibly delighted. That shameless Xuanti who had bullied and humiliated her had now been slain by senior brother Tongtian. It was truly gratifying. Jane, by contrast, was grim-faced. His features had always borne a sorrowful cast, and now he was filled with grief and indignation. He raised his hand, pointed at Tongtian, and demanded with deep resentment, "Tongtian, why did you strike down my junior brother in public without mercy? Do you truly intend to oppose my Western sect?" Tongtian rose to his feet, met Jane's gaze calmly, and said in a placid tone, "I have watched Xuanti repeatedly stir up conflicts for no reason, wantonly disrupt the order of the primeval world and time, and again target fellow Taoists. His actions have long since forfeited the bearing expected of a sage. This time he deliberately schemed against junior sister Nuwa, instigated troubles, and threw the order of heaven and earth into chaos. My action to suppress him was merely to uphold the justice of the primeval world." Hearing this, Jane's fury blazed even hotter, and his aura stirred faintly. "Even if my junior brother was somewhat improper, it is not for you to slay him. The Western sect will never let this matter rest." Tongtian remained calm, and his heart was filled with scorn. Whether or not he had acted today, he and the two Western sages would have become enemies sooner or later anyway. He simply shrugged indifferently and replied with unyielding dominance, "If Xuanti commits evil, he must bear the consequences. If the Western sect insists on pursuing the matter, I will take it all on myself." Laozi and Yuanshi, who stood off to the side, watched quietly and did not lightly interject. Yet they became even more certain that Tongtian had long seen through everyone's schemes, which was why he had grown increasingly resolute in every move. Nuwa slowly stepped forward and stood beside Tongtian, her stance unmistakable. She glanced indifferently at Jane and said, "Xuanti was single-mindedly scheming against all living beings and disrupting the order of the primeval world. The fate he meets today is well-deserved. This is hardly senior brother Tongtian's fault." Seeing this, Jane was even more grieved and enraged. His junior brother had died, and his opponent had Nuwa's support. For a moment, he could find no words to refute. He knew full well that his strength was insufficient to contend with Tongtian. Even with a heart full of resentment, he did not dare rashly start another battle. The blood rain gradually stopped, and the unusual phenomena caused by the sage's fall slowly subsided. Yet the oppressive and grave atmosphere in the field had still not dispersed. The mighty figures from every direction silently watched it all. Everyone understood that after this, the GS sect and the Western sect had forged an enmity that would not end until one side was destroyed. A short while later, relying on the primordial force of the heavenly Tao, Xuanti's figure slowly condensed back into view before the sages. But although he had revived, his face was deathly pale and extremely weak. His cultivation had suffered grave losses, leaving him with less than half of his peak power. The heavenly Tao had merely helped him reforge his body, it had not restored his full strength. Jane immediately flashed to Xuanti's side and shielded him, his eyes locked onto Tongtian and Nuwa in utmost vigilance, fearing that they might make another move. Tongtian and Nuwa, being sages who cared about their dignity, and with Laozi and Yuanshi present as witnesses, did not continue their attack. Although Xuanti had been resurrected, he could clearly sense that his primordial spirit had been slightly eroded and assimilated by the heavenly Tao. If he suffered such catastrophic wounds repeatedly, he would be controlled by the heavenly Tao and completely lose his self-consciousness. He looked at Tongtian with both hatred and fear, never having imagined that though both were sages, the other was actually capable of killing him. With his injuries now severe, it was unwise to provoke further conflict. He could only repress his feelings and wait for another opportunity. His mind resolved, Xuanti spoke no word to the others and vanished into the chaos in the blink of an eye. Seeing his junior brother leave, Jane had no wish to remain. He nodded slightly to Laozi and Yuanshi and departed closely behind. Laozi and Yuanshi, each harboring their own thoughts, exchanged a few simple words with Tongtian and Nuwa before bidding farewell and returning to their respective abodes. Only Tongtian and Nuwa were left where they stood, and the surrounding atmosphere gradually turned peaceful. Nuwa turned to look at Tongtian beside her. Had he not stepped forward in time, she would have been caught in mortal danger today and constrained at every turn. Her expression sincere, she said with gratitude in her voice, "Senior brother Tongtian, thank you for coming to my aid today and rescuing me from my predicament. I will remember this kindness in my heart. If you should ever face difficulties, your junior sister will do all she can to help you. She will never refuse." Hearing Nuwa's solemn promise, Tongtian felt secret joy. His intervention today was not only because he could not tolerate Xuanti's reckless disturbance of the primeval order, but also because he intended to befriend Nuwa and gain a powerful external ally for himself. Now that Nuwa had personally given her word, the alliance was firmly settled. In the future, when facing Laozi, Yuanshi, and the two Western sages, he would have another reliable helper. The GS sect would also gain a bit more strength to protect itself in the immeasurable tribulation. Tongtian nodded subtly with a composed expression. "Junior sister Nuwa, you need not be so courteous. We are both direct disciples under Master Honghuang. It is only natural that we look out for each other. Since you feel such goodwill, you and I shall work together from now on and stand against external enemies." Nuwa nodded gently, her heart already completely aligned with the Jia sect. In the past, she had watched the investiture conflicts from the sidelines, reluctant to meddle deeply in the games of the sages. But after Xuanti's scheming this time and Tong Tian's wholehearted assistance, she had cast aside her lingering concerns and decided to no longer stand apart. After a moment, Nuwa gave a slight bow in farewell, turned into a streak of flowing light, and returned to her sanctuary in Wawangshan to recuperate. Watching Nuwa leave, Tong Tian stood still, a profound glimmer flashing through his eyes. With Nuwa's assistance and the many trump cards in his grasp, even if the remaining sages joined forces against him, Tong Tian was not without strength to fight. But Tong Tian still dared not relax. He knew well that Taishang Laojuan's one Qi transforming the three pure ones had been cultivated by seizing a wisp of original power from him and Yuanshi before they had even taken form. This secret art could manifest 3 sage-level avatars that, combined with Laozi's own battle power, formed a fourfold assault enough to break open the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Moreover, the investiture tribulation was originally a conflict between the Chan and Jia teachings. Even if Yuanshi knew the full origin of the one Qi transforming the 3 pure ones, after weighing the pros and cons, he would likely not join him against Laozi, and doing so would only alert the enemy. Seeing through the underlying stakes, Tong Tian remained composed. With a flicker of movement, he headed straight toward Bo Palace, intending to return to his sanctuary and refine a heavenly Dao treasure specifically to oppose Laozi. Meanwhile, as Chen Fan roamed the human city of Zhaoga, the system's icy chime suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness, and a brand new quest was issued. Main quest triggered: take Yang Jiao as disciple. Quest brief: Yang Jiao is the elder brother of Yang Jian and Yang Shan. He bears an innate divine vein, a remarkable destiny, and limitless potential. In the future, he can become a top-tier combatant. Quest rewards: 8-9 Mystic Art, a peak grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Primordial Chaos Halberd, and promotion to the late Tai Golden Immortal stage. After the system voice ended, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. Yang Jiao. According to ancient records, this child had few appearances, merely brushed over in a few lines, but his younger brother Yang Jian was a standout among the future second-generation disciples of the Chan teaching. He knew Yang Jiao's life had been full of hardships, suffering trials in his youth, his talent far surpassing ordinary people. If taken under his wing and carefully guided, the boy would surely become a powerful ally by his side in the future. Moreover, with system rewards at stake, Chen Fan naturally did not hesitate. He immediately left his cave dwelling and, following the system's guidance, sped straight toward Yang Jiao's location, determined to find him, accept him as a disciple, and teach him diligently. He traveled at full speed and soon arrived near Mount Tao in the mortal world. Spiritual energy here was sparse, yet it concealed a tangled web of karmic entanglements. According to the predetermined path of the heavenly Tao, the mother of the 3 siblings Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Shan should have been Yaoji, the Jade Emperor's younger sister. However, Chen Fan had once acted to rescue Yaoji, disrupting the original course of fate and foiling the Western teaching scheme to use this matter to stir up conflict across the 3 realms. With his plan thwarted, Xuanti would hardly let the matter rest. He secretly set his scheme in motion, instructing Yang Tianyo, a human, to disguise himself as an ordinary mortal and wander the mortal world. At that time, Peach Blossom Fairy, the sworn sister of the Yaoqi Golden Mother, descended to the mortal world and happened to meet Yang Tianyo in his mortal guise. Spending days and nights together, the two gradually fell in love, naturally became husband and wife, and subsequently gave birth to 3 children: Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Shan. In the end, the matter could not be hidden from heaven. When word reached Hao Yin, he flew into a rage. Peach Blossom Fairy's identity was special. She was one of Yaoqi's close associates, and by secretly descending to the mortal world to marry a mortal, she had already violated heavenly law. Thus, Hao Yin immediately ordered heavenly soldiers and generals to descend to the mortal world and head straight for Mount Tao, intending to forcibly seize Peach Blossom Fairy, punish her according to heavenly law, and restore the heavenly court's authority. At this moment within Mount Tao, the Yang family still had no idea that calamity was already upon them. Concealed among the clouds, Chen Fan watched the mighty host of heavenly soldiers arriving, then looked down at the scene below Mount Tao, understanding in his heart that the perfect moment for him to accept a disciple on this journey had arrived. The heavenly soldiers and generals descended upon Mount Tao atop a vast sea of clouds, and a chilling immortal might instantly enveloped the entire mountain forest. Ordinary mortals had long since fled in terror. In the Yang family courtyard, Yang Tianyo's face was deathly pale as he stared at the dense mass of heavenly soldiers in midair, his heart filled with despair. His cultivation was merely that of a true immortal, and he was only an ordinary 3rd-generation disciple of the Western teaching. Had Xuanti not personally cast a spell to conceal his power, how could he possibly have deceived Peach Blossom Fairy, who was already at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage? Fear and unease rose within Yang Tianyo, and his first thought was to flee to the Western teaching for refuge. Yet from the very beginning, he had been nothing more than a chess piece placed by Xuanti. Xuanti had long foreseen what would happen today. He had already planted a restriction within Yang Tianyo's soul, planning to cast him aside once the matter came to light. Yang Tianyu was merely an ordinary mortal human average in aptitude, and his cultivation was only at the true immortal realm. To the Western teaching, he had no value worth cherishing and could be discarded at any moment. Peach Blossom Fairy knew full well how severe heaven's laws were. A romance between an immortal and a mortal was already a grave taboo, and she had moreover borne 3 children. According to heavenly law, this was enough to cast her into the 9 nether abyss and imprison her for eternity. She immediately shielded her husband and 3 children behind her, intending to expend all her cultivation to keep her family alive. In midair, countless heavenly soldiers stood in solemn silence, killing intent pervading the sky. At their head was none other than the golden-armored divine general of the heavenly court. Looking down from on high with cold eyes, he slowly spoke. Peach Blossom Fairy, as the sworn sister of Yaoqi Golden Mother and a bearer of immortal registration, you secretly descended to the mortal world what immortal and bore children, violating heavenly law. By decree of His Majesty Xuantian, today you will all be arrested and escorted back to heaven for judgment. Hearing this, Yang Tianyu's body trembled violently, and fear utterly overwhelmed his heart. Abandoning all concern for his wife and children, he instantly activated his hidden cultivation. With a flicker, he fled more than 100 zhang away and sped westward without looking back, thinking only of saving himself. Peach Blossom Fairy stared blankly at his retreating back, her heart turning cold. After sharing a bed with him for so many years, only today did she see clearly that he was a selfish, cowardly man who feared death and had been hiding his cultivation while lurking by her side all along. The golden-armored divine general watched the fleeing Yang Tianyu with contempt, sneering, "A mere ant like you thinks you can escape before me." As his words fell, he casually swung his long spear. A fierce spear light streaked through the air, heading straight for Yang Tianyu's heart. Yang Tianyu's cultivation was far too weak. He had no power to resist at all. After one miserable cry, his body fell from midair, and he died on the spot. Slaying Yang Tianyu was as effortless as crushing a weed, and the golden-armored divine general's expression did not change in the slightest. He looked once more at Peach Blossom Fairy in the courtyard and said coldly, "Since he abandoned you, there is no need for further attachment. Today all of you will return with me to heaven to answer for your crimes." With that, the golden-armored divine general raised his hand, about to order his heavenly soldiers to act. Having witnessed her husband's death with her own eyes, Peach Blossom Fairy's heart ached with sorrow. Even though Yang Tianyu had been heartless and selfish, he was after all the man who had shared her pillow for so many years. But she quickly composed herself, knowing this was not the time for grief. The adults were guilty, but the 3 children were innocent. Her own cultivation was only at the early Tai Golden Immortal stage, and she was not skilled in magical combat, far inferior to the golden-armored divine general, whose cultivation was higher. If they all remained here, her children would certainly be escorted to heaven along with her, put on trial, and face a fate likely filled with misfortune. At this thought, determination appeared in Peach Blossom Fairy's eyes. Without further hesitation, she mobilized all the magical power within her body. A gentle surge of magical power wrapped around Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan forcibly broke through the outer blockade of heavenly soldiers and sent the 3 children deep into the mountain forests. "Jiaoer, take your younger brother and sister, and flee quickly. Live well." After this brief instruction, Peach Blossom Fairy resolutely stepped forward alone to block the golden-armored divine general and his host of heavenly soldiers. She actually burned her own origin essence directly, temporarily amplifying her power in a desperate attempt to hold back the golden-armored divine general and the heavenly soldiers, buying the 3 children a chance to escape. As the primordial origin burned, the Peach Blossom Immortal's cultivation briefly surged into the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal realm. Seeing this, the golden-armored divine general's face changed drastically, and he barked sternly, "You dare recklessly burn your origin? Have you forgotten that once your origin is depleted, you will only end up with your soul scattered and your being extinguished for all eternity?" He felt rather helpless inside. Originally, he had come only under the command of His Majesty Xuantian to apprehend her, and he had no intention of pushing the Peach Blossom Immortal too far. She was the sworn younger sister of the Golden Mother of Yaoqi, a special identity with many intricate entanglements behind her. If he forced her to death here, it would inevitably give rise to no small amount of trouble in the future. Hearing this, the Peach Blossom Immortal gave a tragic, yet beautiful smile. Then, as if throwing all caution to the wind, she charged straight at the golden-armored divine general and planted herself firmly in front of the heavenly soldiers. The golden-armored divine general's face turned cold. Xuantian had long ordered that all 3 children of the Yang family must be captured and brought to justice. If he allowed the 3 children to escape, his poor performance on this descent would surely leave him unable to answer to His Majesty. With that thought in mind, he stopped holding back. He struck with his full strength, his attacks growing increasingly fierce, eager to defeat the Peach Blossom Immortal quickly and then break away to chase the 3 fleeing children. But the Peach Blossom Immortal was already resolved to die. She fought desperately at the cost of burning her origin, clinging to him tenaciously and refusing to yield an inch. Although the commander could not free himself, there were plenty of heavenly soldiers present. He was not the only one. The remaining heavenly soldiers at once divided out. The greater part of their force circled around the 2 locked in combat, and headed straight into the deep mountain woods intending to pursue and seize Yang Jiao and his brother and sister. The Peach Blossom Immortal had already used every ounce of her power to hold back the golden-armored divine general and part of the heavenly soldiers. She simply could not split herself to intercept the others and could only watch helplessly as they went after Yang Jiao and his siblings. Deep in the forest, Yang Jiao, the eldest brother, shielded the young Yang Jian and Yang Shan tightly as he fled toward the innermost part of the woods. He knew well that his mother had stayed behind alone to fight to the death as their rear guard. If the three of them were captured, all of his mother's sacrifice would be utterly wasted. Erlang, third sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Yang Jiao gritted his teeth, his small body blocking his younger siblings, his eyes brimming with stubbornness and resolve. Though he had not yet begun cultivating as the first child born of a union between a mortal and a god, he was endowed with an innate divine vein and possessed tremendous strength. A short while later, a host of heavenly soldiers burst into the forest and surrounded the three of them. The heavenly soldiers raised their hands to condense magical power, ready to seize the three children directly and escort them to the heavenly court for punishment. Yang Jiao clenched both fists. Even though he knew he was an egg dashed against stone, he refused to fall back half a step. His body stood straight as a ramrod, resolved to trade his own life for a chance of survival for Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Just as the heavenly soldiers moved to capture the three, Chen Fan, who had been hiding in the clouds all along, silently watching everything, finally made his move. His original intention was only to take Yang Jiao. Yang Jian and Yang Chan carried destinies already fixed by the heavenly Tao and had their own arrangements. There was no need for him to interfere too much and needlessly invite karmic entanglements. Chen Fan employed his divine power to traverse space, silently evading the sight of all the heavenly soldiers. With a gentle swirl of magical force at his fingertip, he directly transported Yang Jiao through the void and removed him from the encirclement. The heavenly soldiers only felt a flicker before their eyes, and Yang Jiao, who had been right there, vanished into thin air. They stared in astonishment, searching in every direction, yet could not detect the slightest trace of his aura. With Yang Jiao no longer blocking them, the remaining soldiers quickly subdued Yang Jian and Yang Chan and prepared to take them back to the heavenly court together. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had brought Yang Jiao away from the Peach Mountain battleground in the blink of an eye, arriving at a secluded valley suffused with ethereal immortal qi and cut off from the outside world. The abrupt spatial displacement filled Yang Jiao with unease. He stared at the unfamiliar young man before him with wary eyes. Before he could ask, Chen Fan said outright, "Yang Jian and Yang Chan each possess their own immortal fortune. There is no need to worry. As for you, are you willing to enter my sect, cultivate under me, and learn mighty magical powers, so that in the future you will no longer be manipulated or bullied by others?" Learning that his younger brother and younger sister were safe, the weight hanging over Yang Jiao's heart finally settled. Since this young man could rescue him from the besieging heavenly soldiers, he must be an extraordinary immortal of profound cultivation. Having just passed through a life-or-death crisis, and witnessing his father heartlessly abandon his wife and children, while only his mother fought alone, all these images pressed heavily on his mind. Grief and indignation churned in Yang Jiao's heart, and he desperately craved strength. Without the least hesitation, he knelt at once and bowed. Disciple Yang Jiao pays homage to master. Ding. Main quest, take Yang Jiao as a disciple completed. Quest rewards the 8-9 mystic art and the top grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Honghuang halberd, have been distributed. Cultivation base automatically promoted to late stage Tai Golden Immortal. The system notification chimed within his sea of consciousness, and a faint smile flickered in Chen Fan's eyes. This descent to the lower realm had not only won him a disciple with an innate divine vein and rich rewards, but also refrained from overstepping the grand trends of the heavenly Tao. Perfectly appropriate. Looking at the disciple before him, Chen Fan was quite pleased. This child was gifted by nature and possessed both loyalty and a sense of righteousness. He raised his hand in a gentle gesture, and a soft wave of magical force lifted the kneeling Yang Jiao. Then he spoke slowly, "Since you have entered my sect, you shall henceforth be my eldest disciple. The master will now transmit to you the supreme cultivation method and a weapon." With that, Chen Fan sent the oral formula of the 8-9 mystic art, which he had just received as a system reward, into Yang Jiao's divine soul. This art is infinitely versatile and excels in both physical offense and defense. It grants an indestructible body and helps evade numerous tribulations of the heavenly Tao. It is the pinnacle of body cultivation techniques. It is perfectly suited to a constitution like Yang Jiao's innate divine vein, one might even say it was tailor-made for him. Following that, a coldly gleaming halberd materialized out of thin air and landed before Yang Jiao. The weapon was heavy, steady, and full of spiritual nature. It was the top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Honghuang halberd. Gazing at the divine weapon before him, and the cultivation method flooding into his mind, Yang Jiao was utterly shaken. He felt all the more fortunate to have been accepted as Chen Fan's disciple. Outside Peach Mountain, the battle remained locked in stalemate. The Peach Blossom Immortal continued to burn her own origin, seriously overdrawing it. Her body was already growing weak and pallid, and the staying power of her magic was draining away. She kept clinging to the golden-armored divine general and a portion of the heavenly soldiers. Every exchange cost her heavily, and her physical form was racked with unbearable pain. The golden-armored divine general grew more and more anxious. While parrying the Peach Blossom Immortal's life-staking attacks, he waited for the soldiers in the forest to send word. Before long, the pursuing soldiers came hurrying back in a fluster and bowed to report, "General disaster has struck. We had the 3 young children trapped and were about to seize them, but then one after another, they inexplicably vanished into thin air. We searched the entire mountain forest and could find no trace whatsoever. It was as if they had evaporated without a trace." Hearing this, the golden-armored divine general's face turned extremely grim. His Majesty Xuantian's decree had been explicit: all 3 children of the Yang family must be brought back to the heavenly court for trial. Now they had all vanished into thin air. What should he do? Who on earth made a move in secret and took the 3 young children away without a sound? The golden-armored divine general immediately scanned the surrounding thousands of miles, carefully probing for any hidden aura, but found no magical fluctuation left by an outsider. The other party's methods were profoundly skillful. The spatial transition had been executed with fluid perfection, and every trace of aura had been masked. This was absolutely not something an ordinary cultivator could achieve. Upon hearing the news, Peach Blossom Fairy paused, briefly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her dimmed, beautiful eyes. Though she did not know who had secretly taken her children away, as long as they escaped safely, that was the best outcome. Even if she could not escape heaven's punishment today, she could die with peace of mind. The golden-armored divine general was full of doubts, but since he could find no trace of Yang Jiao and the other 2, he had no choice but to give up. For now, all he could do was bring Peach Blossom Fairy back to heaven, barely managing to offer some explanation so as not to appear utterly incompetent. He looked at Peach Blossom Fairy, whose magic power was nearly exhausted, and could not help but sneer. "You burned your origin to resist orders and defy the decree of His Majesty Xuantian. Do you still intend to struggle in vain now?" Peach Blossom Fairy had merely been holding on by sheer will. With her origin severely depleted, she was in no condition to fight any longer. She gazed toward the dense forest, silently praying that her children could live in peace far away from the disputes of heaven. Moments later, the golden-armored divine general moved to seal away what little magic power Peach Blossom Fairy had left, and together with a host of heavenly soldiers escorted her back to heaven to report their mission. Before long, the group stepped through the southern heavenly gate, and the golden-armored divine general led 2 heavenly soldiers in escorting Peach Blossom Fairy directly to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Inside the hall, immortal officials and heavenly gods stood in rows on both sides. Though the number of immortals was few, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Xuantian sat upon the celestial emperor's throne, his expression majestic and imposing. The golden-armored divine general walked into the hall, bowed in salute, and truthfully reported all that had happened in the mortal world. "Your Majesty, I was ordered to descend to the mortal realm to arrest Peach Blossom Fairy and her offspring. On the way, someone secretly intervened and took away all 3 children. I searched the mountains and forests, but found no trace of them. I could only bring Peach Blossom Fairy back to heaven first and await your judgment." As his voice fell, the entire Lingxiao Treasure Hall fell utterly silent. Xuantian's gaze turned slightly cold, resting on the frail Peach Blossom Fairy below. "Peach Blossom, do you know your crime?" His voice carried a hint of anger, resounding through the entire hall. Peach Blossom Fairy slowly raised her head, her pale face filled with pleading. "Your subject knows she has violated your Majesty's decree, secretly given birth to children, broken the laws of heaven, and blocked heavenly soldiers from capturing her children. These are all grave crimes. I am willing to bear full responsibility alone. I only beg your Majesty not to take your anger out on my children. They are innocent and ignorant, having committed no wrong whatsoever. They should not have been dragged into the strife of heaven." As her words fell, the immortals in the hall shook their heads inwardly. The laws of heaven were stern and merciless. This was no laughing matter. Watching this scene, Xuantian sighed inwardly. Peach Blossom had always been a trusted aide of the Jade Pool and a direct member of heaven's lineage. Now that she had openly violated the celestial laws, if she were not severely punished, how could he maintain authority over the masses? He spoke in a deep voice. "As an immortal of heaven, you knew well the celestial laws and precepts, and should have stayed true to your heart. Instead, you coveted mortal love, bore children in secret, and defied the majesty of heaven. Your crime is unforgivable." Upon hearing this, Peach Blossom Fairy, though weak and exhausted, still bowed her head, without the slightest protest, only continuing to plead, "All the fault lies with me alone. Mortal affection was my moment of folly, and shielding my children was my own willing choice. Your subject is entirely at your Majesty's disposal, and bears not the slightest resentment." Seeing this, the immortal officials on both sides were deeply moved. Peach Blossom Fairy had always been gentle and virtuous. In the past, she had been obedient and diligent in heaven, quietly tending to her duties. It was a pity that a single misstep had brought her to such a state. Yet before the celestial laws, human sentiment held no sway, and no one could speak a word on her behalf. Xuantian looked at Peach Blossom, who was begging so earnestly, and felt a complex turmoil within his heart. He knew full well that Peach Blossom had likely been schemed against. She had always been loyal to heaven, and this great transgression was merely the result of a mother's instinct. But as the celestial emperor of the three realms governing the order of all heavens, if he were soft-hearted and casually indulged those who violated heavenly law, then all the immortals and gods of the heavens would follow suit in the future. The statutes of heaven would become a dead letter, and it would no longer be possible to keep the immortals in check. Xuantian gathered his thoughts, and with a solemn expression slowly spoke, "The way of heaven has its rules, and heaven has its laws. I cannot bend the rules for personal feelings. Yet in consideration of your sincere repentance, and since the Jade Pool has interceded on your behalf, I will not easily forgive your crime. However, what you have begged for I can grant. Those three children are still young, innocent, and ignorant, and have violated no heavenly law. Heaven will not pursue them without cause, nor will it deliberately send hunters after them." Hearing this, Peach Blossom Fairy's dim eyes suddenly lit up, and the great stone weighing on her heart finally fell. As long as the children were safe, it no longer mattered what punishment she herself would have to endure. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." She spoke softly, her expression brimming with gratitude. Xuantian cast a cold glance at Peach Blossom Fairy, then swept his gaze over the assembled immortals, and said in an icy tone, "Peach Blossom Fairy has privately violated the heavenly laws, burned her own origin to resist the heavenly soldiers and generals, and shown utter disregard for celestial rules. From this day forth her immortal status shall be stripped, and the title of Peach Blossom Fairy shall be abolished. She shall be cast beneath Peach Mountain, and confined there forever, never to set foot outside for all eternity." All the immortals remained silent. It truly paid to have backing. This punishment was considered extremely lenient, neither sentencing her to death, nor stripping her immortal bones. Peach Blossom Fairy did not struggle, and calmly accepted every punishment. The only thing she still longed for was her three children, who had fallen into the mortal world and disappeared without a trace. As soon as the words were spoken, the golden-armored divine general stepped forward and led Peach Blossom Fairy out of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, escorting her to the forbidden land of Peach Mountain. To ensure that no one would ever secretly rescue her, Xuantian personally acted and laid down a great seal over the entire Peach Mountain. The sealing power was extraordinarily strong. Unless one possessed the full cultivation of an apex golden immortal, it would be impossible to break it by force. Besides, no one would openly oppose heaven for the sake of someone completely unrelated to them. With that, the matter was brought to an end. Xuantian honored his previous promise and issued no further orders to hunt down the three children. Meanwhile, deep within the mortal forest, among the mysterious figures who had secretly taken away the three children, aside from Chen Fan, the other two were both extraordinarily profound and of extraordinary origins. The one who had secretly rescued Yang Jian was none other than Yuding Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. He and the other Chan sect immortals had all come down from the mountain under the decree of the primordial heavenly lord to take on disciples and counter the killing calamity within the great heavenly deification tribulation. Yuding Jinren happened to witness the heavenly soldiers arresting Yang Jian. Seeing that Yang Jian possessed extraordinary talent, excellent bone structure, and a calm, steady temperament, he immediately felt a deep admiration for the young boy's potential. Thus he secretly saved Yang Jian and accepted him as his disciple, earnestly teaching him the divine powers of the Chan sect. As for the youngest child, Yang Chan, she was rescued by the golden phoenix, the mount of goddess Nuwa. Though Nuwa resided in the Nuwa palace, she perceived all causes and effects across the three realms, and had long calculated that she and Yang Chan shared a predestined master-disciple bond. She therefore ordered her golden phoenix to descend to the mortal world and personally fetch Yang Chan to cultivate at the sage's holy grounds. As for the eldest child, Yang Jiao, he had been secretly taken away by Chen Fan, and the course of his fate would be completely different from that of Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Far away in the depths of Peach Mountain, confined for all eternity, Peach Blossom Fairy thought of her children every day. Even trapped within her prison, she still silently hoped that her three children would grow up safely and never encounter calamity. In a secluded valley in the mortal realm, after completing the quest to accept the disciple, Chen Fan claimed the system reward without delay and broke through to the late-stage Tai golden immortal realm. Feeling the magical power throughout his body grow ever more formidable and profound, he could not help but nod in satisfaction. With his current strength, dealing with opponents at the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm was more than enough. Even against an early-stage Dayuo golden immortal, if he could not win, he could still withdraw with ease. Previously, Chen Fan's service as the divine judge of the heavenly court, with only a mid-stage Tai golden immortal cultivation, had been somewhat lacking. After all, the heavenly court was not short of peak Tai golden immortal experts, so it was difficult to win universal acceptance. Now that he had broken through to the late stage, although he still could not be considered a top expert of the heavenly court, he was barely qualified to sit in that position. With this thought, he rose and walked out of his cave dwelling. From afar, he saw his disciple Yang Jiao cultivating the 8-9 mystic art under a waterfall. Chen Fan felt quite satisfied with Yang Jiao. This boy had exceptional cultivation talent and a resilient temperament. At such a young age, he could endure the boredom of cultivation, which was quite rare. "Jiao, come over here. I, your master, have something to tell you." Chen Fan spoke softly, yet his voice seemed to echo right beside Yang Jiao's ear. Yang Jiao heard this, stopped his cultivation, and opened his eyes. He flashed to Chen Fan's side and bowed, saying, "Greetings, master. What important matter does master have for this disciple? There is no need for such ceremony. My sect does not have many rules. You only need to remember two things: never betray the sect, and never use your power to oppress others." Chen Fan raised his sleeve lightly, and a gentle force lifted Yang Jiao to his feet. "This disciple understands, and will surely keep your teachings firmly in mind." Yang Jiao bowed with his hands clasped and an expression of utmost respect. He genuinely revered the master before him, for Chen Fan had not only rescued him from desperate straits, but had also imparted a supreme cultivation method and bestowed a mighty divine weapon, such as the primordial chaos halberd. This kindness was beyond repayment. He could only engrave it in his heart and never forget it for 10,000 lifetimes. Chen Fan looked at his disciple and said slowly, "I called you here because there is something I want to tell you." After a slight pause, he continued bluntly, "I am the divine judge of the heavenly court. That day I happened upon you being surrounded and hunted by heavenly soldiers, and I was moved to compassion. Because your talent and temperament are both of the highest order, I decided to take you into my sect and carefully nurture you." As the words fell, Yang Jiao was stunned, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. He had never expected that his master was a figure of the heavenly court, and even more the divine judge who presided over the laws of heaven. Chen Fan saw his reaction and said calmly, "Your mother violated the heavenly laws, and according to those laws, was to be executed." His Majesty Xuantian considered past friendship and instead sentenced her to be suppressed under Peach Mountain. "The three of you siblings will not be held accountable." After a pause, Chen Fan went on, "When you are strong enough, one day you can go and rescue her. I, your master, support you." Yang Jiao's body trembled, and the rims of his eyes reddened. He had never expected his mother to still be alive. "Master, my mother, she..." His voice caught in his throat, for he was after all a 13-year-old child. Rest assured, Chen Fan comforted him, "The Peach Blossom Fairy is sealed beneath Peach Mountain. She suffers the bitterness of suppression, but her life is not in danger. It is useless for you to go now. Peach Mountain is protected by the heavenly court's restrictions. Unless one has reached the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, it cannot be broken open." Yang Jiao clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. This disciple understands. "Thank you, master, for telling me the truth, and for being willing to support me." Chen Fan nodded. "It is good that you can hold your calm. On the road of cultivation, there is no place for impatience. Set aside your mother's matter for now." Yang Jiao acknowledged this, and thinking of his younger brother and sister, could not help asking, "Master, are my second brother and third younger sister safe?" "You may rest easy about that. Yang Jian has gone back to cultivate with Yuding Junren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, at his training ground. He will not be in danger. As for Yang Chan, she has become a disciple of a sage. Once you have achieved some level of cultivation in the future, it will not be too late to go and look for them." Chen Fan smiled and explained. Only then did Yang Jiao feel fully at ease. He bowed once more. "Master, your great kindness is more than this disciple can ever repay. There is no need to say such things. Go back and cultivate. Do not let your mind wander." Yang Jiao said no more. He gave a cupped fist salute, turned, and went back under the waterfall, where he calmed his heart, cycled his art, and continued his training. The heavy knot in his heart had mostly dissolved, and with no distracting thoughts binding him, he could focus wholly on cultivation, and his progress grew faster and faster. In the primordial wilderness, years were not counted. In a flash, 10 years had passed. For those 10 years, Chen Fan deliberately concealed his true realm and often sparred with Yang Jiao to hone his foundation, while at the same time transmitting everything he knew. Even supreme divine arts like the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations had been taught to him without reserve. Yang Jiao was exceptionally talented and also extraordinarily diligent, so he never disappointed the careful nurture he received. In merely 10 years of arduous cultivation, he had already reached the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. His talent for battle was exceedingly formidable, and even an ordinary true immortal who crossed blows with him would likely find it hard to match him. Looking back, Chen Fan himself had needed over 100 years just to advance from the very beginning of cultivation to the earth immortal realm. Compared with his disciple's pace of progress, he could not help but sigh. Although the contrast was enormous, seeing Yang Jiao's extraordinary talent filled Chen Fan with deep consolation as his master. As the saying goes, the master opens the door, but the practice depends on the individual. Now the time for parting had arrived. Chen Fan summoned Yang Jiao to his side and said slowly, "Jiao, as the divine judge of the heavenly court, I cannot remain in the lower realm for long. Your cultivation has now achieved some success, and everything you have learned has been integrated and mastered. It is time to go down the mountain and gain experience." Yang Jiao was startled, then knelt. "Master, this disciple cannot bear to leave you." Chen Fan made a slight lifting motion with his hand and said warmly, "Silly child, for those who cultivate, meeting and parting are common things. After you descend the mountain, there are 3 matters you must keep in mind. Please instruct me, master. First, you are not to reveal my identity to anyone, nor are you to say that you are the disciple of the divine judge. Second, do not go looking for trouble, but if someone bullies you, there is no need to bear it. Third, your mother is suppressed beneath Peach Mountain. You may go to see her, but do not approach the restriction and do not attempt to break open the mountain." After hearing this, Yang Jiao nodded in consent. This disciple remembers. Aware that the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods was approaching, Chen Fan took a jade token from his sleeve and handed it over. This jade token contains a wisp of your master's divine thought. If you encounter a crisis of life and death, crush it, and I will rush to you. But it can be used only once, and you should not use it unless there is absolutely no other choice. Yang Jiao accepted the jade token with both hands and carefully put it away. Chen Fan added, with your current magical abilities, an ordinary true immortal is no match for you. But if you run into a golden immortal or someone above that level, do not fight them head on. Act according to circumstances. Your life is what matters most. This disciple understands. Chen Fan waved a hand. Go. Yang Jiao kowtowed 3 times to Chen Fan, then turned and walked toward the valley entrance. After a few steps, he looked back again. Seeing Chen Fan still standing there nodding slightly, Yang Jiao took a deep breath and walked away with long strides. Chen Fan watched until he had vanished through the valley entrance. Only then did he turn and return to his cave dwelling, make a few simple preparations, ride a cloud, and set off for the heavenly court. Chen Fan rode his cloud straight up to the heavenly court and soon arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. The heavenly general on guard was still General Feipeng, who hastily saluted upon seeing him. Times had changed. Chen Fan was now a greatly favored figure at Xuantian's side, holding a first-rank godly post in the heavenly court, far more prestigious than his own position as a 4th-rank gate-guarding general. He recalled that in the beginning Chen Fan had merely been a minor earth immortal who still had to follow his orders. Now with a single turn of events he had become a being to be looked up to, and his cultivation was unfathomable. It truly matched that saying, the waves behind the Yangtze push the waves ahead, leaving the front waves dead on the sand. Chen Fan returned the salute with a cupped fist gesture, for after all Feipeng had once been his superior and was a decent man. In the past his cultivation was too low to perceive Feipeng's true level. Now with a single glance he could tell that the other was at the great perfection of golden immortal, merely lacking an opportunity to break through to Tai golden immortal. That opportunity could come from one's own enlightenment or from consuming a heavenly treasure such as the 9,000-year flat peach. Although the two were on good terms, they were not bosom friends. The 9,000-year flat peach was so precious that Chen Fan naturally would not give it to him to help him break through his realm. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Feipeng, he went straight to the judicial god's mansion. The artisan immortals of the heavenly court worked with great speed and skill in constructing the mansion. 1 day in heaven equals a year in the mortal world. In just over 10 days a magnificent palace had been completed, grand and imposing in its overall design, by no means inferior to the Xuannu Palace. The immortal spiritual energy within the residence was extremely dense. Celestial maids and divine attendants each took up their duties, all at Chen Fan's command. Gazing at the palace before him, Chen Fan felt rather satisfied. From then on he had a mansion of his own in the heavenly court. However, during his absence in the mortal world, a large pile of official documents had accumulated on his desk in the mansion, mostly reports of minor immortals in the lower realm violating the heavenly laws. None of the matters were major, but they were tedious. Chen Fan sat down and reviewed them one by one, punishing those who should be punished and releasing those who should be released, handling everything with crisp decisiveness. For the next several days, aside from handling official business, Chen Fan spent every day in seclusion cultivating. The bottleneck from the late stage of Tai golden immortal to the great perfection was not difficult to break through. At his pace it would take only a few hundred years. On this day Yao Ji suddenly came to visit. Chen Fan rose to welcome her and invited her into the mansion to take a seat. Naturally, celestial maids served immortal tea and snacks. Yao Ji looked around and a faint smile appeared on her stunning jade-like face. The judicial god's mansion is truly impressive, not a bit inferior to my own palace. Chen Fan, not knowing her purpose, could only reply, Princess Yao Ji flatters me. May I ask what advice the eldest princess has come to offer today? Yao Ji raised her teacup, took a sip, and said, nothing important. I heard you have returned from the lower realm, so I came by to see you. Chen Fan nodded and accompanied her in some idle conversation. After a few exchanges he noticed that Yao Ji's gaze toward him was different from how she looked at others. There was more gentleness in it, and also a faint, unnameable feeling. Before Chen Fan became an immortal he had lived in the mortal world for decades, so he was no stranger to the ways of the world. Seeing Yao Ji's demeanor he could vaguely guess what was going on. He was not made of stone. To say that he was not stirred by a peerless female immortal as rare as Yao Ji in the 3 realms would be a lie. But the heavenly laws could not be violated. Immortals and gods were strictly forbidden from harboring romantic feelings. If the two of them let mutual affection bloom, now once it was exposed, Xuantian would certainly fly into a rage, and both he and Yao Ji would suffer severe punishment. At present Chen Fan was only in the late stage of Tai golden immortal, and his strength was still too feeble to resist the heavenly court. At the very least, he would have to achieve quasi-sage or Honghuang golden immortal before he could have the qualification to negotiate with Xuantian. With a sign-in system at his disposal, he had great confidence in himself. As long as he was given enough time, even attaining Honghuang Daoyuo golden immortal was not out of the question. Yao Ji's gaze gently fell upon Chen Fan, and the admiration in her heart grew even stronger. As Xuantian's younger sister, she held a noble status. Countless immortals and gods in the heavenly court had admired her, yet she had never been moved by any of them. It was only when Chen Fan saved her in the mortal world, and she shared his Tao heart, that she gradually began to feel worldly emotions. She had not come this time with any deliberate intention of hiding her feelings, she simply wanted to see him more often. Chen Fan pondered for a moment. Unwilling to perpetually play the fool, he resolved to speak frankly about the advantages and disadvantages so as not to give rise to entanglements later. I can roughly understand the eldest princess's feelings. At the sound of his words, Yao Ji's body stiffened slightly. A trace of shyness passed over her brows, and she lowered her eyelids, quietly waiting for what he would say next. I am not a dull-witted man. Having personally experienced the many facets of the mortal world, I naturally understand romantic love. The eldest princess is surpassingly beautiful and nobly born, and since she has taken a liking to me, how could I remain completely unmoved? Chen Fan's tone was gentle as he slowly voiced the concerns in his heart. You and I are both immortals and gods of the heavenly court. The heavenly laws explicitly forbid deities from falling in love. Once our love is exposed, the first to be implicated will be you. His Majesty Xuantian, as the sovereign of the three realms, will never tolerate such a thing. With my ridiculously weak cultivation, I have no power to protect you, let alone to resist the laws of the entire heavenly court. As I am now, I lack the confidence to accept this affection. Yao Ji slowly lifted her head, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She understood it all, and she had known from the very beginning that this relationship was destined to be fraught with difficulty. Seeing the despondent look of the beautiful Lady Chen Fan, felt a slight stir in his heart. Unwilling to let down her genuine feelings, he slowly made a promise. Since the two of us are immortals with long lifespans, there is no need to rush. When my cultivation advances in the future, and I step into quasi-sage, I will no longer fear the restraints of the heavenly laws. At that time, I will marry you openly and honorably, and no one will be able to stop the two of us. Yao Ji stared blankly at Chen Fan. All the disappointment in her heart melted away, and a warmth spread through her soul. She knew that Chen Fan always kept his word. He would never utter idle words meant only to placate. She lightly nodded, a supremely beautiful smile blooming on her cool jade-like face. I can wait for you as long as it takes. The two reached a tacit understanding and said no more about love. Instead, they turned to talking about the current state of the three realms and the matter of the investiture tribulation. As Xuantian's younger sister, Yao Ji knew far more than ordinary immortals and gods about the powers of the three realms and the hidden secrets of the investiture tribulation. She slowly revealed what she knew, and there was a note of concern in her voice. Since ancient times, whenever a great tribulation descended, the heavenly Tao would bring slaughter upon the world. All those below the quasi-sage realm would be shackled by the heavenly Tao, losing their freedom and being left at the mercy of fate. Even the host of righteous gods in the heavenly court would inevitably be forced into the game in the future, wrapped in the entanglement of karma. Chen Fan simply listened quietly, his expression calm and detached. He had long understood the horror of the great investiture tribulation. On the surface, this tribulation appeared to be a change of dynasties in the mortal world, but in truth, it was a game of chess between sages. Countless powerful figures laid their schemes in the shadows, calculating over opportunities and reaping the karma of all living beings. Weak cultivators had always been nothing more than pawns on the chessboard of the mighty. Chen Fan mused to himself that he must seize the time to cultivate and build up his reserves. Only by becoming strong enough would he be able to control his own fate and not fail the lady waiting for him. Inside the grand hall, the two sat quietly and talked for a long time. Mostly, it was Yao Ji who recounted the hidden secrets of the three realms with gentle eloquence, while Chen Fan listened in silence and occasionally answered. After a long and spirited talk, Yao Ji slowly rose to her feet. It is already late, so I shall take my leave now. Her tone was gentle, and her calm gaze rested on Chen Fan. The two of them had already opened their hearts to each other, and both knew their feelings well, yet they refrained from displaying them too openly, because of the heavenly laws. If Yao Ji lingered too long in the judicial heavenly god's mansion, it would easily invite the gossip of the heavenly immortals and breed rumor and slander. Chen Fan understood the reason and did not try to persuade her to stay. He rose at once. In that case, I will escort the princess out. Then the two walked out of the hall together and arrived outside the judicial heavenly god's mansion. Yao Ji looked at the man before her, a trace of tenderness hidden in the depths of her eyes. The promise Chen Fan had just made she would remember for all her days. The immortal path was long, and she was willing to wait in tranquility for Chen Fan's cultivation to rise and break free from the shackles of the heavenly laws. There is no need to escort me farther, this is far enough. Yao Ji shook her head slightly. As her words faded, she lightly stepped onto the drifting clouds and prepared to return to her own palace. Chen Fan looked at her and said calmly, "In the future, if you have nothing to do, princess, you are welcome to come and visit any time." "All right." Yao Ji gently nodded, said no more, turned around, stepped onto an auspicious cloud, and slowly drifted away. Chen Fan stood in place, watching her figure gradually vanish from sight. Only then did he walk slowly back into the hall, sit down, and remain motionless for a long time. His words just now were a promise to Yao Ji and also a spur to himself. Achieving the quasi-sage realm was easier said than done. Reaching that goal would not be that simple. In the heavenly court, Tai golden immortals were by no means few, but those who could enter the quasi-sage realm were few indeed. If not for the check-in system at his side, Chen Fan would not have dared to make such a promise lightly. The moment he collected his thoughts and was about to begin cultivating a system, notification suddenly rang out in his sea of consciousness. Ding! It has been detected that the host is in the judicial heavenly gods mansion and is eligible to check in. Would you like to check in now? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, long accustomed to the system's abrupt notifications. He silently uttered in his mind, check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward, one perfect external incarnation. The incarnation possesses 90% of the true body's combat power and can grow and advance along with the true body's cultivation. Chen Fan could not help feeling delighted inside. If it had been an ordinary clone, it would hardly be worth mentioning. With the divine powers at his command, he could transform into thousands of clones at will, but those clones were weak in cultivation and could not be put to much use. However, the external incarnation given by the system this time was completely different, holding 90% of his own power and able to permanently synchronize cultivation with him. If the true body later broke through to Honghuang golden immortal, the incarnation would likewise possess combat power at that same realm. This was no small matter. Looking across the 6 sages of the primordial heavens apart from Taiching Laozi, who could temporarily divide into 3 sage clones with a secret art, none of the other sages possessed such a capability. From this one could see how extraordinary this incarnation was. Even if a primordial supreme treasure were offered in exchange, Chen Fan would have to think twice about whether to trade. Previously, he had always had his misgivings, as the judicial heavenly god official affairs were endless, making it hard for him to go down to the lower realm in secret to seek opportunities or check in at various places. But just when he was feeling sleepy, a pillow arrived. The external incarnation could solve this problem perfectly. From now on, the incarnation could remain in the judicial heavenly god's mansion and take care of all the trivial affairs of the heavenly court. The true body, meanwhile, could roam freely through the lower realms, seek fortuitous encounters, complete system tasks, and check in anywhere to obtain rewards. With his mind made up, Chen Fan directly claimed the reward. In an instant, a figure whose face and silhouette were exactly the same as his appeared out of thin air in the hall. The incarnation immediately clasped its hands and saluted respectfully, saying, "Greetings, true body." Chen Fan observed it carefully. In both outward appearance and soul aura, this incarnation was exactly the same as himself, who only in the depth of cultivation and foundation was it slightly inferior. Moreover, their souls were connected, and everything the incarnation saw, felt, thought, and understood could be clearly sensed by the true body and controlled with a single thought. Chen Fan gave a slight salute in return, then waved his hand and smiled. "You and I are one, so there is no need for such courtesy, fellow Taoist." The incarnation nodded slightly and waited quietly for the true body's orders. Chen Fan's eyes were calm as his thoughts rapidly assessed his current situation. Now that he held the high office of judicial heavenly god and wielded the authority of heavenly law and punishment, there were certainly many immortals and gods secretly eyeing him with envy. He suspected that every move he made was under their watch. One small misstep would allow others to trap him in their schemes. With this external incarnation, he could make 2 bodies serve 2 purposes, advancing and retreating with ease. Chen Fan looked at the incarnation and instructed, "From now on, fellow Taoist, you will remain in the judicial heavenly god's mansion, handling the routine affairs on my behalf, and managing the comings and goings of the heavenly court's many immortals and gods." "Yes, true body." The incarnation accepted the order. Its temperament was steady enough to stand alone in the task. Chen Fan nodded slightly, then stirred his mind, and his soul merged fully with the incarnation. In an instant, all the incarnation's perceptions flowed into his mind, as if he had gained an extra pair of eyes. With the current trifles settled, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. At present, his cultivation was only at the late Tai golden immortal stage. To reach the quasi-sage realm quickly, foundation opportunity and an understanding of the laws were all indispensable. Staying in the heavenly court was certainly fine, but progress there was ultimately limited. The primordial land held boundless fortune, ancient ruins, innate spiritual roots, and treasures left behind by fallen mighty experts. All were excellent opportunities to enhance cultivation. With the incarnation guarding the mansion in his place, he could extricate himself and leave the heavenly court. Once all matters were explained, Chen Fan said no more. His figure moved and he vanished from the hall. The external incarnation remained in the main hall, its manner and behavior no different from those of the true body, who outsiders could not distinguish the false from the real. In the primordial land within the territories of the human race, wars were flaring on all sides and turmoil was unending. In the past, King Zhou had entered Nuwa Palace to burn incense and worship. Sect Master Tong Tian secretly interfered, causing Zhuni's conspiracy to be discovered by Nuwa. As a result, Nuwa did not vent her anger on the Shang dynasty, nor did she raise the demon summoning banner to send the 3 demons of Xianyuan tomb into the world to bewitch King Zhou. Yet, constrained by the pull of the heavenly Tao's overall trend, King Zhou grew increasingly brutal in temperament and benighted in his conduct. It was just then that a phoenix sang at Mount Qishan and an auspicious omen descended. Ji Chang, the Western Marquis bearing the fortune of the heavenly Tao, followed heaven's timing and raised an army to attack King Zhou of Shang. Originally, it was merely a conflict within the human race, yet as the investiture tribulation slowly unfolded, the great immortals of the Chan sect and the Jie sect entered the mortal world one after another. Each chose their camp and secretly vied and maneuvered against the other. Chen Fan was perfectly aware of all the causes and effects of the investiture tribulation. But this tribulation had nothing to do with him, and he had no intention of involving himself in it. At present, his sole thought was to roam the primordial land, search every place for fortune and opportunity, focus on honing his magical power, and rapidly strengthen himself. At Xintang Pass, the garrison commander's mansion, Li Jing paced back and forth with knitted brows. From the delivery room, Lady Yin's cries of pain and the midwife's shouts came in fits and starts. 3 years and 6 months. What in the world is she carrying, a human or a demon? Frustrated at heart, Li Jing was about to push the door open and see for himself. But at that very moment, the midwife and the maids rushed out with panic-stricken faces and reported urgently to Li Jing, "My lord, something terrible has happened. The lady has given birth to a flesh ball." Li Jing was astounded. He immediately drew the sword from his waist, kicked open the door, and charged in. What came into view was indeed a round crimson flesh ball, and it was even bouncing about in the delivery room every now and then. "Demon, your life is forfeit." Enraged, Li Jing raised the sword in his hand and hacked at the flesh ball. Before the thoroughly weakened Lady Yin could even cry out to stop him, there was a loud bang, and the crimson flesh ball split in two from the middle. The flesh ball vanished at once. In its place, before all eyes, stood a child wearing a red belly band, his little feet bare. After landing steadily, the child looked around. When his gaze fell on Li Jing's sword, he showed not the slightest fear. Lady Yin forced herself up, both startled and overjoyed, and hastily ordered the maid to bring the child to her. Li Jing sheathed his sword and stood still, looking at the child in front of him. The blaze of fury in his chest had already dissolved, leaving only dumbfounded amazement. At the same moment, Chen Fan, who was wandering the primordial wilderness, heard the systems chime again in his sea of consciousness as a brand new quest was issued. Triggered main quest: take Li Neza as a disciple. Quest description: Li Neza is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl under goddess Nuwa's throne. Extraordinary in destiny, boundless in potential, and destined to become a top-tier fighting power in the future. Quest rewards: supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the 12-grade world purifying white lotus, 100 strands of the great Tao's merit, and promotion to the perfection stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. Chen Fan rejoiced inwardly, for this reward was even richer and more alluring than when he had accepted Yang Jiao as a disciple. Even the world purifying white lotus, a top-grade innate spirit treasure, had appeared. This treasure was considered the highest tier among supreme grade innate spirit treasures, possessing the power to suppress and stabilize fate. But according to the original function storyline, Li Neza should have been Tai Jinren's disciple. Now that the system had issued this task, it was clearly meant for Chen Fan to get there first and disrupt the function plot. After a moment's consideration, Chen Fan accepted the task. With his current strength, there was no need to fear Tai Jinren. With that in mind, he followed the system's guidance and set out for the garrison commander's mansion in Xintang Pass. With his teleportation arts, Chen Fan reached the mansion in no time. He concealed his figure and landed in the courtyard. The servants inside were still whispering about the strange flesh ball, and none noticed the arrival of an outsider. Li Jing was standing beside the bed, looking down at the child. The child was lively by nature. He squirmed out of the maid's arms and ran about the room, his movements far more agile than those of any ordinary infant. Lady Yin, leaning against the headboard, looked at the child with pure adoration, repeatedly cautioning him to be careful not to hurt himself. Li Jing could not let go of his misgivings. A child only born after 3 years and 6 months in the womb defied all reason. Even as a garrison commander who had seen many demons and monsters, he remained guarded at heart. Chen Fan dismissed his invisibility technique and walked slowly into the room. Seeing this, Li Jing went on alert at once. Holding his sword horizontally before his wife and child, he demanded, "Sir, who are you? What do you mean by breaking into the commander's mansion?" Lady Yin also hastily gathered the child in her arms, wearing a protective expression. "I am the Taoist Chen Fan," he said. "I happened to pass through Xintang Pass, and hearing that a son had been born in this house, I have come specifically to see him." Chen Fan smiled, his gaze falling on the child as he spoke indifferently. The child, as if born with a natural affinity, broke free from Lady Yin's embrace, ran straight over to Chen Fan, and looked up at him curiously. Li Jing's expression remained tense. "My son was born in such a bizarre manner. Could it be that you heard of the strange occurrence and came to subdue him?" "No. This child is the reincarnation of the spirit pearl under a saint's throne, bearing immense destiny. I wish to accept him as my disciple. Garrison Commander Li, would you grant this?" Li Jing shook all over at these words. The reincarnation of the spirit pearl under a saint's throne. No wonder such oddity had occurred. Lady Yin, meanwhile, was reluctant. Jinjia and Muza had been taken away by Chan's sect immortals to cultivate in their youth, and had rarely stayed by her side. Now her third son had just been born, and another immortal had come to the door seeking a disciple. She truly could not bear to let her youngest leave her so soon. Li Jing was caught in a dilemma. Sending his child to a master was a great immortal fate, but seeing Lady Yin's sorrowful expression, he could not bear to separate mother and son. Just as Li Jing was hesitating, a spiritual light landed outside the house. Tai Jinren arrived on a cloud, striding quickly into the room. The moment Tai Jinren caught sight of Chen Fan, his expression soured. He then demanded in a deep-voiced Taoist, "Friend, the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl is a disciple I have reserved. I have come on the orders of my master Xuantian to bring him into the Chen sect. Why have you made a move before me?" Faced with such an aggressive manner, Chen Fan was thoroughly displeased. He sneered, "So that he can take the Fengshang tribulation for you under your tutelage." Tai Jinren frowned. "The tribulations are determined by the heavenly Tao. The Spirit Pearl was sent to the mortal world precisely to train in my Chen sect. How can you accuse me of using him as a shield? And after all that trial, he ends up stripping his bones to return them to his father, and cutting away his flesh to return it to his mother, his soul forced to lodge in a lotus, so his cultivation can rarely advance," Chen Fan said with a contemptuous smile. Tai Jinren was secretly stunned. How could this man know such hidden secrets in such detail? His true purpose in taking the reincarnated Spirit Pearl as a disciple had always been to use him to withstand the deadly calamity of the Fengshan tribulation as instructed by Xuantian, so that he himself could come away unscathed. He had even already plotted the reincarnated Spirit Pearl's future course, waiting only to set it in motion. Tai Jinren found himself speechless for a moment and could only change the subject. Tribulations are arranged by the heavenly Tao. Only by enduring hardship can one succeed in the great Tao. Garrison Commander Li, the Chen sect is the orthodox lineage of the three pure ones. If he enters my sect, he will obtain true immortal methods. Do not easily believe what others say. Lady Yin hugged the child tightly, her face pale. She would never allow her youngest to meet such a fate of death and separation. The child wriggled out of Lady Yin's arms, grabbed Chen Fan's robe with his small hand, and said in a clear voice, "I want to follow this Taoist master and learn spells." Li Jing's heart had already leaned that way, but he was wary of the Chen sect's power and dared not commit hastily. Seeing this, Tai Jinren began to gather his magic power in secret, intending to forcibly take away the reincarnated Spirit Pearl. But the moment his magic rose, he sensed the deep cultivation surging from Chen Fan, no weaker than his own, and had no choice but to suppress his urge to act. At this moment, Chen Fan took the chance to say, "If he joins my sect, I will pass on everything I know, teach him to avoid the coming tribulations, and let him cultivate by his family's side for years to come." Hearing this, Li Jing hesitated no longer. He clasped his hands in salute and said, "As long as you can keep my son safe, I will entrust my youngest to you." Ding. Quest complete. Rewards granted: 12 grade world purifying white lotus, 100 strands of great Tao merit and cultivation ascension to the perfection of Tai Golden Immortal. In an instant, Chen Fan's cultivation directly rose to the perfection of Tai Golden Immortal. Great Tao merit appeared behind him, and the 12 grade world purifying white lotus hovered in midair. Nourished by the treasure's radiance, Lady Yin's postpartum weakness was healed in an instant. All the mortals in the house also felt an invigorating clarity in both mind and body. Seeing Chen Fan's aura rising once more, and with an exquisite innate defensive spiritual treasure at his side, Tai Jinren could not help the wariness that crept into his eyes. But the reincarnation of Lingzhuzi bore directly on whether he could safely survive the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, so Tai Jinren was in no way willing to give up easily. He stepped forward and looked at Chen Fan, applying pressure in a deliberate tone. "Taoist friend, if you insist on this course, you will be opposing the Chen sect. If you leave now, I will owe you a favor. How about it?" Chen Fan laughed in anger upon hearing this. "Do not try to frighten this Taoist with the Chen sect. You alone cannot represent the entire sect. Besides, your favor means nothing in my eyes." Tai Jinren's expression turned frosty in an instant. He raised his magic treasure, murderous intent written across his face. "Since you refuse to back down, we can only settle this by force." The moment the words left his mouth, the nine-dragon divine fire cover soared into the air, its flames spreading across all directions as it pressed down rapidly toward Chen Fan. Seeing the fierce incoming strike, Chen Fan's expression shifted slightly. The man was one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, yet he had struck first without regard for his status. Once the nine-dragon divine fire cover descended without a powerful protective treasure, not only Lady Yin and her mortal attendants, but even Li Jing and the reincarnation of Lingzhuzi would be reduced to ashes. "Vile wretch, you are unworthy of being called a virtuous golden immortal of the Chen sect, yet you have no regard for mortal lives whatsoever." Chen Fan cursed through gritted teeth. He had no time to think further. He placed everyone behind him, and his magic power surged wildly, forming an earthy yellow elliptical halo of light that enveloped them all. Then he flicked his finger, and a drop of essence blood instantly vanished into the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus above his head. This supreme defensive treasure had originally been a system quest reward. Now with Chen Fan's essence blood merged into it, it immediately acknowledged him as its master and was fully refined. The 12-grade world-purifying white lotus radiated boundless white light, condensing another lotus petal barrier outside the earthy yellow halo. In the space of a breath, so quickly that it all but defied description, Chen Fan completed his defenses, and the 9-dragon divine fire cover came crashing down. 9 fire dragons spiraled and spewed samadhi true fire, yet they were blocked by the white light formed by the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus and could not advance an inch. Tai Jinren frowned and poured all his power into the 9-dragon divine fire cover. The fire dragons roared and writhed, scorching the lotus pedestal endlessly, but they still could not break the defense. Instead, a portion of the flames rebounded toward him. Seeing that the 9-dragon divine fire cover could not harm Chen Fan, a bloodthirsty gleam appeared in his eyes. He actually offered up every treasure on his person. The Qianquan ring, fire-tipped spear, golden brick, and Yin-Yang twin swords rose into the air together, and the 4 treasures battered the lotus light barrier in succession. Firelight and golden radiance struck the white light barrier one after another, shaking the protective shield into ripples. Yet they still could not pierce the defense of the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus. Standing within the light barrier, Chen Fan watched Tai Jinren's frenzied, demon-possessed behavior and secretly shook his head. As a supreme expert at the consummate Tai golden immortal realm, the other party had actually lost some of his clarity of mind under the miasma of the investiture tribulation. A disciple of a sage reduced to such a state. How laughable. It is only proper to return what one receives. Tai Taoist, please also taste this Taoist's methods. As he finished speaking, Chen Fan raised his hand and pointed. The heavenly punishment divine ruler shot through the air, carrying majestic heavenly might as it lashed straight toward Tai Jinren. Not good. Tai Jinren let out a startled cry. He had only enough time to summon back the Yin-Yang twin swords before the heavenly punishment divine ruler was already before him. He hurriedly urged the twin swords forward to block. As the treasures collided, a tremendous force blasted him back dozens of steps before he managed to steady himself. His magic power churned in disorder within him. The remaining treasures flew back in a panic to guard his body, barely allowing him to fend off the follow-up attacks. The bloodthirsty wildness in Tai Jinren's eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity and solemnity. His earlier frenzy had accomplished nothing. Instead, Chen Fan had effortlessly suppressed him with a single counterattack, and he had nearly suffered severe injuries, or even death, on the spot. Taoist friend, are you truly determined to be my enemy and the enemy of the Chan sect? Although Chen Fan was not afraid of Tai Jinren, and could even slay him if he unleashed his full power, he knew he had little chance of victory against the entire Chan sect, even with the life-preserving trump card gifted by Qingping Taoist. As long as this Taoist is here, Taoist friend, do not think of taking away the reincarnation of Ling Zhuzi. Chen Fan stood within the lotus pedestal and said coldly. Tai Jinren knew that a head-on assault was hopeless, and that continuing to fight would only put him at a disadvantage. The better choice was to leave first, return to the Chan sect to rally allies, and then come back to settle accounts with this Taoist. With this thought, he gathered all his treasures and did not forget to leave behind a harsh warning. The karma of today will surely be settled in the future. Having said that, he was about to mount the clouds and flee. Humph. You come when you wish and leave when you wish. Do you truly think this Taoist is so easy to bully? Chen Fan snorted coldly, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Then he waved his sleeve, and the mystic heaven demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. The first stance of the 3 heaven-severing stances imparted by Qingping Taoist, shattering sun and moon, was unleashed with all his might. There was no towering 10,000 Zhang sword radiance, as one might imagine. Instead, the sword light gathered into a single point, and an invisible sword intent tore through the void straight toward Tai Jinren. Relying on the true essence of the sword Tao transmitted by Qingping Taoist, shattering sun and moon, locked onto only the opponent's physical aura. The mortals nearby were not affected in the slightest. Only when that point of sword light reached him did Tai Jinren perceive the fatal crisis. Alarm surged in his heart as he hurriedly summoned all the treasures around him to guard his front. With a low hum, the invisible sword intent struck the barrier of treasures. There was no earth-shaking explosion, but the protective treasures trembled one after another. The Qianquan ring, fire-tipped spear, and golden brick were blasted far away. Although the treasures before him had dispersed most of the sword intent, a portion still seeped into Tai Jinren's body. He could not hold back a mouthful of essence blood, and his figure staggered backward several zhang involuntarily. Still shaken, he no longer dared to linger. Without even retrieving the Qianquan ring, fire-tipped spear, or golden brick, he fully unleashed the earth-spanning golden light divine art, and fled, without looking back, toward Kunlun Mountain, not daring to leave behind even one more threatening word. Watching Tai Jinren flee, Chen Fan did not give chase. It was not out of mercy. As a fellow consummate Tai golden immortal, and a disciple of a sage, how could the other man lack a life-saving treasure? Moreover, even if he could slay Tai Jinren with Yuanshi Tianzuan's extreme protectiveness over his disciples, Chen Fan would not come out of it unscathed. After weighing this, he put away his sword and stood still. With a thought, the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus turned into a stream of light and vanished into his body. Looking at the 3 treasures Tai Jinren had left behind, a trace of delight appeared on Chen Fan's face. Now Nez's equipment is settled. Then he waved his sleeve and collected the Qinquan ring and the other treasures. Lady Yin and the household servants who had been shielded behind him were still shaken, but all of them looked at Chen Fan with deep gratitude. Li Jing stepped forward quickly and saluted with cupped hands. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for lending your aid and preserving our lives." Chen Fan nodded slightly. His gaze fell upon the child in Lady Yin's arms, and he asked, "Has this child been given a name yet?" Holding the infant, Lady Yin hurriedly shook her head. "Not yet. May I ask the Immortal Master to bestow a name?" Chen Fan made a show of examining the child for a moment, then smiled. "Your eldest son is named Jinjia, your second son Muza. How about naming this youngest son Neza?" Neza. Upon hearing this, Li Jing and his wife's eyes suddenly lit up. The couple quickly clasped their hands and thanked Chen Fan, their brows and eyes full of joy, clearly very satisfied with the name he had given their youngest son. After all, according to the original plot of the investiture of the gods, the reincarnation of the spirit pearl was called Neza, so their thoughts happened to align. Chen Fan gently rubbed Neza's little head, turned to Li Jing and his wife, and smiled. "Since Neza is still young, after 3 years this humble priest will come to your door again and personally teach him the great path of cultivation." He was not a cold-hearted person. Lady Yin had carried Neza for 3 years and 6 months before giving birth to him. They should at least be allowed to enjoy family happiness. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin beamed with joy. She could not bear to have her precious son leave her side so soon. Li Jing, however, detected the farewell intention in Chen Fan's words. His expression slightly changed, and he hastily urged, "Reverend Immortal, why not stay at the general's mansion? That way you could teach Neza nearby." With a meaningful glance at Li Jing, Chen Fan shook his head and pointed to a mountain peak not far away. "I shall simply cultivate on that mountain. As for Tai Jinren, I have already wounded him. He will likely not return to Qintang Pass anytime soon." Hearing this, Li Jing gave an awkward smile and did not press further. Chen Fan nodded slightly to everyone, then transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at an unnamed great mountain dozens of li outside Qintang Pass. He casually carved out a simple cave dwelling, set up restrictions, and began refining his magical power and cultivating with focused devotion. Though his cultivation was at the consummate level of a Tai Golden Immortal in the primordial chaos, he still could not be considered a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, he had now offended Tai Jinren, who relied on the Chan sect, making the situation rather tricky. Yet Chen Fan felt not a trace of fear. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with generals and stop floods with earth. If truly cornered, he would join the Jie sect and contend with the Chan sect. Surely Heavenly Lord Tantian would welcome him with open arms. For immortals, 3 years are but a snap of the fingers. But for mortals, they are a long stretch of time. It is time to leave seclusion and go teach Neza cultivation. Chen Fan opened his eyes, looked toward Qintang Pass, and murmured to himself. Though he had initially taken Neza as a disciple to complete a system task, since he had assumed the role of a teacher, he would absolutely not go through the motions. He slowly rose, flickered his form, and headed straight for the general's mansion of Qintang Pass. In the back courtyard of the mansion, Neza was nestled in Lady Yin's arms, listening to a story. At that moment, a servant came to report that the master was receiving Immortal Chen and asked Lady Yin to bring the young master to the main hall. Lady Yin did not dare to delay. Taking Neza's hand, she walked to the main hall and immediately spotted Chen Fan standing beside Li Jing. Neza broke free from his mother's hand, trotted up to Chen Fan, raised his little face, and asked excitedly in a childish voice, "Master, are you here to teach your disciple to cultivate?" Looking at the little Neza before him, who had grown quite a bit and was spirited and adorable, Chen Fan felt a hint of fondness in his heart. He nodded with a smile. "I have come today precisely to take you into the mountains for cultivation." Hearing this, Neza clapped his little hands and cheered. He had long yearned for those immortal arts, and now he could finally cultivate. Though Lady Yin's expression showed reluctance, she understood that this was Neza's immortal destiny. She could only softly instruct Neza to listen to his master's teachings. Li Jing, standing nearby, took the opportunity to suggest preparing a courtyard in the mansion for the two to use for daily cultivation, but Chen Fan politely declined. For one thing, the general's mansion was bustling and noisy, which was not conducive to a tranquil mind. For another, the immortal spiritual energy in the mountains was richer, better suited for Neza's cultivation. Mindful of Lady Yin's deep longing for her son, Chen Fan added, "From now on, I will come every morning to take Neza into the mountains for cultivation and bring him back to the mansion at sunset, so as not to delay the time between mother and son." Upon hearing this, Lady Yin's anxious heart finally settled. Not having to part from her own flesh and blood was already the best of both worlds. Li Jing hesitated for a moment, then still asked, "Immortal, what about Tai Jinren?" "Rest assured, generally," Chen Fan said calmly, "I will handle Tai Jinren myself. If anyone else from the Chan sect comes looking, just tell them where my cave dwelling is." Hearing him say this, Li Jing's heavy heart finally fully settled. Chen Fan reached out and took Neza's hand, then turned and soared into the air. Before long, they landed in front of the cave dwelling among the mountains. The area around the cave dwelling was lush with vegetation. Enhanced by the gathering immortals formation he had set up years ago, the immortal spiritual energy was even richer than it had been 3 years before. He raised his hand to remove the restrictions and led Neza inside. Chen Fan had Neza sit cross-legged, then meticulously imparted the great-grade celestial immortal art that he himself cultivated, helping him firmly establish his foundation. Bearing the original essence of the spirit pearl, Neza's aptitude was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He soon entered a meditative state and began cultivating. Chen Fan stood by his side, occasionally reaching out to help straighten the innate spiritual energy that was somewhat unruly within his body. For several months in a row, Chen Fan arrived at the general's mansion every morning to take Neza into the mountains and delivered him home at sunset. Every time she saw Neza return, Lady Yin's brows and eyes were filled with joy. Her eldest son Jinjia and second son Muza had never returned home since going into the mountains to cultivate with Chan sect immortals. For this reason, she was all the more grateful to Chen Fan. In later cultivation, Chen Fan no longer limited himself to breathing techniques. He unreservedly taught the 36 heavenly transformations and the 72 earthly transformations. With the support of the Spirit Pearl's original essence, extremely high comprehension, and Chen Fan's unsparing guidance, Neza mastered these supreme transformation abilities quite impressively within just a few years. Seeing that Neza's cultivation and divine powers had reached a preliminary level, Chen Fan took out several treasures to protect him. There was the universe ring, the fire-tipped spear, and the golden brick seized from Tai Zhenren, as well as an extremely high-grade postnatal spirit treasure granted by Xuantian, the Immortal Slaying Sword, all handed into Neza's hands. Coupled with the red belly band transformed from the muddy sky ribbon on Neza's body, he was truly covered in treasures, the very image of a young immortal boy, full of spiritual artifacts. Overjoyed by these treasures, Neza became even more reverent toward his master. Chen Fan watched Neza's joyful appearance, and a trace of a smile floated at the corner of his mouth. Through his meticulous teaching, though Neza was still somewhat mischievous, he was extremely well-behaved and sensible, far better than the arrogant and overbearing demeanor he had under Tai Zhenren's tutelage in the original plot. One day, as Chen Fan was instructing Neza in combat techniques within the cave dwelling, a deafening dull thud suddenly came from outside. The entire mountain violently trembled and rocks and soil cascaded down. A cold and imposing voice followed, immediately echoing through every corner of the mountain, carrying a terrifying pressure. "Those inside the cave, come out at once to meet me. If you dare delay even a moment, I will grind this mountain to scorched earth, leaving not a trace of your master and disciple." Neza stopped cultivating and looked outside with curiosity. Chen Fan frowned slightly, raised his hand to cast a magic seal, and the restriction at the cave entrance opened with a sound. Outside the cave stood a tall, stern-faced, middle-aged Taoist. His yin-yang and 8-trigram robe fluttered gently in the wind, and in his palm, he held a heavy golden seal. He was indeed Guangchengzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Seeing Chen Fan come out of the cave, a cold, murderous intent surfaced in Guangchengzi's eyes. He demanded in a deep voice, "I am Guangchengzi of the Chan sect. So you are the one who wounded my junior brother Tai Zhenren, stole his disciple, and seized several of his treasures." Chen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at Guangchengzi, with not the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. Early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. As expected of the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of Chan sect, he was stronger than Tai Zhenren by more than a mere margin. "That's right. It was I who wounded Tai Zhenren, and I who took his treasures." Chen Fan nodded in acknowledgement, neither servile nor overbearing. "As for Neza, his becoming my disciple was something his parents personally consented to. How can you call it stealing?" Guangchengzi's eyes flashed with a cold light. The Fan Tian seal in his palm trembled slightly, and an oppressive aura as heavy as a mountain bore down on Chen Fan and his disciple. What a sharp-tongued Taoist. Junior brother Tai was acting on the decree of our Chan sect's master Yuanshi, descending the mountain to take the reincarnation of Lingzhu as his disciple. This is ordained by heaven's mandate. How dare you, a mere Tai golden immortal, defy the will of heaven? Chen Fan let out a derisive snort and said coolly, "Heaven's mandate. When Tai Zhenren fought against me and lost due to inferior skill, is that not also a kind of heaven's mandate?" Guangchengzi's expression darkened. He had not expected this Taoist not only to be unafraid of the Chan sect's prestige, but to dare retort him as well. How insolent! He abruptly raised his hand. The Fan Tian seal in his palm swelled up against the wind, transforming into a colossal seal 1,000 zhang in size, casting the entire mountain range into shadow. Its dreadful pressure caused all birds and beasts within 100 li to prostrate themselves, trembling, and boulders split apart. A hint of gravity couldn't help but appear in Chen Fan's eyes. According to the ancient scroll of the investiture of the gods, the Fan Tian seal was refined by Yuanshi Tianzuan from the hardest part of Mount Buzhou, and its power ranked among the very top of post-heaven supreme treasures. He had no time to think. The mana within his body surged wildly into the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus. The Pure World White Lotus suddenly bloomed. Layer upon layer of white lotus petals spread across the sky, transforming into a brilliant curtain of light that enveloped the entire mountaintop. The Fan Tian seal came crashing down. Rumble! The heavens and earth changed color. Mountains within hundreds of li trembled violently, and countless boulders split off and rolled down the slopes. Yet that seemingly flimsy white curtain of light actually held the 1,000 zhang colossal seal aloft in midair, preventing it from advancing even a hair's breadth. Guang Qingzi's pupils abruptly constricted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus. How could you possess such a supreme treasure?" This lotus throne was a top-grade pre-heaven spiritual treasure of the highest order. Even across the entire primordial wilderness, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Even he, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of Chen's sect, possessed nothing more powerful than the Fantian seal, a post-heaven supreme treasure. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back beneath the golden lotus light, curtain, his expression calm. "Must I report to fellow Taoist Guangqing what treasures I possess?" Guang Qingzi's face darkened like water, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified threefold. He had originally thought that a mere Tai golden immortal, even with some tricks up his sleeve, would be unable to stir up any waves under the suppression of his own Deluo golden immortal cultivation. Unexpectedly, this man secretly possessed such a heavy treasure. No wonder junior brother Tai had been defeated by him. You are merely relying on the advantage of your magic treasure. Let me see how long your lotus can hold out." Guang Qingzi gave a cold snort, his hand seals shifting. The Fantian seal swelled once more, growing to 10,000 zhang in size, its might more than 10 times greater than before. As he spoke, the Fantian seal came crashing down again with the force of annihilating heaven and earth. A sharp light flashed deep in Chen Fan's eyes. He raised his hand and grasped at the air, and a silver-white halberd materialized out of nowhere. It was the tri-pointed double-edged blade. His figure transformed into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky, charging straight at the sky-obscuring colossal seal. "Master!" Neza watched from below with his heart pounding, gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly, wishing he could rush up immediately to help. But then Chen Fan swung the tri-pointed double-edged blade, unleashing a sharp and unmatched silver-white blade aura that tore across the sky and collided fiercely with the Fantian seal. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens. The 10,000 zhang colossal seal was forced back several hundred zhang by that single strike, and Guang Qingzi's figure even staggered, disbelief filling his eyes. A top-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure. Just who are you? Guang Qingzi completely cast aside his contemptuous attitude. A Tai golden immortal possessing a supreme top-grade spiritual treasure like the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus was already shocking, and now he had also produced a top-grade post-heaven spiritual treasure whose power was hardly inferior to the Fantian seal. More importantly, the combat power he had just displayed in that strike had already reached the level of a Deluo golden immortal. Chen Fan stood with his halberd robes fluttering in the wind and said indifferently, "This poor Taoist is merely a wandering cultivator." A wandering cultivator? Guang Qingzi sneered, clearly not believing Chen Fan's words. He continued to threaten, "I don't care who stands behind you. Today I am here on the decree of my master, and Lingzhu must return to the Chan sect with me. If you are wise, hand over Neza and junior brother Tai's treasures, and I will spare your life. Otherwise what?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. Guang Qingzi's eyes erupted with cold light, and he said in a cold voice, "Your soul will be obliterated, never to be reincarnated for all eternity." At the entrance of the cave dwelling, Neza could no longer hold himself back. He rushed out, gripping the fire-tipped spear, and glared at Guang Qingzi. "You Taoists are utterly unreasonable. Whom I Neza take as my master is my own business. Since when is it your Chan sect's place to meddle?" Neza stepped back. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Neza said urgently, "Master, this man wants to harm you. Your disciple cannot stand by and do nothing." Seeing that Neza, though young, wore a face of resolute determination, Chen Fan felt a warmth surge in his heart, yet his tone remained stern. "Your master is here. What business is it of yours to interfere? Go back." Neza bit his lip. Though full of reluctance, he did not dare disobey his master's command, so he could only retreat into the cave dwelling, but his eyes remained fixed fiercely on Guang Qingzi. Guang Qingzi watched this scene, his displeasure deepening. The reincarnation of Lingzhu should have joined the Chan sect, yet now an unknown Taoist had gotten there first, not only luring away a Chan sect disciple, but also severely wounding junior brother Tai. If this grievance and humiliation were not avenged, where would the Chan sect's face remain? Obstinate and unyielding. Guang Qingzi said no more. He formed hand seals with both hands, and dense Dao patterns appeared on the Fantian seal as an even more terrifying pressure descended. At the same time, he turned his hand over and produced a small bronze bell, his other renowned magic treasure, the Luohan bell. This bell specializes in injuring the primordial spirit. Once its chime sounds, the soul trembles. Working in tandem with the Fantian seal, one attacking the physical body, the other attacking the soul, they complemented each other perfectly. Even a formidable Deluo golden immortal would meet his end here if caught off guard. Go! The Luohan bell flew into the air, expanding as it caught the wind, transforming into a giant bell about 10 feet tall. Its body trembled, emitting a deeply muffled toll. A gray sound wave rippled outward like ripples on water, striking directly at Chen Fan's primordial spirit. Meanwhile, the Fantian seal took the opportunity to crash down from the other side, attacking from both flanks, and giving Chen Fan not a moment's respite. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened. The 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus blazed with radiant light, its layers of White Lotus illusions shielding him and Neza so tightly that not a breath could pass through. The Luoan bell's sound wave struck the White Lotus light curtain, stirring ring after ring of ripples, yet it could never penetrate, even a fraction. At the same time he swung the tri-pointed double-edged blade repeatedly, sending streak after streak of silver-white blade aura like bolts of silk slashing toward the Fantian seal. For a time the two were locked in a dead, even contest. The more Xuantian fought, the more alarmed he became. This Taoist was clearly only at the consummate Tai Golden Immortal stage, yet his Dharma power was astonishingly profound, and his combat experience was extremely seasoned, by no means the level one would expect of a rogue cultivator. The two clashed for over 100 rounds, and the mountain ranges within 1,000 li had long been smashed to pieces, while the clouds at the edge of the sky were torn into countless shreds by the residual force of their Dharma power. Down below, Neza watched dazzled and entranced, his large eyes brimming with admiration. His own master, fighting up from a weaker position, had actually managed to tie the leading disciple of Chen's sect. How cool was that? The more Xuantian fought, the more exasperated he grew. Here he was a dignified Daluo Golden Immortal, yet he could not finish off a mere Tai Golden Immortal. If word of this got out, where would he hide his old face? Good, good, good. Xuantian said the word good 3 times in a row, but his tone was as cold as if it had been hauled out of an ice cellar. He abruptly withdrew his hands, and the heaven-overturning seal and the soul-falling bell simultaneously pulled back to hover at his sides, humming softly. Chen Fan's internal alarm bells clanged loudly when he saw the other abruptly stop. Rather than loosening, the light screen of the 12th-grade world-purifying White Lotus grew tighter, shielding Neza behind him even more securely. I admit you do have some ability, Xuantian said, staring coldly at Chen Fan, the murderous intent in his eyes growing rather than fading. But the one thing you should never have done was lay a hand on someone from my Chan sect. With that, he turned his hand over and took out a jade talisman, crushing it without the slightest hesitation. The instant the talisman shattered, a clear beam of light soared into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, then transformed into 2 streaks of light and shot off in different directions. Chen Fan's pupils abruptly constricted. Was this calling for reinforcements? The 12 golden immortals of Chen's sect had always stood together as one. Since Xuantian had come this time, he had probably made full preparations long ago. Those 2 streaks of light were most likely signals to the other golden immortals. Are you afraid? Xuantian stood with his hands behind his back, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I would like to see whether your 12th-grade world-purifying White Lotus can block a joint siege by my fellow disciples of Chen's sect. The moment his words fell, a crimson light tore through the air from the horizon and landed beside Xuantian, condensing into a middle-aged Taoist in a large red Taoist robe, holding the yin-yang mirror in his hand. It was none other than Shijingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of Chen's sect. Shijingzi swept his gaze over Chen Fan and frowned slightly. Elder brother, this Taoist is only a Tai golden immortal. Why does senior brother need to act personally? Hearing this, Xuantian hastily warned him, junior brother, you must be careful. This kid is protected by the 12th-grade world-purifying White Lotus. Junior brother Tai suffered a great loss at the hands of this very treasure, the 12th-grade world-purifying White Lotus. Shijingzi's expression changed, and the look in his eyes as he regarded Chen Fan instantly became more greedy and more wary. How could a supreme treasure like this fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator? Chen Fan's expression was gloomy, and his heart grew heavy. Even facing Xuantian alone required his full strength. If more golden immortals of Chen's sect came to join the siege, he would have no choice but to use the life-saving trump card given to him by Qingping Daoist. He could not help but curse silently. The people of Chen's sect truly had no sense of decency. Before he could think of a countermeasure, another streak of light descended from the heavens, transforming into a handsome male immortal in white robes with a cinnabar between his brows and a jade purifying vase in his hand. None other than Zihong Daoist, the one among the 12 golden immortals who had a male body yet a female appearance. 1 Daluo golden immortal and 2 consummate Tai golden immortals. Chen Fan took a deep breath. With such a lineup, even a true Daluo golden immortal would feel his scalp go numb, let alone him. Master. Neza dashed out of the cave, dwelling fire-tipped spear in hand, and stood beside Chen Fan, his small face full of indignation. These people are shameless. 3 against 1. Neza, go back, Chen Fan said in a low voice. Although Neza was extraordinarily gifted, he had cultivated for too short a time. His current cultivation was only at the late heavenly immortal stage. Even if he was laden with treasures, he would be instantly killed if he faced a consummate Tai golden immortal. I won't. Neza raised his head stubbornly, though his eyes had begun to redden slightly. Master got entangled with these people because of me. Neza may be young, but I am absolutely not someone who clings to life and fears death. If they want to fight, I'll fight alongside Master. Chen Fan turned to look at the child, who only reached his waist, and saw how he forced himself to stand his ground. A peculiar feeling he could not quite name suddenly rose in his heart. In the original course of fate, Neza was indulged by Tai Zhenren until he grew utterly reckless. After he brought about a disastrous catastrophe, he was cornered by the 4 dragon kings, and in the end he had no choice but to return his bones to his father and his flesh to his mother, meeting a miserable end. At that time, was there anyone standing beside him shielding him from one sword or one blade? The answer was no. Tai Jinren only made Neza bear it all alone, even using his death to push forward the great God-sealing tribulation. But things were different now. Chen Fan reached out and ruffled Neza's little head, speaking gently. Be good and stay in the cave. I promised your mother that nothing will happen to you. Besides, since I dared to take you as my disciple, I can naturally protect you. Neza opened his mouth, but in the end he retreated back into the cave with red, glistening eyes. Xihong Daoist watched this scene, then spoke with a pitying, compassionate tone. Fellow Daoist, you are indeed someone who values loyalty and love. But Lingzhu's reincarnation is ordained by heaven. If you insist on interfering, I fear it is not a wise move. Haha, heavens will. Chen Fan smiled. Fellow Daoist, you too are a cultivator, so you should understand that the so-called will of heaven is merely a chess game played out among the sages. Whether Lingzhu joins Chan's sect or becomes a disciple of this humble Daoist, it is only an idle move to the sages. But to Neza it is 2 completely different lives. A flicker of emotion moved in Xihong Daoist's eyes as if he was somewhat stirred, but he soon returned to his cool detachment. Even so, Master's decree has already been issued. As disciples we cannot disobey. If you insist on resisting, do not blame us for being impolite. Shijingzi gave a cold snort, and the yin-yang mirror in his hand suddenly turned with the white side of the mirror facing Chen Fan. A ghastly white light shot out from the mirror, silent, yet swift as lightning, and flew straight at Chen Fan's brow. This white light illuminated the soul itself. If it pierced through one's protective dharma power, one's soul would scatter on the spot. Chen Fan dared not be negligent. The 12-grade world-purifying white lotus blazed with sudden radiance as the 2 beams collided, producing a harsh, sizzling sound. The 2 forces gnawed at each other, churning out one pitch-black spatial rift after another in midair. Seeing this, Guangchengzi offered the heaven-overturning seal once more and poured all his dharma power into it. The great seal transformed into a colossal size of tens of thousands of zhang, blotting out the sky and covering the sun as if it would crush the entire vault of heaven. Xihong Daoist sighed softly. He did not rush to strike a killing blow, but merely dipped the willow branch in his hand into the clear water of the jade purifying vase, then gently flicked it toward the battlefield. As the few dew-like drops of clear water left the willow branch, they immediately turned into a sky-filling sweet rain, falling thickly and scattered. This sweet rain seemed harmless, but it actually contained the power of pure stillness and nirvanic cessation. When it fell onto the light screen of the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus, it gave off a faint hissing sound and ceaselessly dissolved and corroded the screen's might. When the 3 golden immortals of the Chan sect joined forces, their might was a horror to behold. The heavens for thousands of miles around were steeped in a doomsday crimson, the earth split apart, and mountain peaks crumbled. Countless living beings lay prostrate upon the ground, trembling in terror, none daring to rise. The townsfolk within Qintang Pass had long since been scared out of their wits by the earth-shattering commotion, falling to their knees one after another, and praying to heaven for protection. In the general's residence, Li Jing's face was deathly pale, while Lady Ying clutched the hem of her garment tightly, tears glistening in her eyes, as she unceasingly murmured Neza's name. Chen Fan stood at the entrance of his cave dwelling. The light barrier of the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus trembled violently under the joint bombardment of the 3 Chan sect golden immortals. White lotus petals shattered and regathered and shattered until it was clearly reaching its very limits. He gripped his 3-pointed double-edged blade tightly, his face turning somewhat pale, for sustaining the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus was evidently consuming magical power at a terrifying rate. At this critical juncture between life and death, Chen Fan could no longer afford to weep over valuable life-saving treasures. After all, when death was imminent, what purpose would keeping them serve? A gleam of resolve flashed through his eyes. Light flickered on his right arm, and an ancient jade talisman materialized in his palm, the very life-preserving treasure bestowed upon him by Qingping Daoist. A trace of reluctance surfaced in Chen Fan's eyes, yet the situation before him permitted no further hesitation. Just as he was about to activate the jade talisman, a distant crystalline sword cry suddenly rang out from the edge of the heavens. The sword cry was not especially loud, yet it seemed to pierce through time and space, detonating deep within the primordial spirit of every being present. The 3 Chan sect golden immortals all changed expression at once. They withdrew their hands and fell back in unison, vigilance and dread starkly written in their eyes. Chen Fan was likewise taken aback, lifting his head toward the heavens. A sword light of azure descended from the 9th heaven, like the Milky Way upturned, cleaving through the sky, filling sweet rain and the heaven-veiling giant seal alike, and dropped lightly a mere 10 zhang before Chen Fan. As the sword light dissipated, the figure of a middle-aged man in azure robes came into view. The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his bearing as steadfast as a pine. Between his brows flowed an air of transcendent detachment from the mortal world. His gaze swept calmly across the 3 Chan sect golden immortals before finally coming to rest upon Chen Fan, and the corners of his mouth curved upward ever so slightly. Fellow Taoist, you certainly have bold courage, he said softly, a hint of appreciation in his voice. Guang Chengzi, recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted slightly. Duobao, do you intend to meddle in the affairs of the Chan sect? At these words, Chen Fan could not help but be stunned. Duobao Taoist, the foremost of the Jia sect's 4 personal disciples, the most eminent figure beneath sect master Tongtian, possessing the terrifying cultivation of the late Daluo golden immortal stage. Duobao Taoist turned his head toward Guang Chengzi, his tone as casual as though he were remarking on some insignificant trifle. Guang Chengzi, is it not rather excessive for 3 venerable golden immortals of the Chan sect to join forces and bully a single Tai golden immortal? Guang Chengzi's expression turned grim. Duobao Taoist, this matter is an internal affair of my Chan sect, and has nothing to do with your Jia sect. Nothing to do with us. Duobao Taoist raised an eyebrow, casting a half-smiling glance at Chen Fan, then spoke nonchalantly. This fellow Taoist bears a jade talisman bestowed by my own master. He is therefore a guest of the Jia sect. Your 3 Chan sect golden immortals have surrounded and attacked a guest of the Jia sect, and you dare say it has nothing to do with us. Guang Chengzi's pupils constricted. His gaze snapped to the still unactivated jade talisman in Chen Fan's hand, and his face instantly turned ashen with dread. That was an offensive jade talisman forged by sect master Tongtian himself. Only a handful existed across the entire primordial wilderness. Once activated, it could unleash a strike equal to the full force blow of a perfected quasi-saint supreme powerhouse. If truly driven to desperation, should this Taoist before them trigger that talisman, even with the life-saving treasures bestowed by their own master, the 3 of them would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. Just who in the world was this man? Not only did he possess a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, like the 12-grade world-purifying White Lotus to protect him, he even had ties to Sage Tongtian of the Jia sect. Duobao Taoist. Sihong Taoist was the first to recover his composure, greeting Duobao with a slight bow of the hand. Since this matter is but a misunderstanding, how about we let it rest here? He was a shrewd one. The situation at hand was no longer something the 3 of them could control. Duobao Taoist's cultivation far surpassed everyone present, and Chen Fan still clutched a lethal strike, granted by a sage, in his hand. To fight any further, the only ones who would suffer would be the 3 of them. Though Chijingzi was reluctant to yield, he clearly understood the stakes, and silently withdrew his yin-yang mirror, though the look he cast at Chen Fan remained steeped in venom. Only Guang Chengzi remained with a face as heavy as water, his fists clenched tight. As the foremost of the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals, a personal disciple of the sage himself, he had been repeatedly humbled today by a mere Tai golden immortal. This was an insult he could not swallow. Guang Chengzi drew a long breath and, suppressing his fury, said, Duobao Taoist, this poor Taoist is acting under my master's command. I would ask you to grant us this consideration. Your master's command. Duobao Taoist's gaze passed over the faces of Guang Chengzi and his 2 companions, and a light laugh escaped him. A decree from senior uncle Yuanshi is certainly not something this poor Taoist would dare to take lightly. But then again, if word spreads that the 3 of you ganged up on one person alone, I suspect it would stir far more discussion than any sage's decree, wouldn't it? Guang Chengzi's face stiffened. Shijingzi and Sihong Taoist exchanged a glance, both seeing the awkwardness mirrored in the other's eyes. Duobao Taoist's words had struck a raw nerve. Though the 3 pure ones had long since gone their separate ways, the Chan and Jia sects both traced their origins to the same Taoist lineage and stood upon an equal footing in seniority. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and the 4 personal disciples of the Jia sect were equals in status. If the foremost of the 12 were to lead 2 junior brothers in jointly bullying one Tai golden immortal, and word of it spread across the primordial wilderness, the Chan sect's honor would be utterly ruined. Guang Chengzi clenched his jaw and raised his hands in a formal salute. Duobao Taoist, you are not aware of the full story. This man first wounded my junior brother Tai, then seized his magical treasure and stole his disciple. I stepped in this time to seek justice for my junior brother, not because I wished to outnumber him. Seeking justice. Before Duobao Taoist could respond, Chen Fan let out a cold laugh. Regarding Tai Jinren's claim that he was taking a disciple under the decree of Sage Yuanshi, I am unaware of any such inner arrangement. I accepted Neza as my disciple with the personal consent of Li Jing and his wife. How can that be called stealing a disciple? As for injuring Tai Jinren, he struck first. I was merely defending myself. If we are to speak of justice, I would like to ask, can a decree from the Chan sect sage be used to rob and seize at will? Insolent. A mere wandering cultivator like you dares to defame the sage of my Chan sect. Guang Chengzi flew into a fury. The heaven-overturning seal buzzed and hummed with resonance as killing aura poured from every inch of his being. Chen Fan, however, remained completely unafraid. He simply tightened his grip on the jade talisman and said steadily, this poor Taoist is merely speaking by the facts. A flash of admiration passed through Duobao Taoist's eyes. Though this young man's cultivation was not particularly high, his daring was more than ample. Standing before 3 Chan sect golden immortals, he showed not a trace of cowardice and instead argued his case with reasoned boldness. Such strength of heart was something most ordinary Tai golden immortals could hardly hope to attain. No wonder his master had seen fit to bestow a life-saving jade talisman upon him. He turned his gaze toward Xuantian and said with a note of mockery, "Xuantian, there is some merit to what this fellow Taoist says. Since Nez's parents willingly entrusted their child to him, it can hardly be counted as forcibly seizing a disciple. As for the matter of Tai Taoist being wounded, among cultivators contests and duels are common affairs and victory and defeat are the norm. If one skill is lacking then one skill is simply lacking. Xuantian, surely you do not need this taught to you as well." Duo bout. Xuantian's face was iron blue, the words practically ground out from between clenched teeth. "Are you truly willing to burn bridges with my Chen sect over a mere wandering cultivator?" Xuantian, do not use the Chen sect's prestige to intimidate me. This fellow Taoist is a distinguished guest of our GS sect. How could you be allowed to bully him at will? The smile on Duo Bao Doran's face vanished in an instant. He let out a cold snort, refusing to leave them the slightest shred of face. He took a step forward and ripples spread beneath his feet across the void, as an overwhelming, boundless pressure surged outward, bearing down on Xuantian and his two companions. Xuantian barely managed to steady himself, but Shijingzi and Xihong Daoran involuntarily retreated half a step under that terrifying aura. The gap between a late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal and a peak Tai Golden Immortal was already as vast as clouds and mud. Moreover, when it came to Duo Bao Doran's cultivation and supernatural powers throughout the entire primordial world, there were few at the same level who could rival him. Duo Bao Doran swept his cold gaze over the three and said calmly, "I came here by my master's decree to ensure the safety of the GS sect's honored guest. If you withdraw now, this matter will be considered settled. If you insist on fighting, then I will have to test exactly how much your cultivation has improved over all these years." At the cave entrance, Neza watched as Duo Bao Doran effortlessly suppressed 3 Chen sect Golden Immortals until they did not even dare to breathe heavily. His large eyes were filled with shock and longing. Shijingzi's expression darkened. He tugged at Xuantian's sleeve and lowered his voice, "Senior brother, the situation is unfavorable for us. Let us withdraw for now, return to Yushu Palace, report this to our master, and make another plan." Xihong Daoran also nodded slightly. Though she was a Golden Immortal of the Chen sect, she felt somewhat disapproving of what had happened today. She knew Tai Jinren's temperament quite well. This matter of taking a disciple might not be as innocent as he claimed. Xuantian's expression shifted several times. After a long silence, he drew a deep breath and slowly put away the heaven-overturning seal and the soul-falling bell. He looked at Duo Bao Doran and said stiffly, "Since that is so, I will give Duo Bao Daoist this face. But for this matter, my Chen sect will demand an explanation." With that, he turned to Chen Fan, his gaze dark and menacing, and said coldly, "You had better pray that your backer can stay in front of you forever." As soon as the words fell, Xuantian flicked his wide sleeve and transformed into a streak of crimson light that shot into the distance. Shijingzi cast a deep cold glance at Chen Fan, let out a snort, and followed close behind. Xihong Daoran, however, gave a slight Taoist salute to Duo Bao. In the end, she said nothing and drifted away gracefully. Seeing the formidable enemies all leave Chen Fan's taut, nerves finally relaxed. He raised his hand to put away the jade talisman, then bowed solemnly to Duo Bao Doran. "Thank you, senior, for coming to my aid this time. I will remember this in my heart." Duo Bao Doran turned around, raised his hand in a gesture to lift the other up, and said with a hearty laugh, "Fellow Taoist, you need not stand on ceremony. I merely came here in obedience to my master's command." He paused, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "I did not expect that with cultivation no higher than peak Tai Golden Immortal, you could withstand the combined assault of Xuantian and his two companions until I arrived. In that case, we can address each other as equals. Just call me Taoist friend." Chen Fan shook his head with a wry smile. "Taoist brother, you flatter me. If not for the 12-petal pure world White Lotus protecting me, my little disciple, and I would have long since perished." The 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Duo Bao Doran's gaze fell upon the lotus throne beneath Chen Fan, and a glimmer of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "For such a supreme treasure to fall into your hands shows that your fortune is extraordinarily blessed." Chen Fan's heart tightened slightly, but his expression remained calm. "Taoist brother must be joking. It was only a stroke of luck. Since you have come from afar, I have some fine tea prepared in the cave dwelling. Would you care to come in and sit for a while?" Duo Bao Doran waved his hand lightly and declined. "No need to trouble yourself. I came for 2 purposes. First, to resolve the danger for you. Second, to convey a message from my master." Chen Fan's expression turned solemn. He bowed with his hands lowered. "I am all ears for the sage's decree. My master said that if you are free, you may go to Bio Palace on Jineo Island. He wishes to make a trade with you." As Duo Bao Doran spoke, his gaze swept over the pure world White Lotus, once more clearly having already guessed what Sage Tantian had in mind. A trade. Chen Fan frowned slightly, his thoughts churning. Tantian Jiaozhu was a heavenly Tao sage, an existence unmarred across countless kalpas. What exactly could he possess that would catch the eye of such a sage? Could it be the 12-petal pure world White Lotus? That's it. When Tantian Jiaozhu founded the Jie sect, he used the 4 immortal slaying swords and the immortal slaying array diagram to suppress and stabilize the sect's destiny. However, the 4 immortal slaying swords were too steeped in slaughter and brutality. They excelled at offense, but could not truly suppress or stabilize destiny. The 12-petal pure world white lotus was born from an unripe lotus seed of the chaos green lotus, and it was as renowned as the Western 12-petal merit lotus throne. Since the merit golden lotus could gather and nourish the merit and destiny of heaven and earth, the pure world white lotus naturally also possessed the power to suppress a sect's destiny. At this thought, Chen Fan had already made up his mind. Now that he had completely offended the Chen sect, if the GS sect's destiny collapsed one day, and its 10,000 immortals faced calamity, he would be the next one to be called to account. With his current cultivation, he had no strength to contend with the colossus that was the Chen sect. Building good relations with the GS sect was the best retreat available at the moment. Chen Fan took a deep breath and saluted again. I am deeply honored by the sage's regard, yet also filled with apprehension. When the time is right, I will certainly travel to Bo Palace and pay respects to the sage. Duo Bao Daran nodded, then looked at Neza, who was standing at the cave entrance, staring over with eager eyes. A look of keen interest appeared in his own eyes. So this is the reincarnation of Ling Zuzi. His inborn spiritual foundation is indeed extraordinary. If that old Tai were to take him as a disciple, those talents would probably be squandered. Before the three pure ones had split apart, disciples of the Chen and GSX frequently interacted with one another, and Duo Bao Daran knew the temperaments of the 12 golden immortals in great detail. With the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods fast approaching, Tai Jinren's struggle to take Neza as a disciple was clearly an attempt to use Ling Zuzi's fate to shield himself from the deadly tribulation. Under Duo Bao Daran's gaze, Neza instinctively straightened his back and said in a clear, ringing voice, I am Neza of the younger generation. Greetings, Senior. Thank you, Senior, for rescuing my master. Duo Bao Daran was amused by his manner and waved a hand. No need for formalities. Little one, your luck is not bad. You have encountered a good master. Much better than that fellow Tai. Hearing this, Chen Fan merely touched the tip of his nose and did not respond. Naturally, he knew very well what Duo Bao Daran meant. The Jia and Chen sects had constant friction, and as the foremost disciple of the Jia sect, Duo Bao naturally took delight in seeing the Chen sect suffer humiliation. His intervention this time was certainly undertaken by Tongtian Jiaozhu's decree, but there was also an element of the Jia sect shielding an enemy of the Chen sect in it. Still, for the time being, Chen Fan had no desire to wade too deeply into these covert struggles among the sage's disciples. At present, his most important tasks were, besides teaching Neza to grow into a capable figure, to have more time to check in with the system, complete system tasks, and raise his own strength. In the primordial world, strength reigned supreme. Whoever had the bigger fist made the rules. If he could attain the status of a Honghuang de Luo golden immortal, those petty golden immortals of the Chen sect could be crushed dead with a single finger. Duo Bao Daran was also an insightful man. Seeing Chen Fan's thoughts, he said no more and simply took a purple token from his sleeve, tossing it over casually. Chen Fan reached out and caught it. The token was warm and smooth in his hand. On the front was an archaic Jia character. On the back was the pattern of a small sword with faint sword aura swirling around it. This is the guest elder token of our Jia sect. Any Jia sect disciple who sees it must treat the bearer with courtesy. If you encounter danger, you may also use it to request aid from the nearest Jia sect disciple. Duo Bao Daran explained. Chen Fan looked at the token in his hand, his feelings somewhat complicated. Still, he put it away, solemnly cupped his hands, and thanked him. Taoist brother, I will keep your kindness firmly in my heart. Duo Bao nodded slightly and counseled, I must return to Bo Palace to report. Although Guangchengzi and the others have withdrawn for now, the Chen sect will never let the matter rest. Be careful in everything from now on, fellow Taoist. Before Chen Fan could say anything else, Duo Bao Daran's form flickered, turned into a beam of golden light, and vanished in an instant beyond the horizon. Outside the cave dwelling, all had returned to calm, with only the howling mountain wind and the occasional sound of gravel tumbling in the distance. Chen Fan stood in place, gazing for a long while at the direction where Duo Bao Daoist had vanished, silent and pensive. Throughout that battle, he had been forced onto the defensive from beginning to end. Had it not been for the 12-petal pure white lotus and the offensive jade talisman, he would likely have faced grave danger today. The consummate golden immortal of the Tai realm was already an unattainable existence in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Yet before a top-tier force of the primordial wilderness like the Chen sect, it still was not enough. Strength. Ultimately, he still lacked strength. Chen Fan clenched his fist, a flicker of determination flashing deep within his eyes. Master. Neza ran out from the cave dwelling, threw his arms around Chen Fan's waist, tilted his little face up, his eyes still rimmed with red. Master, are you alright? That just now scared me to death. Chen Fan came back to his senses, looked down at the little one who barely reached his waist, and the heavy thoughts in his heart suddenly scattered by more than half. He reached out, ruffled Neza's hair, and smiled. Your master is fine. But as for you, I told you not to come out just now. Why did you run out again? Do my words no longer carry weight? Neza stuck out his tongue, lowered his head with a guilty look. Disciple knows he was wrong. But so many bad people were bullying you alone, master. Disciple really couldn't bear to watch. Even if you cannot bear to watch, you must endure. Chen Fan's tone turned a bit stern. If you had acted rashly today, I would have had to divert my attention to protect you. Then both master and disciple would have been done for. Do you understand? Neza pursed his lips and obediently nodded. Disciple understands. Seeing him like this, Chen Fan could not bear to scold him further. He patted Neza's shoulder and said, "All right, let's return to the general's mansion. Your mother must be growing anxious." With that, Chen Fan took Neza's hand, and with a flicker of his form transformed into a beam of golden light speeding toward Xintang Pass. In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple landed in the rear courtyard of the general's mansion. Lady Yin had long been waiting with anxious eyes. The moment she caught sight of Neza, she rushed over in 3 quick steps, gathered her son into her arms, and checked him over from head to toe. "Jar, that commotion just now terrified your mother. Were you hurt? Does anything ache?" Neza, tickled by her fussing, giggled. "Mother, rest easy. Master protected me. I'm perfectly fine." Only then did Lady Yin let out a relieved breath. She turned to Chen Fan, eyes reddening, and moved to kneel. "Immortal Master, your great kindness. This humble woman." Chen Fan quickly raised a hand, using a gentle surge of magic to support her. "Madam, need not be so formal. Since I am Neza's master, protecting my disciple's safety is only my duty." At that moment, Li Jing also hurried over, his face full of lingering fear and anxiety. Though he remained more composed than Lady Yin, his voice still trembled slightly. "Immortal Master, those 3. They were immortals of the Chan sect, were they not?" Chen Fan nodded. "General Li, there is no need to worry. This matter can be handled." Li Jing seemed about to speak, but in the end only sighed and cupped his hands. "Everything depends on you, Immortal Master." Chen Fan looked at the family of 3 before him, and a soft place in his heart was touched. In the original story, Li Jing was a timid, fearful father, Lady Yin a weeping mother, and Neza a pitiable child, indulged by his master, yet abandoned by his parents. But now everything was different. Though Li Jing was somewhat hesitant and overcautious, his concern for Neza was genuine. As for Lady Yin, her motherly love was as steadfast as a mountain. As for Neza, though a bit mischievous, he was sensible and filial, a far cry from the troublemaker of the original tale. Chen Fan abruptly spoke. "General Li, Lady Yin, I must journey to the Bo Palace on Jinao Island, and Neza will come with me." Neza's eyes lit up and he cheered. "Really, Master?" Chen Fan nodded with a smile. "Have I ever broken a promise to you?" Hearing this, Li Jing's heart tightened. He stepped forward half a pace, his face full of worry. "Immortal Master, Jinao Island is the sacred ground of the Jia sect. The journey is long, and the sea is full of ferocious demonic beasts. Neza is still young. Might this not be too dangerous?" Lady Yin also clutched Neza's little hand tightly, her eyes holding reluctance and worry. "Yes, Immortal Master. Why not let Jot stay here in Xintang Pass? I will take good care of him while you go about your business alone." Neza immediately pulled his hand free from his mother's grasp, puffed out his small chest, and said with a grin, "Father, Mother, rest assured. Disciple has mastered many divine powers taught by Master, and I have magic treasures to protect myself. Ordinary monsters cannot even get near me. I have long wanted to visit the sage's sacred ground." Chen Fan smiled faintly, reassuring them. "Generally, madam, there is no need to worry. This trip to Bo Palace is by the sage's decree, delivered through Duo Bao Daoist. Moreover, there are many immortals of the Jia sect throughout the Eastern Sea. There will be no danger. Bringing Neza along is also to let him broaden his horizons." Upon learning that it was the supreme sage Tong Tian who had summoned him, Li Jing and his wife dared not say anything more. After all, the prestige of Tong Tian, the sage of the Jia sect, shook the entire primordial wilderness. To be summoned by a sage was a blessing of heavenly fortune. Lady Yin could only take Neza's hand and give him endless instructions. "When you are away from home, do not act rashly or pick fights. Listen to the Immortal Master in all things, do not run off on your own. And return home soon." A mother's heart aches for a child traveling 1,000 miles. This was Neza's first long journey, and Lady Yin, consumed by her love for her son, could not help chattering on. "Mother, rest assured. Disciple has remembered everything." Neza agreed, repeatedly toying with the universe ring on his wrist, his heart filled with anticipation for Jinao Island. Chen Fan took Neza by the hand and rode the clouds toward the Eastern Sea. It was Neza's first time traveling far, and he was so excited he could not stop chattering. "Master, is Jinao Island big? What does Bo Palace look like? Is the supreme sage Tong Tian fierce?" Just as Chen Fan was about to answer, his expression suddenly changed, and his flying light halted abruptly. "Master, what's wrong?" Neza looked up in confusion. Chen Fan did not reply, his gaze fixed on the sea region to the southeast. At this moment, he could clearly sense 2 auras rapidly pursuing each other a million li away. The one in front had a chaotic aura, clearly wounded. The demonic aura behind was overwhelming, and its cultivation was not weak. If it were merely an ordinary fight, Chen Fan might not have bothered to meddle. But the aura in front, he was quite familiar with it. "Come, let's go take a look." Chen Fan took Neza's hand and transformed into a beam of golden light that tore through the sky. With his cultivation unleashing the earth-spanning golden light at full power, a distance of 1,000,000 li was covered in an instant. There the sea waves churned violently as a blood-soaked figure stumbled across the waves, unsteady on his feet. It was a youth of about 17 or 18, clad in a battered suit of silver armor and clutching a long halberd. His face was as pale as paper, and a gruesome claw wound across his chest, cut deep enough to reveal bone, blood gushing ceaselessly from the injury. Behind the youth, a mass of black mist rolled in pursuit. Within the mist emerged a massive hideous serpentine head as large as a small mountain. Its two emerald vertical pupils gleamed with greed as it snarled through fangs like spears. Little brat, you can't escape. Hand over all the treasures on you, and I might just spare your life. The youth gritted his teeth and gave no answer, but his steps faltered, and he nearly tumbled into the sea. The moment Chen Fan saw the youth's face, his pupils abruptly contracted. This young man was none other than Yang Jiao, Chen Fan's first disciple. Though his appearance had changed somewhat over the years, those eyes, that angular face, and that stubborn streak unmistakably marked him as Yang Jiao. Seeing his eldest disciple gravely wounded, Chen Fan's eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. In the next instant, his body transformed into a beam of golden light and plunged downward. Just as the demonic cultivator was about to swallow Yang Jiao in one bite, it suddenly felt a terrifying pressure descending from the heavens, like a mountain crashing down, slamming its entire body into the sea. Who goes there? The demonic cultivator surged up from the sea, stirring enormous waves thousands of feet high, its emerald vertical pupils blazing with shock and rage. Chen Fan had already planted himself in front of Yang Jiao. With a sweep of his sleeve, a beam of golden light steadied Yang Jiao's tottering form. His face was as somber as still water, and his gaze was cold as tempered ice. Fixing his eyes on the serpent demon, he said word by word, "Who exactly were you trying to kill?" The demonic cultivator's heart trembled under Chen Fan's oppressive aura. But when it saw that the newcomer was merely a young-looking cultivator, whose cultivation seemed to be only at the mid-stage golden immortal level, its arrogance swelled once more. It was a mighty demon at the late-stage golden immortal realm, one that had dominated these waters for years and had devoured no fewer than 800 cultivators, if not 1,000. How could it be frightened off by a mere mid-stage golden immortal? Who are you? The snake demon opened its enormous maw, foul wind blasting forth. This brat stole my treasure. If you know what's good for you, hand him over, or I'll devour you as well. Yang Jiao, supported by the golden light, opened his eyes groggily and saw a figure in a green Taoist robe standing protectively before him. The figure stood straight as a pine, emanating a powerful aura. It overlapped with the familiar silhouette buried deep in his memory, making him tremble all over. The words slipped out of his mouth, "Master." Chen Fan turned his head slightly, glancing at him with relief and tenderness in his eyes. "Don't speak. Regulate your breathing and heal your wounds. Leave the rest to me." Neza poked his head out from behind Chen Fan and waved at Yang Jiao. "Greetings, senior brother. My name is Neza. I'm a new disciple of Master." Yang Jiao was startled. Staring at this exquisitely carved immortal child, he was momentarily at a loss. Having been hunted for days, he suddenly saw his long-lost master, and also gained an adorable junior martial brother. It all felt like a dream. Seeing Chen Fan chatting with his disciple, as if no one else were present, paying it no heed whatsoever, the serpent demon flew into a rage. It let out a long shriek at the sky. The waves behind it exploded as its colossal true form emerged. A pitch-black mystic serpent hundreds of zhang long, its body covered in scales forged from dark iron, with two bulging fleshy lumps on its forehead, hinting at a faint tendency to transform into a flood dragon. "Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." The giant serpent opened its blood-red maw, and a billowing cloud of pitch-black poison mist surged forth. Wherever the mist passed, the seawater boiled, and any fish or shrimp that touched it died instantly. The overwhelming poison mist descended upon Chen Fan and his party of 3. Neza was startled and instinctively moved to invoke the universe ring, but Chen Fan reached out and stopped him. "Watch," Chen Fan said coolly, raising his hand and pointing to the sky. Above his head, a phantom white lotus bloomed. Its 12 petals unfolded one by one, radiating a gentle and holy white light. When the overwhelming poison mist met the lotus light, it gave a sizzling hiss, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, and dispersed into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The serpent's pupils contracted violently. "This is an innate spiritual treasure, and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure at that. Who are you?" Chen Fan didn't reply. He merely flicked his fingertip, and an almost imperceptible sword light shot through the air. That sword light was no more than a single thread, yet it slashed downward with the momentum of thundering heavens. The giant serpent was terror-stricken. It twisted its body desperately, trying to flee, only to find that the space around it had been sealed by an invisible force at some point. The sword light fell like a judgment of the heavenly Tao. Impossible to dodge, impossible to escape. "No!" The giant serpent let out a shriek of utter despair. The sea surface was split open into a chasm 100 zhang deep, and the water on both sides was unable to close back together for a long time. The once arrogant serpent demon could not even resist for an instant before the sword light cleaved it into 2 pieces. One sword strike, and a late-stage golden immortal was annihilated. Yang Jiao stared wide-eyed, his face full of shock. He had been hunted by this serpent demon for 7 whole days, escaping from death countless times, and he knew all too well how terrifying the demon was. Yet his master had killed it with what seemed like a casual, effortless sword stroke. Neza, however, clapped his hands excitedly. "Master is amazing. One stroke and it was dead." Chen Fan withdrew his finger, his expression calm as a still lake, though inwardly he gave a slight nod. Ever since acquiring the sword path of Tongtian Patriarch, the 3 styles of heaven severance. His mastery of swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although this strike was merely a minor test, its power had already far surpassed what he could do before. He turned around and looked at Yang Jiao. The young man was covered in wounds, his face smeared with blood and grime, yet he still struggled to rise and pay his respects. Disciple Yang Jiao pays respects to master. Yang Jiao's voice trembled, and his eyes grew slightly red. When Chen Fan had left back, then he had been nothing more than a young lad. Over the years he had cultivated alone, enduring countless perils, yet he had always kept his master's teachings in his heart. Now that they were reunited, all the grievances, exhaustion, and longing surged up at once. Though his nature was resolute, he could not help the excitement flooding his face. Chen Fan reached out and pressed down on his shoulder, saying gently, "What's the need for kneeling? With wounds like this, don't try to be strong. Heal yourself first." As he spoke, he took out a healing immortal pill and had Yang Jiao swallow it. Then a gentle wave of spiritual power surged from his palm to heal his wounds. The wounds on Yang Jiao's body healed at a visible speed. Even the claw marks on his chest, so deep the bone could be seen, quickly scabbed over and fell away. Yang Jiao felt a warm current surge through all his limbs and bones. The nearly depleted spiritual power in his dantian was restored to fullness, and his whole being seemed reborn. When the healing was complete, Chen Fan withdrew his hand and asked, "What happened? Why were you being hunted by a late-stage golden immortal demonic cultivator?" Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Jiao took out 12 beads the size of a thumb and presented them with both hands. "A few months ago, while training in an undersea ruin, I accidentally discovered these beads. That serpent demon got word of them from somewhere and chased after me all the way. I fled without ever being able to shake it off. If not for your rescue, master, I would likely have met a dire fate today." Chen Fan took the beads and examined them carefully, his expression shifting to astonishment. "Every one of these is a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Could these be the calming sea pearls?" His mind churned with thoughts. 12 calming sea pearls combined were a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. With 24 gathered together, they could reach the level of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Zhao Gongming, the chief outer disciple of the Jie sect, held 24 calming sea pearls in his hands. According to the ancient scroll of the investiture of the gods, there were 36 pearls in total. If all were gathered and fused together, they could evolve into an innate supreme treasure. But to obtain the remaining pearls from Zhao Gongming was nearly impossible. The calming sea pearls were the very foundation of his path to enlightenment. Moreover, these 12 pearls were won by Yang Jiao at the risk of his life. They were his disciple's own fortune. As his master, how could Chen Fan give in to greed? He returned all the pearls to Yang Jiao. "Disciple, keep these pearls safe. This is your opportunity. I'm not so low as to take a disciple's belongings." Yang Jiao was briefly stunned, then, with a sincere expression, he bowed deeply and said, "Master, you have taught me the Tao with such devotion and saved me from danger many times. I have no way to repay this kindness. Please, master, accept these pearls." Yang Jiao held the pearls in both hands, his manner sincere and unyielding. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. These pearls are indeed of some use to your master. Later I will find you a better token to bear witness to your Tao." He tucked the 12 sea-settling divine pearls into his sleeve and added, "I am about to take Neza to Bio Palace on Jinao Island. You will come with us, and we may seek some fortune." Yang Jiao respectfully acknowledged the order. Neza, who had long been unable to suppress his excitement, tugged at Yang Jiao's sleeve and bombarded him with questions. Yang Jiao found this adorable little junior brother quite novel and answered him patiently one by one. The three of them, master and disciples, rode their clouds eastward. Seen from afar, the entire island resembled a giant turtle crouching on the sea, stretching for unknown tens of thousands of li in every direction. On the island, immortal mist curled and auspicious vapors steamed upward. Jade towers and jeweled mansions were faintly visible among them. Streams of immortal light shuttled to and fro over the sea, all of them Jie sect disciples exercising their flying arts. Before they drew near, several sea-patrolling disciples came forward to meet them. The one in the lead, wearing a water-blue Taoist robe and treading the azure waves, raised his clasped hands and asked, "What business do the three fellow Taoists have on Jinao Island?" Chen Fan produced the guest elder token given to him by Duo Bao Taoist. The moment the disciple saw it, his expression changed, and he bowed respectfully. "So it is an honored guest. We have been remiss. Please follow me." Yang Jiao and Neza followed behind Chen Fan, one steady and composed, the other craning his neck in every direction. Neza had never been to a sage's sanctum before. Everything he saw struck him as wondrous. The three followed the attendant disciple through layer after layer of formation restrictions. Along the way, the immortal palaces and towers they passed were beyond count. The Jie sect was said to draw 10,000 immortals to its court, and its disciples filled every mountain and sacred peak. The aura of its sacred ground was indeed extraordinary. Partway there, a figure drifted down from the summit. It was Duo Bao Taoist. "You did come, fellow Taoist." Smiling, Duo Bao let his gaze rest briefly on Yang Jiao and Neza. "And you have brought two distinguished disciples." Chen Fan returned the greeting with clasped hands. "Greetings, brother Dao. These are my senior disciple Yang Jiao and my junior disciple Neza." Duo Bao looked at Yang Jiao and his eyes narrowed slightly. He actually possesses an innate divine meridian constitution. You are blessed, fellow Taoist, to have found such an excellent seedling. As for Neza, Duobao had already met him once before, so he merely nodded by way of greeting. After a few polite exchanges, Duobao's smile faded. My master is waiting in Bio Palace. Please come this way. Bio Palace stood at the highest point of Jinao Island, built entirely from celestial jade. Outside its gate stood two great stone sword sculptures, their sword, chi, piercing the heavens. Once inside, the main hall was broad and deep. A primordial 8 trigrams diagram hung high in the vaulted ceiling, while the floor was paved with Star River sand, making every step feel like treading the void. Tong Tian sat upright on a cloud bed, his sage eyes lightly shut, as if immersed in the boundless Tao. Chen Fan stepped forward, and with the two disciples bowed respectfully. Your junior Chen Fan pays respects to Sage Tong Tian. Yang Jiao and Neza hurriedly bowed as well. Neza was young, but he had learned proper etiquette thoroughly. Even so, his eyes could not help stealing upward, wanting to see what the legendary sage looked like. Tong Tian opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Chen Fan, and gave a slight nod. Rise. In so short a time, your cultivation has already reached the consummation of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm with a solid foundation. Not bad. The sage is too generous. Such negligible cultivation of mine is not worth mentioning, Chen Fan replied, without humility or presumption. Haha, neither arrogant nor rash. Your natural talent and opportunities are both of the highest grade. Given time, there will surely be a place for you in the primordial world. Tong Tian's eyes showed approval as he spoke with a smile. He paused, then went on, I believe Duobao has already told you. I invited you here because I want to make a deal with you. At these words, Chen Fan nodded slightly with an expression of earnest attention. Tong Tian's gaze was deep as he said slowly, I intend to use the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus in your hands to anchor the fortune of the Jia sect. That lotus was transformed from a seed of the primordial chaos green lotus, sharing the same origin as the 12-grade merit golden lotus held by Jian of the Western teachings. The merit golden lotus can gather the world's merit and nourish fortune. The world-purifying white lotus is likewise capable of anchoring the fortune of a sect. He paused briefly, and his tone was frank. The Jia sect uses the 4 immortal slaying swords and the immortal slaying formation diagram to guard its Tao lineage. However, the 4 swords are too steeped in slaughter. They are suited only to attack, not to anchoring fortune. The investiture tribulation is approaching. Without a treasure to secure fortune, the Jia sect will face a great calamity. Chen Fan had already deduced all this, so his face betrayed not the slightest change. The ancient investiture scroll had recorded it long ago. The Jia sect's devastating defeat in the investiture tribulation was certainly due in part to the joint suppression of many powers, but in the end it came down to unstable fortune and a hollow foundation. Though the 4 immortal slaying swords were the foremost killing treasures of the primordial world, they could not anchor the fortune of a sect. With disciples of mixed quality and tangled karma, the sect eventually fell into disintegration. Tong Tian had evidently glimpsed the future in the ancient investiture scroll, and that was why he was so eager to find a supreme treasure that could anchor fortune and consolidate the Jia sect's foundation. The sage's wise eyes are like torches. Chen Fan, neither servile nor arrogant, clasped his hands and said the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus is indeed in this junior's hands. But this lotus is my supreme protective treasure. If I hand it over, this junior's safety can no longer be guaranteed. The sage should know that Guangchengzi and others of the Chan sect have already formed enmity with this junior. If I lose this treasure for protection, I fear I will struggle to deal with them. Tong Tian smiled faintly, as if he had long anticipated this. Young friend, there is no need to test me. Since I have raised the matter, I will not take your treasure for nothing. Tell me then, what do you want? Chen Fan took a deep breath and met Tong Tian's gaze openly. Then this junior will make bold. In exchange for the 12-grade world-purifying white lotus, I require 2 items. First, the 24 sea-settling divine pearls. The moment the words came out, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly froze. Duobao frowned slightly. The sea-settling divine pearls were junior brother Zhao Gongming's Tao realization treasure. When all 24 were gathered, they became a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Although Zhao Gongming was a disciple of Tong Tian, if the master asked him to hand over the divine pearls, it would likely breed resentment. Tong Tian pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. With Gongming, I will naturally compensate him with other treasures. I agree to this first condition. Duobao secretly clicked his tongue. For the sake of the Jia sect's fortune, his master was even willing to offer a treasure like the sea-settling divine pearls in exchange. Second, Chen Fan, went on, this junior also wants the purple lightning hammer. At that, Duobao's face finally changed. The purple lightning hammer was a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure that Tong Tian carried with him, and its significance was extraordinary, for it had been bestowed by Tao ancestor Hongjun in Zixiao Palace. This was no ordinary treasure, it was the very apple of Tong Tian's eye. Fellow Taoist, mind your words. Duobao could not help warning. Tong Tian, however, waved his hand and looked at Chen Fan with a half-smile. My boy, you have a rather large appetite. The purple lightning hammer is my personal treasure. What makes you think I would trade it for the white lotus? Unhurried, Chen Fan took out the original ancient investiture scroll from his sleeve and offered it up with both hands. Please take a look, sage. Tong Tian accepted the scroll and casually turned it open. After only a few pages his eyes blazed with light. This scroll could actually deduce the future course in real time, based on his decisions. If he truly used the world-purifying White Lotus to anchor the GSX fortune, the GSX ending would be completely different. Xuantian slowly closed the scroll, his gaze complicated as he looked at Chen Fan. Good lad. You are telling me that if I do not give you enough cards to ensure your own survival, then even if you die the GS sect will lose a great helper in the future. Chen Fan smiled softly and admitted openly, I would not dare deceive the sage. The investiture tribulation is already upon us. This junior has formed karmic ties with the Chen sect. Without a mighty treasure protecting me, I am afraid I will not escape this tribulation. Better that the sage bestow the purple lightning hammer upon me. That way I can protect myself and also contribute to the GS sect side in the investiture tribulation. For the sage, it is only losing one treasure. In return, you gain a treasure that anchors fortune and another ally. Why refuse? Duobao was dumbfounded as he listened from the side. This kid actually dared to bargain with his own master to such an extent. And to make matters worse, every word carried reason. Xuantian master fell silent for a long, while then suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Excellent. Excellent, Chen Fan. I have cultivated for billions of years, yet I have never encountered a Tai golden immortal as bold as you. His laughter ceased abruptly, and his expression turned serious. The purple lightning hammer may be given to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's heart steadied, though his countenance betrayed nothing. He bowed again deeply. This humble one gratefully accepts your holy virtue's kindness. There is no need to thank me just yet. Xuantian master regarded him with a faint, enigmatic smile. I can bestow the purple lightning hammer upon you right now. But you previously declared your willingness to contribute to the GS sect during the Feipeng tribulation. Can you speak this truth? Chen Fan's expression grew solemn as he answered frankly, though my cultivation remains modest, having received your protection and such generous grace, I would be remiss not to devote myself entirely. Moreover, the Chen sect already regards me as a thorn to be removed. Even if I wished to preserve myself alone, it would hardly be within my power. Standing alongside the GS sect in their fortunes and misfortunes is both an act of gratitude and self-preservation. Xuantian master gave a slight nod, clearly pleased with the candid reply. He held the deepest contempt for those who cloaked themselves in righteousness, yet wavered when tested. Though Chen Fan proved shrewd, he carried no pretense. His straightforward nature appealed to Xuantian master. In that case, I shall first fulfill the initial promise. With a gesture of his hand, an ancient-looking great hammer wreathed in purple gold thunderlight materialized from nothingness within his palm. Though only 3 feet in length, the hammer radiated an awe-inspiring pressure that chilled the blood. Primordial Tao patterns flowed continuously across its surface, each flicker producing minute spatial fractures, as if the entire void itself could barely bear its existence. This was indeed the purple lightning hammer. Standing nearby, Duobao Daoist felt a pang of loss in his eyes. This supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure had always accompanied his master, and within the entire GS sect only the 4 swords of Xuantian surpassed it in power. Now it was being given away so readily. Though it had been exchanged for the 12-rank purifying White Lotus, Duobao still could not quite let go of the attachment. Xuantian master showed no such hesitation, casually hurling the purple lightning hammer toward Chen Fan. This hammer was bestowed by our master Honghuang, the Tao ancestor. It harbors the might of the purple heaven's divine thunder and stands as the highest tier of supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Chen Fan accepted the purple lightning hammer with both hands, feeling its immediate weight as terrifying thunderous energy surged from the hammerhead through his palms straight into his mind. Despite his peak Tai golden immortal cultivation, his spirit trembled as though he held the divine thunder yet to fall from the 9 heavens. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his cultivation method to steady his spirit, then carefully stored the purple lightning hammer before bowing once more in gratitude. Watching this, Xuantian master's eyes revealed a flicker of approval. The purple lightning hammer's overwhelming power made even ordinary Tai golden immortals hesitate to touch it, yet Chen Fan accepted it without flinching. His foundation was undoubtedly solid. As for the Dinghai divine beads, Xuantian master paused, briefly glancing toward Duobao Daoist. Duobao, go summon Gongming. Duobao Daoist complied, and soon returned leading a middle-aged man in black robes with a square face into the hall. The man immediately bowed upon entering the hall. Disciple Zhao Gongming pays respects to my master. Xuantian master raised a hand and stated directly, Gongming, I summoned you to discuss a matter. I wish to exchange those 24 Dinghai divine beads in your possession for other treasures. Zhao Gongming was startled, instinctively glancing at Chen Fan with a furrowed brow. The Dinghai divine beads were his foundational treasure. All 24 together formed a supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure of incomparable power. It was primarily through the Dinghai divine beads that he had secured his position as the foremost among the outer disciples of the GS sect. Yet now his master requested their exchange. Anyone would feel reluctant. However, Zhao Gongming remained loyal to Xuantian master as a disciple of the GS sect, and after a moment's silence he cupped his fists and replied, If my master gives an order, this disciple will certainly obey. May I venture to ask what purpose my master has for these Dinghai divine beads? Xuantian Master did not conceal anything, briefly recounting the transaction he had just made with Chen Fan. After listening, Zhao Gongming's gaze settled on Chen Fan. After a long scrutiny, he suddenly smiled. I see now. You have assisted our GS sect in suppressing our fortune with the 12-rank purifying White Lotus, and my master holds you in high regard. You are truly a person of both courage and wisdom. With that, he turned his palm over and produced a string of brilliantly luminous beads, the 24 Dinghai divine beads by which he had gained his fame. Zhao Gongming presented the 24 Dinghai divine beads to Chen Fan with a calm expression. Though these treasures are important to me, they are nothing compared to the fortune of the GS sect. Chen Fan regarded the forthright outer disciple before him and felt a measure of respect rise within. According to the ancient records of Fengshan, Zhao Gongming fought bravely during the Fengshan tribulation, defeating numerous golden immortals from the Chen sect. Yet he ultimately fell victim to the schemes of Randang Daoist, losing his 24 Dinghai divine beads, and was later assassinated by Luya using the 7-arrow book of the Nailing Head. His true spirit ascended to the Fengshan register with lingering resentment. By surrendering the Dinghai divine beads now, although he lost a protective treasure of the highest order, he had effectively rewritten what would have been a tragic fate. Since Xuantian Master had promised compensation with other treasures, he would surely not be shortchanged. Chen Fan accepted the 24 Dinghai divine beads with quiet delight, for all 36 were now complete. With all 36 pearls united, they could achieve the status of an innate supreme treasure. This transaction was well worth it. I owe you my gratitude, fellow Taoist Zhao, Chen Fan said with a formal bow. Zhao Gongming waved his hand and laughed heartily. You are too kind, fellow Taoist. Since I am contributing to the fortune of the GS sect, how could Gongming begrudge such trivial external matters? Xuantian Master was highly pleased with Zhao Gongming's broad-mindedness. Gongming, I know you have lost your foundational treasure, and there will be compensation shortly. You may withdraw for now. Zhao Gongming bowed deeply and turned to leave. Once he had gone, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and produced the 12-rank purifying White Lotus. As the Lotus platform emerged, the entire palace was enveloped in soft white light, pure and holy as though capable of cleansing all corruption in the mortal realm. Duo Bao Daoist drew a deep breath, his eyes filled with anticipation. Xuantian Master beckoned with a gesture, and the purifying White Lotus floated gently into his palm. The 12 petals slowly unfurled, radiating waves of pure luminous energy. Excellent, excellent, Xuantian Master exclaimed, twice satisfaction evident in his eyes. With this treasure to suppress our fortune, the GS sect gains another thread of survival in the Fengshan tribulation. After accepting the 12-rank purifying White Lotus, Xuantian Master turned to Chen Fan. I see your two disciples possess great potential. Since you have come to Bo Palace, let them remain at the GS sect for a time. Perhaps some of my disciples can offer guidance. Chen Fan's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. To receive guidance from the immortals of the GS sect was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for Yang Jiao and Neza. He turned to face his two disciples. Jiao or Zhur, by the grace of the sage you shall remain at Jinao Island for some time. Cultivate diligently, and do not cause trouble. Yang Jiao bowed deeply and replied, This disciple shall strictly follow your orders, master. Neza, however, blinked his eyes and asked in a clear voice, Master, where are you going? Chen Fan ruffled his hair. I have matters to attend to. I shall return to fetch you in some time. Xuantian Master glanced at Chen Fan with a faint, enigmatic smile. Young friend, you intend to refine the purple lightning hammer and the Dinghai divine beads. Having his thoughts read, Chen Fan replied honestly, This humble one does wish to find a secluded place to refine them. Xuantian Master did not object, merely offering a reminder. Both the purple lightning hammer and the Dinghai divine beads are supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures, and their refinement presents difficulties far exceeding ordinary magical artifacts. With your current cultivation level, it will likely consume considerable time. This humble one understands. Chen Fan said no more words, bidding farewell to Xuantian Master, then offering a few parting instructions to his disciples before transforming into a ray of golden light and departing from Jinao Island. Deep within the eastern sea lay a nameless, desolate isle. Chen Fan alighted upon a precipice, his divine sense sweeping across 10,000 li. Only after confirming that no other cultivator's aura lingered nearby, did he raise his hand to set up several layers of restrictive formations. He sat cross-legged and took out all 36 calming sea pearls. The 36 orbs hovered around Chen Fan, faintly resonating with one another as dense patterns of Dao marks emerged upon their surfaces. Those Dao patterns were profoundly mysterious, as if containing the ultimate principles of the evolution of myriad worlds. Each of the 36 calming sea pearls held the power of a world's origin, treasures capable of evolving an entire universe. If only they could be reforged into one, perhaps a true innate supreme treasure might be achieved. Chen Fan took a deep breath. His Dharma power surged forth like a tide, enveloping all 36 pearls. The refining process proved extremely difficult. Unlike the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus, which was system-produced and could be effortlessly refined by dripping a single drop of essence blood upon it, Chen Fan clenched his teeth, pouring out his soul force without reservation, attempting to penetrate the pearls. Day after day passed. The waves of his Dharma power grew increasingly intense. The 36 pearls revolved slowly above his head, yet the distances between them remained unchanged, showing no sign of merging whatsoever. Thinking about it, it was only natural. Zhao Gongming, as a Deluo golden immortal, had possessed 24 such pearls for so long, yet still failed to truly merge them, a testament to the immense obstacles involved. Chen Fan furrowed his brow, gazing at the 36 calming sea pearls that remained stubbornly apart. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His own Dharma power could only permeate the pearls, yet struggled to break the origin barriers between them and compel them to merge. In his possession were 100 strands of Great Tao merit rewards obtained from completing system tasks. This merit originated from the source of the Great Tao, far superior in quality to Heavenly Tao merit, and capable of dissolving innate restrictive barriers. Perhaps only merit, that universal panacea, could serve as a medium to reconcile the mutually repelling origin forces among the 36 pearls. Yet how precious was Great Tao merit? It was the very foundation for transcending great culpas and comprehending the Tao. If expended here, he would lose his greatest trump card when facing future cataclysms. Chen Fan fell into deep contemplation, his gaze fixed upon the calming sea pearls circling unceasingly above his head. If he could fuse the 36 pearls into one and forge an innate supreme treasure, his strength would leap an entire major realm, and he would no longer have to remain passive when facing the immortals of the Chan sect. Weighing the two options, resolve hardened in Chen Fan's eyes. With a thought, a wisp of hazy dark yellow Great Tao merit rose from the system panel, transforming into a sky-filling golden light that slowly enveloped the 36 calming sea pearls. The yellow merit light, like water, seeped into the dense Tao patterns on the pearl surfaces. The origin barriers that isolated them from one another visibly began to dissolve slightly under the scouring of the Great Tao merit. The 36 pearls, which had originally stood apart in distant opposition, began to shift slowly for the first time. The gaps between them shrank steadily, and the resonant hum of the pearl bodies grew ever more deafening. Joy surged in Chen Fan's heart. Hastily, he channeled his soul and Dharma power into them. It worked. Great Tao merit could indeed reconcile the repulsive forces among the pearl's origins. Yet the joy did not last long. Mere moments later, the 36 calming sea pearls suddenly trembled violently, emitting blinding 5-colored radiance, as an immensely powerful rebound force burst forth abruptly. Boom! A violent force surged outward, causing the restrictive formations to shake repeatedly and the cliff's rocks to crack inch by inch. Chen Fan let out a muffled groan, his soul wounded, and a trace of metallic sweetness rose in his throat. The few pearls near the center, the moment they touched, sprang apart again like water and fire in mutual enmity, while ripples of law from the collision of origins swept in all directions. A single strand of merit is far from enough. Chen Fan instantly understood the reason. The 36 calming sea pearls shared the same root and origin, yet each carried an independent world origin. To fully unite them would require a vast ocean of merit as a binding agent. One strand of Great Tao merit might equal 10,000, or even tens of thousands of strands of Heavenly Tao merit. Yet it could only momentarily weaken the barriers, not erase the deep-rooted divisions between their sources. Two paths now lay before Chen Fan. The first was to continue pouring in Great Tao merit, ceaselessly scouring the origin barriers until the 36 pearls completely fused, betting everything on the supreme chance to forge an innate supreme treasure. The cost would be a massive consumption of the supremely precious Great Tao merit, leaving him without a vital life-saving card in future battles at the saint level. The second was to stop here and abandon the attempt at fusion. Following the example of Ronding, he could refine the pearls one by one, using his own Great Tao to evolve 36 heavens. Though he would not obtain an innate supreme treasure, he would still gain a set of top-tier offensive and defensive spiritual treasures that would shake the primordial world. Chen Fan's gaze locked onto the restless calming sea pearls above, weighing the pros and cons again and again, pondering for a long time. The risks were indeed immense, but should the fusion succeed, an innate supreme treasure would be born. It was a supreme treasure that would tempt even the primordial world's saints. With an innate supreme treasure at his side, he would no longer need to defend passively against the encirclement and pursuit of the Chan sect's golden immortals. Even facing a quasi-saint powerhouse, he would have the strength to contend. With the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods approaching and countless variables arising, only by grasping sufficiently overwhelming power could he take control of his own destiny. Wealth and honor are won through peril. Opportunity is always accompanied by danger. This time he would bet it all. Continue. Chen Fan mentally growled in a low voice, hesitating no longer. 40 wisps of dark yellow Great Tao merit rose from the system panel, a vaster and more expansive curtain of yellow light once again enveloping the 36 calming sea pearls. An endless stream of merit power ceaselessly eroded and dissolved the origin barriers between the pearls. The 36 calming sea pearls trembled with increasing ferocity. 5-colored radiance interwove with the dark yellow golden light of merit, endlessly tugging and colliding. Then they slowly drew closer, and as they ground against each other, countless illusory images of the void were manifested, while the outlines of miniature worlds flickered in and out of existence. Chen Fan held his breath and focused his mind, unleashing his entire soul, while his Dharma power continuously pulled the pearls together, striving to find the crucial moment of unity. Yet the repulsive force of the pearls' origins far exceeded his expectations. Unceasing backlash battered his physical body and sea of consciousness, and a tearing, excruciating pain swept through his entire frame. Chen Fan clenched his teeth, refusing to relax, even for an instant. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. Time slipped by slowly as 30 more strands of great Tao merit flowed into the luminous curtain. Boom! An indescribable thunderclap erupted from the void. Not a sound transmitted to the ears, but a roaring tremor at the level of the heavenly laws. At last the 36 mutually repelling calming sea pearls burst through the origin barriers and fused tightly together. A dazzling, blinding orb of light continuously collapsed inward, condensing until it transformed into a round, ancient pearl the size of a fist. The pearl's body was a hazy gray, as if it contained the heavens, earth, and the void. Inside, nebulae swirled, chaotic aura drifted in all directions, and the surrounding space faintly distorted. Chen Fan stared blankly at the pearl suspended midair, his heart shaken to the core. At the moment the pearl had fused successfully, a strand of information had entered his sea of consciousness. Chaos Pearl. Chen Fan whispered in astonishment, tempestuous waves surging in his eyes. In the Chaos era, the supreme treasures born alongside the great god Pangu were 3: the Pangu axe, the jade disc of creation, and this very Chaos Pearl. During the cataclysm of heaven's opening, chaos shattered, and Pangu, his strength exhausted, perished. The Chaos Pearl likewise was split into pieces under the impact of that primordial opening, scattering across the primordial world. After eons of evolution, those fragments became the 36 calming sea pearls. The originally supreme chaos treasure, gravely wounded by the heaven-splitting deed, had its origins fragmented and reassembled, its grade falling to become an innate supreme treasure. Never had he imagined that gathering all the fragments and fusing them could bring the Chaos Pearl back into the world. Chen Fan suppressed the wild elation in his heart, stretching out his palm as the Chaos Pearl slowly descended, hovering above it. The instant his fingertip touched the Chaos Pearl, a vast, boundless torrent of information surged into his sea of consciousness, flashes of countless primordial era scenes streaking past. At the same time, deep within the Chaos Pearl, 6 wispy, ethereal strands of violet chi, ancient and everlasting, floated suspended within. The great Tao primordial violet chi, 6 entire strands. Chen Fan blurted out in shock, his breath suddenly turning ragged. The primordial violet chi was the very foundation for a cultivator to attain the Tao. In the primordial wilderness, the mere appearance of a single heavenly Tao, primordial violet chi, could drive countless mighty figures into fierce contention and all-out war. Yet the Chaos Pearl actually contained 6 strands of primordial violet chi. Before he could even calm his mind, another astonishing property came to his awareness. The Chaos Pearl was a self-contained, independent world with an entire chaotic miniature heaven opened within it, where the flow of time was utterly different from that of the primordial wilderness. Within the Chaos Pearl 1,000 years passed, but in the primordial wilderness only 1 year elapsed. Whether used to comprehend the great Tao, polish one's cultivation base, or deduce divine abilities, it was an opportunity that defied heaven itself. With such a supreme treasure, his cultivation speed would far outstrip all other cultivators in the primordial wilderness. One overwhelming surprise after another arrived. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Fan immediately channeled his magical power combined with the great Tao merit and attempted the initial refinement of the Chaos Pearl. At this moment the Chaos Pearl had just recoalesced, and its origin was still weak. This was the perfect time for initial recognition by its master. Profound yellow merit flowed continuously through his palm into the Chaos Pearl. The dim gray pearl trembled faintly, actively responding to Chen Fan's soul imprint. A moment later, a faint soul brand was etched into the supreme treasure's origin. He had successfully completed the initial refinement of the pearl. With a single thought from Chen Fan, the scene before his eyes shifted, and he stepped directly into the independent world inside the Chaos Pearl. All around stretched a vast bleak chaos with innate spiritual energy, so dense it had condensed into liquid form, surpassing any blessed grotto, heaven, or celestial paradise in the primordial wilderness. Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the void while 6 strands of great Tao, primordial violet chi, slowly revolved above his head, radiating an ancient and eternal Tao rhythm. Great Tao, primordial violet chi. He murmured softly, sharp light flickering in his eyes. In the heavens and earth of the primordial wilderness, the ancestor of Tao, Honghuang, had once lectured in the Zhixiao Palace and bestowed 7 strands of heavenly Tao, primordial violet chi, which had given rise to the current 6 heavenly Tao saints. Yet these 6 strands within the Chaos Pearl were far more ancient, far purer strands of great Tao, primordial violet chi. With them one could attain the Tao as a Honghuang, great Luo, golden immortal, free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao, roaming beyond the primordial wilderness itself. Chen Fan forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, resisting the urge to immediately refine the primordial violet chi. At present he was merely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, not even having stepped into the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Recklessly refining such a peerless treasure would be like a child wielding a giant hammer. He would only be devoured by the violent backlash of the violet chi and perish body and soul. The most pressing matter is to first break through to Great Luo Golden Immortal. He collected his mind, activated the grand grade celestial immortal scripture, and madly absorbed the primordial chi within the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl a year passed while outside was but the snap of a finger. And this seclusion of Chen Fan's lasted a full 1,000 years. Across that millennium his cultivation rose from the peak of Tai Golden Immortal to the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. During those 1,000 years he not only honed his Tao foundation to an unshakable firmness, but also comprehended the first 2 moves of the heaven-severing 3 styles transmitted by the heavenly venerable Tongtian to great perfection. The 2 sword arts, shattering sun and moon and severing heaven and earth, could now be performed at will in his hands, their power more than tenfold greater than before. In addition, great progress had also been made in the refinement of the Violet Lightning Hammer and the Chaos Pearl. After 1,000 years of sacrifice and refinement, the Violet Lightning Hammer could now unleash half of its full might. When struck down, the divine Violet Lightning poured forth like a waterfall. Even a perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal would not dare to take it head-on. Although the Chaos Pearl had only been preliminarily refined, he could already manipulate the space and time within it at will. In this world, he was the sole sovereign. A single thought could overturn heaven and reshape the earth. It is time to leave seclusion. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, sensing the surging, boundless magical power within him, and a satisfied smile curved at the corners of his lips. Within the Chaos Pearl 1,000 years had passed, but outside barely a year had gone by. With a single thought his figure reappeared on the nameless desolate island. Time to return to Golden Ao Island and fetch my disciple. He murmured to himself, about to ride the clouds away, when suddenly his brow twitched. A familiar mechanical prompt sounded without warning within his sea of consciousness. Ding. Detected that the host's cumulative check-ins have reached 100 times. Proceed with 100 consecutive check-ins immediately. Chen Fan froze, disbelief flashing across his eyes. System, what did you just say? 100 times. I was in seclusion inside the Chaos Pearl for 1,000 years. Does that really count as primordial wilderness time? The system's icy voice sounded once more, but this time carrying a hint of explanation. Ding. Although the Chaos Pearl is cut off from the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness, the time the host experiences within it still counts toward the check-in cycle. The system's check-in determination is based on the time the host has personally experienced, not the time of the primordial wilderness's heavenly Tao. Hearing this, Chen Fan was overjoyed. He had thought check-ins were calculated according to the flow of time in the primordial world. Since he had spent 1,000 years in seclusion inside the Chaos Pearl, while only a year passed outside, he would have accumulated at most 1 check-in. Yet unexpectedly the system was so generous, basing the count on his own experience time. 1,000 years in the Chaos Pearl with 1 check-in every 10 years had accumulated exactly 100 times. Good, good, good. Chen Fan exclaimed 3 times in succession, sharp light blazing in his eyes. 100 consecutive check-ins meant the opportunity for 100 draw bonus. Chen Fan drew a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to immediately perform the check-in. Although the system's prompt was tempting, he was even more aware of the special significance of check-in locations. Past experience with check-ins had already proven an iron rule: the stronger the fortune of the check-in location, the richer the rewards granted. This nameless desolate island was located in a remote corner of the Eastern Sea. Using his precious 100 consecutive check-ins here would be no different from wasting a heavenly treasure. Sharp light shifted in his eyes as he raised his head toward the direction of Golden Ao Island, the sacred seat of the heavenly venerable Tongtian, one of the few supreme grotto heavens in the primordial world, and the very gathering point of the GSX fortune. If he could perform the 100 consecutive check-ins within the Bio Palace, the rewards he obtained would surely far surpass anything this desolate island could offer. With that thought, Chen Fan transformed into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky, speeding straight toward Golden Ao Island. Chen Fan had cultivated the earth-binding golden light to great perfection. His figure moved as fast as lightning, crossing tens of thousands of miles of ocean in the blink of an eye. In about the span of a single incense stick, the towering silhouette of Golden Ao Island, shaped like a giant turtle crouching low, had already appeared before him. Immortal mist wreathed the island, auspicious vapors churning, carrying a grandeur and solemnity even greater than a year ago. This transformation was inseparable from the 12-grade pure world white lotus, which suppressed and stabilized the fortune of the GS sect. With it anchoring the sect, the GS sect's fortune had grown considerably more stable, and even the innate spiritual energy of the entire Golden Ao Island had become noticeably denser. Upon arriving on the island, Chen Fan, silently intoned in his heart system, immediately performed the 100 consecutive check-ins. Ding. 100 consecutive check-ins activated. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained: 1,000 years of cultivation 10. Automatically stored in the system space, ready for collection and refinement at any time. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained superior spiritual treasure, Qilin, mountain-suppressing war armor. Stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained innate spiritual root yellow plum fruit core 1. Stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 1000 wisps of heavenly Tao merit. Stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained formation mastery great completion. Automatically comprehended. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. A cascade of system notification chimes rang through Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Even with the calm of a Deluo golden immortal, he could not help but draw a sharp breath. 10 portions of a millennium's worth of cultivation were enough to elevate his power to an even greater height. The top-grade innate spirit treasure Qilin's mountain-suppressing armor, forged from the essence of the thick earth, possessed immense defensive might. The seed of the yellow plum, an innate spiritual root. If it could be nurtured to life within the Chaos Pearl, it would grow into a complete innate spiritual root. The yellow plum was the foremost of the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial wilderness, famed alongside the peaches of immortality and the ginseng fruit. A single fruit could forge an expert on par with the early stage of a Deluo golden immortal, though only the weakest of Deluos. 1,000 strands of heavenly Tao merit. Though not comparable to great Tao merit, they were still incomparably precious. Merit power was like a universal remedy, endlessly useful whether for refining treasures, cultivating, or warding off tribulations. The mastery of formation arts had reached great perfection, directly saving him countless eons spent comprehending the way of formations. From then on, the myriad formations of the primordial wilderness were no longer veiled in mystery before his eyes. Whether setting formations or breaking them all would come with effortless mastery. But this was not the end. The system's notification chimes continued. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained Penga's essence blood diluted 1. Stored in system space. Chen Fan's pupils sharply contracted. Penga's essence blood. That was the supreme treasure scattered across the primordial wilderness after the great god Penga fell. The 12 ancestral sorcerers were born from Penga's essence blood. The reason the sorcerer clan's physical bodies were unrivaled in the primordial wilderness was precisely the bloodline inheritance of Penga's essence blood. Even if the system labeled it as diluted, it was still Penga's essence blood. Suppressing the shock within his heart, Chen Fan continued to wait. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained fragment of time law 1. Stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 10 drops of 3 light divine water. Stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained fragment of space law 1. Stored in system space. Rewards poured into his system space like flowing water. Chen Fan had no time to examine each one in detail. When the chimes of the 100th check-in finally ceased, he was still enveloped in an indescribable shock. The harvest from these 100 check-ins was richer than any single check-in before. Ding. Detected that the host has completed 100 check-ins. Bonus reward triggered innate supreme treasure embryo 1. This embryo can be nurtured according to the host's will into an innate supreme treasure of any form. Stored in system space. At this point, Chen Fan was utterly stunned. An innate supreme treasure embryo. Though the Chaos Pearl was itself an innate supreme treasure, it was reassembled from fragments of the original Chaos Pearl, not a truly brand new treasure. But the treasure embryo granted by the system was like a blank sheet of paper waiting to be shaped exactly as he desired. Blade, sword, spear, halberd, bell, cauldron, tower, painting. Any form, so long as he was willing to pour his heart and effort into nurturing it. In time, a unique, innate supreme treasure of his very own would be born. System, this move of yours is far too generous, Chen Fan murmured. Gazing at the mountains of treasures piled within the system space, even he could not help but grin. The 12-grade world-purifying white lotus. Worth the trade. No, to be precise, this Chaos Pearl was an absolute steal. A thought suddenly struck him. If 1 year inside the Chaos Pearl equaled 1,000 years in the primordial wilderness, then wouldn't he trigger a check-in every 10 years he cultivated within the Chaos Pearl? Although the system's check-in cycle was once every 10 years, only a dozen or so days would have passed in the outside world of the primordial wilderness. System, is there any difference in rewards between checking in inside the Chaos Pearl and checking in the primordial wilderness? He asked tentatively. Ding. Check-in rewards are influenced by the laws of the heavenly Tao. The Chaos Pearl contains a self-contained world with weak heavenly Tao laws. The check-in rewards are primarily cultivation pills and insights. The primordial wilderness has a complete heavenly Tao, so check-in rewards mainly consist of tangible items such as treasures, merit, and spiritual roots. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. In other words, check-ins within the Chaos Pearl leaned toward inner cultivation, while check-ins in the primordial wilderness leaned toward external possessions. Each had its strengths, but to him both were indispensable opportunities. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Fan closed the system panel. His gaze swept across the towering Bo Palace before him, and he wondered how his 2 disciples were faring on Jineo Island. As he was about to step into the palace gates, a fiery red figure rushed out from within, charging headlong into his arms. Master, you're finally back. This disciple missed you so much. Neza tilted his little face up, his large eyes sparkling with joy. In the year they had been apart, the little fellow had grown another notch taller, and the aura around him had condensed considerably. He had clearly already reached the early true immortal stage. Chen Fan ruffled his head, and said with a smile, a year apart, and your cultivation has come a long way. Seems you haven't been slacking off on Jinao Island. Naturally. Neza puffed out his chest proudly, then as if remembering something grabbed Chen Fan's sleeve, and started complaining, Master, you have no idea. The senior martial uncles of the GS sect adore me. They all fight to guide my cultivation. It's just senior brother. He's like a silent gourd all day, only knowing cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. No fun at all. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Jiao also walked out from the palace. The youth stood tall as a pine, his features sharply defined, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already stepped into true immortal perfection, only a single step away from breaking through to golden immortal. Disciple Yang Jiao pays respects to master. Yang Jiao walked before Chen Fan and bowed deeply. Chen Fan raised his hand in a gesture of support, his gaze sweeping over Yang Jiao with satisfaction. Not bad. Your foundation is solid and your magical power is profound. This year has not been wasted. Even upon receiving praise, Yang Jiao's expression remained steady with not a trace of arrogance. After the master and his two disciples chatted for a while, Chen Fan led them into Bo Palace to pay respects to Patriarch Tongtian. Within the grand hall, Patriarch Tongtian sat upright upon the cloud bed. The 12-grade world-purifying white lotus hovered above his head, its 12 lotus petals unfurled, slowly casting soft, holy white light that enveloped the entire Bo Palace. Under the suppression of the white lotus, the GS sect's fate had stabilized. The faint, ominous aura lingering above Jinao Island had dissipated by more than half, and the entire atmosphere of the sacred ground had been renewed. Junior Chen Fan pays respects to the sage. Chen Fan stepped forward and bowed. Patriarch Tongtian opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Chen Fan. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, a sharp glint flashing within his eyes. Deluo Golden Immortal. A year ago when Chen Fan had left Jinao Island, he had been merely at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. In just a single short year, he had actually shattered the shackles that had trapped countless cultivators, achieving the Deluo Dao fruit. Such cultivation speed. Throughout the entire primordial wilderness, only the origins of top-grade innate divine beings could likely match it. Chen Fan's expression remained calm as he cupped his hands and said, a fortunate breakthrough, hardly worth mentioning. Patriarch Tongtian glanced at him with an ambiguous smile, but did not press further. This kid certainly carried quite a few secrets. Still, since he was an ally of the GS sect, the more secrets he had the better, and the stronger he grew, the more beneficial it was to the GS sect. After conversing with the Tongtian Patriarch for a little while longer, Chen Fan took his leave, bringing Yang Jiao and Neza with him. As soon as they stepped out of Bo Palace, Neza could not contain himself and tugged at Chen Fan's sleeve, asking, Master, where are we going now? Are we returning to Qintang Pass? This disciple misses his mother. Chen Fan glanced at him and said with a faint smile, no rush. I will take you both someplace first. Do not channel your mana to resist. With a thought, the chaos pearls silently enveloped the master and his two disciples. The next instant, the three of them vanished into thin air outside Bo Palace, leaving not even the faintest ripple of spatial fluctuation behind. Within the hall, the Tongtian Patriarch slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise passing through his gaze. He actually managed to evade my divine sense. The secrets hidden in this boy are deeper than I imagined. He murmured to himself, then shook his head and closed his eyes again. Within the chaos, Pearl, Yang Jiao and Neza only felt their vision blur before finding themselves in a vast primeval chaotic world. Around them, innate chi was so dense it nearly turned liquid, while beneath their feet stretched an unopened void of chaos. Master, where is this? Neza's eyes widened as he looked around in curiosity. Yang Jiao did not speak, but the shock in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, this is an independent world I happened to acquire by chance. Its flow of time differs from the outside world. 1,000 years here is merely 1 year outside. At these words, Neza's eyes lit up at once. If this disciple cultivates here for 1,000 years, won't I become even more formidable than those old fogies of the Chan sect once I go out? Wishful thinking. Chen Fan tapped his little head and patiently explained, the path of cultivation is by no means a matter of simply piling up time. Foundation, comprehension, and opportunity are all indispensable. I brought you in so that you may cultivate here with full focus and refine your foundation into something far more solid. He then turned toward Yang Jiao, his expression turning more serious. Jiao, your 8-9 mystic art has already reached the 4th layer, and your physical body is comparable to a golden immortal. But if you wish to advance further, you will need an even stronger bloodline as your foundation. Yang Jiao's heart stirred, and he said respectfully, please enlighten me, master. Chen Fan turned his hand over and produced a drop of essence blood, exuding a primeval savage aura. Barely the size of a thumb, it seemed to contain enough might to destroy heaven and earth. Even the surrounding chaotic chi was forced back several zhang by its oppressive pressure. It was precisely the diluted drop of Panga's essence blood. Chen Fan handed the essence blood to Yang Jiao and said slowly, this is Panga's essence blood. Although it has been diluted, the power within it is enough to let you shed your mortal shell and be reborn. Are you willing to bear this power? Yang Jiao's pupils contracted sharply, and his breath quickened. Penga's essence blood. That was a legacy left by the great god Pengu, who had split open the heavens and the earth. The 12 ancestral shamans were all born from Penga's essence blood, and it was precisely this bloodline inheritance that allowed the shaman clan's physical bodies to reign supreme throughout the primordial age. He drew a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and accepted the essence blood with both hands. His voice was as firm as iron. This disciple is willing. Chen Fan nodded slightly. The process will be extremely painful. If you cannot endure it, I will protect you. This disciple will not disappoint you, master. Yang Jiao declared without the slightest hesitation. Neza, watching from the side, felt his heart yearn, but he naturally had no intention of contending with his senior brother over Penga's essence blood. Besides, with his current cultivation and physical body, he simply could not withstand the berserk energy sealed within that drop of essence blood. Chen Fan saw all this and felt deeply gratified. Harmony among fellow disciples and reverence for the master were exactly what he wished to see. Yet he was not the type to show favoritism, so he took out another primordial spirit treasure obtained from his system check-in and gave it to Neza. Neza let out a cheer, accepted the treasure, and his little face brimmed with joy. The two of you will go into seclusion here to refine the essence blood and the spirit treasure, while I, your master, will also be in seclusion for a time. So saying, Chen Fan waved his hand, and the space within the Chaos Pearl automatically divided into 3 separate regions that would not interfere with one another. Yang Jiao and Neza each found a spot, sat down cross-legged, and began refining Penga's essence blood and the primordial spirit treasure. Chen Fan meanwhile went alone to the deepest part of the Chaos Pearl and sat cross-legged in the void. He first took out the reward of 10 portions of 1,000 years' worth of cultivation and refined all of them. Overwhelming mana like a surging tide flooded into his limbs and bones, and his cultivation rose steadily, climbing from the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage all the way to the peak of the early stage, only half a step away from the middle stage. Next he took out the law fragments, 2 fragments of the law of time and 1 fragment of the law of space. The twin Daos of time and space were ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 great Daos supreme and matchless laws. If he could comprehend both just enough to enter the gate, and then fuse them into the evolved law of time and space, how terrifying would that power be? It would likely be no less formidable than the law of strength. An expansive ambition arose in Chen Fan's heart. What he sought now was not merely to slay the 3 corpses and become a sage. He also looked forward to relying on the law of time and space to prove the Tao as a Honghuang Deluo Golden Immortal. This was no idle fantasy, but a viable road. 6 strands of Honghuang purple qi still remained stored within the Chaos Pearl. Once he reached the consummate Deluo Golden Immortal realm, he could have his avatar cultivate the art of slaying the 3 corpses and use the Honghuang purple qi to prove the Tao and attain sainthood. Though the laws of time and space were still incomplete, Chen Fan was brimming with confidence. With time and the check-in system, he would sooner or later gather every complete law fragment. Today I shall use the fragments of the law of time and the law of space as a key to knock upon the great Tao of time and space. Chen Fan closed his eyes, and his divine soul unfurled in full, enveloping the 3 law fragments like a tide. Vast quantities of profound Tao runes rushed into his sea of consciousness, and countless supreme mysteries concerning the flow of time, the shifting of space, and the folding of the void crazily unfolded within his mind. Cultivation is oblivious to the passage of years. Time within the Chaos Pearl flowed endlessly. Outside only 4 years had passed, yet within the Chaos Pearl, 4,000 years had slipped quietly away. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. A silvery glow revolved in his left eye, carrying time. A dark light rose and sank in his right eye, commanding the void. A wisp of space-time, Tao rhythm lingered around him, and every gesture he made could stir the chaotic heavens and earth nearby. Both the law of time and the law of space had entered the threshold of enlightenment. Now he could traverse short distances through the void without relying on the earth-treading golden light. A single thought could fold space and carry him a million li in an instant. He could also briefly freeze a localized stretch of time and space, slowing his enemy's movements. The only pity was that the fragments were limited in number, enough only to cross the threshold. To reach a great accomplishment, he would need to gather far more law fragments of time and space. Chen Fan clenched his fist, savoring the formidable power within his body. Though his cultivation was still at the peak of the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage, he was confident that even without any magic treasure, he could grind the previous Guangchengzi into the ground. He slowly rose to his feet, and with a thought perceived the states of his 2 disciples. Yang Jiao was sitting cross-legged in meditation, his blood qi surging like a dragon, and his bones rumbling like muffled thunder. That drop of Penga's essence blood had already been refined completely, and his physical body had grown more than 10 times stronger. Faint golden bloodline patterns now surfaced across his body, a clear sign that Penga's bloodline was awakening. His cultivation had advanced triumphantly, as well breaking through from the peak true immortal stage to the late golden immortal stage. The 8-9 mystic art had also soared straight into the 6th layer, granting him a physical body comparable to a Tai Golden Immortal. In another region, Neza was idly lounging with one leg crossed over the other out of sheer boredom. After 4,000 years, the boy's cultivation had broken through from the early true immortal stage to the peak golden immortal stage, just one step away from the Tai Golden Immortal stage. His natural aptitude had always been extraordinary, so cultivating for 4,000 years in an environment as full of innate chi as the Chaos Pearl meant his progress advanced at a rate of 1,000 li in a single day. Seeing Neza's slovenly and carefree manner, Chen Fan could not help shaking his head and rapping him on the forehead. Ouch! Clutching his forehead, Neza jumped up and looked at Chen Fan, who had appeared out of thin air with a wronged expression. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. Your disciple has cultivated diligently every single day and has not slacked off in the slightest. Diligently every single day? Chen Fan looked at him with a half smile. Then how is it that just now I saw you crossing your legs and looking perfectly carefree? He paused. Though his tone was somewhat stern, there was a hint of fondness in his eyes as he said, you are the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl with extraordinary talent. Within the Chaos Pearl for 4,000 years, if you had been willing to quiet your mind, you might well have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Tell me, what did you spend those 4,000 years doing? Neza lowered his head like a child who had done wrong and counted on his fingers pitifully. I cultivated for 1,000 years, comprehended divine powers for 500 years, and refined the magic treasures you gave me for 200 years. The rest. Chen Fan snorted coldly, then rubbed his head again and said softly, enough. I am not going to punish you. I know your nature is lively and impetuous, not as steady as your senior brother Yang Jiao, but in the end the path of cultivation must be walked by yourself. The great tribulation of the investiture of the gods is already upon us. I cannot shield you from the front forever. If you are unwilling to work hard, then when you encounter a formidable enemy in the future, you will only end up being beaten. Neza thought of the time when he had been besieged by Guangchengzi, and the other two clenched his fists tightly and nodded seriously. Rest assured, master. From now on, your disciple will focus wholeheartedly and cultivate diligently. Only then did Chen Fan pat his shoulder with satisfaction. Afterward, he went over to the area where Yang Jiao was cultivating. Seemingly sensing Chen Fan's gaze, Yang Jiao slowly opened his eyes, stopped his meditation, rose, walked over to Chen Fan, and bowed in greeting. Your disciple, Yang Jiao, greets master. Chen Fan looked him over from head to toe, satisfaction deep in his eyes, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Pengu's primordial blood has now fully merged into your bloodline. Your 8-9 mystic art has reached the 6th layer. Given time, once your cultivation breaks through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, your physical body will be comparable to a Deluo Golden Immortal. Yang Jiao, his face filled with gratitude, clasped his hands, and said, this is entirely thanks to master's nurture and guidance. Chen Fan smiled, turned his hand over to produce an earthy yellow war armor, and handed it to Yang Jiao. Then he explained back, when I accepted your 12 sea-calming pearls, I said that one day I would seek better treasures for you. This armor is the Qilin Mountain Suppressing Armor. Among top-grade defensive spiritual treasures, it stands at the very pinnacle. Today I give this armor to you. Startled, Yang Jiao hurriedly declined and refused to accept it. Chen Fan pressed the armor into his hands and said softly, take it. What I give you is yours. If you refine it properly, this treasure will be a rare defensive spiritual treasure. Your cultivation is still shallow, and with one more treasure you gain one more means of protecting yourself. Unable to decline any further, Yang Jiao solemnly accepted it. Then he bowed deeply and said, your disciple will never let down the kindness of master's gift. Seeing that Yang Jiao had put the treasure away, Chen Fan nodded slightly. His gaze turned to the vast, boundless sky within the Chaos Pearl as he said slowly, although the Chaos Pearl is uniquely blessed, one cannot simply hide from the world forever. To remain in seclusion here too long means lacking the tempering of the mortal world, and your state of mind will find it hard to keep pace. That is why we must leave the Chaos Pearl. Hearing this, Neza's eyes lit up. Having been in seclusion inside the Chaos Pearl for 4,000 years, he had long been unable to stay put. He immediately asked eagerly, master, where are we going? Chen Fan pondered briefly and said, first we return to Chintang Pass. Your mother misses you, and I promised her that I would not let you stay away from home for too long. At the mention of Lady Yin, the playful look on Neza's face faded a little and a flicker of longing appeared in his eyes. Mother, I truly miss her. Let's go. With a single thought from Chen Fan, the three figures instantly vanished into the chaotic void. Chintang Pass. For years had passed, and the commander's residence remained the same as before, except that the willow tree by the gate had grown a little thicker. Lady Yin leaned against the doorway, embroidering a small garment, but her gaze kept drifting toward the horizon, her eyes full of expectation and deep concern. My lady, thinking about Neza again. Li Jing walked out of the residence, looked at his wife, and asked softly. Lady Yin forced a faint smile. The immortal master said that he was only taking Zhar to the sage's sacred grounds to broaden his horizons, and that he would return very soon. It has been 4 years now. I wonder whether Zhar has grown taller, and whether he has had enough to eat and warm clothing. Before her words faded, a golden light suddenly blazed across the horizon. The golden light descended, revealing three figures. In the lead was a Taoist in a green robe with an otherworldly bearing, followed by a tall, straight-backed youth and a lively, handsome little boy. Mother. Neza spotted Lady Een by the door at a glance, cheered, and rushed over like the wind, burying himself in her arms. The embroidery in Lady Yin's hands fell to the ground. She hugged her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. Jar, my Jar, you've finally come back. Neza could hardly breathe in her tight embrace, but he did not struggle. With reddened eyes, he said, Mother, your son is back. I have learned many skills at Master's side. From now on I will never let anyone bully you or father again. Standing nearby, Li Jing could not help the corners of his eyes growing moist. He stepped forward quickly and bowed deeply to Chen Fan. Venerable Immortal, I Li Jing shall never forget your great kindness. Chen Fan raised a hand as if to help him up and smiled faintly. Commander Li, there is no need for such courtesy. Neza is my disciple, taking care of him is my duty. Lady Een dried her tears, and only then noticed Yang Jiao behind Chen Fan. She asked in confusion, and this young man is? Yang Jiao stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and said, I am Yang Jiao, Master's senior disciple. Greetings to Commander Li and Lady Een. Lady Een quickly returned the salute. Then she pulled Neza close and looked him over from head to toe. Seeing that he had grown much taller than when he left home, and that his young face had matured considerably, her heart was filled with both joy and deep emotion. The family reunion was naturally heartwarming. Chen Fan did not disturb them. He simply let Neza remain home to spend more time with his parents while he took Yang Jiao back to the mountain cave dwelling from years past. Inside the cave dwelling, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, mulling over his plans for what lay ahead. The great tribulation of the investiture of the gods had begun in full, and the conflict between the Chan sect and the Jie sect was growing ever more intense. Thanks to the Chaos Pearl and the system, he had raised his cultivation to the peak of the early Deluo Golden Immortal stage in just a few short years, and he was guarded by supreme treasures such as the Purple Lightning Hammer and the Chaos Pearl. Even so, facing the Colossus of the Chan sect, he still seemed weak and isolated. He needed more allies and greater strength. Ding. Main quest triggered. Take Lei Jinzi as a disciple. Quest description: Lei Jinzi is the reincarnation of the essence of heavenly thunder. His destiny is extraordinary and his potential is boundless, and in the future, he can become a top-tier combat force. Quest rewards: Space Law Fragment 1, Primordial Immortal Apricots 2, Top-grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure Wind Thunder Golden Staff, and Cultivation raised to the mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Lei Jinzi. According to the ancient records of the investiture of the gods, Lei Jinzi was the adopted son Ji Chang had taken in at Yin Mountain. Later, Yunzongzi accepted him as a disciple and bestowed immortal apricots upon him. After eating them, he grew a pair of wind and thunder wings and became a formidable warrior among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Now that the system had issued a disciple recruiting quest, it was clearly telling him to snatch away the Chan sect's disciple once again. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth curled up as he murmured, fellow Taoist Yunzongzi, forgive me. Since the system has spoken, I, this humble Taoist, will gladly accept Lei Jinzi. Chen Fan rose and walked out of his secluded cultivation chamber, speaking softly to Yang Jiao. Jiao, your master needs to go on a long journey. Stay in the cave dwelling and cultivate diligently, and also look after Neza and his family. Yang Jiao bowed and replied, Master, rest assured. Your disciple understands. Chen Fan nodded, then transformed into a beam of golden light that shot through the air, heading straight for Shichi. According to the ancient scrolls of the investiture of the gods, Lei Jinzi was destined to come into the world in the Yinshan Mountains. Chen Fan had to arrive before Yunzongzi and take this reincarnation of the Heaven Thunder essence as his disciple. With his current flight speed and mastery of the law of space, he crossed 1,000,000 li in an instant. By the time he reached Yinshan, dusk was already falling. The Yinshan range stretched for hundreds of li, rugged and steep, with ancient trees reaching toward the heavens. Chen Fan hovered in midair, unfurling his immense divine sense to carefully search for the aura of the Heaven Thunder essence. Suddenly, a faint ripple of thunder came from the southeast. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment he appeared in a secluded deep valley. At the center stood a withered old tree, its trunk charred black by lightning, and at its roots yawned a bottomless cave. That thunderous ripple was coming from deep within the cave. Chen Fan landed at the entrance and extended his divine sense inside. At the depths of the cave lay a huge thunderstruck stone, and upon the stone lay a naked infant. The infant looked as if he had just been born, tiny arcs of electricity crackling around his body, with faint purple thunder patterns visible beneath his skin. Although he was in the dark cave, he neither cried nor fussed. His violet, glittering eyes quietly stared at the cave ceiling as if waiting for something. He really is the reincarnation of the Heaven Thunder essence, Chen Fan murmured to himself, deeply moved. With such extraordinary origins, if Yunzongzi had taken him in and fed him those acquired immortal apricots, he would only waste his remarkable talent and end up looking neither human nor ghost. But now he had arrived. Chen Fan waved his hand, and a gentle current of magical power lifted the infant out of the cave. Wrapped in that magical power, the child was neither shocked nor afraid. Instead, he curiously studied the unfamiliar Taoist before him. Chen Fan took out a Taoist robe, wrapped the infant in it, and held him in his arms. His gaze fell upon the infant's brow, where a faintly discernible purple thunder mark flickered. "From this day forth you are my third disciple, Lei Jinzi," Chen Fan said softly, looking at the infant. The baby seemed to understand his words, let out a bright, crisp laugh, and clutched tightly at Chen Fan's sleeve with his small hand. Just then a clear voice suddenly rang out from the horizon, "Fellow Taoist, wait." Chen Fan looked up and saw a cloud of light descending from the sky, transforming into a middle-aged Taoist wearing an 8 trigrams Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk. It was none other than Yunzongzi, known within the Chen sect as the Golden Immortal of Fortune and Virtue. Yunzongzi landed before Chen Fan. His gaze fell upon the infant in Chen Fan's arms, and he frowned slightly. "This child in your hands is the reincarnation of the Heaven Thunder Essence. Destiny has destined him to share a master-disciple bond with me. I hope you will do me a kindness and hand this child over to me." Chen Fan smiled faintly, neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Taoist Yunzongzi, I have a question I wish to ask you." Yunzongzi was briefly taken aback, wondering in his heart how the other knew who he was, but he still nodded and said, "Please speak Taoist." "When the Golden Immortals of the Chen sect accept disciples, is it truly to pass on the Tao and impart teachings, or to have those disciples shield them from the investiture-killing tribulation?" Yunzongzi's expression shifted slightly, but unlike Tai Jinren, he did not fly into a rage. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "Why do you ask this, Taoist?" Chen Fan held Lei Jinzi a bit tighter in his arms, and said calmly, "As for why Tai Jinren took the reincarnation of Lingzhu as a disciple, you know full well, in your heart, Taoist. Had I not intervened, Neza would likely have already been instigated by Tai Jinren into wreaking a monstrous catastrophe, ultimately stripping his bones to return them to his father, and cutting away his flesh to return it to his mother, becoming a pawn of the Chen sect to withstand the killing tribulation." Yunzongzi fell silent. Chen Fan continued, "Taoist Yunzongzi, you have long held the title of Golden Immortal of Fortune and Virtue in the Chen sect, and I respect your character. But ask yourself honestly, when you accept Lei Jinzi as your disciple, is it truly out of pure appreciation for his talent? Or do you also need a disciple to take on this investiture-killing tribulation in your place?" Yunzongzi's expression turned complicated. It was a long time before he sighed, and said, "I cannot refute what you say, Taoist. Under the great investiture tribulation, all below the sages must enter the tribulation. Though I am not as eager for quick success as junior brother Tai, I did indeed intend to use Lei Jinzi to ward off the tribulation when taking him as my disciple." He paused, then added, "But I can guarantee that if Lei Jinzi enters my sect, I will teach him with all my heart, and never let him become a pawn that can be discarded at will." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Yunzongzi's ability to speak in such a manner truly made him far superior to Tai Jinren. Yet he still shook his head. "I trust your character, Taoist Yunzongzi. But have you considered that even if you treat Lei Jinzi sincerely, the Chen sect's stance will not change because of one person? During the great investiture tribulation, as a disciple of the Chen sect, Lei Jinzi would inevitably be sent to the front lines to fight and kill for the sect. When that time comes, can you truly protect him?" Yunzongzi opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Chen Fan continued, "Though I am only a wandering cultivator, I can promise that I will take Lei Jinzi as my disciple solely to pass on the Tao and impart skills, and never use him to ward off the tribulation. If one day the great tribulation befalls us, I will stand before my disciple rather than let my disciple stand before me." Yunzongzi gazed at Chen Fan for a long time, and finally gave a wry smile. "You are right, Taoist. I may have the intention, but I lack the power to change the Chen sect's stance. If this child were to follow me, I fear he would ultimately be unable to escape the tribulation." He took a deep look at Lei Jinzi and Chen Fan's arms, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes, then made a Taoist bow to Chen Fan. "In that case, I entrust this child to you, Taoist. May you keep your promise and protect him well." With that, Yunzongzi waved his horsetail whisk, turned into a beam of cloud light that shot into the sky and vanished at the horizon in an instant. Chen Fan watched the direction in which Yunzongzi had departed, his admiration for this Chen sect Golden Immortal growing. Unlike the other aggressive Chen sect Golden Immortals, Yunzongzi was indeed an immortal of the Tao. It was only a pity that he belonged to the Chen sect, constrained by Yuanshi Tianzuan's position and unable to control his own actions in many matters. Ding. Main quest: accept Lei Jinzi as a disciple. Completed. Quest rewards: Spatial Law Fragment X1, Primordial Immortal Apricots X2, Top Grade, Innate Spirit Treasure Wind Thunder Golden Staff Cultivation elevated to Mid-Stage de Luo Golden Immortal, all issued. The system notification sounded in Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Instantly the magical power in his body surged violently, and his aura climbed step by step. The bottleneck at the peak of early stage de Luo Golden Immortal shattered with the sound, and his cultivation directly stepped into mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal. He took a deep breath, suppressed the aura of his breakthrough, and looked down at the infant in his arms. Lei Jinzi was curious, watching him with those violet glittering eyes, his small hands tightly clutching Chen Fan's robe, as if he already knew he had found someone to rely on. Chen Fan smiled and took out 2 immortal apricots swirling with purple light. They were precisely the primordial immortal apricots rewarded by the system. In the original plot, Yunzongzi gave Lei Jinzi 2 acquired immortal apricots, and after eating them Lei Jinzi grew wind thunder wings, and his combat power greatly increased. The 2 immortal apricots now in Chen Fan's hands were naturally far superior in quality to what Yunzongzi would have given. After all, the immortal apricot tree was one of the 10 primordial spirit roots of the primordial wilderness, and the fruit it bore had boundless wondrous uses. Little one, since you have entered my sect, these 2 immortal apricots are your master's gift to you. As he spoke, Chen Fan placed the immortal apricots into Lei Jinzi's 2 small hands. The moment the immortal apricots touched his hands, they naturally transformed into a wisp of purple immortal light and merged into Lei Jinzi's body. The purple thunder mark on the infant's brow suddenly blazed bright, and a vast, overwhelming heavenly thunder force erupted from within him. Good heavens, no wonder he is the reincarnation of the heavenly thunder essence. He absorbed the primordial celestial apricot with such ease. Chen Fan murmured under his breath. One must understand that an ordinary cultivator who wished to absorb 2 primordial spirit fruits would first have to go into seclusion and refine their immense energy, otherwise the risk of his body exploding and perishing would be all too real. Yet this child, having only just been reborn, could instantly absorb the energy of the celestial apricot and transform it into the power of heavenly thunder. This amply demonstrated that Lei Jinzi's innate roots and aptitude were even more profound than Chen Fan had imagined. To avoid disturbing the outside world, Chen Fan had no choice but to lay down a restrictive barrier confining all the heavenly thunder power erupting from the infant's body within the valley. Before his eyes, Lei Jinzi's tiny body was enveloped in violet thunderlight, and on his back the nascent outline of a pair of flesh wings slowly took shape. The flesh wings were purple with faint thunder patterns glimmering across their surfaces. Though not yet fully unfolded, they already radiated a startling might. After a short while the thunderlight gradually faded, and the flesh wings on Lei Jinzi's back retracted into his body as if they had never existed. Only then did the infant yawn and sink into a deep slumber in Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan watched this scene, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. In the next breath, he turned into a beam of golden light and flew toward Shintang Pass. Before long, he had returned to his mountain cave abode. Yang Jiao was meditating on a huge boulder outside the cave abode. Sensing Chen Fan's aura, he immediately rose to welcome him. Master. He respectfully saluted, but as his gaze fell upon the infant in Chen Fan's arms, doubt crept into his eyes. And who might this be? Chen Fan carried Lei Jinzi before Yang Jiao and said with a smile, I have given him the name Lei Jinzi. He is the reincarnation of the heavenly thunder essence, and from this day onward, he will be your 3rd junior brother. Yang Jiao was startled for an instant, then a flicker of joy appeared on his face. With cupped fists, he answered, this disciple understands. He looked at the tiny infant in his master's arms, and a strange, wonderful feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Now that his master had accepted another junior disciple, Yang Jiao, as the senior apprentice, naturally had to shoulder the duty of caring for his junior brothers. Master, let this disciple carry him. Yang Jiao reached out. Chen Fan handed Lei Jinzi to him, and the young man took the infant with great care, his motions unpracticed yet unusually gentle. At that moment, a fiery red figure flew over, and before the person arrived, a voice called out, First Master. Senior brother. I'm back. Neza landed before the cave abode in a whirlwind of flame and wind. He spotted the infant in Yang Jiao's arms at once, and his eyes flew open. Where did this child come from? Chen Fan looked at him with a half-smile. The new disciple I've accepted, your 3rd junior brother Lei Jinzi. Neza froze for a moment, then cried out in delight, what? I have a junior brother. He went over to Yang Jiao, stood on his tiptoes, and peered at the baby in Yang Jiao's arms, his face full of curiosity and excitement. His name is Lei Jinzi. He's really cute. Senior brother, let me hold him. Yang Jiao hesitated. Be careful. Don't drop your little junior brother. Don't worry, don't worry. Neza carefully took Lei Jinzi, supporting the infant's head the way Yang Jiao had done, his eyes shining with novelty. Hee. So I, Neza, also have a junior brother. From now on, senior brother will handle the fighting, and I'll teach our junior brother to be mischievous. Yang Jiao pressed his hand to his forehead, looking utterly helpless. Chen Fan watched Neza, who looked eager to have a go, and shook his head with a laugh. You're still a child yourself, and yet you want to teach your junior brother to be mischievous. If you lead him astray, I'll be the first to hold you accountable. Neza stuck out his tongue, then quickly put on a solemn face. Rest assured, master. This disciple promises to teach junior brother to be accomplished in both civility and martial arts, well-behaved and obedient. Chen Fan watched his 2 disciples fussing over their little junior brother, and a slight smile rose at the corner of his mouth. The harmony between his disciples was a rare and invaluable thing. Lei Jinzi is still an infant in swaddling clothes, and the heavenly thunder origin within him is restless. An ordinary cave abode cannot stabilize the thunder power in his body. I will take him into the Chaos Pearl for some days of secluded cultivation to consolidate his foundation. The instant Neza heard the words Chaos Pearl, his little face fell. He had stayed in there for a full 4,000 years, and was already suffocating from boredom. He quickly waved his hands and said, "Master, I'll just cultivate outside, and I can also spend time with Mother." How could Chen Fan not see through his little scheme? He did not call it out, but answered with a faint smile, "Very well. While you're outside, don't neglect your cultivation. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you may discuss it with your senior brother." With that, he said no more. Taking Lei Jinzi back, he flickered and vanished on the spot. Inside the Chaos Pearl, primordial spiritual energy lingered like mist. Chen Fan gently placed the sleeping Lei Jinzi onto a piece of primordial warm jade, then sat down cross-legged beside him. Turning his palm over, he produced the newly obtained fragment of the Law of Space. He had already comprehended the Law of Space to the entry-level stage. With this new fragment, perhaps he could advance his comprehension of the Law of Space even further. For now, however, looking after this little disciple took priority. Chen Fan put the fragment away and let his gaze fall upon Lei Jinzi on the warm jade. The infant was still fast asleep, but the violet thunder mark on his brow was even brighter than before, with faint electric arcs flickering within it. The medicinal power of the primordial celestial apricot was slowly reconstructing his innate constitution, further purifying and elevating the already surging heavenly thunder origin within his body. Reborn from the essence of heavenly thunder and nourished by the primordial celestial apricot, this little one's starting point is higher than both Jiaoer's and Nez's. Chen Fan murmured to himself, expectation glimmering in his eyes. Yet he understood clearly that innate talent alone, however important, could never replace the tempering of one's heart and will. Lei Jinzi was still young, a blank sheet of paper, and precisely in need of his careful guidance. Chen Fan raised his hand and sent a gentle stream of spiritual power into Lei Jinzi's body, helping him sort through the medicinal energy of the primordial celestial apricot. At the same time, by means of divine thought imprints, he gently engraved the great pinnacle celestial immortal art and the 8-9 mystic art into the depths of the infant's sea of consciousness. When Lei Jinzi grew up, these arts would naturally surface, guiding him onto the path of cultivation. Only after doing all this did Chen Fan take out the new fragment of the Law of Space. Plunging his spiritual soul into it, he began his comprehension. In a flash, countless profound principles of the great Tao concerning space poured into his sea of consciousness like a surging tide. He felt as if he were floating in an endless void. The space around him rippled and shifted like water, where a single inch could become the farthest horizon and a mustard seed could contain Mount Sumeru. Inside the Chaos Pearl, primordial spiritual energy moved slowly in accord with his enlightenment, gradually taking shape as a faint spatial vortex around him. In cultivation, one loses track of the years. Chen Fan was so immersed in the contemplation of laws that his spiritual soul roamed the long river of time and space, sensing the mysteries of fleeting time and the transformations of the void. 300 years passed within the Chaos Pearl, but only 100 days elapsed outside. On this day, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Silver light swirled in his left eye, while deep and profound darkness gathered in his right. A subtle, elusive Tao rhythm of time and space lingered around his body. The fusion of the law of time and the law of space had finally made some progress. Though still far from truly manifesting the law of time and space, even this trace of progress elevated his control over time and space to yet another level. Just then he suddenly sensed an unusual movement outside the Chaos Pearl. It was an extremely subtle spatial fluctuation. Had he not comprehended the law of space, he would never have detected it. Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Although that spatial fluctuation had flashed by and vanished, it left him with a vague sense of unease. With his current mastery over the laws of space, there were very few cultivators of the same rank in all of Honghuang who could conceal their traces so completely before him, unless the newcomer's cultivation far surpassed his own. His mind stirred, and he flashed out of the Chaos Pearl, reappearing before his mountain cave dwelling. Inside, Yang Jiao was meditating. Sensing Chen Fan's arrival, he immediately opened his eyes and rose. "Master, have you come out of seclusion?" Chen Fan nodded slightly, but his gaze turned to the horizon. "A guest has come from afar. Jiaoer, stay inside the cave. Do not come out until I give the order." Though Yang Jiao was worried, he did not dare defy his master's order and could only nod in agreement. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the cave, looked up at the sky, and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist, since you are already here, why not come out and meet me?" As soon as his words fell, auspicious clouds surged on the horizon, and one figure after another descended from the cloud bank. The one in the lead wore an apricot yellow Taoist robe and had the bearing of an immortal sage. Behind him followed 3 golden immortal masters of the Chan sect, Guangqingzi, Chijingzi, and Tai Zhenren, a lineup even more formidable than the one that had besieged Chen Fan previously. Chen Fan fixed his gaze on the old man at the front and grew inwardly vigilant. This person's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Deluo golden immortal realm. He was a great power with 1 foot on the threshold of quasi-saint. Could he be the Chan sect's vice master Randang Daoren? The old man smiled lightly, his manner so warm that he seemed not to be demanding an accounting, but paying a visit like an old friend. "I am Randang, a poor Taoist. I greet you, fellow Taoist." Hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes narrowed. So it really is this sly old fox, he thought to himself. One does not strike a smiling face, yet he could not guess what scheme Randang was hiding. Despite his inner wariness, he maintained a complete exterior courtesy. He cupped his hands in salute and returned calmly. I had no idea Vice Master Randang would honor me with your presence. I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive my offense. Randang Daoran kept the warm smile on his face, but his gaze quietly assessed Chen Fan from head to toe, and he was secretly shocked. It had been so little time, yet this man had broken through from the peak of Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Such a speed of cultivation was almost inconceivable even in all of Honghuang. Randang withdrew his gaze, stroked his beard, and smiled. You are too kind, fellow Taoist. For my visit today, first I would like to offer an apology to you on behalf of a few junior martial nephews. Their previous behavior was rash and discourteous. Standing behind Randang, Guangchengzi's face turned ashen. It was obvious he was extremely displeased, but with Randang present, he could not vent his anger. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Inwardly, he did not believe this old fox was so good-natured. Sure enough, Randang changed the subject, his tone still gentle. Second, on behalf of the Chen sect, I sincerely invite you to join our ranks. The moment these words came out, all three of them changed expression. Tai Jinren could not hold back and blurted out, Master, this man wounded me, your disciple, and stole my spiritual treasure along with the reincarnation of Lingzuzi. How can you? Randang turned his head to glance at Tai Jinren, then sent him a voice transmission. This was the will of the sage Yuanshi. Tai Jinren immediately fell silent, his face turning red, and he did not dare say another word. Chen Fan saw all of this and laughed coldly in his heart. This Randang Daoran was far more skilled than Guangchengzi. He knew how to use courtesy before force, giving complete face on the surface, while pressing closer and closer with every step. If Chen Fan joined the Chen sect today, his earlier conflict with the sect's Golden Immortals would be turned into a misunderstanding between family members. Not only would everything be brushed aside, but he would also become a disciple of the Chen sect, and would have no choice but to serve it in the future. Chen Fan remained unmoved and smiled lightly. I am deeply grateful for your favor, fellow Taoist. But I have always been used to the life of a carefree cloud and a wild crane. I do not take well to being constrained by a sect. Fellow Taoist, what you say is not right. Randang Daoran shook his head, still smiling warmly. Our Chen sect is the lineage handed down by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Its rules are broad and mild, and do not restrict disciples in how they conduct themselves. If you were to join our Chen sect with your talent, Yuanshi Tianzuan would surely guide you personally. Would that not make your path of cultivation much smoother? Chen Fan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I am grateful for the Vice Master's good intentions, but I must decline. However, I already have a master, so it is not convenient to study under another sect. This claim was false, yet he said it with total composure. At last, a bit of the smile faded from Randang Daoran's face, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Oh, may I ask who this venerable master of yours is? I am curious. There are few in Honghuang who could have taught someone of your caliber. Chen Fan did not answer, but silently took half a step back, and without any noticeable movement placed his hand behind his back, while secretly gathering his Dharma power. Seeing his attitude, Randang's smile completely vanished, and his voice took on a tone of sad compassion. Do not misunderstand, fellow Taoist. I am not trying to coerce you. It is simply that the Chen sect is the orthodox lineage among the three teachings. Lingzuzi and Lizhenzi were destined by heaven to enter our sect. Your forcible interception of them has already violated heaven's Tao. Now that I have personally come to your door and shown you every possible respect, if you remain obstinate and fail to come to your senses, I am afraid it will damage your own blessings and fortune. These words sounded earnestly well-intentioned, but in fact carried an iron force that allowed no refusal. Chen Fan looked up at Randang directly and said, neither servile nor overbearing, heaven's Tao. As a guest of the Zixiao Palace and Vice Master of the Chen sect, you must know that so-called heaven's Tao is no more than a game of chess among saints. Whom Neza and Lizhenzi are willing to acknowledge as their master is a matter of their own karmic connection. How can one call it defying heaven's Tao? He paused, then continued. If I have no connection with Neza and Lizhenzi, even if I force them to become my disciples, they will not be close to me. If I do have a connection with them, then no matter how many golden immortals the Chen sect sends, they will not be able to take them away. At this, Randang Daoran's tone gradually turned cold. It seems you are determined to make an enemy of our Chen sect. Chen Fan's expression remained calm. He met Randang's gaze without the slightest fear. I have no intention of making an enemy of anyone. I only want to guard my disciples and cultivate in peace. It is the Chen sect that has pressed me relentlessly and refused to leave me any way to survive. How dare you? Guangchengzi could contain himself no longer and roared out, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The master personally came to invite you, yet a rogue cultivator like you is so ungrateful. Chen Fan did not even glance at him. He simply looked at Randang. Vice Master, every word I just said came from my heart. If the Chen sect is willing to stop, I will certainly not act first. But if the Chen sect insists on fighting, then I have no choice but to stay and accompany you to the very end. Randang Daoran studied him for a moment, then his tone turned wholly cold. In that case, fellow Taoist, please go to your death. The moment the words fell, Randang's aura exploded. A vast and overwhelming pressure surged outward like a tidal wave, and heaven and earth changed color. He unleashed the full might of his peak de luo golden immortal cultivation. Within 100 li the very air seemed to freeze, and even the cries of birds, beasts, and insects ceased at once. Tai Jinren Shijingzi and Guangchengzi all summoned their Dharma treasures, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. Though Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged at seeing Randing Guangchengzi and the other Chan sect golden immortals joining forces, he was secretly on guard. Randing Daoist was by no means in the same league as the likes of Guangchengzi. This deputy leader of the Chan sect had once been a guest of the Zixiao Palace, ranking in seniority with the 3 pure sages. His cultivation had reached the consummate degree of the de luo golden immortal realm. A veteran de luo of long standing, only half a step shy of the quasi-saint stage. Since you fellow Taoists insist on making a move, this poor Taoist shall have no choice but to oblige. As Chen Fan's words fell, he flipped his hand and produced the purple lightning hammer. Purple gold lightning coiled around the hammer's body, primordial Tao runes flowing in unending circulation. A thunderous might capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted forth, forcibly ripping open a gap in the oppressive pressure released by Randang Daoist. The purple lightning hammer. Randang Daoist's pupils abruptly contracted, and the composure on his face vanished in an instant. He naturally recognized this supreme, primordial spiritual treasure. It was the personal treasure that Ancestor Hongjun had bestowed upon Lord Tontian in the past. How could it possibly fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator? Guangchengzi and the other two also changed countenance drastically. During their last encounter, Chen Fan had not produced this treasure. If he had offered up this hammer at that time, the 3 of them would hardly have retreated in disgrace so easily. Who exactly are you? Why would that sage hand the purple lightning hammer over to you for your use? Randang Daoist asked in a deep voice. His tone no longer held the slightest warmth. He did not even dare to call Tontian by name, fearing that the other would sense it and give rise to some ill-fated turn of events. It was merely a stroke of serendipity. Fellow Taoists, are you still set on fighting? Chen Fan said indifferently, gently spinning the purple lightning hammer in his hand, as Zixiao divine thunder crackled over its surface. Randang Daoist's gaze shifted in indecision as he stared at the purple lightning hammer for a good long while, then let out a sudden cold laugh. Do you truly believe that with the purple lightning hammer guarding you, this poor Taoist can do nothing to you? A supreme primordial spiritual treasure may be mighty, but it still depends on whose hands wield it. Before his voice had even faded, he raised his hand and turned it over, and an ancient, unadorned glazed lamp appeared in his palm. A flame the size of a bean flickered unsteadily atop the wick, yet it gave off a chilling aura of extinction that struck fear into the heart. It was precisely Randang Daoist's companion spiritual treasure, the Lingjiao glazed lamp, likewise ranked as a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Go! Randang Daoist gave a soft shout and made the first move. The wisp of flame on the glazed lamp abruptly swelled, transforming into a billowing sea of glazed pure fire that engulfed the sky as it swept toward Chen Fan. This glazed pure fire might look dazzling and beautiful, but it carried within it the terrifying power to annihilate all things. Wherever it passed, even the void itself was seared with dense hair-thin cracks. Chen Fan dared not slacken. He urged the purple lightning hammer and smashed it through the air. Zixiao divine thunder poured down from the hammer like a cascading waterfall, cohering into a column of purple gold lightning as thick as a bucket, which slammed ferociously into that expanse of glazed pure fire. Rumble! Thunder and fire collided, unleashing a deafening uproar that shook heaven and earth. Zixiao divine thunder and glazed pure fire intertwined and wrestled in midair, neither able to overpower the other. Randang Daoist's face turned slightly graver. Though he had expected the purple lightning hammer to be extraordinary, he had not imagined that Chen Fan, driving the treasure with mid-stage de luo golden immortal cultivation, could stand in direct confrontation against his Lingjiao glazed lamp. This man's mana is astonishingly deep, far beyond cultivators of the same rank. Randang Daoist mused inwardly, his killing intent toward Chen Fan growing even more intense. If a man like this were spared, he would surely become a grave hidden danger in the days to come. Guangchengzi, what are you 3 gaping at? Still not making your move? Randang Daoist barked coldly. Guangchengzi and the other 2, as if just waking from a dream, immediately urged their treasures forth and joined the fray. The Fanti seal transformed into a giant mountain 10,000 zhang tall and came crashing down from above. The yin-yang mirror shot a ghastly white death ray straight at Chen Fan's brow. The 9-dragon divine fire cover meanwhile swept in from the flank with 9 fire dragons. 4 against 1. Truly shameless. Chen Fan could not help cursing inwardly. Facing the joint siege of 4 Chan sect great masters, his pressure rose abruptly. Chen Fan, however, was not flustered. After all, he still had the Chaos Pearl. At a thought, a dim gray light surged out from his body and formed a faint protective barrier around him. That barrier appeared as thin as paper, yet it contained the embryonic form of a primordial chaos world. When the Fanti seal came down upon it, it merely stirred a ring of ripples and could not press even a hairbreadth further. The death ray from the yin-yang mirror as it arrived was directly devoured by the chaos chi without raising even a single wavelet. What kind of thing is this? Qi Jingzi's eyes bulged wide, his face utterly incredulous. His yin-yang mirror was specialized in injuring a cultivator's primordial spirit, and ordinary defensive treasures could not block it at all. Yet this dim gray barrier before him had swallowed the death ray completely. Randang Daoist stared at that chaos barrier, a gleam of greed flickering in the depths of his eyes. With his breadth of vision, he could naturally tell that Chen Fan must have concealed upon his person a supreme treasure on par with the purple lightning hammer, otherwise it would be utterly impossible for him to deflect their combined assault with such casual ease. This youth's secrets are more numerous than I supposed, Randang Daoist said inwardly, yet his attacks grew even fiercer. The flame of the Lingjiao glazed lamp divided one into two into four, turning into 4 fire dragons that sprang at Chen Fan from 4 separate directions. Chen Fan trod the law of space beneath his feet, his figure flickering continuously through the void, each dodge evading a lethal attack at precisely the right moment. At the same time, the purple lightning hammer in his hand swept back and forth without cease, splitting out one arc of purple gold lightning after another toward the 4, forcing them to spare energy for defense. For a time the 5 of them fought without cease above the mountains beyond Chintang Pass. Mountains crumbled, the earth split open, and rivers flowed in reverse. Fortunately, the great battle was fought high in the sky. Although the mortals below could not see the details of the struggle, they could feel the suffocating oppressive might, and one after another knelt to kowtow and pray for heaven's protection. In the commander's residence of Chintang Pass, Li Jing stared at the ever-rolling thunderfire and rosy clouds in the distance with a pallid face and an icy heart. Though his cultivation was not high, he understood that immortal Chen was enduring a siege. But there was nothing he could do. He could only pray devoutly in his heart. Lady Yin, for her part, held Neza back with all her might, fearing that he would charge off to his death in a fit of recklessness. Inside the grotto, Yang Jiao paced in a panic. Though he was already a late-stage golden immortal, his power was utterly insufficient to matter in a battle of this magnitude. Yang Jiao gritted his teeth and with a turn of his hand produced a token, the Jia Sect Guest Elder token that Chen Fan had given him. His master had once said that with this token he could request aid from the nearest Jia Sect disciple. Whether it is useful or not, I have to try. He channeled his mana and infused a message for help into the token. High above, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Chen Fan trod the law of space beneath his feet, his figure flickering unceasingly through the void, every shift just dodging a lethal blow at the critical instant. The purple lightning hammer whirled in his hand like a wheel, casting bolts of purple gold lightning in all directions, forcing Randang and the others to divert their focus to defense. But with 1 pitted against 4, it was ultimately an exhausting endeavor. Though protected by the Chaos Pearl and armed with the purple lightning hammer, Chen Fan still found himself facing the ferocious combined onslaught of 4 Deluo golden immortals. Gradually his mana consumption accelerated and faint cracks began to appear in his defensive posture. A flash of ruthlessness darted through Tai Jinren's eyes. Pouring all his strength into the 9-dragon divine fire cover, he made the 9 fire dragons howl together and pounce savagely from the blind spot behind Chen Fan. Die! Tai Jinren snarled as though he could already see the miserable sight of Chen Fan being devoured by samadhi fire. Yet in the next instant the smile froze upon his face. Suddenly an elusive Dao resonance of interwoven silver brilliance and somber darkness emerged around Chen Fan. Silver light streamed in his left eye like the river of time, while his right eye gleamed with a profundity as fathomless as the endless void. The space beneath his feet rippled softly like water, and his entire form shifted sideways several zhang out of thin air in a manner that defied all reason, just as the 9-dragon divine fire cover was about to descend upon him. The 9 fire dragons pounced on empty air while Chen Fan had already appeared behind Tai Jinren. Junior brother, watch out. Wang Chengzi's face changed drastically as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. But it was already too late. Chen Fan raised his hand, and the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword appeared in it. An invisible sword intent gathered at the tip. It was the second form of the 3 heaven-severing techniques, severing heaven and earth. The sword was silent and traceless, yet it carried the most killing truth of the sword's path. The sword glow condensed into a single point, tore through the air, and shot straight at Tai Jinren's back. Tai Jinren's pupils contracted sharply, and every hair on his body stood on end. Hastily he activated his protective divine ability while retreating with all speed. However, the silver light in Chen Fan's left eye suddenly blazed with dazzling intensity. The law of time was unleashed. The surrounding space-time seemed to congeal for a fleeting instant, and Tai Jinren's retreating figure was checked for that single breath. Though it was only for an instant, it was more than enough to prove fatal. That formless sword intent slipped through a gap in his protective mana and sank into Tai Jinren's body. Tai Jinren's whole body stiffened. He lowered his head to gaze at the faint, almost imperceptible sword mark upon his chest, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. No. Before the cry had faded, his physical body burst asunder from within. Countless ruthless sword intents exploded outward from inside him, shredding his primordial spirit to pieces along with it. A wisp of true spirit shot into the heavens, drawn by an irresistible power of the heavenly Tao, and flew straight in the direction of the Feipeng platform. Tai Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, had fallen. Tai Jinren fell in battle, and his true spirit was drawn into the god enthronement list. The treasures he dropped, the 9-dragon divine fire hood, and the windfire wheels, were all snatched up by Chen Fan, who was quick of eye and even quicker of hand. This sudden turn of events left everyone frozen. Randang Doran's face was as gloomy as water. Guangchengzi's eyes burned with fury, while Chijingzi stared at Chen Fan in mixed shock and fear, as if looking at a monster. You dared to kill a golden immortal of my Chan sect. Guangchengzi thundered in rage. The heaven-overturning seal smashed down with a roar, yet it was easily blocked by the protective barrier of the Chaos Pearl. Chen Fan had landed his strike, but he did not linger. He suddenly retreated, reopening the distance, and then said in a calm tone, "Where under heaven is there such a principle? Only you are allowed to take my life, but I am not allowed to destroy you. Since Tai Jinren tried again and again to put me to death, I was merely protecting myself." Randang Doran's eyes were sinister and cold. Staring at the time-space Tao resonance still lingering around Chen Fan, a monstrous wave surged in his heart. The law of time. The law of space. This man was merely at the mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal, yet he had realized both supreme laws of time and space, and could even blend them at a preliminary level. Across the whole primordial wilderness, cultivators who had comprehended the laws of time and space were not exactly non-existent, but one could still count them on one hand. As for one capable of fusing the two together, that was utterly unheard of. This boy absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The murderous intent in Randang Doran's heart surged to its absolute limit. If this man were allowed to grow up, he would surely become a mortal enemy for life and death in the future. He no longer held anything back. The flames of the spirit vulture glazed lamp suddenly blazed into a roaring inferno. Glazed pure fire turned into a sky-blanketing sea of flame, staining 100 li of heaven deep blue. Chijingzi and Guangchengzi likewise fought with all their might, sending the heaven-overturning seal and the yin-yang mirror crashing over once more. Chen Fan's expression turned grave. Slaying Tai Jinren had cost him no small amount of mental energy, and sustaining the time-space Tao resonance was draining his magic power at an alarming rate. Faced with the even more frenzied joint assault of Randang Doran and the other two, he could no longer handle it with composure. All he could do was keep driving the Chaos Pearl for defense, while wielding the purple lightning hammer, fighting and retreating as he went. The battle fell into a deadlock once more. With Tai Jinren gone, the Chan sect had lost a combatant, but Randang Doran's full eruption put even greater pressure on Chen Fan than before. Just as Chen Fan was privately considering whether to withdraw and bide his time, an ink-black cloud drifted over from the horizon. From within the cloud came a cold female voice. The Chan sect certainly loves to throw its weight around. The dignified deputy sect master of the Chan sect joining 2 of the 12 golden immortals to besiege one person. Do you even know what shame is? Before the words faded, a piercing, bone-white demonic light descended from the sky and went straight for Chijingzi's back. Startled, Chijingzi hurriedly withdrew the yin-yang mirror and turned to block. With a thunderous clang, the bone-white demonic light collided with the yin-yang mirror. Chijingzi was sent staggering back several steps, his face alternating between pale and greenish. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. Standing upon the ink-black cloud was a female immortal draped in a dark Taoist robe. Around her body drifted dense lunar radiance, an earthly baleful aura. Her presence was deep, sharp, and cold. Her eyes were icy as frost. In her hand, she held an 8 trigrams cloudlight handkerchief, and behind her loomed the faint phantom of a cold moon. Shurji. Chijingzi blurted out, his expression changing drastically. The newcomer was none other than Lady Shurji of Whitebone Cave on Skeleton Mountain, an outer disciple of the Jia sect. Although Shurji was only an outer disciple of the Jia sect, her Tao cultivation was profound. Her personal mastery had long reached the consummate stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Moreover, her origins were quite extraordinary. Her true body was a primordial stone that had existed before chaos was divided, born where lunar radiance and earthly baleful aura converged. It was only after countless eons that she transformed into human form. Though she was not an innate holy being, neither was she a mere product of later ages. Her foundation in the Tao was no less formidable than that of the 12 golden immortals. What made the Chan sect cultivators even more wary was that before the 3 pure ones had split into separate sects, Shurji already bore an old enmity toward Tai Jinren. Now Tai Jinren had perished, and his Tao had vanished, yet Shurji suddenly appeared. The implications were enough to make Randang Doran ponder deeply. Randang Doran suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Shurji, you are a Jia sect disciple. Why do you meddle in the feud between my Chan sect and this man? This boy killed our Chan sect's nephew Tai. If we do not seek justice today, how can the Chan sect have any face left?" Shurji gave a cold laugh, her gaze sweeping over the lingering aura. Tai Jinren had left behind a flicker of vindictive delight passing through her eyes. Justice. She gave the 8 trigrams cloudlight handkerchief a light flick, and as cloudlight swirled, traces of lunar essence gathered. When that wretch Tai wantonly injured my Dharma body back, then did he ever give me justice? Your Chan sect uses numbers to oppress the few and strength to bully the weak. When did you ever speak of justice? Now that you have been outmatched and killed by a lone cultivator, you suddenly remember to demand justice. How utterly laughable. Guang Qingzi flew into a rage and raised the heaven-overturning seal, once more killing intent blazing in his eyes. Shiji, you are nothing but an outer disciple of the Jie sect. Do you even dare to point fingers at the Chen sect? Shiji cast a cold glance at him, a trace of mockery curling at the corner of her lips. Guang Qingzi, don't try to intimidate me with status. Though I am an outer disciple of the Jie sect, I still know how to distinguish kindness from enmity. That wretch Tai deserved to die. Fellow Taoist Chun has carried out justice on behalf of heaven. How could I stand idly by? Shi Jingzi's face was dark and somber. He flipped the yin-yang mirror, a ghastly pale deathlight building up as he prepared to strike. Shiji, if you insist on meddling today, you will be making an enemy of the Chen sect. Have you thought this through? What if I do make an enemy of you? Shiji gave a cold snort, and a fierce glint burst from her eyes. That wretch Tai, relying on his status as one of the Chen sect's 12 golden immortals, wantonly bullied the outer disciples of our Jie sect. Back then I swallowed my anger, but all I received in return was even worse abuse. Now that Tai is dead, most of the suffocating anger in my heart has finally been vented. If you want to fight, I will gladly keep you company. With those words, she raised her hand and cast the 8 trigrams cloudlight handkerchief. It swelled instantly in the wind, turning into a sky-covering giant net. Within the flowing cloudlight, countless icicles condensed from lunar essence shot toward Shi Jingzi in an overwhelming torrent. At the same time, the phantom cold moon behind her suddenly became substantial. A round, pure white cold moon rose into the air, spilling down 10,000 chilling moonbeams. The moonlight seemed gentle, yet it was steeped in deadly killing intent. Wherever it passed, the void itself froze still. Seeing Shiji make her move, Chen Fan felt grateful and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Lady Shiji as an ally from the Jie sect, the situation was no longer one where he could only defend. At once he swung the purple lightning hammer and pressed forward. Violet divine thunder turned into a sky-filling net of purple lightning, sweeping down over Randang Daorin and Guang Qingzi. You seek death. Randang Doran's face turned iron green. The flames of the spirit vulture glazed lamp erupted violently, colliding fiercely with the violet divine thunder. Guang Qingzi's expression turned ruthless, and a savage light surged in his eyes. The 8 trigrams purple ribbon immortal robe appeared around him on its own, its 8 trigrams patterns flowing as it forcibly intercepted the sea of purple thunder. Then he made a hand seal and drove the heaven-overturning seal down at Chen Fan's head with all his might. The soul-falling bell and the yin-yang swords were also thrown into full activation. The bell tolled, shaking the void. A formless sound wave shot straight into Chen Fan's soul, seeking to churn his sea of consciousness. The 2 immortal swords, one yin and one yang, wove their swordlight into 2 colossal phantom flood dragons which tore at Chen Fan from both sides in a deadly converging strike. Clang! The spectral flood dragon formed by the twin swords of yin and yang had barely closed in when it was shattered inch by inch against the dim chaos barrier around Chen Fan, reverting into the 2 immortal swords that flew back. Guang Qingzi caught the returning twin swords, feeling their mournful trembling. The shock from the rebound nearly split his tiger's mouth. He glanced down at his still quivering palm, his face turning ashen. As the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, with cultivation at the early pinnacle of the grand golden immortal realm, and wielding 3 great treasures, the heaven-overturning seal, the soul-losing bell, and the twin swords of yin and yang, he had been repeatedly humiliated by a mere rogue cultivator. Randang Daorin took in Guang Qingzi's disgrace, his eyes growing ever more sinister. Tai Jinren had already fallen here. If Guang Qingzi were to meet with misfortune as well, he would bear the brunt of Yuanshi Tianzuan's boundless wrath. Thus, while channeling the Lingjiu-colored glass lamp, his divine sense secretly reached out to another treasure, the cosmic ruler. Though merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, it contained the power to shift heaven and earth, excelling in striking when least expected. His expression remained impassive, but he had already hidden the cosmic ruler within his sleeve, waiting only for Chen Fan to reveal a flaw before delivering a lethal blow. Meanwhile, Shi Jingzi was fully entangled by Shiji as the lunar essence of the great cold moon clashed violently with the deathly light of the yin-yang mirror in midair. The 2 forces interwove, emitting a hissing corrosive sound as pitch-black spatial fissures exploded across the void. In terms of cultivation, Shiji was in no way inferior to Shi Jingzi. Having attained enlightenment from a primordial chaotic rock, her roots ran exceptionally deep. Even among the entire outer sect of the Jie sect, she stood as one of the foremost figures. With cultivation perfected at the Tai golden immortal stage, supplemented by her innate lunar essence and earthly Sha energy, ordinary cultivators of the same rank were hardly a match for her. Yet she had one fatal shortcoming: her magical treasures. The yin-yang mirror in Shi Jingzi's hands was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure personally bestowed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Divided into yin and yang, its white side illuminated life, while its crimson side reaped death, specializing in injuring the primordial spirit, a truly formidable artifact of slaughter. Shiji's 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth, though also a creation of primordial times, could barely be considered a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, a full 2 tiers inferior to the yin-yang mirror. After 100 exchanges, Shiji gradually found herself at a disadvantage. She channeled the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth to block another deathly beam from Chijingzi's yin-yang mirror. The cloud-light on the cloth's surface trembled violently, its spiritual radiance dimming considerably. Shiji's heart sank knowing the treasure could not hold out much longer. Shiji, you're nothing but an outer disciple of the Jia sect. You can't even produce a decent treasure, yet you dare wade into these troubled waters. Chijingzi sneered, contempt blazing in his eyes. He flipped the yin-yang mirror in his hand, and another ghastly pale death beam shot forth. Shiji clenched her jaw in silence as the lunar essence around her surged violently. The phantom cold moon behind her suddenly solidified, transforming into a moon wheel that shielded her front. The deadly light struck the moon, wheel sending ripples cascading across its surface. The wheel began to tremble violently, and Shiji's complexion paled further. Though she said nothing aloud, inwardly, she was bitterly lamenting. Had she possessed a single suitable treasure, how could she have been suppressed to such a state by Chijingzi? Though the outer disciples of the Jia sect were numerous, most were beings of ordinary origins and scarce treasures. Possessing 1 or 2 acquired spiritual treasures was already considered fortunate. This 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth of hers had been obtained through trials in the primordial wilderness, refined over countless eons before barely reaching the rank of a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yet such a treasure was utterly negligible in the eyes of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect. Elsewhere, Chen Fan, fighting 1 against 2 against Randang Daoran and Guangchengzi, found himself in a perilous situation as well. Randang Daoran, that wily old fox, was already a full major realm above him in cultivation. With the pinnacle innate spiritual treasure Lingzhou colored glass lamp in hand, every streak of colored glass pure flame carried the terrifying might to extinguish all things, forcing Chen Fan to channel the Chaos Pearl at full power just to defend. Guangchengzi, meanwhile, ceaselessly harassed and ambushed from the side, rotating through the heaven-overturning seal, the soul-losing bell, and the twin swords of Yin and Yang. While he was no match for Chen Fan in single combat, with Randang Daoran holding the front line, each of his sneak attacks was exceedingly cunning and vicious. Chen Fan trod upon the laws of space, his figure flickering through the void as the violet electric hammer spun like a wheel, hurling bolts of supreme purple thunder at the 2 adversaries. But he knew well that if this stalemate continued, he would eventually exhaust his mana. The laws of time and space, though profound, were immensely taxing on the mind. Sustaining them for so long, his primordial spirit had begun to throb with pain. At that critical juncture, a silvery white halberd light suddenly soared up from below, driving straight for Chijingzi's back. Chijingzi, fully occupied with suppressing Shiji, suddenly sensed a fierce, killing intent from behind. Alarmed, he hurriedly recalled the yin-yang mirror to parry. Clang! The clash of metal resounded through the heavens. Chijingzi felt an overwhelming force surge through the mirror, his hands going numb as he was physically blasted back several zhang. Steadying himself, he looked up to see a youth in earthen yellow battle armor, wielding a silver-white halberd, standing triumphant in the air. His blood vitality surged like a flood dragon, his battle intent piercing the heavens. It was Yang Jiao. From the distant commander's residence, Neza saw Yang Jiao make his move and stamped his feet anxiously. "Senior brother, wait for me. I'm coming too." But Lady Yin held him fast, refusing to let him leave. All he could do was gaze longingly at the distant battlefield, pacing about in agitation. Though Yang Jiao's cultivation was merely at the late golden immortal stage, having refined Penga's essence blood, his physical body was already comparable to a Tai golden immortal. Moreover, having reached the 6th level of the 8-9 mystic art, cultivating both body and dharma, his overall combat power was in no way inferior to an ordinary mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Coupled with the Honghuang halberd, a peak acquired spiritual treasure, and the Qilan mountain suppressing war armor, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure born from the origin of the earth, its defensive power was truly astonishing. Thus, even a perfected Tai golden immortal would find it no easy task to overcome Yang Jiao. "Who are you?" Chijingzi narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising within him. This youth before him bore a 5 or 6/10 resemblance to Yang Jian, disciple of his junior brother Yuding. The Chen sect bullies others too far, ganging up on my master. Today Yang Jiao shall test the skill of senior Chijingzi. Yang Jiao stood firm with his halberd, his voice clanging with resolve. Shiji, catching her breath, glanced at this youth who had appeared from nowhere, surprise flickering in her eyes. Though she did not know Yang Jiao, hearing him address Chen Fan as master, she knew he was a friend, not a foe. "Young friend, thank you." Shiji gasped for air and withdrew the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth into her palm. Its spiritual light was dim to the extreme, clearly on the verge of collapse. Yang Jiao gave a slight nod, yet his gaze remained locked onto Chijingzi. He said in a deep voice, "Senior, please step aside and regulate your breathing. Leave this man to me for a moment." Shiji was momentarily stunned, then gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Here she was, a Jia sect disciple at the perfected Tai golden immortal level, reduced to relying on a junior at the golden immortal stage to shield her from calamity. But as things stood, the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth was severely damaged. If not repaired promptly, she could hardly sustain even the battles ahead. "Very well, I shall owe you this kindness." Without further pretension, Shiji withdrew, hovering in the distant void. She produced several pills, swallowed them, and began to regulate her breath and recover. Yang Jiao. A glint of understanding flashed through Chijingzi's eyes. He had heard Yuding Jinren mention before that his beloved disciple Yang Jian had an elder brother named Yang Jiao. This youth's features were so remarkably similar to Yang Jian's that he could only be that very person. Staring at Yang Jiao's face, his thoughts churned rapidly. Junior brother Yuding cherished his disciple Yang Jian dearly. Among the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, only Yuding Jinren held the most exacting standards when it came to taking disciples. Preferring quality over quantity, he had never accepted even a single disciple in all his years of cultivation. It was not until he encountered Yang Jian that he broke precedent and accepted him into his sect. In daily instruction, he taught without holding anything back and treated Yang Jian as if he were his own son. Never had he entertained the idea of using his disciple as a shield against the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods. If he were to kill Yang Jian's blood brother today, then with Yang Jian's profoundly loyal and affectionate temperament, resentment would inevitably take root in his heart. It would also make junior brother Yuding look bad and mar the goodwill among fellow brothers. That would be unpalatable. After all, within the Chen sect, there were none closer to Chijingzi than Guangchengzi and Yuding Jinren. With this in mind, Chijingzi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and let a hint of elder-like warmth surface on his face. "So you are Yang Jiao," he said in a deep voice. "I and your younger brother Yang Jian's master Yuding Jinren are fellow disciples of the same lineage. By seniority, you ought to address me as martial uncle. Today's matter is a grievance between the Chen sect and your master. It has nothing to do with you. For Yang Jian's sake, I will not argue with you. Withdraw at once and do not court disaster." Yang Jiao stood firm with his halberd across his body, stone still, his gaze as unyielding as iron. "The title martial uncle is one I am unworthy of. My master's kindness weighs on me like a mountain. He taught me the great Tao, gave me a peerless treasure, and rescued me from peril. Today the Chen sect uses superior numbers to besiege my master. If I stand by with folded arms, how am I any different from a beast?" The warmth on Chijingzi's face instantly froze, his brows furrowed. "Do you realize that your younger brother Yang Jian cultivates in the Chen sect where his prospects know no bounds? If you insist on opposing me, you will not only harm yourself, but also make things difficult for your younger brother in the Chen sect." Hearing this, a trace of complicated emotion flickered through Yang Jiao's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by unyielding resolve. "My younger brother has his own destiny. My master also said that Yang Jian will not suffer wrongs in the Chen sect. But today's affair has nothing to do with him. I only know that my master's grace is as immense as a mountain, and even if I were ground to bone and ash, I could not repay it." With that, Yang Jiao spared no more words. The Honghuang halberd in his hand gave a violent tremble, and a silver-white halberd light split the heavens, flying straight at Chijingzi's face. Chijingzi's expression changed drastically, anger blazing in his eyes. He was, after all, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect with consummate Tai golden immortal cultivation. Lowering his posture to offer kind advice was already showing great courtesy to Yuding Jinren and Yang Jian. Yet this brat had refused all persuasion and even initiated the attack, utterly unable to appreciate kindness. What an insolent and ungrateful whelp. Chijingzi bellowed once, the yin-yang mirror turning over as a ghastly pale deathlight shot forth, clashing savagely with the silver-white halberd light. A single thunderous boom erupted as the halberd light and death light exploded at once. Fierce residual waves surged in all directions, flattening several mountain peaks below. Yang Jiao gave a muffled groan, his body blasted back several dozen zhang. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open and blood dripped down the halberd shaft. Yet he gritted his teeth, his battle intent rising instead of falling. Although Chijingzi had not used full strength, the blow had still been delivered in wrath. Its power was far from something a golden immortal cultivator could resist. Yet Yang Jiao, by sheer force of resistance, was merely knocked back, not even gravely wounded. A flicker of astonishment passed through Chijingzi's eyes, and his gaze landed on the earthen yellow battle armor on Yang Jiao. A defensive spirit armor. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. And this halberd is actually a pinnacle-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Shock continued to swell within him. This brat was only at the late golden immortal stage, yet carried two such heavy treasures. No wonder he dared to challenge him. Yang Jiao stabilized his form and looked down at the webbing between his thumb and forefinger that had split open, blood trickling down the halberd shaft. Yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain. Clenching the Honghuang halberd, he charged forward once more. Driving the 8-9 mystic art to its utmost, his blood and chi seethed like a dragon. Faint pale gold bloodline patterns appeared beneath his skin, the unmistakable sign of the Pangu bloodline awakening. One halberd sweep turned its light into a silver-white giant dragon, claws bared, lunging at Chijingzi. Chijingzi gave a cold snort. The yin-yang mirror turned again, and several death lights interwove into a net that shredded the silver-white dragon to pieces. But restlessness grew in his heart. This brat's physical defense was far beyond what he had expected. Enduring several death lights head-on had only left him lightly injured. If he wanted to take him down completely, he would have to fight for real. But if he struck with a truly heavy hand and accidentally killed him, how could he explain himself to junior brother Yuding? And would that brat Yang Jian be willing to let it go? After all, Yang Jian had the potential to become a Daluo Golden Immortal. With enough fortune, even reaching Quasi-Sage was not impossible. Even Yuanshi, Tianzuan paid considerable attention to him. Thinking of this, Qijingzi unconsciously held back some of his strength, and for a time, he was thoroughly entangled by Yang Jiao, unable to free himself. On the other side, Shiji took a moment to regulate her breathing and recovered some of her depleted magical power. When she looked up and saw Yang Jiao using a golden immortal's body to withstand Qijingzi, awe appeared in her eyes. What a loyal and courageous lad. How could I let you face the enemy alone? Ignoring the fact that the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth was not yet repaired, she activated the treasure again. Lunar essence turned into a sky full of ice shards, striking Qijingzi from the other flank. Qijingzi's pressure abruptly multiplied. In front was Yang Jiao's reckless life-forgetting assault. On the flank was Shiji's lunar essence. Hemmed in from both sides, he fell into a temporary disadvantage. Damn it! Qijingzi felt extremely indignant. He had dignified Chan Sect Golden Immortal at the consummate Tai Golden Immortal stage, had actually been suppressed in tandem by a Golden Immortal Junior and an Outer Sect disciple of the Jie Sect. If this got out, where could he put his old face? So he stopped caring about Yang Jian's elder brother, stopped caring about Yuding Junren's face, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Brat, since you insist on seeking death, I will finish you off. Qijingzi roared. The yin-yang mirror was pushed to its limit. On its surface, yin and yang qi swirled madly as a ghastly pale deathlight, several times thicker than before, shot out, and went straight for Yang Jiao's heart. With this strike, he was no longer holding back. Yang Jiao's pupils constricted. Sensing the suffocating breath of death, alarm bells clanged in his heart. Yet he did not retreat, nor could he. Behind him his master was locked in bitter battle. If he withdrew, Lady Shiji would likely perish in body and Dao. And his master was facing 2 enemies alone, making it even more perilous. 8-9 Mystic Art, hold for me. Yang Jiao roared, golden light blazing around him. The Pangu bloodline patterns writhed wildly beneath his skin as the primal earth power of the Qilin mountain suppressing armor condensed into an earthen yellow light shield before him. Boom. The deathlight struck the light shield with a deafening crash. The shield shuddered violently, countless cracks appearing on its surface, but in the end it did not break. Yang Jiao, however, seemed to have taken a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite, with its string cut not stopping until he had crashed through several mountain peaks. He knelt on one knee amidst the rubble, the Honghuang halberd planted beside him, and his body drenched in blood. The spiritual light of the Qilin mountain suppressing armor had dimmed by more than half. It was clearly damaged considerably. Yang Jiao gripped his Honghuang halberd tightly, attempting to rise once more, only to discover his arms had gone numb, nearly bereft of all sensation. Senior brother. Neza, observing the scene from afar, could contain himself no longer. He channeled his gentle magical power, forcefully broke free from Madame Yin's embrace, and immediately transformed into a fiery crimson streak, shooting straight into the sky. Jar, come back at once. Madame Yin cried out in alarm, but Li Jing grabbed her arm to restrain her. Though reluctance flickered in his eyes, it was soon tempered by something like resolution, and he spoke in a deep, measured tone. Madam, let Neza go. He is not merely the disciple of an immortal master, but our own son. If he stands idly by today, how will he ever face his Dao heart in the future? Madame Yin's tears fell like rain, yet she ultimately refrained from further resistance. Neza unleashed his golden light of terrestrial bounds, brandishing the fire-tipped spear, while swathed in the heavenly deceiving silk, the universe rings circling his wrist. Armed with his full arsenal of magical treasures, he charged into the battlefield like a falling star. You old thief Qijingzi, do not harm my senior brother. Neza bellowed, releasing the universe ring from his hand. It transformed into a golden hoop that tore through the air, striking directly at the back of Qijingzi's head. Qijingzi, having been poised to press his advantage against Yang Jiao, suddenly sensed a sinister wind behind him and swiftly sidestepped to evade. The golden ring grazed past his ear, drawing a thin line of blood. You seek death. Qijingzi's face turned iron blue as he reversed his yin-yang mirror, unleashing a pallid beam of deathlight directly at Neza. But Neza had anticipated this, waving his heavenly deceiving silk like a dragon to weave layers of crimson mist across his body. The deathlight pierced through several layers of crimson mist, its power greatly diminished, and Neza avoided it with a sideways turn. 2 against 1. I'm not afraid of you, little one. Neza boasted loudly, yet inwardly, he dared not let his guard slip for an instant. Though he had already reached the pinnacle of golden immortal cultivation, the chasm between him and Qijingzi, whose realm stood at the peak of great love, golden immortal, was as vast as a celestial abyss. Fortunately, with Lady Shiji holding the flank and Yang Jiao mustering his strength to rejoin the fray, the 3 of them together managed to hold Qijingzi at bay, barely containing him. Meanwhile, Chen Fan's battle with venerable Lord Randang and Guangqingzi had reached a fever pitch. The more venerable Lord Randang fought, the more alarmed he grew. This man clearly possessed only mid-stage great Luo golden immortal cultivation, yet his magical power was astonishingly profound. With the purple lightning hammer and that mysterious protective barrier at his side, Randang found himself unable to break through, even combined with Guangqingzi. What weighed even more heavily on his mind was the extraordinary phenomenon occurring within Chen Fan. His left eye radiated silver luminescence while his right glowed with an otherworldly light, and the rhythmic flow of temporal and spatial principles never ceased, allowing him to repeatedly transform imminent danger into safety at the most critical moments. I cannot afford to delay any longer. A ruthless glint flashed across Ronding's eyes as he secretly activated the universe ruler hidden within his sleeve. After lying in wait for so long, he had finally found an opening. Chen Fan had just evaded Guang Qingzi's heaven-reversing seal, his form still unsteady, as his previous momentum dissipated and his new power had yet to fully manifest. Go! The universe ruler shot silently from Ronding's sleeve, transforming into a dim gray spectral blade that materialized behind Chen Fan in an instant and struck down with devastating force. This strike carried the power of cosmic displacement designed to shatter protective divine abilities. Had it connected fully, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would have suffered shattered bones and ruptured tendons. Alarms blared in Chen Fan's mind as he attempted to invoke spatial laws to evade, but it was too late. The ruler struck him squarely in the back, yet the Chaos Pearl instinctively defended its master, its ethereal gray barrier flaring to life in an instant. Yet the universe ruler was specifically designed to pierce protective barriers, and this blow represented Ronding's maximum effort accumulated over a long campaign. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the chaos barrier split open under the relentless assault. The remaining force of the ruler's shaft penetrated through the compromised barrier and struck Chen Fan's back with full impact. Chen Fan felt as though a massive hammer had struck him, a wave of blood rising in his throat as he vomited great mouthfuls of crimson. His body flew backward like a severed kite, slammed through multiple mountain peaks, and finally managed to steady himself amidst a storm of rubble. Kneeling on one knee, suspended in midair, his face ashen as parchment, his Taoist robes lay in tatters across his back, revealing a deep gash from the ruler's strike that exposed bone. The strike had not merely wounded his physical form, a venomous force of cosmic displacement had penetrated his body, relentlessly tearing at his meridians and dantian. Cough cough. Chen Fan spat a mouthful of dark blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced, his spiritual energy in complete disarray, his grip on the purple lightning hammer trembling despite his effort to steady it. Fellow Taoist. Lady Shurji's expression shifted abruptly as she attempted to break free and come to his aid, but Qi Jingzi held her fast. Master. Yang Jiao and Neza burned with desperation, throwing themselves forward with all their might, yet Guang Qingzi's casual heaven-reversing seal sent them recoiling with its residual force. Ha! Venerable Lord Ronding's methods are superb. Guang Qingzi laughed aloud, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This rogue cultivator, who had twice before humiliated the Chan school, was finally paying the price. Yet Venerable Lord Randang showed no trace of complacency on his face. Rather than relaxing after his successful strike, he heightened his vigilance to its utmost limit. Unless they exploited this critical moment to finish the fight swiftly, once Chen Fan recovered his breath, the tide of battle could shift at any instant. Universe Ruler, strike again. Venerable Lord Randang roared, pouring his magical power into the artifact, as the Universe Ruler transformed once more into a spectral gray blade, descending upon Chen Fan's head with devastating force. Simultaneously, the luminous pure flames from the Spirit Falcon glass lantern swept across the battlefield in an overwhelming torrent, creating a pincer attack that offered Chen Fan no respite whatsoever. Chen Fan raised his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes devoid of fear, as a cold smile flickered across his features. Truly impressive, the deputy leader of the Chan school. Your ambush tactics are far more commendable than your cultivation base. With a flip of his hand, he produced a jade vase containing the sacred healing liquid he had obtained through the system, the Three Lights Divine Water. Born from the primordial essence of the sun, moon, and stars, this celestial water held infinite life-giving power. A single drop could revive the dead and regenerate flesh and bone, repairing all damage to both body and spirit. A substance so rare across the entire primordial world that it was as uncommon as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even when Lady Yaoji's immortal heart had shattered in ages past, it was this very substance that facilitated her recovery. Chen Fan uncorked the flask and consumed a single drop. Instantaneously, a warm and mighty surge of vital energy erupted from his dantian, spreading through his limbs and bones like spring rain nourishing the earth. The chaotic cosmic energy ravaging his interior encountered the restorative power of the Three Lights Divine Water and was annihilated as completely as ice melting under the blazing sun. The deep wound on his back, which had exposed bone, healed at a visibly rapid rate. Shattered bones knitted back together, torn meridians repaired themselves, and his turbulent life force stabilized almost instantaneously. In merely a breath span, Chen Fan's injuries had completely healed, his aura returning to its peak, as though he had never been wounded at all. Three Lights Divine Water. Venerable Lord Ronding's pupils contracted slightly, a flash of astonishment crossing his face. This was a supreme primordial divine water, a treasure for preserving one's life, and even he did not possess such an item. Yet this man before him had consumed a drop without hesitation, and there was clearly more of the divine water remaining in the jade flask. What an extravagant waste! What utter squandering! Venerable Lord Ronding's heart ached, as if bleeding internally, yet the greed in his eyes intensified even further. If he could eliminate this person, he would not only claim the purple lightning hammer and that mysterious protective barrier, but also acquire the 3 lights divine water. The gains from this encounter would far exceed anything he could have imagined. A complex interplay of greed and killing intent merged in Ronding's gaze as his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The universe ruler descended upon him like a crushing weight, while the glass-pure flames engulfed the battlefield in a suffocating blaze, both primordial treasures pushed to their absolute limits under his command. Chen Fan moved with the fluidity of spatial laws themselves, his form flickering through the void as he wielded the purple lightning hammer in spiraling arcs. Streams of purple-gold thunder lightning struck against Ronding's attacks, systematically neutralizing each assault with precise, controlled strikes. Yet beneath his composed exterior, the killing intent surged within him like an erupting volcano impossible to contain. That scheming old snake Randang had first come with false niceties, offering recruitment under pretense, and when rejected, turned to clandestine assassination. Without the 3 lights divine water, that initial strike would have cost him half his life at minimum. Such betrayal demanded revenge. Any cultivator worth their name would not let this stand. While engaging Randang in combat, Chen Fan simultaneously activated the ancient jade talisman embedded in his right arm, the ultimate life-preserving trump card bestowed upon him by Taoist Feipeng. A full power strike from the peak of quasi-saint cultivation would force even a true quasi-saint to retreat in self-preservation. Though Randang was formidable, he remained fundamentally below that transcendent threshold. Since you've initiated this, I shall see it through to its conclusion, Chen Fan thought with cold amusement, his expression betraying nothing as he secretly channeled an endless stream of spiritual power into the jade talisman within his right arm. The Xuantian ruler came crashing down once again. Chen Fan swung his purple lightning hammer to block, and the 2 innate spiritual treasures collided, unleashing a thunderous roar. This young man's fortune is truly remarkable, beyond all reason. If I do not slay him today, he will surely become a great threat in the future. The killing intent in Taoist Ronding's eyes burned even more fiercely. He secretly urged the Xuantian ruler, waiting for another opening to land a fatal blow on Chen Fan. At that moment, Chen Fan suddenly exposed an opening. As he swung his hammer to defend against the attacks of the 2, his left shoulder was left completely vulnerable. Now, Taoist Ronding's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as the Xuantian ruler thrust straight for Chen Fan's left shoulder. But this time Chen Fan did not dodge. He had been waiting for this very moment. Ronding prepared to die. Chen Fan spun around abruptly, and a dazzling green light blazed to life on his right arm. The green light was supremely pure, bearing a peerless sword intent that could sever all things. The instant it appeared, the sky for 1,000 li around darkened. An invisible sword chi burst forth from his right arm. It was not especially massive, only about 3 chi in length, yet it was condensed to a degree that defied belief. Where it passed, the void silently split open into a pitch-black gash, and raging currents of spatial turbulence poured out. All the light between heaven and earth seemed to be devoured by that sword chi, leaving only the green sword light, drawing closer, growing brighter. It was precisely the full-force strike forged by Taoist Feipeng, the benevolent incarnation of Lord Tongtian, at the cost of his own cultivation. Taoist Ronding's countenance changed drastically. The might of this sword strike was not inferior to a full-force blow from a peak quasi-sage. How could he, a perfection-staged Luo golden immortal, possibly withstand it head-on? At this juncture between life and death, Taoist Randang no longer cared about the Xuantian ruler or the Lingjiu glazed lamp. He let out a thunderous shout, exploding with mana without the slightest reserve. Before him, a giant coffin as black as ink materialized out of thin air. The casket was wholly pitch black, its lid covered with unfathomable Tao engravings that exuded an ancient, desolate aura. This was none other than Taoist Ronding's true body, the sky-burying coffin. The world had always believed his true body to be an ancient lamp, but that was not the case. Taoist Ronding's origin was a primordial treasure coffin that had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth, born with the terrifying power to bury all things and return them to silent chaos. For countless eons, he cultivated the Tao with the sky-burying coffin as his true body. He attended sermons at Xixiao Palace, then joined the Chan sect, advancing step by step to the perfection stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. This sky-burying coffin was not only his true body, it was also his final life-saving trump card. Even a full-force strike from an ordinary quasi-sage could be withstood to some extent by it. Unless forced to the absolute limit, he would never reveal his true form in front of others. But now hesitation was no longer an option. Boom! The green sword chi slashed into the sky-burying coffin, producing an earth-shattering roar. All of heaven and earth trembled violently from the collision, while a violent shockwave swept crazily in every direction. Mountain peaks for hundreds of li were all razed to flat ground. The clouds in the sky were torn into countless shreds, and the very firmament seemed to tremble beneath that sword. Fortunately, at the last moment, Chen Fan managed to shield the mortals of Qintang Pass, who otherwise even the shockwave would have utterly erased them. Guang Chengzi, Chijingzi Shiji, Yang Jiao, and Neza. All of them involuntarily stopped what they were doing, retreating together and concentrating all their strength on defending against the terrifying shockwave. Under that sword, all things fell silent. When the brilliant light finally faded, everyone could clearly see the scene before them. Taoist Randang was still standing in place with the sky-burying coffin looming in the void before him, having blocked that fatal blow. Then a faint cracking sound echoed across the silent battlefield. On the ink-black lid of the sky-burying coffin centered upon the sword scar, 4 hairline cracks slowly spread, crawling across half the coffin's face like a spider web. Taoist Randang's face was pale as paper. His body wobbled, and at last he could not suppress a mouthful of gold-tinted essence blood, his aura abruptly weakening. With his true body damaged, he was naturally injured as well, and no minor injury at that. The 4 cracks on the sky-burying coffin had directly wounded the very roots of his origin. To completely repair those cracks would be impossible without many eons of arduous cultivation. Cough. Taoist Randang coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood. The look he cast at Chen Fan was no longer greed. It was fear. Had he not summoned the sky-burying coffin in time, he would already be dead, his Tao extinguished. He had never imagined that this man would conceal a full-force strike at the peak quasi-sage level. No wonder he had obtained the purple lightning hammer. The secrets this man carried were far more numerous than anyone present had imagined. Master Rondingyu. Guangchengzi and Shijingzi's faces changed at once. The illustrious vice leader of the Chan sect had been wounded by this mere wandering cultivator. Chen Fan's gaze fell on the sky-burying coffin, then shifted to the dejected Taoist Randang. He said calmly, Taoist friend Ronding, as a guest of Zixiao Palace, your life-preserving skills are not inferior to those of an ordinary quasi-sage. Taoist Ronding's face turned iron blue. He wanted to say something, but the attempt aggravated his internal injuries, causing another gush of blood. Guangchengzi and Shijingzi hurriedly flew forward, flanking and protecting Taoist Randang. The gaze the two cast upon Chen Fan was full of wariness, with none of the earlier contempt and murderous intent. They were well aware that had that attack talisman struck their own bodies, they would not even have had time to flee into the investiture scroll. They would have perished on the spot with their Tao extinguished. Retreat now. Taoist Randang clenched his teeth and forced out the words. He saw it clearly now. Not only did this man carry precious treasures and possess an endless array of tricks, he had the direct protection of Lord Tantian behind him. If Lord Tantian was willing to expend his own origin to refine this object for him, it was enough to show how significant this young man was in the eyes of the Jia sect. If they continued to fight, let alone reclaim their dignity, the 3 of them might well follow the same path as Tai Jinren, their true spirits entering the investiture scroll. Guangchengzi and Shijingzi exchanged a look, each reading deep unwillingness and lingering dread in the other's eyes. They had never seen Taoist Randang behave so undignified, yet Tai Jinren's fate was before their eyes. They could not disbelieve it. Retreat. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth and spat out that single word. Then, supporting Taoist Randang from left and right, the 3 transformed into streaks of light and shot into the sky, not daring to tarry for even a moment. This time the 2 voiced no threats, but in their hearts they had resolved to return to Yushu Palace and report to their master at once. Yuanshi Tianzuan's reputation for protecting his own was known throughout the primeval world. Once the sage's wrath descended, Chen Fan would surely die. Chen Fan watched the members of the Chan sect slink away, but he made no move to pursue. He slowly descended to the ground. The moment his feet were steady, a sweet taste surged in his throat, and a thread of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The power of that attack talisman had greatly exceeded his expectations. Just the mana needed to activate it had nearly drained the Qi Si within his Dantian. Moreover, after the prolonged fierce battle against Randang and the other 3, although his wounds had been healed by the 3 light divine water, the exhaustion of his divine soul and mana could not be immediately restored. Master. Yang Jiao and Neza landed before him, one on each side, supporting the tottering Chen Fan. Shiji followed close behind and landed not far away, gazing with admiration at the loose cultivator who had fought the 4 great experts of the Chan sect alone, killing one and gravely wounding another. Chen Fan waved his hand to signal his 2 disciples not to worry, then looked at Shiji and clasped his hands. Fellow Taoist Shiji, thank you for your aid. I am deeply grateful. Shiji quickly returned the salute and said in a grave tone, you are too kind, fellow Taoist. If not for you, that wretch Tai would have continued running amok for who knows how long. It is I who should be thanking you instead. Chen Fan smiled faintly and said no more. Turning his hand over, he produced the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword and presented it to Shiji. Your kerchief-shaped spirit treasure has suffered considerable damage. This sword in my hand is passably powerful, so I give it to you. Shiji looked down at her 8 trigrams cloud-like kerchief. The spiritual light on its surface had dimmed to the extreme, and several fine cracks had appeared at the edges. Even if the 8 trigrams cloud-like kerchief could be repaired, it would still take a great deal of time. But now that the investiture tribulation had arrived, if she did not have a suitable magic treasure by her side, she would very likely suffer a real loss. She took a deep breath and did not stand on ceremony. Taking the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword from Chen Fan with both hands, she looked at the sword with spiritual light flowing through it, both astonished and delighted, and immediately bowed to Chen Fan in gratitude. Shurji had cultivated for many long years and had a sharp eye. The moment she sensed the spiritual light flowing on the sword, she understood this Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword was a high-grade acquired spirit treasure, and even among high-grade treasures, it could be called top-notch. It should be noted that a high-grade acquired spirit treasure was in no way inferior to an ordinary mid-grade innate spirit treasure in killing power. The greatest difference between the two lay only in the fact that innate spirit treasures carried the indestructible innate spiritual light and could slowly repair damage on their own. As for why Chen Fan gave the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword to her on the one hand, it was to thank Shurji for her help, and on the other, it was to form a good karmic bond. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Wang Chengzi and Shijingzi supported Randang Daoren, his face as pale as gold paper, one on each side, and staggered to a stop in front of the palace gate. The white crane boy guarding the gate saw the deputy sect master and the two senior uncles in such a miserable state, and was so alarmed that he hurried forward to help, but Wang Chengzi shoved him away. Go quickly and report to the master. Wang Chengzi's voice was hoarse and his eyes were shot with blood. The white crane boy dared not tarry. He transformed into a streak of white light and rushed into the palace. A moment later, a distant bell sounded from within the palace, and the main hall doors of Yushu Palace burst open. Yuanshi Tianzuan sat upright on his cloud bed, eyes slightly closed, holy light flowing around him, majestic beyond measure. When he saw the condition of his two disciples and Ronding, he slowly opened his eyes, and a cold glint flashed through his gaze. Who has harmed you all to this state? Wang Chengzi fell to his knees with a heavy thud, his voice overwhelmed with grief and fury. Master, junior brother Tai, he has fallen. The moment those words fell, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. The holy light around Yuanshi Tianzuan faltered abruptly, and then an overwhelming oppressive might exploded outward, causing the whole Yushu Palace to tremble slightly. The Tao patterns on the four walls of the hall lit up at the same time, barely steadying the tottering palace. Speak clearly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice was terrifyingly calm, yet it chilled the hearts of everyone present. Wang Chengzi knocked his head to the floor and spoke amid tears. Master, please hear my report. Your disciple, along with teacher Ronding, junior brother Chijingzi, and junior brother Tai, went to recruit that loose cultivator by your divine decree. He not only showed no gratitude, but made wild statements, insulted our Chan sect, and scorned your authority. Wang Chengzi raised his head, his eyes full of grief and murderous intent. Junior brother Tai could not swallow the insult and argued with him. Who could have thought that that contemptible loose cultivator would launch a sneak attack? He paused, then continued. That loose cultivator wielded senior uncle Tongtian's purple lightning hammer and also held an offensive jade talisman refined by senior uncle Tongtian. Junior brother Tai was caught off guard. Struck by the sword chi within the talisman, he died on the spot, his body and Tao extinguished, leaving only a wisp of true spirit drawn into the investiture list. Shijingzi also knelt prostrate, his voice choked with tears. I saw it with my own eyes. Junior brother Tai did not even have time to leave a final word before that sword chi obliterated his physical body and primordial spirit. After the murder, that loose cultivator even sneered and said. He deliberately paused, pretending he did not dare to speak further. What did he say? Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice was as cold as a wind from the 9 netherworlds. Shijingzi gritted his teeth as if he had thrown caution to the wind. He said that the golden immortals of the Chan sect were nothing more than this. Even if Sage Yuanshi himself came in person, he would not fear him. The moment the words fell, the cloud bed beneath Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly burst apart. He rose abruptly, holy light surging around him. The entire Kunlun mountain trembled violently under his wrath, and every bird and beast within 10,000 li lay prostrate on the ground, shivering in terror. Good. A fine, I would not fear him. Yuanshi Tianzuan laughed out of fury, and the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidified. Randang Daoren spoke at the right moment, his voice weak, yet every word striking home. Calm your wrath, heavenly venerable. I still have something to say, though I do not know whether I should speak it. Speak. Randang Daoren coughed twice, and another thread of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, before he slowly said that loose cultivator not only held the purple lightning hammer of Sect Master Tongtian, but also possessed an offensive jade talisman condensed from Sect Master Tongtian's own original essence. The sword intent sealed in that talisman was the heaven-severing 3 forms of the GS sect, and its power was comparable to a full-strength strike from a peak quasi-sage. He paused, then his voice grew even weaker. If I had not been quick to summon my true body, the sky burial coffin, I am afraid I would have followed in junior nephew Tai's footsteps. Even so, my true body was slashed with 4 cracks by that one sword strike. Without arduous cultivation over several eons, it simply cannot be repaired. Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze landed on Randang Daoren. With a sweep of his divine sense, he indeed detected that Ronding's origin had been damaged, that his injuries were extremely severe, and that the fierce resents of heaven-severing sword intent still lingered within him. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them once more, his gaze was utterly icy. Tongtian, for the sake of a loose cultivator, you did not hesitate to consume your own origin to slay a disciple of my Chan sect. He raised his hand and worked a dharma gesture. Holy light swirled around him as he began to divine the heavenly secrets. Yet only a moment later, Yuanshi Tianzuan's brows knit tighter and tighter. The trajectory of the heavenly Tao was shrouded in chaos and obscurity. The tribulation aura of the investiture tribulation veiled the heavenly secrets, and no matter how he calculated with the authority of a sage, he could not perceive Chen Fan's origins. Unwilling to accept this, Xuantian Demon-Slaying poured in more mana, unleashing the full might of a sage, without reservation. The Tao patterns of the entire Yushu Palace lit up at once, countless innate trigrams formed and shattered around him, evolving into endless heavenly deductions. But the result was still a total blank. That loose cultivator seemed to have been erased entirely from the long river of heavenly fate by an invisible hand. No past, no future, no karmic ties, not even the faintest trace of his cultivation path could be found. Impossible. The expression on Xuantian Demon-Slaying's face finally changed. A sage was a sage not only because of cultivation that remained unbroken through countless kalpas, but also because of the ability to see through heavenly secrets and perceive karma. In the primordial world, no one except another sage could hide their origins before a sage. Yet that rogue cultivator with merely the cultivation of a Daiyuo golden immortal seemed as though he did not exist at all. No matter how Xuantian deduced and divined, he could not uncover the other party's true origins. Unless... A thought that made him deeply uneasy arose in Xuantian Demon-Slaying's mind, unless a power higher than the heavenly Tao was shielding the heavenly secrets on his behalf. But that was even more impossible. Above the heavenly Tao, there was only the Great Tao, and the Great Tao was ethereal and elusive. Even the Tao ancestor Honghuang had merely merged his being with the heavenly Tao, between him and the true realm of the Great Tao there remained a chasm as vast as the heavens. Xuantian saw that his master remained silent for a long time, and asked cautiously, "Master, did you manage to figure out where that villain came from?" Xuantian Demon-Slaying slowly withdrew his hands, his face as gloomy as water. "The heavenly secrets are veiled. It cannot be deduced." At these words, everyone was shocked. Even a sage could deduce nothing. What kind of background did that rogue cultivator have after all? Xuantian's heart sank even further. He had originally believed that once his master performed a heavenly calculation, he would see through the rogue cultivator's past and present lives, techniques, weaknesses, and karmic entanglements with complete clarity. At that time, whether they struck him down directly or laid schemes against him, they would know both the enemy and themselves. But now even his master could not discern this man's origins. This meant that they knew nothing at all about Chen Fan. Xuantian seemed to think of something and hastily added, "Master, that rogue cultivator not only carries the purple lightning hammer and offensive jade talismans, but also possesses an extremely high-grade protective treasure. That treasure transformed into a layer of dim gray light shield. Your disciple and master Randang struck with all our strength, yet we could only barely break through that shield and failed to truly injure him." Randang Dara nodded in agreement as well. "Indeed. My Qianquan ruler specializes in breaking protective divine powers, but when it struck him, it only made him vomit a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, he took 3 light divine water and recovered as if nothing had happened. The sheer number of treasures on that man is simply inconceivable. 3 light divine water." Xuantian Demon-Slaying's brow furrowed even deeper. Such a supreme healing treasure was rare even for him. Despite owning the 8 treasures glazed vase, he too had very little left. One had to know that 3 light divine water could not be regenerated. Every drop used meant 1 drop fewer. In the early years when Hao Yin was appointed by the Tao ancestor as Lord of the 3 Realms, Xuantian Demon-Slaying had only presented 3 drops symbolically as a congratulatory gift. From this one could see just how scarce and precious 3 light divine water was. Xuantian became more and more certain that that rogue cultivator was by no means simple. A rogue cultivator simply could not possess so many treasures at once. The purple lightning hammer, the mysterious shield, 3 light divine water. Nor could he possibly have obtained Tongtian's protection at the cost of Tongtian's own origin essence. A thought suddenly flashed through Xuantian Demon-Slaying's mind. Could that man be a chess piece secretly nurtured by Tongtian? Or was it even more possible that Master Honghuang was behind the scenes laying out the pieces? He slowly rose to his feet, his expression dark as still water, and a cold cry rang through the Jade Void Palace humph. "No matter how secretive your origins, since you dare to offend the Chan sect and murder this sovereign's personal disciple, I will surely scatter your soul and extinguish your spirit, leaving you no chance of reincarnation for all eternity. Xuantian, your disciple is here. Lead the way. I want to see just what kind of divine being this is to dare kill a disciple of my Chan sect." At these words, everyone in the hall was shaken. Sage Xuantian was setting out in person. How many kalpas had it been since such a thing had last occurred? Wild joy and ruthless malice flickered in Xuantian's eyes. No matter how strong that rogue cultivator was, could he possibly outmatch a sage? With his master setting out personally, even if Tongtian the sect master came in person, he would have to weigh the situation carefully. "Your disciple obeys." Xuantian Demon-Slaying swept his sleeve, and holy light wrapped around Xuantian. In an instant the two vanished from the Jade Void Palace. Randang stood in the hall, his outward expression calm, yet the fire of fury in his heart was quietly rising. For so many years he had served the Chan sect faithfully, working diligently, without respite. Even if he had no great merit, he had toiled with painstaking effort, yet he had never received any reward. In this great battle he had suffered severe wounds as well. But from beginning to end, Yuanshi Tianzuan had not granted him even a single drop of 3 light divine water to heal. At this thought, a faint idea of turning away from the Chan sect quietly took root in the depths of his heart. Inside the Chaos Pearl, primordial spiritual energy drifted like mist. After settling Yang Jiao and Neza into their respective cultivation areas, Chen Fan came alone to the deepest part of the Chaos Pearl. On the other side, Lady Shiji did not linger long after accepting the Xuantian Demon-Slaying Sword. After thanking Chen Fan solemnly again and again, she clasped her hands in salute and took her leave, hurrying back to the White Bone Cave on Skeleton Mountain with the intention of entering seclusion to refine her newly acquired spiritual treasure. Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the void, breathing slowly to recover the magical power consumed during the previous great battle. Only when his magical power had fully recovered did he slowly open his eyes and murmur to himself, "System, check the number of check-ins." Ding. The host's cumulative check-ins have reached 40. Do you wish to check in immediately? Check in immediately, Chen Fan said silently in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 10 times a century of cultivation stored in the system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained the low-grade innate spiritual treasure Black Tortoise True Chi Shield stored in the system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 9 Revolutions Golden Pills 3 stored in the system space. A continuous string of notification chimes sounded in his sea of consciousness. Chen Fan remained calm, quietly waiting. These rewards were decent, but for someone like him at this point, they were merely icing on the cake. The truly good things were always saved for last. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 1 portion of 9 Heavens Shirong stored in the system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 10 pieces of Tao Enlightenment Tea leaves stored in the system space. Chen Fan's eyes brightened slightly. It was actually the 9 Heavens Shirong. This was the supreme treasure Nuwa had used to create humanity, carrying boundless creative vitality and life-giving power. If he used it in the Chaos Pearl to open up spiritual fields and nurture spiritual roots, the results would certainly far surpass ordinary soil. He suddenly remembered that among the rewards from his previous system check-ins, there was still the pit of a Huangzhong plum, a top-grade innate spiritual root, stored away. This was just the right thing to nurture. But the system notification chimes had still not stopped. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 800 strands of heavenly Tao merit stored in the system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 1 portion of Panga's essence blood diluted stored in the system space. Ding. The host has reached 40 check-ins in a single session, triggering an additional reward. Sage Experience Card 1, stored in the system space. Chen Fan was stunned. Sage Experience Card. He hurriedly opened the system panel to view the details. Sage Experience Card. After use, the host will obtain Sage-level cultivation and insights. Duration 1 day. After use, the host will temporarily possess the power of a sage, able to unleash Sage-level divine abilities and comprehend Sage-level laws. When the experience ends, the host's actual cultivation base will be unaffected, but the sage insights will be retained forever. An indescribable shock and ecstasy surged from the bottom of his heart. Even with his Daoyuo golden immortal state of mind, he could not keep his hands from trembling slightly. A sage. That was the highest combat power in the primordial world. The 6 sages of the primordial world each wielded world-shattering, heaven-destroying might. And yet the system had actually given him a sage experience card. Though it lasted only 1 day, it was still a true sage realm. Even better was the phrase sage insights will be retained forever. This meant that after experiencing the sage realm ahead of time, when he later sought to break through to quasi-sage, and even Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal, he would avoid countless detours. System, you really came through this time. With this card in hand, even if I have to face a sage directly, I will still have the strength to fight. Chen Fan took a deep breath, gradually pressing down the excitement in his heart, yet a sharp light glimmered in his eyes. Of course, the sage experience card could be used only once. It had to be saved for the most critical moment. If Yuanshi Tianzuan came seeking him out, or if a sage-level clash erupted during the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, this card would be his greatest trump card to turn the tables. What he did not know, however, was that Yuanshi Tianzuan was already on his way. Chen Fan closed the system panel, his confidence greatly bolstered. He flipped his hand and produced the yellow-orange Chinese plum fruit core along with the 9 Heavens Shirong. The Shirong was dark yellow throughout, emanating an intensely rich, innate essence of primordial earth. Though only the size of a fist, it weighed as much as a mountain and overflowed with vibrant creative vitality. Chen Fan held the Shirong in one hand, and with a thought, the chaotic chi deep within the Chaos Pearl parted to both sides, revealing a vast, empty expanse of 100 zhang square. He gently tossed the 9 Heavens Shirong down. The Shirong took root upon landing, and its dark yellow light spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, chaos receded, and solid soil materialized out of thin air. In just a few moments, 100 zhang square innate spiritual field was fully opened up. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, then buried the Chinese plum fruit core in the center of the field, and dripped a drop of 3 light divine water onto it. The fruit core took root, and sprouted the moment it entered the soil. A tender green seedling broke through the ground. Though only an inch or so tall, it exuded a rich aura of primordial vitality, worthy of being a top-grade innate spiritual root of the primordial wilderness. Even its seedling already bears such grandeur. Chen Fan murmured in admiration, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. One had to know that this spiritual root bloomed only once every 10,000 years, then bore fruit after another 10,000 years, and only then matured. In all, it took a full 30,000 years to produce a mere 9 fruits. The yellow Middle Chinese plum fruit was naturally inscribed with the word Honghuang upon it. It was said that merely smelling it could grant one immortality and enlightenment, and eating a single fruit could directly elevate one to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Of course, there was a drawback. Although one could achieve Great Luo by relying on this fruit, one would become the weakest existence among Great Luo Golden Immortals. Yet even so, the yellow Middle Chinese plum was still a heaven-defying treasure that all cultivators of the primordial wilderness dreamed of and would fight tooth and nail to obtain. After finishing all this, Chen Fan flashed over to the area where Yang Jiao was in seclusion. Yang Jiao sat cross-legged on a mat, his blood and chi surging violently as he pushed the 8-9 mystic art to its limit. The pale golden bloodline veins beneath his skin grew clearer with every passing moment. Chen Fan sat down before him and produced the newly obtained drop of diluted Pangu essence blood. Jiaoer, you have already refined a drop of Pangu essence blood, and your physical foundation far surpasses those of the same cultivation level. But this second drop of essence blood, your master advises you not to refine it for now. Chen Fan spoke slowly. Yang Jiao opened his eyes. Though a trace of confusion flickered within them, he did not rush to ask the reason and simply listened quietly. Your physical body is currently far stronger than that of fellow cultivators of the same realm, but your heart-mind cultivation is still shallow. If you forcibly refine the second drop of essence blood, you risk backlash from the bloodline. When your cultivation steps into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, then refine this drop of essence blood. At that time, your physical body will be comparable to a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Yang Jiao received the essence blood with reverence and said solemnly, "Disciple respectfully heeds master's teachings." Chen Fan gave a slight nod, then flipped his hand to produce a jade slip, the cultivation insights he had compiled for the first 2 moves of the heaven-severing 3 moves, and said slowly, "Your mixed yuan halberd differs from your master's sword path, but myriad laws return to the same origin, and the way of slaughter leads to the same destination. Meditate on this sword path, divine power. If you can integrate it into your halberd arts, your combat strength will surely reach new heights." Yang Jiao took the jade slip with both hands, gratitude shining in his eyes. Not only had the master bestowed upon him a supreme treasure, but he had also imparted everything he had learned without reservation. This kindness was something he could never repay, even if he were ground to bone and ash. After patting Yang Jiao's shoulder and offering a few words of encouragement, Chen Fan arrived at Nez's cultivation area. The little fellow had rarely managed not to slack off this time. He sat cross-legged in meditation, spiritual light swirling around him, clearly attempting to break through a bottleneck. Chen Fan did not disturb him. He simply placed a 9 revolutions golden pill in the windfire wheels beside Neza and left a divine sense message. This is a 9 revolutions golden pill, which can help you break through your bottleneck and consolidate your cultivation. Refine the windfire wheels well. Afterwards, he turned and went to the depths of the Chaos Pearl. There, a ball of soft purple thunderlight floated, none other than the still slumbering Lei Jinzi. The little fellow had already slept for several hundred years within the Chaos Pearl, and the innate heavenly thunder origin within him had become increasingly pure under the nourishment of the innate immortal apricot. The wind thunder twin wings on his back had begun to take shape, with purple gold thunder patterns flowing across their surface. With every breath, fine arcs of electricity crackled and shot from the wingtips. Chen Fan raised his hand and sent a gentle stream of magical power into Lei Jinzi's body, helping him sort out the remaining medicinal force of the innate immortal apricot. Lei Jinzi smacked his lips in his sleep, and the purple thunder mark between his brows flickered faintly. Seeing the adorable look of the little fellow, a hint of a smile crept across Chen Fan's lips. He left behind a divine sense avatar to keep watch. Then he flashed to the core of the Chaos Pearl, where 6 wisps of Grand Dao primordial violet chi still slowly spiraled in the void, radiating an ancient and timeless Dao rhythm. He was at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, still a considerable distance from the Great Circle. Only upon reaching the Great Circle could his avatar begin attempting to sever the 3 corpses and attain sagehood. If the main body wished to walk the path of enlightenment through laws, the time and space law fragments were indispensable. According to his estimation, he would need to gather at least 5 more of these 2 types of law fragments. Thinking this, Chen Fan silently said in his heart, "System claim all cultivation rewards." As his voice fell, the reward of 1,000 years of cultivation transformed into a surge of pure magical power that poured into his body. Chen Fan's entire body trembled as he hurriedly activated his cultivation art to absorb and refine that magical power. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of disappointment could not help but flash across them. 1,000 years of cultivation was nothing more than a drop in the bucket to him now. Breaking through to the late Great Luo stage would require a vast ocean of magical power. Just as he was thinking about how to rapidly increase his strength, an indescribable terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Chen Fan's expression changed drastically, and in an instant he shot out of the Chaos Pearl. Outside the cave mansion, auspicious clouds churned across the sky, and purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 li. 9 five-clawed golden dragons pulled the 9 dragons' aloes chariot as it soared through the air, coming to a halt in the void. A figure stepped out from the chariot and stood high above the 9 heavens. Clad in a robe of 8 treasures, 10,000 longevities, purple cloud, and 9 emblems, crowned with a 12-row beaded meon, and surrounded by holy radiance, the figure was majestic beyond measure. It was none other than the leader of the Chan sect, Xuantian Tianzuan. Guangchengzi stood with his hands lowered behind Xuantian Tianzuan, his gaze at Chen Fan, filled with glee and ruthlessness. Chen Fan's heart sank. He had never imagined that Xuantian Tianzuan would come personally. But he quickly understood the reasoning behind it. It was not only because Tai Jinren was his disciple, more importantly, Tai Jinren's death had slapped the Chan sect in the face. And Xuantian Tianzuan valued face above all else. Xuantian Tianzuan looked down at Chen Fan from above, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at an ant. His voice was not loud, yet it rang through heaven and earth like the thunder of the Tao. Kneel, and I may grant you a whole corpse. Chen Fan raised his head to look at the towering figure, drew a deep breath, and replied with neither humility nor arrogance. This junior is unaware of what crime he has committed that a sage would personally make a move. What crime? Xuantian Tianzuan's gaze turned icy, and his voice brimmed with killing intent. You murdered my Chan sect's personal disciple, seized my Chan sect's dharma treasures, and cut off my Chan sect's fortune. Every single offense is a capital crime. Hearing this, Chen Fan suddenly smiled. Tai Jinren bullied others with his power and repeatedly besieged this junior first. This junior only acted in self-defense. Could it be that the Chan sect permits only its own disciples to kill, but forbids others from defending themselves? As his words fell, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. A monstrous killing intent surfaced on Guangchengzi's face. A mere rogue cultivator dared to talk back even before a sage. And though Xuantian Tianzuan's expression remained indifferent, the chill in his eyes grew ever deeper. Obstinate and unrepentant. He slowly raised his hand, his index finger gently pointing at Chen Fan. This single finger seemed ordinary, yet it contained the supreme might of a heavenly Tao sage. Wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch, and time and space themselves froze into ice beneath that finger. Chen Fan's hair stood on end as a suffocating aura of death came rushing at him. He dared not hold back even a sliver. The Chaos Pearl was driven to its full limit. The grayish, chaotic protective barrier around him abruptly blazed bright. The purple lightning hammer was gripped tightly in his hand, and violet heaven divine thunder poured down like a waterfall as he tried to block that seemingly casual finger. But it was useless. How could the might of a sage be resisted by a mere Great Luo golden immortal? Even with supreme treasures protecting him, he was still nothing but an ant. The chaotic protective barrier shattered like paper under that finger, and the violet heaven divine thunder was pierced straight through. Chen Fan was struck as if by heavenly lightning, blood gushing wildly from his mouth as he was blasted down from the sky, slamming into the mountain body and caving out a giant pit over 100 zhang deep. Deep within the colossal pit, dust and smoke hung heavy in the air. Chen Fan lay amid scattered rubble. Most of the bones in his body shattered, his tattered Taoist robe soaked through with blood. That casually delivered finger strike from Xuantian Tianzuan had not merely shattered the protective barrier of the Chaos Pearl, it had also forced a sliver of sage power deep into Chen Fan's body, ceaselessly ravaging his vitality. Cough. He vomited up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs and barely managed to open his blood-filmed eyes, staring up at the lofty, untouchable figure high in the 9 heavens. The gap was simply too vast. Between a Daoyuo golden immortal and a heavenly Tao sage appeared to be only the quasi-sage realm, but in truth yawned an insurmountable chasm. Beneath the sage, all living things are but ants. That saying was never empty talk. Xuantian Tianzuan looked down at Chen Fan in the great pit, his expression as cold as if he were viewing an ant. To have survived a single finger strike from me is no small feat. You do possess some ability. But you killed my disciples of the Chan sect and shamed the dignity of my sect. Your sins are beyond pardon. He lifted his finger once more. Sacred radiance gathered at its tip, and a pressure even more terrifying than before enveloped heaven and earth. With this finger I shall send you to oblivion. Guangchengzi stood behind his master, his eyes filled with gloating satisfaction. This rogue cultivator who had time and again forced the Chan sect to swallow humiliation was finally to have his soul scattered and extinguished. With the master striking personally, even if Tontian Zhaozhu himself arrived, he might not be able to stop it. Yet in the very instant Xuantian Tianzuan was about to deliver his second finger, a faint curve lifted the corner of Chen Fan's bloodstained lips. That faint smile made Xuantian Tianzuan's brow furrow ever so slightly and sent an inexplicable jolt through Guangchengzi's heart. He was at death's door. What could there possibly be to smile about? Though weak in body, Chen Fan's smile carried a hint of something that left even Xuantian Demon-Slaying faintly unsettled. Inside he recited, "System, activate the Sage Experience card." The instant the words ended, heaven and earth fell suddenly silent. The next moment, an indescribable majestic aura erupted from the depths of the great pit. That aura was boundless and vast, containing a supreme pressure that surpassed the quasi-sage and towered over all existence. The broken stones of the pit crumbled into powder without a sound, and Chen Fan's body slowly ascended. His wounds healed completely in an instant, and the tattered Taoist robe was restored to its pristine state by an invisible force. Immeasurable pure light burst forth from his body, radiance that was holy and immaculate, yet deeper and more ancient than the sacred light of Xuantian Demon-Slaying himself. Within his eyes, the left held the phantasmal image of the long river of the law of time, the right reflected the bottomless abyss of the law of space. The two laws merged flawlessly within his body, evolving into an unprecedented Tao resonance of spacetime. What made Xuantian Demon-Slaying's pupils contract sharply was that a phantom auspicious cloud manifested above Chen Fan's head, and beneath his feet 1,000-petal golden lotus bloomed unbidden. The unmistakable marks of the sage's station. The sage realm. Guangqingzi blurted out, his face turning ashen in an instant. Incredulity saturated his features. How could this be? Was this rogue cultivator not merely a middling Daluo golden immortal? How could he suddenly erupt with a sage-level cultivation base? And that aura was in no way inferior to his own masters. The composure on Xuantian Demon-Slaying's face finally vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and shock. He fixed a piercing stare at Chen Fan, divine splendor churning within his eyes as he attempted to see through to the truth of this man. Yet all he could see was a single expanse of chaos. Under the heavenly Tao, no cultivator could vault across two great realms in the span of a breath, from Daluo golden immortal directly into the sage realm. This had gone beyond even the boundaries of the heavenly Tao's laws, touching a domain that he himself could not comprehend. Who are you exactly? Xuantian Demon-Slaying's voice was low and deep, with no trace of the earlier disdain and detachment. Chen Fan stood in the void, sensing the mighty sage power surging ceaselessly within him. It was an unprecedented sensation, for it felt as if the entire primordial world was under his command, the heavenly Tao's laws following his will, all creation living and dying at his slightest deliberation. Fragments of the law of time fused at breathtaking speed within his sea of consciousness, while fragments of the law of space likewise accelerated in their evolution. In the blink of an eye, his comprehension of the laws of time and space had soared to an altitude he had never before dared to dream of. So this is a sage's vision. So that's how it is. Suppressing the upheaval inside him, Chen Fan looked at Xuantian Demon-Slaying and said calmly, "Sage, why all the questions? Let us settle it with a fight." The moment his words fell, he raised a hand and plucked at the air. The purple lightning hammer appeared in his palm from nowhere. Violet gold lightning coiled around the hammer, and innate Tao patterns swirled unceasingly across its face. But only now in his grasp did this supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure truly display the might it ought to have. Purple firmament, divine thunder condensed around the hammer material, as if solid, every bolt carried enough terror to slaughter a quasi-sage. A cold shine flickered in Xuantian Demon-Slaying's eyes as he said frostily, "The purple lightning hammer. So Tongtian gifted you this treasure. It appears you truly are of the Jia sect." Chen Fan did not explain, and there was no need to. He took a step forward, the void beneath him folding by itself. His figure appeared instantaneously above the 9 heavens, standing level with Xuantian Demon-Slaying. "This place is too narrow for sages to do battle." Chen Fan spoke evenly, then slashed his hand across the heavens. A pitch-black spatial crack opened out of nowhere. Beyond it, an aura of primordial chaos seeped through. "After you, Sage Xuantian." A cold glint flashed in Xuantian Demon-Slaying's eyes as he gave a frosty snort, yet he did not refuse. Battles at the sage level could destroy heaven and earth at the slightest effort. If they fought at full strength across the primordial continent, all life within hundreds of millions of miles would be obliterated without a trace. Such karma was not something even a heavenly Tao sage would readily incur. "As you wish." Xuantian Demon-Slaying waved his sleeve, and the 9-dragon Agala chariot turned into a beam of purple light that shot into his cuff. He then stepped into the spatial rift. Chen Fan cast a glance downward, swept his sleeve in a sudden violent motion, and the law of space surged directly, teleporting Guangqingzi away. Yang Jiao and Neza had somehow already come out of the Chaos Pearl and were looking up at his back, their eyes brimming with worry and shock. "Wait here in peace. Your master shall return shortly." Chen Fan's voice echoed in their sea of consciousness, carrying a reassuring steadiness. The next blink, he too entered the rift and vanished into the depths of chaos. The rift slowly healed, and the dreadful pressure in heaven and earth gradually dispersed, leaving only the ruined battlefield and 2 disciples laden with anxiety. Neza clenched his fire-tipped spear, his young face taut with urgency. "Senior brother, will master be all right?" Yang Jiao pressed a hand onto Neza's shoulder, his voice composed, yet equally unable to conceal worry. Since master dares to accept the battle, he must hold certainty in his own strength. "We need only wait here." So he said, yet the knuckles of the hand gripping the primordial halberd had already turned white. True, the aura irradiating from Master moments ago was terrifying beyond measure. But that was still Xuantian Tianzuan, a heavenly Dao sage who had attained sainthood countless eons past. Can Master truly withstand him? Neza bit his lip and gazed up at the direction where the rift had vanished, his lively eyes showing such heavy solemnity for the first time. Master, please, you must come back safely. Deep in the primordial chaos, there was neither heaven nor earth, neither light nor darkness. This was the boundary of the primeval world where the laws of the heavenly Dao were so thin as to be almost non-existent, and only surging waves of chaos chi churned endlessly. Any ordinary Deluo golden immortal who set foot here would be eroded by chaos chi in moments, their body destroyed and Dao extinguished. But for sages this was the most fitting battlefield. Two figures stood 10,000 li apart, confronting each other from across the void. Xuantian Tianzuan's body was wreathed in sage light, with auspicious clouds shrouding tens of thousands of li and sweeping aside all surrounding chaos chi. At some unknown moment, an ancient banner as smooth as jade had appeared in his hand. His innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner. This banner was one of the 3 innate supreme treasures born when the Pangu axe shattered after splitting open heaven. Its offensive might was unrivaled across the primeval world, second only to the 4 immortal slaying swords. Xuantian Tianzuan rarely used this supreme treasure, but today, facing this mysterious rogue cultivator who had suddenly attained sagehood, he could not afford to take him lightly. Chen Fan stood in the chaotic void, clear light flowing around him, a stark contrast to Xuantian Tianzuan's sage radiance. In his hand, the purple lightning hammer crackled with violet thunder, and the chaos barrier of the chaos pearl flickered faintly around him. Xuantian Tianzuan spoke first, his voice as cold as eternal ice. No matter who you are, killing a disciple of my Chan sect is a capital crime. Today I will make you understand that even among sages there are higher and lower. As his words fell, the Panga banner gave a violent tremble. A stream of chaos sword chi shot out from the banner. Wherever it passed, chaos chi naturally opened, and then annihilated, as if recreating the scene of Pangu splitting heaven and earth. This chaos sword chi was several times stronger than the life-saving jade talisman Chen Fan had used before. Even a peak quasi-sage would die if merely grazed, and perish if struck head-on. Silver light swirled in Chen Fan's left eye as he drove the law of time to the extreme. In his sight, the chaos sword chi seemed to slow down 1,000-fold. Trajectory, speed, and power were all dissected with perfect clarity by the law of time. The void beneath his feet rippled gently. Activating the law of space, his figure shifted across tens of thousands of li in an instant, narrowly avoiding the terrifying sword chi that was enough to injure an ordinary sage. The chaos sword chi cut deep into the void, splitting an entire sea of chaos in half. The law of time. The law of space. Xuantian Tianzuan's gaze hardened, his astonishment deepening. For ordinary cultivators, comprehending even one of these supreme laws was harder than ascending to heaven. Yet this person had mastered both simultaneously and could wield them to such a degree at the sage realm. Could it be that he was not forcibly elevated by external power, but had truly touched the essence of sage realm laws? If you do have some ability. Xuantian Tianzuan snorted coldly and swung the Panga banner once more. This time it was not a single sword chi, but a sky-covering downpour of chaos sword rain. Every streak of chaos sword chi carried the might of heaven-splitting power, converging on Chen Fan from all directions and sealing off every route of escape. Chen Fan's expression turned grim. The purple lightning hammer smashed down. Boom. A pillar of purple gold thunder 100 times thicker than ordinary purple sky, divine thunder shot into the sky and slammed violently into the endless chaos sword rain. Thunder and sword chi collided and intertwined, tearing one savage spatial rift after another across the chaotic void, while violent shockwaves rampaged wildly in all directions. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li, the chaotic sea churned violently from that single blow. Countless chaos chi were thrust aside, briefly creating a vacuum zone deep within the chaos. The exchange was evenly matched. At last, Xuantian Tianzuan's expression changed. Even Tongtian Jiaozhu would not dare to say he could take the chaos sword rain driven by the Panga banner head-on without falling into disadvantage. Yet this man had withstood it forcefully with the purple lightning hammer, showing no signs of weakness at all. Good? Very good. Xuantian Tianzuan laughed in fury, sage light erupting as he pushed the Panga banner's power to its limit. The chaos sword chi was no longer simple sword chi. It transformed into chaos dragons that lunged at Chen Fan with bared fangs and outstretched claws. At the same time, his other hand wove a spell seal, and behind him emerged a colossal Dharma projection that towered across heaven and earth. It seemed as though the great god Pangu had been resurrected. The 3 pure ones were originally formed from Pangu's primordial spirit, split into 3. Naturally, Xuantian Tianzuan could stir the origin of Pangu hidden deep within his own Dao fruit and summon the supreme Dharma projection of the great god Pangu to battle on his behalf. That Dharma projection stood tens of millions of zhang tall, with primordial Dao patterns flowing across its body from the very beginning of creation. When it slapped out with one palm, the heart of the palm contained 3,000 great Tao laws suppressing the eternal heavens. Facing this two-pronged attack, Chen Fan drew in a deep breath. The Sage Experience card had only limited time. In that fleeting window, he had to comprehend as much of the Sage Realm law operations as possible, while also leaving a deep enough impression on Xuantian Tianzuan. Otherwise, once the card's effect expired, he would no longer have any strength to resist. Heaven-severing three forms, first form shatter sun and moon. Chen Fan let out a low shout, driving this supreme sword Dao technique of the GS sect with sage power. Although the purple lightning hammer was not a sword, all methods ultimately returned to the same source. Using the hammer in place of a sword to execute the heaven-severing three forms, its power was in no way diminished. The purple sky divine thunder upon the hammer condensed into an extremely refined beam of lightning. It seemed only 3 chi long, yet it carried the terrifying power to sever the sun and moon and shatter chaos. Go! The lightning shot through the void, charging at the chaos dragons. Wherever it passed, the dragons were pierced through like paper, bursting into chaos, chi one after another. The lightning did not slow, striking straight at the giant palm of the Dharma projection. Boom! The lightning and the colossal palm collided, unleashing a world-destroying roar. The chaotic void trembled violently. Countless spatial cracks spread like a spiderweb, and the entire battlefield seemed to teeter on the verge of collapse under the force. When the light dissipated, a transparent hole had been bored straight through the giant palm of the Panga-like Dharma projection. Although the projection was not physical and quickly repaired itself, the power of that strike was enough to set off towering waves in Xuantian Tianzuan's heart. The heaven-severing three forms. You actually received Tongtian's true inheritance. Xuantian Tianzuan's expression darkened in a frightening manner. The heaven-severing three forms was Tongtian Jiaozhu's ultimate sword technique, never casually imparted to others. This man not only wielded the purple lightning hammer, but also mastered the heaven-severing three forms. He was hardly an ordinary rogue cultivator. Chen Fan did not reply. He only tightened his grip on the purple lightning hammer, while the space-time Dao resonance around him swirled ever faster. Nearly half of the Sage Experience card's time had passed. He had to finish this swiftly. Taking the initiative, he activated the law of space underfoot, and instantly appeared within 100 li in front of Xuantian Tianzuan. At such close range for a sage, this was already the distance of melee combat. The purple lightning hammer descended, and purple sky divine thunder poured down like a waterfall. Xuantian Tianzuan snorted coldly and swept the Panga banner horizontally. Chaos sword chi and purple sky divine thunder clashed once more. The two then engaged in an earth-shattering close-quarters battle deep within the chaos. Every collision between the purple lightning hammer and the Panga banner tore apart the chaotic void for tens of thousands of li. The law of time and the law of space intertwined, making Chen Fan's movements elusive and unpredictable. Xuantian Tianzuan, relying on his profound sage foundation, used the Panga banner for offense, and the all-heavens auspicious cloud above his head for defense, showing no sign of disadvantage. Speaking of the all-heavens auspicious cloud, its origin was quite extraordinary. It was transformed from the awe-inspiring righteous aura within the chest of the great god Pangu. Though it was not an innate supreme treasure, its defensive power was in no way inferior to one. This battle left the chaos churning endlessly, and the void shattered. After several hundred exchanges, the two separated once more. Chen Fan's Taoist robe bore several new sword gashes, and a trickle of golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Although Xuantian Tianzuan's exterior remained flawless, the celestial canopy above his head had dimmed noticeably, showing that he too had suffered considerable losses. Xuantian Tianzuan spoke slowly, and for the first time a note of genuine regard crept into his tone. To have fought me to such a standstill despite having only just stepped into the saint realm, you have every right to be proud. But in the end, you are not a true saint in cultivation. Your saint foundation is borrowed. With his keen perception, this exchange had already revealed certain clues to him. Although this man possessed the power of a saint, his foundation was unstable, and the operation of the great Tao laws occasionally hit snags. Clearly his saintly status had not been cultivated by himself, but borrowed through some external force. Borrowed power is after all limited. I am curious to see just how much longer you can hold on. Xuantian Tianzuan raised the Panga banner once more. This time countless primordial trigram images materialized around him as the laws of heaven coalesced and swirled across the banner's surface. An unprecedented terrifying pressure descended upon the chaotic void. Panga banner, heaven opening strike. This blow contained the totality of Xuantian Tianzuan's cultivation, representing the Panga banner's most formidable offensive technique. In the ancient cataclysm of creation, the Pangu axe had split the chaos with a similarly devastating strike, giving birth to the boundless primordial world. Chen Fan's expression turned utterly grim. He could sense that the power of this attack was enough to gravely wound or even slay a saint. Only the final half cup of tea remained on the Saint Experience card. He took a deep breath and held the violet lightning hammer horizontally before him, simultaneously pushing the law of time in his left eye and the law of space in his right eye to their absolute limits. The powers of these two laws converged and fused before him, forming a shimmering radiant shield of space-time. At the same time, the Chaos Pearl's chaotic barrier layered upon layer after layer behind the space-time shield, while the lightning network condensed from the violet lightning hammer blossomed across the outermost perimeter. Triple-layered defense. This was the absolute limit he could achieve. Boom! The heaven-opening strike descended in an instant, causing the chaotic void to tremble violently, as if the cataclysm of creation were about to replay itself. The lightning network condensed by the violet lightning hammer was torn apart like paper before the chaotic sword chi scattering in an instant. The space-time shield held for several breaths before shattering with a thunderous crash. The chaotic barrier lasted but a moment before being pierced through as well. The remnant sword chi slashed fiercely into Chen Fan, hurling his entire body, tens of thousands of li away, and smashing through stretch after stretch of the chaotic sea. When Chen Fan finally managed to steady himself, most of his vitality had withered away. To make matters worse, the duration of the Saint Experience card was on the verge of expiring. Xuantian Demon-Slaying strode forward, raising the Panga banner, once more his eyes blazing with undiminished killing intent. This ends now. No matter who stands behind you, no one can save you today. At that critical moment, a streak of cyan sword light suddenly shot over from the direction of the primordial world, interposing itself before Chen Fan. The sword light was not particularly dazzling, yet it carried the supreme sword intent capable of severing heaven and earth. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's chaotic sword chi slashed against the cyan sword light, only to be cleanly severed in midair and scattered into the chaos. Second brother, enough. A clear, resonant voice echoed through the chaotic void. The cyan sword light dispersed, revealing a tall, upright Taoist in a green robe with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back amidst the chaos, his sword intent soaring to the heavens. It was none other than the founder of the GS sect, Xuantian Jiaozhu. Xuantian. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's pupils constricted, and his face instantly turned grim. Elder brother, since you have come as well, why not show yourself? Xuantian Jiaozhu paid no heed to Xuantian's glare, instead looking toward another stretch of the chaotic void. There an aged figure slowly emerged, clad in a Taiji Taoist robe and holding a crooked staff. He was the foremost of the three pure ones, Taishang Laojun. Laozi glanced at the gravely wounded Chen Fan, then at the grim-faced Xuantian, and finally at the calm and carefree Tongtian, before letting out a long sigh. Second brother, third brother, red lotus, white lotus, and green lotus leaves. The three teachings were originally one family. Why must we reduce ourselves to such a state? Xuantian Demon-Slaying sneered and pointed at Chen Fan. This whelp slew my personal disciple Tai Jinren of the Chan sect. Tongtian went so far as to exhaust his primordial origin to forge attack jade talismans for him, and even bestowed the violet lightning hammer upon him. Tongtian, have you ever regarded me, your elder brother, with the slightest respect? Xuantian Jiaozhu replied coolly. Your disciple Tai Jinren first threw his weight around, and repeatedly led forces to besiege an honored guest of my GS sect. He was outmatched and perished on the spot. Who is there to blame? Xuantian Demon-Slaying flew into a rage. Xuantian Jiaozhu did not back down in the slightest, meeting Xuantian's gaze squarely. Since second brother wishes to discuss reason, then I shall reason with you properly. Tai Jinren first tried to seize Chen Fan's disciple by force. Then Guang Chengzi came with the Fanti seal to encircle him, and finally Randang Doran in his capacity as deputy sect master launched a covert ambush. Is the Chan sect's way of conducting affairs truly one of bullying by relying on numbers and overwhelming force? Xuantian Demon-Slaying was rendered speechless by these words, his face shifting between pale and green. Seeing this, Laozi spoke once more. Second brother, third brother, when I divided the inheritance in the old days, I said that the three pure ones are bound by shared breath and must never fight among themselves. Now over a lone rogue cultivator will the two of you truly tear each other's faces apart. Elder brother's words missed the mark. Xuantian Jiaozhu shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. Chen Fan has shown great kindness to my GS sect, presenting the 12th-grade White Lotus of Pure World to help suppress its destiny. For me to offer him my protection is an act of repaying that kindness. If the Chan sect repeatedly besieges him, and I merely stand by with folded arms, would I not be an ungrateful wretch? At these words, Laozi and Xuantian Demon-Slaying both changed expression at once. The 12th-grade White Lotus of Pure World. That was a peerless primordial spiritual treasure of the same root as the 12th-grade Golden Lotus of Merit held by Jian, the founder of the Western teachings. And this youth had actually gifted it to Tongtian. No wonder Tongtian was willing to exhaust his own origin to forge attack talismans for him, and even bestow the violet lightning hammer. Such a debt of gratitude was enough to make the deeply loyal Tongtian shield him with all his might. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's expression shifted unpredictably, his gaze toward Chen Fan growing ever more complicated. Just what was the origin of this youth? Not only did he bear remarkable treasures like the divine light of three radiances and a mysterious protective barrier, but he could even produce a supreme treasure capable of suppressing destiny, such as the 12th-grade White Lotus of Pure World, and gift it to Tongtian. Laozi pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Even if this youth has shown kindness to the GS sect, the fact remains that he slew our nephew Tai. Third brother, you still owe the Chan sect an explanation. Any discerning listener would know that Laozi was speaking in support of Xuantian Demon-Slaying. An explanation. Tontian Jiaozhu let out a cold laugh, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment flashing through his eyes. Very well, then let me first ask second brother to explain why Randang Doran as a senior resorted to underhanded ambushes against a junior. And why did Guangchengzi repeatedly lead the Golden Immortals of the Chan sect to besiege a single person? As one of the three teachings, is this how the Chan sect conducts itself, without the slightest regard for dignity? Yuanshi Tianzuan shook with rage, his beard and hair bristling, yet he found no words to refute. At that moment 2 more auras descended within the chaotic void. A beam of golden light arrived from the west. It was Jane Doran of the Western teachings. He sat cross-legged atop the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, his countenance marked with sorrow, yet he did not approach, merely observing from afar. Another radiant holy light rose from Nuwa Palace. It was Nuan Yangyang. She rode in upon a canopy of colorful clouds, landing at Tontian Jiaozhu's side. Though she had not spoken a word, her stance needed no explanation. Witnessing this, Laozi knew that today's affair had to be settled once and for all. Otherwise, should Yuanshi and Tongtian truly come to blows in the chaos, that day would mark the complete and irreparable rupture of the 3 pure ones. Stay your hands, all of you. Laozi's voice was low as he released the cultivation of a 5th heaven sage, suppressing the auras of all 3. He looked toward Yuanshi Tianzuan and urged second brother, this poor Taoist is also deeply grieved over the matter of nephew Tai. Yet as to the root of this affair, the Chan sect has indeed been in the wrong. If you are willing to let it rest, this poor Taoist can take it upon himself to have third brother offer a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure as compensation. Then he turned to Tontian Jiaozhu. Third brother, you too should be considerate of second brother. A direct disciple of the Chan sect has fallen. As both his master and the sect's leader, if he makes no gesture, how can he answer to his own followers? Let each side yield a step, and let this matter be laid to rest once and for all. How about it? Tontian Jiaozhu was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Since Big Brother has spoken, I shall act as Big Brother says. But I would add one more condition: from this day forward the Chan sect shall not raise a hand against young friend Chen or his disciples without just cause. Otherwise do not blame this poor Taoist for being merciless. Yuanshi Tianzuan gnashed his teeth on the verge of an outburst. Laozi pressed a hand on Yuanshi Tianzuan's shoulder and sent him a voice transmission: second brother, do not act on impulse. With the great investiture tribulation looming, an all-out war with the GS sect now would only benefit the Western teachings. Besides, this child's origins are mysterious. Even I cannot see through him. It is unwise to clash head-on. Endure for now, there will be a reckoning in due time. Yuanshi Tianzuan drew a long breath, forcibly suppressing the rage in his heart, and said coldly, very well. This seat will grant Big Brother this face. The matter of this child ends here. But between the Chan sect and the GS sect there shall remain not even a shred of goodwill. Tontian Jiaozhu replied calmly, second brother's words are exactly to my liking. Laozi heaved a long sigh, knowing that the rift among the 3 pure ones could never be mended. From this day forward the Chan sect and the GS sect were utterly and forever severed. Chen Fan, propping up his tottering frame, bowed deeply to Tontian Jiaozhu and Goddess Nuwa, this junior, thanks the 2 sages for coming to his rescue. Tontian Jiaozhu gave him a look, his expression complicated. That sage realm of yours, was it borrowed? Chen Fan nodded frankly. Indeed it was. Tontian Jiaozhu nodded without pressing the matter. He simply took out a pill from his sleeve and handed it over. This is the 9-cycle soul-returning pill. It can help you recover from your wounds. Chen Fan received the pill, a warm surge flowing through his heart, yet he did not take it at once. Instead he bowed once more. The sage's great kindness this junior will engrave in his heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan cast a cold glance at Chen Fan, swept his sleeve, turned around, and vanished into the chaotic void. Jane Doran watched from afar for a moment, then quietly departed as well. Goddess Nuwa exchanged a few pleasantries with Tontian Jiaozhu, then slowly turned her gaze to Chen Fan. With a hint of admiration in her beautiful eyes, she said with a light laugh, young friend, now that Ling Zhuzi has entered your tutelage under your careful guidance, this lady is greatly reassured. With that she turned and rode away on a colored cloud. Laozi glanced at Tongtian, seeming to want to speak, but in the end only sighed, flicked his horsetail whisk, and vanished into the chaos. The chaotic void returned to stillness, leaving only Tontian Jiaozhu and Chen Fan. Tontian Jiaozhu studied Chen Fan for a moment, then suddenly asked, would you be willing to join my GS sect? Chen Fan was briefly startled, then shook his head. The sage's affection this junior gratefully accepts in his heart. But this junior is long used to the life of an idle cloud and a wild crane, free-spirited and fond of no restraint. Still, this junior can promise that through the great investiture tribulation I will stand firmly on the side of the GS sect and contend with the Chan sect to the very end. Tontian Jiaozhu was silent for a spell, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Excellent. A fine free spirit indeed. Since that is so, I shall not force you. Having such a thought from you is enough. He paused, then added, that borrowed sage realm of yours is about to fade. Return quickly and tend to your wounds. If you encounter any difficulty, come to Bo Palace to seek me. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan, rest assured he will not make an open move against you anymore. Chen Fan bowed deeply to Tontian Jiaozhu, then turned into a streak of flowing light, split the chaos, and flew toward the primordial land. Tong Tianjiaozhu watched the direction of his departure, his gaze deep and profound. Power beyond the heavenly Tao. Interesting. Truly interesting. He murmured under his breath, a faint, elusive smile tugging at the corner of his lips. With that his form flickered and he too vanished into the chaos. Chen Fan fled back to his cave dwelling. The moment he landed, he could no longer support himself. He dropped to one knee and gasped for breath. Yang Jiao and Najia rushed forward in alarm to support him. Master. Chen Fan waved his hand and said hoarsely, "It is nothing. Help me inside." Within the chaos pearl, Chen Fan sat cross-legged in the void and swallowed the 9-cycle soul-returning pill granted by Tong Tianjiaozhu. The pill dissolved the instant it entered his mouth. A warm, majestic medicinal force surged through his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians and spirit. In that battle with Xuantian, although he had briefly wielded sage power through the sage experience card, the strain placed upon his flesh and spirit had far exceeded their limits. Especially in the final clash when he forcibly took the heaven-opening strike of the Panga banner head-on. Even with the dual defenses of the time-space shield and the chaos pearl, it had still wounded his very origin. Fortunately, the 9-cycle soul-returning pill was a sacred healing medicine rarely seen in the 3 realms. Once its potency entered his body, the fine cracks within Chen Fan began to slowly knit together. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, and 1,000 years passed silently within the chaos pearl. When he opened his eyes once more, his injuries had already healed by 8 or 9 parts in 10. What was more, the sage insights left behind by the sage experience card elevated his comprehension of laws to yet another height. The fusion of the law of time and the law of space had advanced from its initial gate to brush against the threshold of minor attainment. No wonder the system said the sage insights would be retained forever. Chen Fan murmured to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. That state of commanding heaven and earth and overlooking all creation, though it lasted but a single short day, had granted him an entirely new understanding of the great Tao, especially his application of the laws of time and space. It was now as different from before as the heavens are from the earth. He rose slowly to his feet, and with a single thought perceived the condition of his 3 disciples. Over the 1,000 years within the chaos pearl, Yang Jiao and Najia had each made progress to varying degrees. Yang Jiao's cultivation had broken through from late Golden Immortal to the peak of Golden Immortal, only half a step away from entering Tai Golden Immortal. Once he refined that drop of diluted Panga's essence blood, his physical body would rival that of a De Luo Golden Immortal. Najia at the peak of Golden Immortal had consumed that 9-cycle golden pill and successfully broken through to the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. As for Lei Jinzi, the little fellow had long since awakened from a slumber of several hundred years. Thanks to the primordial transformation of the innate immortal apricot, Lei Jinzi had not grown into a fierce creature with blue hair and a crimson face. Instead, he had metamorphosed into a handsome youth with heroic spirited features. The Wind Thunder twin wings behind him were now fully unfolded, spanning a full zhang or more across. Purple gold thunder patterns swirled endlessly over the wings, and every flap carried the sound of wind and thunder. His cultivation had also stepped directly into the early Golden Immortal stage. Chen Fan raised his hand and cast out a strand of divine thought, summoning Lei Jinzi before him. He then bestowed upon him 2 innate spiritual treasures, the Wind Thunder Golden Staff and the Black Tortoise True Shield. Yet just as he was about to guide Lei Jinzi's cultivation, the voice of the system rang out. Just at that moment, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out within Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. Ding. Main quest triggered. Take Lure Mihu as a disciple. Quest rewards: Time Law Fragment X1, a Space Law Fragment X1, a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree Sapling. X1 cultivation elevated to the late-stage De Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and a top-grade acquired spiritual treasure, the Wish-Fulfilling Iron Staff. Chen Fan was briefly stunned, then a sharp light flashed through his eyes. The 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaos-born monkeys. These 4 chaos-born monkeys were primal anomalies of the primordial wilds, falling under none of the 10 classifications and unnamed between the realms of Yin and Yang. The numinous stone monkey excelled in transformation and translocation. The red-bottom horse monkey understood yin-yang and the span of life and death. The long-armed ape could move mountains and rivers, sun and moon, and the 6-eared macaque could discern all sounds, fathom all patterns, and foresee past and future. Among them, Wuji Qi, the red-bottom horse monkey, had once wrought havoc in the ancient Huai River. Xuanhong, the long-armed ape, had his cultivation ground at Mount Maishan Yu, and the 6-eared macaque had been born as early as the dawn of creation. Only the numinous stone monkey had yet to appear in the world. In that age, the 6-eared macaque had relied on his innate talent to eavesdrop on Honghuang's Tao lecture, and the Tao ancestor had left him the Gatha. The Dharma is not passed through 6 ears. Once those words spread across the primordial wilds, every great power deliberately shunned and avoided him, making his path an extremely arduous one. Without a master, without a Tao lineage, and without resources, the 6-eared macaque, despite possessing supreme innate talent, could only struggle to survive at the very bottom of the primordial world. Chen Fan could not help but feel a trace of sympathy. Yet what stirred him even more was the quest reward: law fragments and enlightenment tea tree sapling, and a cultivation breakthrough. All 3 boons were exactly what he wanted. System, I accept this quest. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fan accepted the main quest on the spot. After sending a voice transmission instructing his disciples to cultivate diligently, he moved his mind with a single thought, and in the next moment he had stepped out of the Chaos Pearl and appeared beyond his cave dwelling. System, lock onto Luer Mihu's location for me. Ding. Locking onto the target location for the host. Detection complete. Luer Mihu is currently in Xinyo Huzhou near Mount Lingtai Fongsuan. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Mount Lingtai Fongsuan, the slanting moon 3-star cave. That was precisely the cultivation ground of Patriarch Bodhi. According to the ancient scrolls of the investiture of the gods, Patriarch Bodhi had been manifested from the benevolent incarnation of the Taoist Xuanti and dwelled in seclusion on Fongsuan Mountain. Yet not long ago Xuanti had been slain once by sect master Tongtian. Although he had since revived, his cultivation had been diminished by nearly half. This was the very moment he was at his weakest. If the 6-eared macaque was appearing near Fongsuan Mountain, could it be that he wished to take Bodhi as his master? Chen Fan's thoughts churned swiftly. If Luer truly did enter under Bodhi, it would be the same as joining the Western sect. I cannot let the Western sect get there first. Chen Fan's gaze hardened. Space laws surged beneath his feet, and his figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Xinyo Huzhou, Mount Lingtai Fongsuan. This mountain gathered celestial spirit and beauty wrapped in drifting immortal mist, its every contour subtly attuned to the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. At the summit, an old Taoist temple was faintly visible, the slanting moon 3-star cave. In the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, a macaque covered in golden fur sat cross-legged atop a bluestone boulder. Its 6 ears twitched faintly as if it were listening to something. His physique was powerful yet agile. His eyes were a faint gold as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. The aura around him was restrained to the utmost. Had one not looked closely, he would have been mistaken for an ordinary monkey demon. But if any great power were present, they would see at a glance that this monkey's innate bone structure was extraordinary and his aptitude ranked among the very finest in all the primordial wilds. This macaque was none other than Luer Mihu, one of the 4 chaos-born monkeys. He sat cross-legged on the boulder, his 6 ears subtly moving. Naturally, the sound of Tao preaching from Mount Lingtai Fongsuan could not escape his innate divine ability. Patriarch Bodhi. Luer Mihu murmured under his breath, a complex light flickering in his eyes. This time he had indeed come with the intention of taking a master. Ever since the separation of heaven and earth, the Gath of the Dharma is not passed through 6 ears had caused every great power in the primordial wilds to steer clear of him, let alone formally apprenticing himself to a master to learn the arts. Even listening to a legitimate Tao lecture was harder than ascending to heaven. Countless eons passed. Through eavesdropping on the Tao lectures of various sects, and by groping his way through solitary cultivation, he had forcibly reached the consummate golden immortal realm. But beyond that he could not advance a single step. Without an enlightened master's guidance, the Tai golden immortal realm could never be entered by mere stolen learning. He had once eavesdropped on the 3 Pure Ones Tao lectures, but a restriction laid down by Yuanshi Tianzuan had kept him out of Mount Kunlun. The other great powers all did the same. Only Patriarch Bodhi of Fongsuan Mountain seemed unbothered by his probing. Yet Luer Mihu knew full well that Patriarch Bodhi was the benevolent incarnation of Sage Xuanti of the Western sect. If he took Bodhi as his master, he would be entering the Western sect, and later he would inevitably be caught up in the schemes and campaigns of the Western sect. He was wild and proud by nature, disliking restraint, and he had no desire to become a pawn in another's hands. But without a master there was no hope of advancing beyond Tai. Was he to remain trapped forever at the golden immortal realm, a thieving monkey demon ridiculed by all the cultivators of the primordial world? Just as he was hesitating, all 6 of Luer Mihu's ears twitched at once. He snapped open, his eyes, golden light suddenly blazing from them. Who? He shouted sharply as demonic power erupted from his body, and a pitch-black iron staff materialized out of thin air in his hands. No need to be nervous. I am a mere Taoist and mean you no harm. A serene voice came from the forest, and then a Taoist in a green robe walked out with measured steps. The Taoist had handsome features and a transcendent bearing. His aura was deep and restrained. It was none other than Chen Fan. Luer Mihu gripped the iron staff tightly, his pale golden eyes fixed on Chen Fan, filled with wariness and caution. His 6-eared innate ability had already told him that the Taoist before him was at least a De Luo golden immortal, a true powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into this poor Taoist's secluded cultivation site? Luer Mihu asked in a deep voice, holding the iron staff across his chest ready to strike at any moment. Chen Fan smiled faintly. Without answering directly, he asked in return, you linger here. Are you hoping to enter under Patriarch Bodhi's tutelage? Luer Mihu's pupils contracted. All 6 of his ears trembled at once as he tried to discern the thoughts in Chen Fan's heart. Yet to his shock, his innate divine ability was utterly useless against this man. The other's thoughts were shrouded in a fog of primordial chaos, and he could hear absolutely nothing. Who on earth are you? Luer Mihu's expression grew even more solemn. The iron staff in his hand hummed, demonic power surging around him. Chen Fan smiled faintly, and said slowly, I am Chen Fan, a mere rogue cultivator. I came today for one purpose, to take you as my disciple. Lu Ermu froze for an instant, then threw back his head and laughed, the sound brimming with mockery and bleak sorrow. Take me as your disciple. Huh? Do you know who I am? I am Lu Ermu, the very six-eared macaque upon whom the Tao ancestor personally pronounced the decree. The Dharma is not passed through 6 ears. In all the primordial wilds, who would dare take me as a disciple? Who would even be willing? Are you not like those scheming types coveting my innate divine power and hoping to use me as material for elixirs and artifacts? By the time his laughter faded, his eyes were already full of ferocity and killing intent. Throughout countless eons, he had seen too many faces like this, great powers who either avoided him as they would snakes and scorpions, or coveted his innate talents and sought to capture and refine him. Had he not been extraordinarily gifted and skilled at escape, he would long ago have become a pill in someone else's furnace. Facing six-eared macaque's continuous questioning, Chen Fan remained calm. When the laughter gradually subsided, he slowly spoke. The Tao ancestor's words, "The Dharma is not transmitted to 6 ears," serve as a warning to all beings in the primordial world that the great Tao cannot be lightly passed on, not a judgment against you. Your innate divine ability to eavesdrop on the secret arts of the 3 realms is already a grave taboo, yet you take this as your own tribulation. Is this not reversing cause and effect? Upon hearing this, the pale golden pupils of the 6-eared macaque suddenly quivered. These words had never been spoken to him before. In the primordial world, those of great vision who caught sight of him would either seize him outright or cast him away with cold indifference. Even the few who did not reject him simply ignored him. Never had anyone reason with him so peacefully. Watching his expression soften, Chen Fan continued, "When I accept disciples, I consider only their nature and aptitude, not their origins. If you come to study under me, I shall impart to you the supreme great Tao and guide you onto the path of true cultivation. As for that precept about not transmitting the Dharma to 6 ears, others may fear it, but I do not." The 6-eared macaque tightened his grip on the iron staff, his gaze wavering uncertainly. He channeled his innate divine ability to its fullest extent, carefully listening to the fluctuations in Chen Fan's mind behind every word he spoke. Yet what he perceived was only open clarity, absolutely no trace of deceit. This person genuinely intended to take him as a disciple. The 6-eared macaque stared at Chen Fan in astonishment. Within those pale golden eyes, hostility and wariness gradually receded, replaced by disbelief and a barely perceptible flicker of hope. How many eons had passed? Since the world was first created, he had struggled alone at the lowest level of the primordial world, secretly learning from various schools, yet finding no one willing to even glance at him properly. A single decree from Tao ancestor Honghuang, that the Dharma is not transmitted to 6 ears, had made him an outcast among the 3 realms. Watching this monkey who had battled for countless eons at the bottom of the primordial world, Chen Fan's tone softened slightly. "I already have 3 disciples under my guidance. My first disciple, Yang Jiao, possesses a body of innate divine lineage. My second, Neza, is the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl. My third, Lei Jinzi, embodies the essence of heavenly thunder. If you were to join my sect, you would become my 4th direct disciple." Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque's breathing quickened. He had certainly heard of Neza's name. The reincarnation of the spiritual pearl was destined to join the Chan sect, yet a loose cultivator had snatched him away, causing the Chan sect to suffer repeated defeats in their attempts to reclaim him. So the loose cultivator in question was the man before him. Chen Fan looked at the 6-eared macaque and asked, "You mentioned earlier that no one in the primordial world dares to take you as a disciple. Today I ask you once more, would you be willing to become my disciple?" The 6-eared macaque fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly lowered his iron staff, knelt on one knee with his hands clasped, and declared with unwavering conviction, "This disciple 6-eared pays respects to his master." This bow honored Chen Fan's courage. This bow acknowledged the one who across countless eons had finally been willing to accept him as a disciple. This bow marked the moment the 6-eared macaque at last found a true lineage to follow. Chen Fan gave a slight nod and extended his hand in a gesture to help him rise. "Rise." A system announcement echoed in his sea of consciousness. Main quest: accept 6-eared macaque as disciple. Completed. Reward: distributed time law fragment 1, space law fragment 1, supreme grade, innate spiritual root Buddha tea, tree, seedling 1, cultivation realm advanced to late stage, Daluo Jinxian supreme grade, post heaven treasure, Xuantian Taigan Bing. All granted. The system's announcement resonated within Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. His spiritual energy surged dramatically as the bottleneck of the mid-stage Daluo Jinxian shattered instantly, propelling him directly into the late stage of Daluo Jinxian. His aura expanded momentarily before retreating without attracting attention from the surrounding areas, yet his eyes gleamed with intensified brilliance. The 6-eared macaque keenly detected the transformation in his master's presence, his 6 ears twitching slightly as shock rippled through him. Master's aura had surged dramatically in that single instant, a clear sign of breakthrough. He grew ever more grateful for his choice. Chen Fan slowly contained his aura, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 streams of light appeared. Xuantian Taigan Bing and Tianjing Zijin armor floated silently in midair. He reached out, and pushed both treasures toward the six-eared macaque. This weapon is called Xuantian Demon-Slaying, a supreme-grade post-heaven divine treasure that transforms according to one's will, perfectly matching your innate divine ability. This suit of Tianjing Zijin armor is a lower-grade, innate divine treasure capable of defending against both physical and magical attacks. From this day forward, these weapons and armor shall be yours to rely upon for your protection. The six-eared macaque hastily accepted the two treasures, overwhelming joy filling his heart. When Xuantian Demon-Slaying touched his hands, a surge of resonance flooded through him. The weapon aligned perfectly with his innate divine ability. Suppressing his surging emotions, he bent his knees in a disciple's bow, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. This disciple's six-eared kowtows to thank Master for bestowing these treasures. Chen Fan nodded slightly and added, "Now that you have joined my sect, I shall teach you complete cultivation methods and divine abilities. From now on, you need not steal fragments of incomplete techniques." Saying this, he raised his hand and pressed a finger to the six-eared macaque's brow, imprinting the complete teachings of the great heaven immortal art, the 8-9 mysteries, and the full transmission of the 36 heavenly transformations and 72 earthly transformations directly into the six-eared macaque's sea of consciousness. The six-eared macaque closed his eyes to receive the transmission. Moments later, he burst his eyes open, his pale golden irises blazing with shock and euphoria. The complete great heaven immortal art, the complete 8-9 mysteries, and the 108 transformations of Tiangang and Disha. Even direct disciples of the three teachings might not master all of these techniques, yet his master had offered them without hesitation. "Master." The six-eared macaque's voice choked, his eyes reddening. For countless eons he had secretly learned from various schools, but had only ever obtained incomplete fragments. Now with a complete lineage, he was finally no longer just the six-eared macaque who could only steal knowledge. Chen Fan patted his shoulder gently and said, "There is no need for such emotion. Since I have accepted you as my disciple, I shall naturally teach you everything I know. But you must remember, in the path of cultivation, techniques and divine abilities are merely external tools. The true foundation lies in one's Tao heart. This disciple will diligently heed Master's teachings." The six-eared macaque nodded firmly. Just as Chen Fan was about to bring him into the chaos bead, his brows suddenly rose, and his gaze turned toward the peak of Honghuang Mountain. There a gaze was observing them from afar. That gaze was not fierce but profound as an abyss, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Chen Fan's mind turned, and he immediately recognized it was Patriarch Bodhi secretly observing them. However, the other party seemed to have no intention of acting. He merely watched quietly for a moment before that gaze withdrew silently. Chen Fan understood completely in his heart. Although Patriarch Bodhi was a good wraith of Xuanti, his nature was entirely different from Xuanti. He did not favor conflict and avoided creating karma. Now that the six-eared macaque had formally become his disciple, the other party would not insist further. "Let us go." Chen Fan no longer hesitated, sweeping his wide sleeve as the laws of space surged, enveloping the six-eared macaque as they vanished into the dense forest. Atop Honghuang Mountain, within the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard holding a fly whisk sat meditating upon a mat. It was Patriarch Bodhi. He gazed at the direction where Chen Fan and the six-eared macaque had disappeared, and after a long while shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind, never mind. This monkey was not destined to cross paths with this old Taoist. As for that Taoist, he dares to directly confront Yuan Shi Tianzuan. This old one would do well to avoid entangling with him. Saying this, he flicked his fly whisk, and the cave entrance slowly closed, falling silent once more. Inside, the Chaos Pearl Luer Mihu was rendered speechless by the scene before him. The chaotic void stretched out vast and boundless with primeval spiritual energy, so dense it was almost liquid. In the distance, a spirit field radiated a dark yellow glow, and in the middle of that field stood the Huangzhong Li sapling, already several zhang tall. "Master, where is this place?" Shock spread across Luer Mihu's monkey face. "This is the inner world of the Chaos Pearl. The flow of time here is different from the outside. 1,000 years here pass in the primeval wilderness as a single year. From now on, you and your senior brothers will cultivate in this place," Chen Fan explained calmly. As his words fell, 3 figures flew over from the distance. They were none other than Yang Jiao, Neza, and Lei Zhenzi. Neza was the first to hurry over, circling Luer Mihu twice with sparkling eyes. 6 ears. "Master, is he a disciple you have recently accepted?" Chen Fan nodded and said to the 3, "This is your 4th junior brother Luer Mihu, one of the 4 chaos macaques. In the future, get along well as fellow disciples and often exchange pointers." Yang Jiao stepped forward, saluted Luer with clasped hands, and said gently, "4th junior brother, I am your senior brother Yang Jiao. If you encounter any puzzling questions on the path of cultivation, simply come and find me." Luer Mihu quickly returned the salute. "Greetings, senior brother." Neza grinned and clapped Luer Mihu on the shoulder. "I am your 2nd senior brother, Neza. In the future, if there's a fight, remember to call me. Your senior brother will look after you." Luer Mihu was made a little uneasy by Neza's easy familiarity, but a warm current surged in his heart. He had drifted alone in the primeval wilderness for countless eons, never once experiencing such bond between senior and junior brothers. Lei Zhenzi folded his wings and gave a proper bow, Your third senior brother Lei Jinzi greets the fourth junior brother. Luer Mi, who looked at the three senior brothers before him, stirred by countless emotions. Now he had a master and fellow disciples as well. Luer greets the three senior brothers, he said, returning the salutes with solemn respect, a faint red tint welling up in the corners of his eyes. Chen Fan watched his four disciples getting along harmoniously, and a subtle smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although his disciples came from different origins, their minds and aptitudes were all outstanding. Given time, they would become his most reliable allies. Each of you cultivate on your own. Your master will go into seclusion for a time, Chen Fan instructed. The four disciples bowed in unison. We respectfully see master off. Chen Fan flashed to the innermost depths of the Chaos Pearl, sat cross-legged in the void, and turned his palm over to produce several leaves of enlightenment tea. The leaves were emerald green throughout, with faint traces of the great Tao circulating between their veins. Merely holding them sent a delicate tea fragrance seeping into one's soul, making the mind several times more lucid. As its name suggested, enlightenment tea could help one comprehend the Tao. After drinking it, one's soul became clear and transparent, and one's thoughts drew infinitely close to the heavenly Tao. Whether comprehending cultivation arts, divine powers, or natural laws, one's pace would accelerate tremendously. Chen Fan produced a tea set, drew on primordial spirit water, and slowly brewed the tea with samadhi true fire. Before long, the fragrance of tea filled the air, and the drifting tea mist gathered into mysterious Tao patterns that slowly dispersed. He lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip. An ineffable sense of transparency surged at once from the depths of his soul. Chen Fan's thoughts had never been so clear. The obscure barriers that had plagued his previous meditations on the laws of time and space now dispersed like clouds before the sun, revealing a sudden radiant clarity. How could Chen Fan waste this rare state of enlightenment? He immediately took out every law fragment he carried and immersed his entire spirit in them. In that moment, countless supreme truths about the flow of time, folding of space, and moving through the void rushed into his sea of consciousness like a tide. Silver light blazed in his left eye, and a phantom river of the law of time churned endlessly in his pupil. Deep elusive light lingered in his right eye, where layer upon layer of spatial law unfolded like a bottomless abyss. The power of the two laws met and collided within his body, sending out an unprecedented ripple of Tao resonance. The chaos chi inside the chaos pearl was drawn by this resonance, and slowly revolved around Chen Fan, forming a vortex of chaos 10,000 zhang across. Chen Fan was entirely lost in comprehending the laws of time and space. Day after day passed. Inside the chaos pearl, 3,000 years went by in a flash. During those 3,000 years, Chen Fan fully comprehended and absorbed the law fragments. Both the law of time and the law of space crossed the threshold and entered the stage of minor accomplishment. The fusion of time and space also advanced from a single thread of progress to minor accomplishment. Now, whenever he used the two laws, it was no longer simple slowing and shifting. He had achieved true control over time and space within a localized area. Cultivators of the same realm would seem to move as if trapped in mud before him, while he could fold space at will and teleport from one spot to another in an instant. With my current mastery of the laws of time and space, if I met the Taoist Randang again, I could probably defeat him without using a single magic treasure. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, a restrained gleam of sharp light in his gaze. With a thought, he perceived the situation of his four disciples. 3,000 years had passed, and all four had made significant progress. Yang Jiao had already refined the second drop of Panga's essence blood. His physical body had officially entered the Daoyuo Golden Immortal level, and his cultivation base had broken through to the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. Neza was still as restless as ever, but he had not fallen behind at all, reaching the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage. Lei Jinzi, nourished by the primal immortal apricot, had stepped into the early Tai Golden Immortal stage. As for Luer Mi, the fourth disciple, his progress was the most astonishing, perhaps due to the eruption of long-accumulated potential. After 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, with the complete Taoist inheritance and the primordial spiritual energy of the Chaos Pearl, he broke through in one leap from the perfected Golden Immortal stage to the mid-Tai Golden Immortal stage. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, then summoned his four disciples before him with a thought. Disciples, greet master. The four bowed in unison. Chen Fan swept his gaze across the four disciples and said slowly, during all these years of your master's seclusion, all of you have improved your cultivation and consolidated your foundations. But the path of cultivation cannot be a matter of blind seclusion. You must go down the mountain to gain experience and temper your Tao hearts amid the mortal world. The instant Neza heard the words, down the mountain, his eyes lit up. Master, where are we going? Chen Fan glanced at the four and said slowly, the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods has already begun in full, and the war between Yinshang and Shiqi is raging. The Jie sect stands on the side of Yinshang. Your master owes the Jie sect a deep debt of gratitude. Were it not for the Jie sect's protection, your master would long ago have fallen under the Chan sect's siege. He paused, swept his gaze over the four disciples, and said gravely, this debt of gratitude must be repaid. The four of you will go down the mountain to train. Pay no heed to talk of the mandate of heaven, and pay no attention to which side the Chan sect takes. You need remember only one thing: if the Jie sect aids Yinshang, then we aid Yinshang. Yang Jiao immediately bowed with clasped fists, and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, master. The Jie sect's kindness is this disciple's kindness, and the Jie sect's stance is this disciple's stance. On this journey this disciple will certainly aid Yinshang against the Zhou and never allow the Chan sect to succeed." Neza was even more direct. He struck the ground with his fire-tipped spear and declared, "Master is right. Those old codgers of the Chan sect have tried to besiege and kill Master again and again. I have long wanted to beat them up. Helping Yinshang fight the Chan sect is just the chance to vent that anger." Lei Shenzi, though a man of few words, nodded emphatically. This disciple sincerely obeys Master's command. Master's benefactor is this disciple's benefactor. If the Jie sect aids Shang, this disciple will aid Shang. Luer Mihu grinned, a fierce glint flashing through his pale gold eyes. "Rest assured, master. This disciple's heart-following iron staff has long wanted to taste what the skull of a Chan sect golden immortal is like." Chen Fan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the attitude of his 4 disciples. Turning his hand over, he produced 4 jade talismans and distributed them. These are message jade talismans. If you encounter a life or death crisis, crush the talisman and your master will come at once. But remember, each talisman can only be used once. Do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. The 4 accepted the talismans and put them away with solemn care. Chen Fan went on this journey to Yinshang. Grand Tutor Wen Zhong is a disciple of Jinling, Holy Mother of the Jie sect. You should seek him out and follow his orders. On the battlefield, the golden immortals of the Chan sect must not be underestimated, especially Randang Daoren. Although he was wounded by me last time, he is sly and treacherous. You must be careful. We understand. The 4 replied in unison. Go now. Chen Fan waved his sleeve, and before his 4 disciples' eyes the scene changed. They already found themselves outside the cave dwelling. Yang Jiao looked at his 3 junior brothers and said gravely, "You all heard Master's words clearly. This time we descend the mountain for no other reason than to repay the GSX's kindness and help Yinshang defeat Shichi. Brothers, follow me to Zhaoga." Neza slipped the Qianquan ring onto his wrist, flames already blazing beneath his feet on the windfire wheels, and chuckled, "Let's go. I've been wanting another fight with those old fogies of the Chan sect for a long time." Lai Zhenzi spread his wind thunder wings, and the 6-eared macaque tightened his grip on the mind-following iron staff. Both wore expressions of eager anticipation. The 4 brothers rose on beams of light and set off straight for Zhaoga. Chen Fan watched his disciples descend the mountain and leave, then turned and returned to the Chaos Pearl. With a flip of his hand, he took out the top-grade innate spirit root rewarded by the system, a sapling of the Dao Comprehension tea tree. The sapling was emerald green all over, barely a foot tall. Faint Dao patterns flowed across its leaves. A single glance made one feel as if the soul had become transparent and the mind perfectly clear. A fine innate spirit root indeed. Chen Fan murmured in admiration. He planted the Dao Comprehension tea sapling beside the Huangzhong plum sapling, then took out a drop of 3 light divine water and let it fall onto the roots. The moment the 3 light divine water soaked into the earth, the sapling visibly grew taller by a span, its branches and leaves spreading wide and releasing a delicate tea fragrance. The tea fragrance drifted outward, and even the spiritual energy of the whole innate spirit field grew richer. Once the Dao Comprehension tea tree matures, I can use the Dao Comprehension tea to help me and my disciples comprehend the great Dao. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction, then sat down cross-legged and began to think through the current situation. The ancient Fengshen scroll slowly unfurled in his hands. The writing on the scroll kept changing, deducing the ebb and flow of the great trends of the primeval world. After Tontian Jiaozhu slew Xuanti, the Western sect suffered a grievous blow. Although Jane Daoren was still making covert arrangements, he had become far more restrained than in the original timeline. Though Xuanti had been resurrected, his cultivation had been diminished by nearly half. For a long time to come, he would not be able to stir up trouble. On the GSX side, Tontian Jiaozhu had obtained the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus to suppress the sect's fortune, and he had also seen through the 4 sages' conspiracy to break the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. He was already secretly refining a Heaven Dao treasure to deal with Laozi's one breath, transforming into 3 purities. Zhao Gongming lost his Sea-calming pearls, but Tontian Jiaozhu compensated him with other treasures. His fate had already been rewritten. The greatest variable is still Laozi. Chen Fan frowned slightly. Laozi of grand purity appeared to be detached and inactive, yet in truth every move carried deep intent. By placing his virtuous incarnation Taishang Laojuan in the heavenly court, he had both offset the killing tribulation destined for Xiandu and planted a chess piece beside Haoyan. Even more crucial, his secret art of one breath transforming into 3 purities was the greatest reliance for breaking the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Chen Fan closed the ancient scroll. The chaotic void reflected in his eyes as he murmured, since Tontian Jiaozhu has already learned of this matter from the ancient Fengshen scroll, he must already have a plan to deal with it. My cultivation may have reached the late Duo Golden Immortal stage, and I have many supreme treasures at my side, but that is still far from enough to face a sage. The Sage Experience card is already spent. Next time I may not have such luck. He slowly closed his eyes and began to comprehend the deeper mysteries of the laws of space-time. His law of time and law of space had both reached minor mastery, and his fusion of time and space had also attained minor mastery. To advance further, he would need more law fragments, or an extremely long period of arduous cultivation. Fortunately, there is the Chaos Pearl. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. 1,000 years inside the Chaos Pearl was only 1 year in the primeval world. He had ample time to consolidate his cultivation and refine his laws. At the thought space-time, Tao rhythms swirled around Chen Fan. Silver light shone in his left eye and faint glimmers gathered in his right. The chaotic chi within the Chaos Pearl was drawn by his intention into a slow rotation, forming an enormous chaos vortex. In the center of this vortex, time flowed 10 times faster than elsewhere in the Chaos Pearl. 1 year inside the Chaos Pearl was 10 years at the vortex center. This was the power of minor mastery over the laws of space-time, accelerating time locally. Chen Fan sat cross-legged at the heart of the vortex. Innate spiritual energy surged into his body like ocean tides. The supreme heavenly immortal art operated at its limit as he began to attack the great perfection stage of the Daluo golden immortal realm. In Zhaoga City, at the Grand Tutor's mansion, Wenzhong sat upright in the main hall holding a battle report from the front line, his brows tightly locked. The Shichi rebels were sweeping all before them, breaching pass after pass. Their vanguard had now pitched camp before Sisui Pass. Even more troubling, according to secret reports from scouts, several of the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals had come to the Shichi camp in person, advising Jiang Zia, and even taking to the battlefield themselves. My Lord Grand Tutor, for cultivators have come and are asking to see you. They say they have come down the mountain by their master's orders to assist you in the campaign against Zhou. A personal guard entered and reported. When Zhong's brows rose, he stood abruptly. Do you know whose disciples they are? The guard shook his head. The young man in the lead said only that they had been ordered by their master and did not reveal his name. Still, all 4 have extraordinary auras. One of them is a boy standing on windfire wheels with a golden ring around his wrist. He looks very much like that third young master Neza of Chintang Pass we've heard about. When Zhong's heart stirred. He had long heard of Neza's name. The reincarnation of Ling Zuzi, apprenticed to a mysterious wandering cultivator. That cultivator, Neza's master, had once single-handedly fought 4 Chan sect experts, slain Tai Jinren, and even clashed with Yuan Shitianzuan. If it truly was that man who had sent his disciples, they were by no means ordinary people. Wen Zhong rose suddenly, and said with a delighted expression, quickly invite them in. A short time later 4 figures strode into the hall. The one in front wore earthen yellow battle armor, and held a silver-white halberd. His face was firm and composed. Behind him came a handsome youth riding the windfire wheels with a Qianquan ring on his wrist, a handsome young man with wind thunder wings on his back, and a golden-furred monkey clad in purple gold battle armor, and carrying a black iron staff. I am the Taoist Yang Jiao. I have brought my junior brothers Neza Lizenzi and Luer to pay respects to Grand Tutor 1. Yang Jiao saluted with cupped fists, his voice steady and strong. When Zhong hastily rose to return the greeting, his gaze sweeping over each of the 4. He was secretly astonished. Young as they were, every one of them had extraordinary cultivation, especially the golden-furred monkey and Neza, who had actually reached the mid-stage of the Tai golden immortal realm. There is no need for such formalities, fellow Taoists. How is Senior Chen? Though I have never met him, I have long heard that he single-handedly battled 4 Chan sect experts, slew Tai Jinren, gravely wounded Randang Doran, and shook the whole primeval world. How admirable. When Zhong stroked his beard and laughed. Neza grinned, and said Master is in excellent condition. He said that the Jie sect has shown him great kindness. Since the Jie sect assists Yinshang, we will assist Yinshang as well. If you have any battle to fight, Grand Tutor, just give the order. When Zhong was overjoyed at these words. The Jie sect stood on Yinshang's side, but the Chan sect's golden immortals had already descended the mountain one after another to help Shichi. Now that 4 disciples of that senior had come to assist, it was undoubtedly a powerful reinforcement. Good, good. With the help of you 4 fellow Taoists, my heart is set at ease. When Zhong repeated good twice, then grew serious. The enemy vanguard is currently camped outside Sisui Pass. According to intelligence, the Chan sect golden immortals Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xinjinren have already arrived at the Shichi camp. I am just about to lead troops to Sisui Pass to hold the line. Would you 4 be willing to come with me? Yang Jiao exchanged glances with his 3 junior brothers, and answered in unison, we are willing to follow the Grand Tutor. Lord Wenzhong was overjoyed and immediately mustered 30,000 elite troops, setting out for Sisui Pass alongside Yang Jiao and his fellow disciples. Han Rong, the commanding general of Sisui Pass, had long been watching from the city walls. Upon spotting Wenzhong's banners in the distance, he hastened to order the gates thrown wide open and went out personally to welcome them. This subordinate Han Rong pays respects to the Grand Preceptor. Han Rong knelt on one knee, his expression filled with emotion. With the Shichi army pressing against their borders and golden immortals from the Chan sect lending their aid, he had been restless day and night. Now that Lord Wen himself had arrived in person, he finally felt he had someone to rely on. Wen Zhong dismounted and helped Han Rong to his feet. General Han, there is no need for such formalities. What of the enemy situation beyond the pass? As Honghuang led the party into the city, he reported, the Shichi Vanguard Commander Nangong Kwa has camped 30 li outside the pass with an army of 50,000. Our scouts report that Venerable Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Practitioner Puxian of the Chan sect are both present within the camp along with several third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Hearing this, Wenzhong's brows furrowed slightly. Both Venerable Wenshu and Practitioner Puxian were among the finest of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, their cultivation having reached the perfected realm of Tai Golden Immortal, an accomplishment not inferior to that of Qi Jingzi. Neza, however, laughed dismissively. Grand Preceptor, there is no need to worry. They are merely 2 golden immortals of the Chan sect. My master once beat old Randang until he fled like a rat with its head in its paws. Why should we fear them? The 6-eared macaque grinned broadly, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Second senior brother speaks true. I have long wished to test my skills against the Chan sect's golden immortals and see just how hard their skulls truly are. Yang Jiao glared at the pair and said gravely, we must not underestimate the enemy. Though our master once severely wounded Taoist Randang, that was our master's prowess, not ours. On the battlefield, life and death hang in the balance of a single instant. We must remain cautious. Wenzhong regarded Yang Jiao with approval in his eyes. This young man was steady and composed, bearing the bearing of a seasoned commander, worthy indeed of being that one senior disciple. The group ascended to the city tower and gazed toward the Shichi main camp in the distance. Banners fluttered wildly within the encampment, permeated by a palpable killing intent, while faint immortal light swirled about, clearly indicating that cultivators had established array formations and spiritual barriers throughout the camp. Grand Preceptor, this subordinate requests permission to lead a force out of the city and crush the Shichi's momentum. Honghuang clasped his fists in supplication. Wenzhong pondered for a moment about to speak, when suddenly the sound of earth-shaking war drums echoed from beyond the pass. Following the sound, they saw the Shichi camp's main gates thrown wide open with troops filing out in orderly ranks. At the forefront rode a general clad in golden armor wielding a massive blade, none other than Nangong Kwa, the Shichi Vanguard commander. Not far behind him, 2 Taoist priests stood side by side. The one on the left bore a face round as a full moon, his left hand cradling a gleaming golden wooden stake around which coiled a phantom-like flood dragon. This was the renowned magical treasure of Venerable Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, the escaping dragon stake. A luminous iridescent rope was bound about his waist, the monster-binding rope. The figure on the right possessed an aura of solemn dignity, his back bearing a pair of wu-hook swords. The 2 blades, one verdant the other white, shimmered with unceasing cold radiance along their edges, while about his waist hung a crimson rope, like flowing fire, namely the rainbow-long rope. Where is Wenzhong? Come forth and meet your death. Nangong Kwa reined in his steed before the pass and bellowed his challenge. Wenzhong snorted contemptuously and was about to mount himself when Yang Jiao stepped forward to block his path. Grand Preceptor commands the entire army. How can you risk yourself so carelessly? Let this poor Taoist and his brothers handle this opening engagement. Yang Jiao clasped his fists in respect. Wenzhong considered for a moment and nodded. Very well. All 4 of you must exercise utmost caution. Turning to his 3 junior brothers, Yang Jiao instructed, Neza, come with me into battle. Lei Zhenzi, 6-eared. Both of you patrol from the city walls. Should any emergency arise, be prepared to reinforce us at any moment. Lei Zhenzi and the 6-eared macaque responded in unison. Neza, barely able to contain his impatience, had already taken to the sky upon his wind and fire wheels streaking forth like a comet of flame. Yang Jiao followed close behind, his mixed universe halberd held ready. Nangong Kwa sneered upon seeing 2 youths emerge from the city, one riding the wind and fire wheels, the other armored in earth-yellow battle gear. Has Wenzhong run out of capable fighters, sending 2 green boys to die? Enraged by the insult, Neza hurled his universe ring, which transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling straight toward Nangong Kwa's face. I'm the green one. Your whole family is green. Nangong Kwa raised his blade to intercept, but with a thunderous clang the universe ring struck the blade face, shattering his grip and sending the great sword flying from his hand. He tumbled from his saddle and crashed to the ground. Having landed his strike, Neza made no move to pursue. Instead, he retrieved his ring and planted his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. Is that all you've got? Send those 2 old priests up instead. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Practitioner Puxian exchanged glances, each reading a measure of gravity in the other's eyes. The reincarnated spirit pearl, truly exceptional. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan advanced with measured steps, his gaze settling on Neza as he spoke in a calm tone. Young friend, you were destined to join our Chan sect and study under my brother Tai. That you have strayed onto this wrong path is regrettable. Why not turn back and submit to the Chan sect? Moreover, your brothers Jin Jia and Mu Jia have already taken vows under myself and Practitioner Puxian. Would it not be a fine tale for the 3 of you to enter the Chan sect together? Neza spat contemptuously. That old Tai wishes to use me as a shield against the investiture's killing tribulation. Do you think I don't know it? How many of your Chan sect golden immortals genuinely seek to transmit the Tao to their disciples? They only wish to send their followers to their deaths. Practitioner Puxian's expression darkened. Stubborn to the end. In that case, forgive me for being ruthless. He raised his hand, and the dual Wu Hook swords on his back rang free from their scabbards. 2 streaks of sword light. 1 cyan, 1 white. Shot skyward, transforming into massive serpent dragons of several zhang in length, bearing fangs and claws as they lunged toward Neza. Those sword serpents were entirely composed of concentrated blade energy, and wherever they passed, even the void itself fractured into fine cracks. Their devastating momentum was truly formidable. Yang Jiao darted forward, placing himself before Neza. His mixed universe halberd swept through the air in a silver-white arc, colliding violently with the 2 sword serpents. With a catastrophic roar, the sword serpents shattered into a storm of scattered blade energy, and the halberd's radiance dissipated into nothingness. Yet the Wu Hook swords did not fly backward. Instead, they circled through the air and reformed into 2 sword serpents, launching another assault. Yang Jiao's brows furrowed. These Wu Hook swords moved in telepathic harmony, with Practitioner Puxian capable of pursuing enemies autonomously. A truly troublesome foe. He swung his mixed universe halberd, repeatedly driving the 2 sword serpents back time after time, yet could never completely shatter them. Senior brother, let me help you. Neza surged forward upon his wind and fire wheels, hurling his universe ring with a mighty strike that scattered the blade aura of 1 sword serpent. His fire-tipped spear followed, immediately piercing straight toward Practitioner Puxian's face. Practitioner Puxian remained unruffled. Forming a madra with his left hand, he released the rainbow-long rope from his waist, which transformed into a crimson arc that wove layers of fiery nets before Neza. The rainbow-long rope was a supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure containing the essence of Samadhi true fire. Its flaming nets burned with incomparable heat. Even a Tai Golden Immortal would suffer scorching wounds upon contact. Blocked by the fire net, Neza's spear strikes found no purchase, and he shouted in furious frustration. Meanwhile, venerable Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, observing that Practitioner Puxian was holding his own against 2 opponents, turned his gaze toward Lei Jinzi and the 6-eared macaque on the city walls, and spoke calmly. Since you have all come, you might as well join the fight together. As he finished speaking, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan raised his left hand and hurled the dragon-subduing stake into the air. The wooden stake swelled against the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal pillar, dozens of zhang tall. The flood dragon coiled around the pillar, let out a heaven-shaking roar, and lunged toward the city wall, with claws bared and fangs flashing. At the same time, he flicked his right wrist, and the demon-binding rope turned into a beam of golden light, shooting toward 6-eared macaque. Lei Jinzi flapped his twin wings, and his wind thunder golden staff wreathed in violet lightning charged head-on at the dragon-subduing stake. With a thunderous boom, the wind thunder golden staff collided with the dragon-subduing stake, proving evenly matched. Yet the flood dragon's phantom was extremely cunning. Seizing the moment when Lei Jinzi's strength waned, it opened its maw and lunged down at his head. Third senior brother, be careful. 6-eared macaque let out a strange cry, and with a flick of his form vanished from the coils of the demon-binding rope. In the next instant, he appeared above the flood dragon's phantom, his heart-following iron staff transformed into a sky-supporting pillar that slammed fiercely into the 7-inch vital point of the dragon. The flood dragon's phantom shrieked miserably, then turned into a wisp of golden light and shrank back into the dragon-subduing stake. After smashing back the phantom with a single staff blow before 6-eared macaque could steady himself, the demon-binding rope once again came coiling around like an affliction clinging to the bone. His 6 ears twitched slightly as he pushed his innate divine ability to the utmost, tracking the rope's trajectory with perfect clarity. With a light tap of his foot, his form vanished into thin air once more. Such an uncanny movement technique. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan couldn't help but frown slightly. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he found it hard to catch the monkey's trajectory. 6-eared macaque's innate divine ability, listening to sounds and discerning principles, allowed him not only to hear the voices of all things in the 3 realms, but also to anticipate his opponent's attacking intent. Before the demon-binding rope could even draw near, he had already evaded it in advance. A truly troublesome skill. Junior brother 6-eared, leave this rope to me. Go assist second senior brother. Lei Jinzi flapped his twin wings, and violet gold lightning surged over the wind thunder golden staff as he took the initiative to meet the demon-binding rope. Though the rope was full of transformations, Lei Jinzi's wind thunder wings were extremely swift, and for a time, they could do nothing to each other. 6-eared macaque answered, then, with a flick of his body, appeared beside Puxian Jinren. His heart-following iron staff thickened to the size of a bowl opening and smashed down from above. Puxian Jinren was in the midst of a fierce struggle with Neza when he suddenly sensed a malicious wind from behind. Hastily, he urged the long rainbow rope back to defend. A crimson fire net layered barrier upon barrier behind him, but the heart-following iron staff struck it down, sending sparks flying in all directions. What a fiendish monkey! Puxian Jinren was secretly alarmed. Although this golden-furred, fiendish monkey's cultivation was merely mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, his physical strength far exceeded that of his peers. That single blow had actually left him a Chen Sect Golden Immortal at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. feeling his arm go numb. Seizing the opportunity, Neza broke through the fire net and hurled the universal ring, aiming straight at Pu Xianjinren's back. Assailed from front and back, Pu Xianjinren had no choice but to summon back his twin Wu Hook swords for defense. For a time, immortal light crisscrossed outside Sisui Pass, and the clash of magical treasures rang without pause. Watching from the city wall, Wen Zhong saw that Yang Jiao and his 3 junior brothers were actually fighting the 2 Chan sect Golden Immortals to a standstill. Surprise and delight mingled in his heart. Grand Tutor, this officer requests to join the battle. Seeing the deadlock, Han Rong cupped his fists and volunteered once again. Wen Zhong pondered briefly, then nodded. Commander Han may lead 5,000 elite cavalry out of the city and harass the flank of the Shichi camp from the side. But remember, do not advance too deep. Stop while the going is good. Han Rong took the order and left. In a moment, the city gates swung wide open and 5,000 iron cavalry poured out like a raging flood, charging directly at the flank of the Shichi camp. Nangang Kwa had just scrambled to his feet, still seething with humiliation, when he suddenly saw the Yinshan cavalry coming. He hurriedly organized a defense. But Han Rong was a seasoned commander on the battlefield, and the 5,000 iron cavalry under him were all elite veterans of 100 battles. With a single charge, they sent the Shichi vanguard scattering in every direction. Seeing this, Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan frowned even harder. He had come down from the mountain to aid Shichi under the decree of Yuanshi Tianzuan. He had thought that with his own and Pu Xianjinren's cultivation, taking Sisui Pass would be no more than lifting a finger. Unexpectedly, these 4 young people with extraordinary abilities had charged out from nowhere. Junior brother Pu Xian, retreat first. Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan sent a voice transmission. Though reluctant, Pu Xianjinren knew victory would be hard to secure today. He immediately drove back Yang Jiao and Neza with his twin Wu Hook swords, then withdrew together with Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan. Is that all the Chan sect Golden Immortals can do? Why run? Neza, standing on his windfire wheels, was about to give chase when Yang Jiao grabbed him. Do not pursue a desperate enemy, Yang Jiao said in a low voice. Neza pouted, but he did not disobey his senior brother and grudgingly retracted the universal ring. Lei Jinzi and Six-Eared Macaque also descended from the air. The 4 stood side by side, watching the 2 Chan sect figures retreat into the Shichi camp. Han Rong led the cavalry in a fierce assault, killing over 1,000 of Shichi's vanguard troops and seizing countless supplies, then returned in triumph. Wen Zhong personally came out of the city gate to welcome him, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. For fellow cultivators, you have defeated 2 great Chan sect Golden Immortals in your very first battle. Truly, heroes are born young. I have prepared a banquet to celebrate your achievements. Yang Jiao cupped his fists and said, Grand Tutor flatters us. Today's battle was merely a probe. The true strength of Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianjinren goes far beyond what we have seen. We must plan at length. Wen Zhong nodded in agreement, and his estimation of Yang Jiao rose even higher. Though young, he was neither arrogant nor rash. He was steady and composed, with the bearing of a great commander. In the central army tent of the Shichi camp, Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianjinren sat, facing each other, both with grim expressions. Pu Xianjinren spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. I truly never expected that a rogue cultivator without sect or school would have 4 disciples with such extraordinary powers capable of fighting us seasoned Tai Golden Immortals to a draw. Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan gave a slight nod at the words, finding them quite true. Among the 3rd-generation disciples of the Chan sect, apart from Yang Jian under Yuding Jinren, the rest were probably no match for these 4. At the mention of that rogue cultivator, the atmosphere in the tent suddenly turned cold. Tai Jinren had fallen, Daoist Randang had been gravely wounded, and even Yuanshi Tianzuan, striking in person, had failed to slay him. Although the details of that battle had been sealed by the sages, the mere fact that a lone rogue cultivator could make Yuanshi Tianzuan return in vain was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Where is that rogue cultivator now? Pu Xianjinren asked. Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan shook his head. According to senior brother Guangchengzi, after the Battle of Chaos, he returned to his mountain to enter seclusion. Since his 4 disciples have come down from the mountain, he himself may make a move at any time. The 2 exchanged a glance, each seeing deep apprehension in the other's eyes. At that moment, the sound of celestial music suddenly came from outside the tent. Wen Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Pu Xianjinren both stood up, their faces brightening with joy. It is Master Randang. The tent curtain was lifted and a thin, tall figure walked in slowly. It was none other than the deputy leader of the Chan sect, Daoist Randang. His complexion looked much better than that day, but if one watched closely, a lingering trace of weakness could still be seen between his brows. The sky burial coffin had been slashed with 4 cracks by the attack Jade Talisman, and without several eons of arduous cultivation, it could not be fully restored. Nevertheless, Yuanshi Tianzuan had bestowed a sacred healing medicine, allowing him to recover 50 to 60% of his combat strength. Following closely behind Randang, several more figures filed in one after another. The one at the forefront, clad in a purple immortal robe embroidered with the 8 trigrams, wore a cold, stern expression. He was none other than Guangchengzi, foremost of the Chan sect's 12 golden immortals. Behind him, Chijingzi held the yin-yang mirror, his face dark and overcast. Further behind came Honghuang Jinren, another golden immortal of the Chen sect. Last to enter was a middle-aged Taoist in a blue-green robe with a refined, scholarly air and an ancient sword slung across his back. His aura was deep and restrained. Yuding Jinren, the quietest of the 12 golden immortals, yet by no means the one to be taken lightly. In the primordial wilderness, it had long been rumored that Yuding Jinren's true form was a tooth left behind by the great god Pangu, which absorbed pre-heaven spiritual energy, nurtured spiritual wisdom, and transformed into human form. With that physical foundation rooted in Pangu's origin, he was uniquely blessed in cultivating the 8-9 mystic art. In terms of physical potential, he utterly surpassed his 11 fellow golden immortals. Seeing Deputy Sect Master Randang arriving together with the assembled immortals Wenshu and Puxian hastened forward to pay their respects. Randang took the seat of honor, swept his gaze over the gathering, and slowly said, "This assembly has been convened by the Sect Master's decree. The campaign against Yinshang is no longer a simple mortal dynastic transition. The GS sect stands with Yinshang, and that itinerant cultivators for disciples have also entered the fray. Though that man was wounded by the Heavenly Lord, the combat strength of his disciples cannot be underestimated." Wang Qingzi sneered coldly and said scornfully, "A few juniors are hardly worth mentioning. If not for the protection of Uncle Master Tongtian, that man would have." "Wang Qingzi," Randang Daoren cut him off. Though his voice was calm, it carried a hint of authority. "Do not take the enemy lightly. That man's strength is by no means comparable to an ordinary Thuo golden immortal, let alone the fact that he has Saint Tongtian backing him." Wang Qingzi's expression changed slightly, but he did not argue again. Arrogant as he was, he knew that Randang Daoren had suffered a loss at Chen Fan's hands, and therefore had the strongest say in the matter. Yuding Jinren had remained silent ever since entering. Now he suddenly spoke. "I have heard that the senior disciple of that Taoist Yang Jiao is the elder brother of my disciple Yang Jian." As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze fell on Yuding Jinren. Wang Qingzi frowned. "Junior brother Yuding, could it be that you are reluctant to act out of consideration for your disciple Yang Jian?" Yuding Jinren remained calm and said slowly, "Since Yang Jiao has already become that man's disciple, he is an enemy of the Chen sect. I will not let personal feelings interfere with public duty. Only," he paused, his voice growing heavier, "that youth bears an innate divine vein. Given time, his accomplishments will be boundless. If he falls here, it would be a pity." From the side, Shijingzi gave a cold laugh and said flatly, "Junior brother Yuding, do you know that the other day for Yang Jian sake, I tried to reason with him in good faith. Not only did Yang Jiao refuse to appreciate it, he was the first to strike. That child is utterly foolishly loyal, beyond any hope of redemption." Yuding Jinren was silent for a moment, then sighed and said no more. Randang Daoren looked around and slowly said, "Since all of you have arrived, in 3 days we march on Sisui Pass. We must take the pass before that man comes out of seclusion, slay his disciples, and sever his support." All the golden immortals bowed together. "We shall heed the teacher's decree." Deep within the Shichi camp, in a quiet tent, Yuding Jinren sat cross-legged. Before him stood a handsome young man in silver armor. The young man bore a sharp, heroic energy between his brows, with a faint vertical mark at the center of his forehead. He was none other than Yuding Jinren's only personal disciple, Yang Jian. "Jinner, I summoned you here today because there is something I must tell you," Yuding Jinren said slowly, his expression complex. Yang Jian said respectfully, "Master, please speak. Do you know who is aiding the Yinshang side in this campaign?" Yang Jian shook his head. He had spent all his time cultivating in the mountains with Yuding Jinren. This was his first journey down the mountain with his master, and he did not know the battlefield situation well. Yuding Jinren said gravely, "Your elder brother Yang Jiao is now inside Sisui Pass." Yang Jian's whole body jolted. He raised his head sharply, his eyes full of disbelief. "Big brother. He is still alive. In that battle at Peach Mountain back then Yang Tianyu had died, the Peach Blossom Fairy had been suppressed, and the 3 Yang siblings had each been taken away by mysterious figures. For years Yang Jian had searched everywhere, but found no trace of Yang Jiao, and had long assumed his elder brother had perished, his Tao extinguished. Yet now unexpectedly he was hearing news of Yang Jiao. Seeing the look on his disciple's face, Yuding Jinren sighed inwardly, and said slowly, "Not only is he alive, his cultivation has now reached the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. His body is incomparably powerful, unrivaled among cultivators of the same rank. More importantly, his master killed your senior uncle Tai, and gravely wounded Deputy Sect Master Randang." A flash of joy passed through Yang Jian's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by worry. Although he did not know the details of the conflict between his brother's master and the Chen sect, he had caught some wind of it on the way down the mountain with his master. Now that his brother had become that man's disciple, wasn't he going to be an enemy of the Chen sect? "Master." Yang Jian hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Yuding Jinren raised a hand to stop him, and said gravely, "Jian, I know you are a man of deep feeling and righteousness. After being separated from your brother for so many years, you must want to see him. But I must tell you, your brother's master is a great enemy of the Chen sect." Hearing this, Yang Jian's face turned pale in an instant. Not only that, Yuding Jinren, went on, "Your own younger sister Yang Chan has been accepted as a disciple by Goddess Nuwa, and Saint Nuwa stands on Uncle Master Tongtian's side. In other words, you 3 siblings now stand on 2 opposing sides." Yang Jian clenched his fists so hard that his veins stood out. Separated from his elder brother and younger sister since childhood, he had cultivated bitterly on Yuchuan Mountain for years with his family always in his heart. Now that he had finally learned where they were, it was on opposite sides of the battlefield. Yuding Jinren looked at his only disciple, and a trace of pity flickered in his eyes. Though he was a golden immortal of the Chan sect, he had poured immense effort into Yang Jian. Yang Jian's talent was extraordinary, with the potential to become a Daluo golden immortal or even a quasi-saint, and he had never intended his disciple to bear the deadly tribulation of the investiture of the gods for him. Yuding Jinren said slowly, Jianer, I am telling you this today, so that you can prepare yourself. In 3 days teacher Randang will lead the immortals of the Chan sect to attack Sisui Pass. If you are unwilling to stand against your brother, I can have you remain in the rear. Yang Jian was silent for a long while, then slowly raised his head, his eyes full of resolve. Master, this disciple wants to meet my brother once. Seeing Yuding Jinren's brow furrow, Yang Jian explained, this disciple only wants to ask him one question. What question? Yang Jian's gaze pierced through the tent toward the direction of Sisui Pass. Ask him whether he still remembers the words Mother spoke beneath Peach Mountain that year. Yuding Jinren was silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Very well. You and Yang Jiao have been separated for many years. I cannot stand in the way of such a bond of blood. Otherwise, in your cultivation, your Dao heart would be flawed and your thoughts would never be clear. Hearing this, Yang Jian's face lit up with joy. He kowtowed solemnly. Thank you, Master, for allowing me. The night was deep and heavy while the battlements of Sisui Pass blazed with torchlight. Standing alone atop the city wall, Yang Jiao gazed at the scattered campfires of the Shiqi army, far below, countless thoughts churning in his mind. Suddenly his ears twitched. He spun around, the primal chaos halberd already in his hand. Who's there? From the shadows of the watchtower, a tall, slender figure stepped out slowly. His silver armor glinted coldly under the moonlight, and a faint vertical mark at the center of his brow shimmered indistinctly. Yang Jiao's entire body trembled. Though he was normally composed, he could not suppress a flicker of agitation from surfacing on his face. That face, though far more mature than in his memories, had the same eyes, brows, and features. Unmistakably his second brother Yang Jian. Erling. Looking at the face before him, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, Yang Jian's voice trembled slightly. Big brother, it's me. The two brothers stood facing each other, and for a moment neither could utter a word. How many years had passed? Ever since their parting at Peach Mountain back then, their mother had been suppressed by the heavenly court, their father had died, and the 3 siblings had each been rescued by different masters. Now they met again on this battlefield riddled with deadly perils. Erling, you've grown up. Yang Jiao was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying the particular warmth of an elder brother. A lump rose in Yang Jian's throat, 1,000 words stuck in his chest, but in the end they all condensed into a single question. Big brother, all these years, have you been well? I've been very well. Yang Jiao put away the primal chaos halberd and patted his chest, the armor letting out a dull echo. My master treats me like his own son, teaching me the great Dao and granting me divine treasures. My 3 junior brothers are also as close as my own limbs. Yang Jian looked at the genuine smile on his elder brother's face, feeling both relieved and complex. He gritted his teeth, finally voicing the question that had been weighing on his heart. Big brother, do you still remember what Mother said under Peach Mountain back then? The smile on Yang Jiao's face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of deep reminiscence. How could I forget? He looked up at the night sky, his gaze seeming to pierce through time and space, returning to that dusk when their family was shattered. Mother said we must live well. Yang Jian stepped forward, his voice urgent and uneasy. But now you and I belong to the Chan and Jie camps, and in 3 days we will cross blades on the battlefield. Big brother, do you truly intend to stand against the Chan sect? Yang Jiao was silent for a long while, then withdrew his gaze from the night sky and rested it on Yang Jian's face. His voice was calm, yet resolute. It is not I who wishes to oppose the Chan sect, it is the Chan sect that wishes to oppose my master. Then Yang Jiao recounted the whole story from beginning to end. The more Yang Jian listened, the paler his face became. Though he had known that the Chan sect bore enmity toward his elder brother's master, he had not realized that it was the Chan sect's arrogance and escalating pressure that had driven the conflict. The death of Tai Jinren was clearly his own doing. But my master. Yang Jian thought of the kindness Yuding Jinren had shown him, and his throat tightened. Unlike the other golden immortals of the Chan sect, Yuding Jinren had taught him everything he knew over the years, and had never harbored any intention of exploiting him. Yang Jiao saw his dilemma, and reached out to place a hand on his shoulder. My master once said that Yuding Jinren is one of the few upright figures in the Chan sect. It is your fortune to have been accepted under his tutelage, and I, your elder brother, will never make you betray your sect. Yang Jian looked up sharply. Yang Jiao's lips curved into a gentle smile, his gaze utterly sincere as he spoke slowly. The 2 of us brothers, each following our master's orders and serving our own lords on the battlefield, is the will of heaven. But setting aside our camp allegiances, you will always be my younger brother, bound by blood. Yang Jian's heart surged with bitterness and gratitude. Unconsciously his fists clenched tightly. He took a long, deep breath to suppress his emotions and nodded heavily. The brothers chatted for a while longer, and the topic turned to their sister Yang Chan. Lowering his voice, Yang Jian said softly, Big brother, did you know that third sister is currently cultivating under the guidance of goddess Nuwa? Yang Jiao nodded, a gentle look appearing in his eyes. My master told me. Third sister has deep blessed fortune. Able to study under a sage is her good fate. Once the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods comes to an end, the three of us will go to Peach Mountain together and rescue mother. Though Yang Jian's voice was soft, an extremely resolute expression appeared on his handsome face. Yang Jiao nodded heavily, then reached out and patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Good. Yang Jian gave his elder brother a deep look, then turned to leave. After a few steps he stopped without looking back and said in a low voice, Big brother, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, I will not hold back. Nor will I. Yang Jiao's voice was equally calm. Yang Jian's figure flickered, then transformed into a beam of silver light and vanished into the night. Yang Jiao watched his second brother go, remaining silent for a long time until the sound of footsteps behind him slowly brought him back to his senses. Senior brother, who was that man just now? Neza walked onto the city tower, peering curiously at the direction where Yang Jian had vanished. My second brother, Yang Jian. Yang Jiao did not hide it. Neza's eyes lit up. Is he the disciple of Yuding Jinren? I heard he also has 3 eyes, just like Grand Tutor Wen, both possessing innate divine abilities. Yang Jiao nodded, still gazing at the distant night sky, and said, like me, he wants to rescue our mother. For once Neza did not joke around. He stood quietly by Yang Jiao's side. He understood the pain of being separated from one's mother. Every time Lady Yin sent him off, the reluctant look in her eyes. He saw it, and kept it in his heart. Senior brother. Neza suddenly spoke, his voice lower than usual. When the great investiture tribulation is over, I'll go with you to Peach Mountain to rescue your mother. Yang Jiao turned his head, looking at this junior brother, who was usually the most lively and carefree. A warmth rose in his heart, and he smiled as he nodded. The 3-day period passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn on that day, thunderous war drums sounded from beyond Sisui Pass. The main gate of the Shichi army camp swung wide open, and hundreds of thousands of troops marched out in formation. Banners blotted out the sun, and blades and spears stood like a forest. Beneath the Central Army Command banner, Jiangxia, clad in a Taoist robe and holding the god-slaying whip, stood flanked by Shichi's great generals such as Wu Ji and Nangongqua. Meanwhile, above the army, several beams of immortal light hovered in midair. Leading them was none other than Randang Doran, the deputy leader of the Chan sect. Behind him stood the 6 golden immortals of the Chan sect: Guang Chengzi, Chijingzi, Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian, Jinren Huanglong Jinren, and Yuding Jinren, all present in full force. Further behind stood several third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. At the forefront was a figure in silver armor and white robes, the vertical mark on his brow faintly gleaming. It was Yang Jian. Atop the watchtower of Sisui Pass, Wen Zhong, clad in pitch-black armor, wore a grave expression, tightly gripping the twin golden whips in his hands. Standing shoulder to shoulder beside him were Yang Jiao, Neza, Lei Jinzi, and the 6-eared macaque. Arrayed behind them in order, the 4 demon generals stood imposing and majestic in one group, while Han Rong Yuhua and a host of other Yinshang border generals flanked them on both sides. According to the original trajectory of the investiture, the 4 demon generals should have died at the Battle of Jiaming Pass, slain by Huang Tianhua's heart-piercing nail, their souls long since returning to the platform of investiture. But now, because Chen Fan had burst onto the scene and disrupted the Great Tribulation, the destined narrative had already shifted. The 4 generals had actually appeared alive and well atop the city wall of Sisui Pass. Randang Doran is personally overseeing the battle line, and all 6 golden immortals of the Chan sect have arrived. This battle will not be easy to fight, Wen Zhong said in a deep voice. Yang Jiao calmly fixed his gaze on the familiar figure in the enemy ranks, then said slowly, Grand Tutor, rest assured. We'll meet a soldier with a general, and a flood with an earthen dike. Randang Doran looked down at the city tower, his voice resounding across the battlefield like a great bell. Wen Zhong, the fate of Yinshang has run out. Shichi has risen in accordance with the mandate of heaven. If you know which way the wind blows, surrender the pass and submit, and the lives of the soldiers within may still be spared. But if you remain stubbornly deluded, then today will be your death day, Wen Zhong. Wen Zhong let out a cold laugh. He flicked his golden whip, and crackling thunder burst forth. Randang, your Chan sect claims to be a righteous and honored school, yet time and again you use numbers to overwhelm the few and bully the weak with your strength. Today this old man will see just how much real ability you so-called moral golden immortals truly possess. Humph, obstinate and unrepentant. Which junior nephew is willing to lead the charge? Randang Doran snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the 6 golden immortals of the Chan sect. The moment his words fell, Huanglong Jinren stepped forward. Master, I shall go. The true form of Huanglong Jinren was a primordial yellow dragon. In the distant past, he passed the many trials set by Yuanshi Tianzuan, thus earning his place among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Yet Yuanshi Tianzuan had always harbored a dislike for beings born from moisture, eggs, fur, and horns, those he deemed lesser creatures. Thus a subtle estrangement had always lingered between them. The other 11 golden immortals had all received primordial spirit treasures from Yuanshi to guard their caves, but Huanglong Jinren alone received nothing. Not a single primordial treasure was his to wield. It was precisely because of this plight that he ranked at the very bottom among the 12 golden immortals in both cultivation and combat prowess. The cultivators of the three realms even bestowed upon him the mocking epithet, the three absolutes, Jinren, no magical treasure, no personal disciple, and no single victory on record. Unfortunately, his temper was impetuous. Desperate to prove himself no less capable than his fellow disciples, and seeing no truly formidable cultivators on the opposing side, he immediately stepped forward to volunteer, eager to be the vanguard and earn his merit. He descended his cloud and landed before the two armies. A long sword of acquired spiritual treasure in hand, he pointed it toward the city gate tower and bellowed, Yang Jiao, where are you? Come down from the city at once and face your death. Neza burst into laughter. This old Taoist sure talks big. Senior brother, let me go thrash him. Yang Jiao placed a hand on Neza's shoulder and shook his head. He's here for me. I'll go. Be careful, senior brother, said both Lei Jinzi and the six-eared macaque at once. Yang Jiao nodded. Honghuang Ji in hand, he leapt down from the city tower and landed 100 zhang away from Honghuang Jinren. Yang Jiao is here, he said, standing cross-armed with his halberd, his expression calm and unconcerned. Honghuang Jinren sized Yang Jiao up, and seeing that he was merely at the early Tai golden immortal stage, disdain flooded his heart. A mere early Tai golden immortal. How dare you stand in this old Taoist path? Your master slew my junior brother Tai. Today I shall take your head as an offering to my sword. The moment his voice fell, Honghuang Jinren shook his longsword, and a piercing sword chi shot through the air toward Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao neither dodged nor evaded. He casually swept Honghuang Ji, and a flash of silver-white halberd light collided with the sword chi, erupting in a thunderous blast. Honghuang Jinren staggered backward several steps from the recoil, his expression shifting slightly. Is that all you've got? Yang Jiao said coolly. Honghuang Jinren's face flushed crimson. With an enraged roar, he raised his sword and charged again. The two clashed upon the field, sword light and halberd shadows intertwining wildly. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of rounds. On the city tower, the six-eared macaque's 6 ears twitched. A grin spread across his face. This Honghuang Jinren is about to be in deep trouble. The words had scarcely left his mouth when Yang Jiao's halberd knocked aside Honghuang Jinren's longsword. His left palm shot forward, unleashing a fierce palm wind wrapped in the brutal colossal force of the Pangu bloodline, slamming squarely into Honghuang Jinren. Honghuang Jinren was struck as if by a thunderous hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward, then crashing into the ground and carving out a massive crater several zhang deep. He was utterly disheveled and pathetic. On the city wall, Neza clapped his hands and roared with laughter. Nice one, senior brother. This old Taoist talks a mountain of hot air, but he's nothing but a silver spear with a wax tip. Yet Yang Jiao knitted his brows slightly. He did not press his advantage. He lowered his head and glanced at his own palm. That strike had indeed landed squarely upon Honghuang Jinren, but at the instant the palm force invaded the man's body, Yang Jiao had felt an extraordinarily tough rebound. That force was no Dharma shield nor any spirit armor. Rather, it had been pure unadorned flesh and blood power, as if it had come from some scale upon the dragon's body. Could it be his reverse scale? Yang Jiao gripped Honghuang Ji tightly, a flicker of solemnity in his eyes. A dragon's reverse scale is the hardest part of its entire body, boasting extraordinary defensive power. Though Honghuang Jinren possessed no spirit treasure gifted by Yuanshi Tianzuan, as a primordial yellow dragon, his lifebound reverse scale was his strongest reliance. This reverse scale had been tempered by him for countless kalpas. It could manifest on any part of his body at will, and had long grown as hard as primordial divine metal. Ordinary spirit treasures and spells could hardly break through its defense at all. This scale was his one-of-a-kind lifebound defense. At that very moment, from deep within the crater before the dust had even settled, a low dragon's roar suddenly echoed forth. The roar began as a deep muffled thunder, then grew ever sharper and more impassioned, brimming with boundless rage and battle intent. A majestic draconic might erupted from within the giant pit. Dust within several hundred zhang was swept up by this oppressive pressure, converging into a towering pillar of yellow energy that shot straight into the sky. Amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal figure slowly rose to its feet. It was a yellow dragon, several hundred zhang in length. Its entire body was covered in scales of a mysterious yellow hue, each one the size of a millstone, gleaming with a cold metallic light beneath the sun. Its dragon head was held high, two antlers forking and twisting like the branches of an ancient millennial tree. Its whiskers fluttered in the wind like twin golden serpents. Its foreclaws dug deep into the ground, and each talon glimmered with an ominous chill that struck dread into the heart. Most striking of all was the faint dark gold pattern running along the dragon's spine. It exuded a trace of the aura of the primordial ancestral dragon. The physiques of the dragon race had always been formidable, and the primordial yellow dragon was a rare breed among dragons. Though Honghuang Jinren's true form could not suppress the ages like the ancestral dragon, within the same cultivation rank his physical body was still among the absolute apex. He had just suffered a small loss at Yang Jiao's hands, and now in his towering fury he revealed his true form. His combat power surged manifold. You little wretch. To actually force this old Taoist to reveal his true form, you do have some skill after all. Honghuang Jinren bellowed his dragon roar, shaking the wilderness. On both sides of the battlefield, ordinary soldiers were sent reeling, blood spilling from their ears and noses as they collapsed to the ground. On the city tower, Wen Zhong's face shifted drastically. Not good. Honghuang Jinren is truly enraged now. Although Taoist Yang Jiao has an extraordinary physical body, he is of human stock. How can he fight in close combat against a primordial dragon? Neza, however, dismissed it with a carefree pout. You need not worry, Grand Tutor. My senior brother's physical body is not something an ordinary human can compare with. The moment his words faded, an unexpected change overcame the battlefield. Facing the sky-covering dragon, Yang Jiao did not retreat an inch. Instead, he sucked in a deep breath, drove Honghuang Ji into the ground beside him, its shaft burying deep into the earth. He clenched his fists, and the blood chi within his body suddenly boiled like erupting magma. Beneath his skin, the bloodline patterns of Pangu blazed to life, in an instant radiating a dazzling, resplendent, pale golden light. That radiance seemed to originate from the very dawn of the world, when heaven and earth were first split apart. Wherever the light passed, even the air itself began to tremble. Yang Jiao's body began to swell. 10 zhong, 20 zhong, 50 zhong, 100 zhong. Within the span of a few breaths, a giant stood upon the battlefield, 100 zhong tall, clad in earthy yellow divine armor. His muscles bulged and knotted like rising mountain ranges. Beneath his skin, the pale gold bloodline patterns surged endlessly. Every breath he took stirred the spiritual energy of the surrounding world into violent turmoil. The Qilin suppressing mountain armor grew along with his body. The fundamental power of the thick earth condensed upon his skin into a layer of golden yellow radiance, like the blessing of the great Earth Mother herself. The power of Panga's bloodline. A physical form comparable to a Deluo golden immortal. Two colossal behemoths faced each other across the battlefield. One man, one dragon. Where their auras collided, even the void itself seemed to twist and warp. On the battlefield, soldiers from both sides instinctively halted their slaughter. They raised their heads to stare at those two sky-shrouding figures, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. What kind of divine power is this now? Han Rong's mouth fell agape as he muttered to himself. The six-eared macaque bared his teeth in a grin. His pale golden pupils reflected senior brother's 100 zhong manifestation, and his voice trembled with admiration. The senior brother has completely refined Panga's essence blood. This strength of his physical body, even I6 ears cannot rival it. Roar, your life ends here. Honghuang Jinren bellowed with earth-shattering fury and struck first. His immense dragon body soared into the sky, for claws rending the heavens as they descended savagely upon Yang Jiao's head, as if to crush his skull. Each claw carried the crushing might of 10,000 Jun, carving 4 pitch-black spatial fissures into the void as they passed. Faced with this ferocious blow, Yang Jiao did not dodge. He crossed his arms and stood his ground. Clang! The dragon claws met his colossal arms with a thunderous metallic clangor. A terrifying shockwave swept outward with wild abandon, stripping a full 3 chi of earth from the ground across several li. Soldiers on both sides scrambled back, afraid of being caught in the shockwave. The earth beneath Yang Jiao's feet split into countless fissures, yet he himself remained utterly unmoved. The very claws that could rend a Tai golden immortal left only faint white marks on his arms, failing even to break through the defense of the Qilin mountain-suppressing armor. Is that all the strength you have? Yang Jiao grinned, and with a backhanded grab seized one of Honghuang Jinren's dragon claws. Both arms straining, he flung the dragon away with a violent flick. The several hundred zhong dragon body was swung clean off the ground, traced a great arc through the air, and then crashed brutally into the earth. Boom! The earth quaked violently, as a ravine several hundred zhong long was gouged out. Rocks shot skyward and dust filled the air. Honghuang Jinren was battered senseless, several scales on his dragon body cracked, and seeping pale golden dragon blood. Yet he was of the primordial dragon race after all. His physical form was so powerful that no ordinary demon cultivator could compare. After such a heavy fall, Honghuang Jinren not only refused to retreat, but the brutality within his dragon bloodline was thoroughly provoked into full blaze. Roar! He roared once more, wrenching his body against the ground to break free of Yang Jiao's grip. Then his tail swept across like a bolt of yellow lightning, lashing viciously into Yang Jiao's waist. Yang Jiao could not evade in time, and let out a muffled grunt as his 100 zhong dharma body was knocked sideways several hundred zhong his feet, plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. The protective light shield of the Qilin mountain-suppressing armor flickered violently, and a hairline crack appeared along his waist. Ha ha ha, come again. Yang Jiao laughed heartily, his eyes blazing with battle fervor. Once he steadied himself, he charged back in great strides, both fists pounding toward Honghuang Jinren like war drums. Honghuang Jinren showed no sign of backing down, either, his dragon claws dancing like a furious storm as they clashed fiercely against Yang Jiao's fists. Man and dragon fought from the ground into the sky and back again. Every collision exploded with ear-splitting thunder, leaving the center of the battlefield in complete ruin. This was a contest of pure physical might. No flashy magical arts, no resplendent treasures, only the most primal, savage, bone-crushing combat. The dull thuds of fists against claws, the crisp cracks of shattering dragon scales, and the grating creaks of grinding bones wove together into a single chorus. The watching crowd felt their blood surge, and soldiers on both sides could not help but shout encouragement for their own immortals. Yang Jiao slammed a fist into the side of Huanglong Jinren's dragon head, shattering several scales, and sending dragon blood spurting into the air. Huanglong Jinren recoiled in pain, twisted his head, and sank his fangs deep into Yang Jiao's shoulder. The dragon teeth pierced the protective light shield of the Qilin mountain suppressing armor, leaving several deep bloody holes in Yang Jiao's shoulder. Yang Jiao flinched at the pain, but showed no intention of retreating. With a furious roar, he clamped his hands around the upper and lower jaws of the dragon, and with a sudden eruption of power pried the maw open by sheer force. He then slammed his forehead viciously into the dragon's snout. The nose was one of the most vulnerable spots on a dragon's body. Struck by such force, Huanglong Jinren let out a miserable howl, his body convulsing violently as he nearly fainted from the agony. It was well known that dragons were lustful by nature, and the ancestral dragon was the most renowned of their kind. Huanglong Jinren was born of the ancestral dragon's union with another race, yet the pride and unyielding spirit of the ancient dragon clan also flowed through his veins. Under the excruciating pain, Huanglong Jinren was driven to complete madness. Every scale on his body bristled upright, the dark gold patterns along his spine blazed to life, and an even more savage power surged from the depths of his bloodline. Yet the ancestral dragon bloodline had been roused to its absolute extreme. His claw attacks suddenly turned several times sharper, each swipe splitting the air with a tearing screech as it left gashes on Yang Jiao's body, so deep that bone was visible. Under the frantic tearing of the dragon claws, the spiritual light of Yang Jiao's Qilin mountain suppressing armor dimmed drastically, and a single claw swipe left the chest mirror webbed with fine cracks. That's more like it. Yang Jiao laughed instead of growing angry, pushing his Panga bloodline to its peak as well. Pale golden bloodline patterns slithered across his skin like living things, and each flicker of light carried a majestic world-rending aura, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. He thrust out a punch, the fist energy condensing into a column of pale golden light that clashed head-on with Huanglong Jinren's dragon claws. The two forces collided, erupting in a blazing light too blinding to behold. When the light faded, one of Huanglong Jinren's dragon claws had been broken by the impact and hung at an unnatural angle. He let out a pained roar and rapidly shrank his body, trying to widen the distance between them. He now understood that this human youth's physical body was in no way inferior to his own. It even seemed to suppress the ancestral dragon bloodline that had been pushed to its extreme. If they fought any longer, he would be the one to suffer. But how could Yang Jiao give him a chance to flee? His 100-zhang Dharma body took a single great stride, instantly closing the distance to the shrinking, fleeing dragon, and his hand, like a giant palm blotting out the sky, seized the dragon's tail. Trying to run. Stay here. Yang Jiao barked, veins bulging across his arms as he swung Huanglong Jinren's entire dragon body up, spun it through the air several times, and then slammed it mercilessly into the ground. For that throw, he had used all the power he could command. Boom. The earth trembled violently as a massive crater, several hundred zhang in diameter, opened in the center of the battlefield. Huanglong Jinren lay at the bottom of the crater, his dragon body covered in wounds, dozens of scales shattered and fallen away, dragon blood soaking the dirt beneath him red. His dragon body gradually shrank back into human form. He lay in the pit, gasping harshly, his chest heaving violently. Clearly his injuries were extremely severe. Yang Jiao meanwhile dismissed his 100-zhang Dharma body and returned to normal size, standing at the edge of the crater. His aura was somewhat disordered, and his breathing was a little faster than usual. There were a few bloody holes in his shoulder where the dragon fangs had sunk in, and several bloody claw marks on his chest and back. Though none were deep, they continued to seep blood slowly. The spiritual light on the Qilin mountain suppressing armor had dimmed by more than half, and the chest mirror was covered with fine cracks. Clearly it would require considerable time to repair itself. But that was all. Yang Jiao still stood ramrod straight, his gaze fixed on Huanglong Jinren at the bottom of the pit. There was no trace of victor's arrogance on his face as he said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Huanglong, I accept your concession." As his words fell, the entire battlefield sank into a deathly silence. Huanglong Jinren had actually lost. Huanglong Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect, had manifested his true form and engaged in purely physical combat, and yet was utterly routed head-on by a human youth. This was even more awe-inspiring than any clash of spells and divine arts. Above the western Shi camp, the face of Burning Lamp Taoist was gloomier than a gathering storm. Although Yellow Dragon Immortal was the weakest among the 12 golden immortals, he was still a personal disciple of Primordial Heavenly Honored One, an innate true dragon at the consummate Tai Golden Immortal realm. To have been utterly defeated head-on by a junior relying solely on physical strength, if word of this spread, it would be tantamount to grinding the entire Chen sect's prestige into the dirt. Huang Qingzi's face was equally grim. He said coldly, "Master, although Yellow Dragon was defeated, that Yang Jiao is already spent. This disciple is willing to act and take him down." Burning Lamp Taoist's gaze swept icily over the other three figures atop Sis Hui Pass's city wall. He raised a hand to halt him. This battle is not a duel. Since all four of them are here, we shall take them all at once before more troubles arise. He turned to the golden immortals beside him. Guang Qingzi, Red Essence, the two of you will take Yang Jiao. Manjushri, Samantabhadra, Neza, and Lei Jinzi are yours to handle. Yuding, that six-eared macaque's movement arts are uncanny. You will deal with him personally. Yuding Immortal nodded slightly, his expression calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Burning Lamp Taoist's gaze once again fell upon the Shang generals on the city wall, and he spoke indifferently. As for Wenzhong and those Shang commanders, I shall deal with them personally. As his voice faded, the immortals of the Chan sect acknowledged in unison and transformed into streaks of immortal light speeding toward the city wall. Although Six Ears had clearly overheard their entire scheme in that hurried moment, he could only warn the others to brace for battle at full strength. Prepare for battle. Wenzhong roared, his twin golden whips already in hand, lightning bursting around his body. The four MO generals each activated their treasures: Azure Cloud Sword, Chaos, Umbrella, Jade Pipa, and Flower Fox Mink, as four-colored precious light shot into the heavens. Neza stepped on his windfire wheels, the universe ring already flying from his hand, as he shouted, "Third junior brother, fourth junior brother, guard the city wall. I'm going to help senior brother." Lei Jinzi spread his wings, violet gold lightning surging along his wind thunder golden staff, as he took the initiative to meet Manjushri. The six-eared macaque bared his teeth in a grin, twirled his mind-following iron staff once, and vanished from where he stood. The great battle erupted in an instant. Yang Jiao was mid-recovery when he suddenly felt two dreadful auras bearing down upon him. Guang Qingzi's heaven-reversing seal had transformed into a colossal mountain, blotting out the sky as it crashed downward. Red Essence's yin-yang mirror turned over a ghastly pale deathlight, silently shooting toward the back of Yang Jiao's heart. Both immortals struck with full force, holding nothing back, their intent clearly to end this swiftly. Yang Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. He swung his chaos halberd, a silver-white halberd light, clashing violently against the heaven-reversing seal. At the same time, he pushed his Qilin town-suppressing armor to its limit, condensing the origin of thick earth into a shield of light behind him. Clang! The heaven-reversing seal was shaken to a momentary halt by the halberd light, yet the recoil force split Yang Jiao's tiger's mouth and sent him hurtling back dozens of zhang. The death light of the yin-yang mirror silently pierced through the earthen yellow shield of light. Although the Qilin town-suppressing armor blocked most of it, lingering force still invaded Yang Jiao's body, causing a violent pain to burst within his sea of consciousness. A flicker of astonishment passed through Guang Qingzi's eyes. This strike of his had been delivered at full strength. Any ordinary cultivator at the consummate Tai Golden Immortal realm would perish upon contact. Yet Yang Jiao, with his newly advanced Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, had managed to withstand the heaven-reversing seal and suffered only a cracked tiger's mouth. His physical body was indeed comparable to a Deluo Golden Immortal. Yellow Dragon's defeat was not unjust, but Yang Jiao was ultimately only one person. Under the combined assault of two veteran Golden Immortals, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Just as Yang Jiao was about to give way, a fiery red figure suddenly burst into the battlefield. "Senior brother, I'm here to help you." Neza rode his windfire wheels, the universe ring transforming into a golden loop that smashed toward the back of Red Essence's head, while his fire-tipped spear thrust straight at Guang Qingzi's ribs. Disturbed by this, Red Essence had no choice but to retract the yin-yang mirror and turn to block. Guang Qingzi was also forced back half a step by the fire-tipped spear. Neza's arrival greatly lessened the pressure on Yang Jiao, but Guang Qingzi and Red Essence were both among the finest of the 12 Golden Immortals, armed with numerous treasures and seamless coordination. Even with the two brothers fighting side by side, they could barely hold their ground, unable to turn the tide. Meanwhile, above the city wall, Manjushri's dragon-subduing stake had transformed into a 100-zhang colossal pillar. A flood dragon phantom coiled around its body, bearing fangs and claws clashing violently against Lei Jinzi's wind thunder golden staff. Thunder and golden light collided and burst apart. Every impact rattled the eardrums of the garrison soldiers on the city wall. Samantabhadra's twin Wugo swords had turned into a blue and a white sword flood dragon, entangling with the six-eared macaque. Although the six-eared macaque's innate divine ability allowed him to anticipate attacks, Samantabhadra's pair of Wugo swords moved like an extension of his own arms, their transformations endless. For the moment, the macaque was completely locked down. Burning Lamp Taoist surveyed the entire battlefield. Seeing that all four of Yang Jiao's group were tied down, his gaze fell upon Wenzhong on the city wall. He raised his hand and turned it over. The universe ruler appeared out of thin air. "Wenzhong, the Shang dynasty's fate is spent. Why must you defy heaven?" As his words fell, the universe ruler transformed into a dim gray shadow of a ruler and struck silently toward Wenzhong. Wenzhong's expression changed drastically. He crossed his twin golden whips to block lightning surging wildly around him. But Burning Lamp Taoist was at the consummate Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Even if his injuries had not fully healed, how could a mere Tai Golden Immortal like Wenzhong hope to withstand him? Clang! Amid the ringing of metal, the twin golden whips were blasted from Wenzhong's hands. He was struck as if by a massive hammer spraying a torrent of blood as he was hurled backward off the city wall, smashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. Grand Preceptor. The four MO generals' faces changed drastically. They tried to rush forward to save him, but were repelled by a casual sleeve wind from Burning Lamp Taoist. Burning Lamp Taoist's figure flickered and appeared before Wenzhong. Looking down at Wenzhong collapsed amidst the rubble, his eyes were as indifferent as if he were gazing upon an ant. Your name is on the canonization list. I shall send you onto that list today. He raised the universe ruler again, about to strike down upon Wenzhong's forehead. At that critical moment, a furious female voice suddenly thundered from the heavens. Stop! Before the voice had even faded, a golden sword light broke through the air from the ninth heaven, moving with extreme speed. Wherever it passed, the void itself was split by fine, dense cracks. Burning Lamp Taoist's expression shifted. He hurriedly withdrew the universe ruler and turned to block. Clang! The golden sword light struck the universe ruler, bursting into dazzling brilliance. Burning Lamp Taoist felt a colossal force transmitted through the ruler and was involuntarily forced back several steps. The tiger's mouth of the hand gripping the ruler went numb. He steadied himself, then looked up. His pupils slightly contracted. Auspicious clouds churned across the horizon. At their head stood a figure draped in a golden feathered robe crowned with a phoenix crown, her features exquisitely beautiful, yet bearing an awe-inspiring majesty that brooked no defiance. It was none other than Golden Spirit Holy Mother, one of the four personal disciples of the Jie sect. The dragon tiger Jade Rui in her hand radiated a keen golden light. With the slightest movement, dragons and tigers roared. Her cultivation was clearly at the peak of the mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Behind Golden Spirit Holy Mother stood dozens upon dozens of figures, men and women alike, each with extraordinary auras, the lowest among them at the Golden Immortal Realm, and no few Jie sect outer disciples at the Tai Golden Immortal level. A suffocating pressure descended from all directions, causing the Chan sect immortals in the Western Qi formation to change expression simultaneously. Golden Spirit Holy Mother surveyed the battlefield from above, her gaze landing on Wenzhong, collapsed amidst the rubble. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Burning Lamp Taoist, you have quite the nerve, daring to harm my beloved disciple. Wenzhong's body trembled violently. Struggling to raise his head, his eyes instantly reddened upon recognizing the visitor and master. He tried to force himself up to pay respects, but the movement aggravated his wounds, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Sister Golden Spirit raised her hand in a gentle pressing motion, a stream of mild spiritual energy flowing into Wenzhong's body to stabilize his injuries. Focus on recuperating. Leave this matter to me. She turned her gaze, sweeping across the disciples of Chan's sect like lightning, killing intent surging in her eyes. Esteemed cultivators of Chan's sect, do you truly believe Ji sect can be bullied so? Venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa withdrew his dragon-hiding staff, his expression darkening slightly. Friend Jinling, your words are mistaken. We descended at the command of our master Yuanshi to assist Zhou in conquering Shang in accordance with the will of heaven. Yet Wenzhong remained obstinate, clinging to the decaying fortune of Yinshang. He repeatedly obstructed the great undertaking of Shiqi, and year after year of warfare, he incurred endless karma of slaughter. To be enshrined in the god list was his tribulation to endure. Haha, the will of heaven. Sister Golden Spirit's fury twisted into a laugh. The dragon tiger, Jade Rui, spun in her palm as golden light surged. Very well. Today this seat shall explain the will of heaven to you. Brother Gongming disciples formed the formation. Scarcely had the words left her lips when the Ji sect disciples behind her responded in unison. Stepping forward from the clouds was a middle-aged Taoist in black robes with a dignified countenance, the eldest outer disciple of Ji sect, Zhao Gongming. Though bereft of the 24 dragon calming pearls, Grand Supreme Lord Tongtian had compensated with other treasures. Now he held aloft the Tiangang demon-subduing seal, its sacred radiance flickering with the aura of a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Behind him, dozens of outer disciples of Ji sect took positions according to an arcane formation, each wielding their magical treasures. Zhao Gongming raised the Tiangang demon-subduing seal high and bellowed, disciples of Ji sect, heed my command. Form the formation. Instantly scores of immortal lights shot skyward, weaving together into a massive formation chart spanning 100 li. Within the array, the faint resonances of swords humming, bells tolling, and stone chimes echoing filled the air, while a fierce, ominous killing intent instantly pervaded the entire battlefield. Taoist Ronding's expression abruptly shifted. This is ill tidings. It is Ji sect's ninefold luminaries Tiangang, demon-subduing formation. Rooted in the 36 Tiangang asterisms and fused with the Shangqing immortal arts of Ji sect, this formation's power escalates, with each participant infinite in its transformations. Though only dozens had arrived, all were Ji sect's elite. Once the formation was complete, even a Daluo Jingxian would struggle to escape. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi's faces also darkened with alarm. They never anticipated Ji sect would arrive so swiftly and with such formidable strength. If trapped within the formation, now not only would securing Wenzhong and Yang Jiao prove impossible, but their own safe retreat would be uncertain. Retreat. Taoist Randang commanded without hesitation, his voice thunderous. Guang Qingzi and Qi Jingzi simultaneously withdrew their weapons, the Heaven Fanning Seal and the Yin-Yang Mirror, positioning them before their bodies for defense. Venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa and True Person Puxian also disengaged, falling back to Randang's side. True Person Yuding flashed forward, seized Yang Jian, and prepared to withdraw. Think you can flee? Not so easily. With a cold snort, Sister Golden Spirit launched the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, which transformed into a golden rainbow, streaking straight toward Randang Taoist's back. Simultaneously, Zhao Gongming hurled the Tiangang Demon-Subduing Seal from his hand, and it exploded upward against the wind into a colossal mountain 10,000 zhang high, crashing down upon Guang Qingzi. Sensing the lethal killing intent surging from behind, Taoist Randang's face contorted with alarm. He had no choice but to whirl around and wield the Qianquan ruler to block. A deafening clang rang out as the Qianquan ruler collided with the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, erupting in blinding light. Randang felt an overwhelming force far more terrifying than a mid-stage Daluo Jinxian surge through the ruler, splitting his palm instantly and numbing his entire arm. The impact sent him flying backward hundreds of zhang before he could barely stabilize himself. Blood tinged with gold erupted from his throat as he steadied his trembling form, terror evident in his eyes. Staring desperately at Sister Golden Spirit, he cried out in disbelief, "A late-stage Daluo Jinxian. You've actually reached that pinnacle." She responded only with a cold, detached smile. While Randang was still reeling from shock, Guang Qingzi found himself in dire peril on the other flank. Zhao Gongming's Tiangang Demon-Subduing Seal smashed down upon the mountain formed by Guang Qingzi's Heaven Fanning Seal, and the collision detonated with world-shattering force. The violent shockwaves ravaged in all directions, flattening several nearby peaks. Their cultivation levels were closely matched, and both the Heaven Fanning Seal and Tiangang Demon-Subduing Seal were premier offensive spirit treasures, making the contest evenly poised. Yet, bolstered by the ninefold luminaries Tiangang Demon-Subduing Formation, Zhao Gongming's strike approached the power of a late-stage Daluo Jinxian. The Heaven Fanning Seal wailed in agony upon impact, and was forcibly crushed downward by the Tiangang Demon-Subduing Seal. Guang Qingzi felt as though struck by lightning, vomiting profuse streams of blood as his body was sent careening backward like a severed kite. His 8 trigrams purple silk immortal robe activated autonomously to shield its wearer, the trigram patterns spinning frantically to dissipate most of the impact's force. Without this protection, the blow would have shattered his physical form entirely. Despite this, Guang Qingzi bore severe injuries, his internal spiritual energy in complete disarray. He could barely remain standing. "Senior brother." Qi Jingzi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to support Guang Qingzi. Simultaneously, he reversed the Yin-Yang Mirror, unleashing a pale death ray in a desperate attempt to halt the advancing Ji-sect disciples. Venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa and True Person Puxian also showed alarm, summoning the Dragon Concealing Stake and the Wu-Hook twin swords to form a protective barrier before Guang Qingzi. Taoist Randang's gaze swept coldly over Sister Golden Spirit, and Zhao Gongming then fell upon the towering ninefold luminaries Tiangang Demon-Subduing Formation below. His mind raced with calculations. Guang Qingzi and True Person Honghuang had both suffered grave wounds, while he himself had been injured by Sister Golden Spirit's strike. If they continued this engagement, not only would capturing Si Shui Pass remain out of reach, but perhaps half of the Chan sect golden immortals present today would fall. "Friend Jinling, I shall remember today's kindness." Taking a deep breath, Randang suppressed the churning blood within him and cast a sinister glance at Sister Golden Spirit before sweeping his wide-sleeve retreat. Supported by Qi Jingzi, Guang Qingzi's face was ashen as paper, dried blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth. His gaze locked onto Yang Jiao and Zhao Gongming within the opposing formation, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Yet recognizing the tide had turned, he gritted his teeth and turned away. Venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa and True Person Puxian flanked Guang Qingzi, the Dragon Concealing Stake, and Wu-Hook swords positioned on either side to guard against pursuing Ji-sect disciples. True Person Yuding flickered forward, grasping Yang Jian as his escape light ignited beneath his feet. "You wish to flee? Leave your lives behind." Sister Golden Spirit sneered, summoning the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui once more, which transformed into a golden rainbow streaking toward Randang Taoist's rear. Despair gripping his heart, Randang could only raise the Qianquan ruler again to block. Another thunderous clang echoed as his entire arm went numb and the ruler nearly slipped from his grasp. Using the recoil force to propel himself, Randang accelerated his retreat while bellowing orders, "Form the formation to cover our withdrawal." Venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa and True Person Puxian exchanged glances before simultaneously forming seals. The Dragon Concealing Stake expanded into 100 zhang pillars spanning the void, while the Wu-Hook twin swords crossed into a cruciform blade curtain to impede the pursuing Ji-sect forces. Yet Sister Golden Spirit merely snorted coldly, sweeping the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui aside to unleash a 10,000 zhang golden sword glare that scythed horizontally. The massive pillar formed from the dragon-concealing stake was cleaved away in a single stroke, and the cross-shaped sword curtain of the Wu hook blades was torn asunder. Both venerable Tianzuan Wenshu Guangfa and true person Puxian spewed blood simultaneously, their faces draining to paper white. No longer daring to linger, they turned and fled. Just as Sister Golden Spirit prepared to pursue the advantage, a distant bell toll resonated from the sky. The bell's tone was not loud, yet it seemed to pierce through time and space, reverberating within each person's primordial spirit. An immeasurable authoritative presence descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire battlefield. Sister Golden Spirit halted mid-step, her expression shifting slightly. Zhao Gongming and the remaining G-sect disciples also stopped, raising their gazes toward the sky. Above the ninefold heavens, violet energy churned and auspicious clouds converged with faint traces of sage light flowing within. Sensing the vast holy might of Yuanshi Tianzuan, a flicker of unwillingness passed through Jinling Holy Mother's eyes, but she ultimately put away the dragon tiger Jade Rui and said coldly, "Count yourselves lucky. The next time we fight, I will take your lives." She turned and swept her gaze across the battlefield. Yang Jiao and Neza had already retreated to the city tower of Sisui Pass, while Lai Zinzi and the six-eared macaque had each put away their magic treasures. Wen Zhong, supported by the four generals of the Mo family, was pale, but no longer in danger of losing his life. Jinling Holy Mother nodded slightly and said to Zhao Gongming, "Junior brother Gongming, withdraw the formation." Zhao Gongming complied and put away the heavenly fiend-subduing seal. The 9 luminaries' heaven fiend-subduing formation gradually dispersed. Dozens of GS sect disciples descended from the air and stood behind Jinling Holy Mother. Only then did Jinling Holy Mother walk to Wen Zhong's side and circulate her mana to mend the injuries within his body. Wen Zhong felt a warm current rushing through his limbs and bones, gradually dissolving the rampant heaven and earth force in his body. His wounds recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Thank you, Master." Wen Zhong struggled to rise and pay respects, but Jinling Holy Mother held him down. "There is no need for such formalities." Jinling Holy Mother withdrew her hand, her gaze sweeping across the four, Yang Jiao and the others, and her beautiful eyes could not help but brighten slightly. She inwardly praised the four for their extraordinary innate talents, then asked, "Are you for the disciples of fellow Taoist Chen?" Yang Jiao stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and said, "This junior Yang Jiao, together with his junior brothers Neza, Lai Zinzi, and 6 years, pays respects to senior Jinling." Neza put away his usual playfulness and offered a proper salute. Lai Zinzi and the 6-eared macaque likewise bowed with clasped fists. Jinling Holy Mother nodded slightly, her tone turning gentler. "No need for such courtesy. Fellow Taoist Chen has shown great kindness to the Jia sect. Since you are his disciples, you are no different from Jia sect disciples. Had you not held back the Chan sect's immortals today, Wen Zhong would likely have already fallen." She paused, then looked at Yang Jiao and said slowly, "Especially young friend Yang. At the early Tai Golden Immortal stage, you were able to defeat Honghuang Jinren head-on. That combat power ranks among the very top of your generation across the primordial world. Fellow Taoist Chun has taken in a fine disciple." Yang Jiao remained composed and said, "Neither humble nor overbearing. Senior flatters me. I merely won by luck." "Luck?" Jinling Holy Mother shook her head. "In the path of cultivation, there is no such thing as luck. Although Honghuang Jinren is the weakest in combat among the 12 Golden Immortals, he is ultimately at the consummate Tai Golden Immortal level. To defeat him head-on, you relied on solid true ability." She said no more and turned to look at Wen Zhong. "I came down from the mountain this time by decree of your Grandmaster to help Yin Shang resist the Chan sect. More Jia sect fellows will come to assist later. Rest well and recuperate. There is no need to rush." Wen Zhong bowed and answered, "This disciple will obey Master's command." Jinling Holy Mother then looked at Yang Jiao and the other 3. "Since you have come by fellow Taoist Chen's order to aid Yin Shang, you may stay here for the time being and fight alongside our Jia sect disciples. If you have any questions about cultivation, you may come to me as well." Yang Jiao and the other 3 clasped their fists together. "Thank you, Senior." Jinling Holy Mother nodded slightly, then led Zhao Gongming and the Jia sect disciples into Sisui Pass. In this battle, the immortals of the Chan sect returned in defeat, while the Jia sect achieved a great victory. When the news reached the Shichi camp, the officers and soldiers were gripped by fear and morale plummeted. If even the Golden Immortals under the Yushu school cannot defeat Yin Shang with their mortal bodies, what could they use to withstand the immortal divine powers of the enemy? Meanwhile, in the Yushu palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan sat on his cloud bed. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, but deep within his eyes a chill flickered. "Jinling Zhao Gongming." He murmured softly, his fingertips tapping lightly on his knees. "It seems the time has come to move the piece called Shen Gongbao." Shen Gongbao's original form was a black panther that had attained the Tao. In Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes, a furred and horned creature like this should never have been accepted into the sect, yet he had ended up in the Chan sect. For the heavenly Tao had long issued a prophecy the Yushu palace would produce twin flying bears to determine the great investiture tribulation of Shang and Zhou. Jiang Zia possessed the flying bear destiny of the human race, commanding the investiture at Shichi. and Shun Gongbao bore the flying bear aspect of the demon clan corresponding to the calamity of Yinshang. The heavenly Tao required the two flying bears to both be accepted under the Yushu school. As a Saint, Yuanshi could not defy the heavenly Tao. Moreover, seeing that the panther demon's eloquence was peerless in the primordial world and would prove of great use later, he made an exception and accepted Shun Gongbao, despite his demonic origin. Yet after joining the Chan sect, Shun Gongbao discovered that he had always been an outsider in the Yushu palace. The 12 golden immortals regarded him as an alien, and Yuanshi Tianzuan had never truly seen him as a disciple. The supreme cultivation art's divine powers and primordial spiritual treasures were never his turn to have. Even his seat in the Tao lectures could only be at the very last row. This resentment had been pent up in his heart for a long time. This time, having been summoned to the Yushu palace, he tidied his robes and bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple Shun Gongbao pays respects to Master. May Master's holy lifespan be boundless." The gates of the Yushu palace opened silently, and a vast holy might swept toward him. Shun Gongbao dared not raise his head. He only felt that the figure seated on the cloud bed was watching him with an indifferent gaze, as if able to pierce through every secret in his heart. Shun Gongbao. Yuanshi Tianzuan's indifferent voice slowly echoed through the Yushu palace. "I have a task that requires you to complete." Shun Gongbao's heart tightened, and he hastened to say, "Master, please instruct me. Your disciple will go through 10,000 deaths without complaint." "No need for 10,000 deaths." Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice remained flat, but his following words made Shun Gongbao tremble all over. "I want you to go to the Western sect and persuade its disciples to descend the mountain and help the Chan sect attack Shang." Shun Gongbao raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Western sect. That was the heritage of the two saints Jian and Xuanti. For Yuanshi Tianzuan to ask him to lobby the Western sect disciples to descend the mountain, was that not dragging the Western sect into the investiture tribulation as well? If the two saints of the Western sect found out, would he have any life left? Shun Gongbao was secretly alarmed and asked cautiously, "Master, this disciple dares to ask. Why would the disciples of the Western sect help our Chan sect?" A barely visible curve appeared at the corner of Yuanshi Tianzuan's mouth. "That will depend on your skill. Shun Gongbao, your eloquence is unmatched in the entire Chan sect. I am giving you this chance. If you succeed when the investiture ends, there will be a place for you among the 12 golden immortals, replacing Tai. A seat among the 12 golden immortals." Shun Gongbao's heart gave a heavy thump. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were renowned across the 3 realms and held elevated positions. Now unexpectedly, he had the opportunity to ascend to that throne. This disciple obeys. Shun Gongbao kowtowed in reply, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Remember, this must be done secretly. Do not alert Jian and Xuanti." Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice echoed in his ears. Shun Gongbao kowtowed once more, then bowed and retreated out of the Yushu palace. Only when the palace gates had closed again did Shun Gongbao slowly straighten up. In his narrow, long eyes the excitement gradually faded, replaced by deep deliberation. He was not stupid. To put it nicely, it was persuasion, or in fact it was just sending him to bamboozle the Western sect disciples. On the surface it was a task, in reality it was a dangerous move. If the Western sect disciples came down to aid the Chan sect, it would mean the Western sect also stood on the opposite side of the Jia sect. The struggle between the Jia sect and the Chan sect would then become a 3-sided melee among the Jia sect, the Chan sect, and the Western sect. And no matter the outcome, the Chan sect would fish benefits from it. But Shun Gongbao understood even more clearly that if this task was botched, Yuanshi Tianzuan would never protect him. At that point he would be the scapegoat, pushed out to bear the wrath of the 2 Western saints. "Master, oh master, you truly leave no loopholes in your calculations." Shun Gongbao muttered to himself, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. But he had no choice. Unless he entered the ranks of the 12 golden immortals, he would forever remain a marginal figure in the Chan sect. To turn the tables, he could only seize this chance. Shun Gongbao took a deep breath, composed his mind, then transformed into a streak of black light, and silently left the Yushu palace heading west. Shun Gongbao left the Yushu palace, mounted a black cloud, and transformed into a streak of dark light as he sped straight toward Xinyohazhou. Along the way he repeatedly rehearsed the arguments he planned to use in persuasion. The Western sages Jian and Xuanti were both supreme sages. How could their disciples be so easily persuaded by him to become embroiled in the investiture tribulation? "This errand will not be easy." Shun Gongbao murmured, a glint of sharp light flashing through his narrow, elongated eyes. Then all of a sudden he recalled a certain old incident concerning the Western sect. In the bygone battle in the primordial void, Tontian Jiazhu cut down Xuanti with one sword stroke. Although a sage was beyond annihilation through countless kulpas and had reshaped his Tao body by drawing upon the primal source of the heavenly Tao, how could the Western sect easily forgive such an enmity born from a near-fatal wound? "Heh, heh, heh." A sinister smile curled at the corner of Shun Gongbao's mouth, for a scheme had already taken shape in his mind. Meanwhile, in the Western paradise of ultimate bliss, auspicious clouds radiated in 1,000 directions, and Sanskrit chanting resounded in waves. Shun Gongbao concealed his aura, entirely transformed into a wisp of nearly imperceptible black smoke, and infiltrated the territory of the Western sect without a sound. On ordinary days such an act would surely have alerted Jane and Xuanti. But now that the investiture tribulation shrouded heaven and earth, the workings of heaven were obscured by chaos, giving him a golden opportunity instead. He dared not alarm the core disciples, so he lingered only at the outskirts of Lingshan, targeting the nominal disciples. One day a young disciple in white monastic robes holding a string of prayer beads was walking slowly along the mountain path. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. Shun Gongbao stepped out from behind a boulder, his face wreathed in smiles. "Taoist friend, please stay." The disciple felt that those words carried an inexplicable force, and his steps halted involuntarily. Shun Gongbao hurried forward, cupping his hands in a deep bow and adopting an extremely humble posture. "I am Shun Gongbao, a disciple under Yuanshi Tianzuan of the Chan sect. May I ask how I should address you, Taoist friend?" The young disciple, seeing that he was perfectly courteous and also a disciple of a sage, promptly returned the salutation and said, "So you are a distinguished disciple of the Chan sect. This humble monk's dharma name is Feipeng. What business does Taoist friend Shen have here?" Shun Gongbao glanced left and right, lowered his voice, and put on an appearance of heartfelt sincerity. "Taoist friend Feipeng, this time I have come because there is a wonderful opportunity to discuss with the Western sect." Feipeng looked puzzled and could not help asking, "What good thing?" Shun Gongbao let out a sigh, a trace of indignation appearing on his face. "Does Taoist friend know that in the battle in the primordial void back then your sect sage Xuanti fell victim to Tantian Jiaozhu's malicious hand and was compelled to reconstruct his Tao body by borrowing the original source of the heavenly Tao? Can the Western sect simply let such a deep grudge pass?" On hearing this, the serene expression on Feipeng's face instantly froze, and a barely concealed fury appeared between his brows. The fall of Sage Xuanti was regarded by the entire Western sect as a deep and humiliating disgrace. Only because of the sage's decree did they dare not discuss it openly, yet whenever it was mentioned privately, no one was without a heart full of resentment. Seeing this, Shun Gongbao continued, "To tell you the truth, our Chan sect's Tai Jinren was also harmed by the GS sect. His body perished, and his Tao vanished. My senior brother Tai was always kind to others and of noble character, yet he was cruelly struck down because of the GS sect's arrogant tyranny. Our master Yuanshi worries day and night over this, and the entire sect unites in shared hatred against the enemy." Feipeng couldn't help frowning, hesitating. "I have heard something of what you speak, Taoist friend, but such matters are between the sages for disciples like us." "You are mistaken, Taoist friend." Shun Gongbao suddenly raised his head, sharp light bursting from his eyes, and his voice rose sharply. "When a sage is humiliated, how can his disciples sit idle? I have heard that the Western sect values the law of cause and effect. Does the GS sect not owe your sect a blood debt that ought to be repaid? Moreover, in this present investiture tribulation, the Chan sect is following the mandate of heaven to assist Zhou in conquering Shang, and standing behind Yinshang are the myriad immortals of the GS sect. If the Western sect joins forces with the Chan sect at this moment, you can both avenge Sage Xuanti and take the opportunity to spread the Western teachings eastward. Would that not be killing two birds with one stone?" Feipeng's breathing grew slightly quicker, and a flicker of temptation crossed his face. Shun Gongbao fanned the flames further. "Think about it, Taoist friend. If the Western sect can gain a share of the spoils in this investiture tribulation, then in days to come you will spread the Dharma in the eastern lands and gather countless disciples. Would your sect's fortune not far surpass the GS sect's? Such a golden opportunity once missed will bring endless regret." Feipeng drew a deep breath and pressed his palms together. "Amitba, this matter is beyond my power to decide who I must report it to." "Taoist friend, wait." Shun Gongbao grabbed hold of his monk's robe and said in a lowered voice with a sincere tone, "It is better not to alert the sages about this for now. Instead, why not first contact fellow disciples who share your convictions and go down the mountain to assist the Chan sect? After the deed is accomplished with the results laid before them, the sages will not blame you, rather they will heap praise on you. This will be a monumental merit." Perhaps the tribulation aura of the investiture was disturbing his Tao heart, or perhaps he had other considerations of his own. After pondering for a long while, Feipeng finally nodded slowly. "What you say, Taoist friend, does hold some truth. This humble monk can introduce several senior brothers to you." Shun Gongbao was overjoyed inwardly, but his face remained impassive. He merely gave a deep bow. "Taoist friend, you understand great righteousness. On behalf of the entire Chan sect, I thank you." In the following days, under Feipeng's secret introduction, Shun Gongbao met more than a dozen disciples of the Western sect. Among these disciples, some harbored resentment over Sage Xuanti's past injury and yearned to slay GS sect disciples to avenge their own sage. Others had been frustrated by lack of advancement in the Western sect and longed to distinguish themselves in the investiture tribulation, vying for a future. And a few were simply flummoxed by Shun Gongbao's glib tongue, a tongue that could talk the dead back to life. In just half a month, more than 20 Western sect disciples had been persuaded by him. Among them the highest in cultivation were Baoguang and Yaowang, two rather renowned second-generation disciples of the Western sect, both of whom had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The group of Western sect disciples quietly departed from Lingshan, turning into streaks of light as they flew straight toward the Shichi camp beyond Sisui Pass. Standing atop a cliff, Shen Gongbao watched the streaks of light recede into the distance, a sinister and satisfied smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. "Fellow Taoists, have a good journey," he murmured to himself in a low voice with a trace of emotion that not even he could quite define. 3 days later at the Shichi camp, Zhang Zia was discussing military affairs in the central command tent with Shichi generals such as Nangang Kuo when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the tent. A personal guard entered to report, "Chancellor Zhang, a group of Western sect monks has arrived outside the camp. They claim to be here at the invitation of Taoist Shen Gongbao to assist the Zhou in attacking Shang." Zhang Zia was taken aback. The Western sect had always kept to itself and never participated in the conflicts of the Central Plains. Why would it suddenly send disciples here? Not daring to be negligent, he quickly straightened his robes and cap, then went out of the tent to welcome them in person. Outside the camp gate stood more than 20 monks. The two at the lead wore kasayas and held prayer beads with Buddha light flowing all around them. They were none other than the two Tai Golden Immortals Baoguang and Yaowang. Behind them followed Hui Ming and the other Western sect disciples, each of impressive cultivation. "Amitba, this humble monk is Baoguang, and together with my junior brother Yaowang, in response to Taoist Shen Gongbao's invitation, I have led these Western sect disciples to assist Chancellor Jiang in the campaign against Shang." Baoguang pressed his palms together. His voice was gentle, yet carried a natural majesty. Within the grand camp of Shichi inside the central command tent, Zhang Zia welcomed Baoguang, Yaowang, and the other disciples of the Western faith. He promptly ordered attendants to serve tea and arrange seats, showing full courtesy without the slightest neglect. Baoguang pressed his palms together, his face revealing a compassionate expression as he stated their purpose directly. "Amitba, this poor monk and my fellow disciples have come for one reason alone, to seek justice for the sage Xuanti. Long ago in the primordial chaos, Tong Tian, the leader of the Jie sect, gravely wounded our sage. This enmity is engraved in the hearts of every disciple of the Western faith. Now we hear that the Chan sect, conforming to the mandate of heaven, aids Zhou in its campaign against Shang, while the Jie sect defies heaven's will. This is precisely the moment for us to settle old accounts." Yaowang nodded in agreement and added, "The senior brother speaks truly. We may be men who have left the mundane world, but to leave our master's vengeance unavenged would make us unworthy disciples. We have descended the mountain this time solely to lend our strength to Prime Minister Jiang to jointly campaign against Yin Shang and strike down the Jie sect." Overjoyed, Zhang Zia repeatedly praised the Western faith disciples for their profound righteousness and unwavering loyalty to their master, and at once ordered a vegetarian feast to be prepared in their honor. After the Western faith cultivators withdrew from the tent, the smile on Zhang Zia's face gradually faded. He made his way to another tent, that of Randang Daoren. "Master, the disciples of the Western faith say they came at the invitation of senior brother Shen Gongbao to render assistance. This matter." Randang Daoren slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing through them, and the corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. "Zia, do you know where Shen Gongbao has gone?" Zhang Zia was taken aback and shook his head. Though they were fellow disciples of the same sect, Shen Gongbao's movements had always been mysterious, and even Zhang Zia could not fathom his true nature. Randang Daoren picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and said calmly, "Shen Gongbao received the decree of the sect master and journeyed to the Western faith to lobby them. These Western faith disciples are the fruits of his persuasion." Hearing this, joy spread across Zhang Zia's face. "So, does that mean the Western faith is willing to join hands with our Chan sect against the Jie sect?" "Join hands?" Randang Daoren set down his teacup and cast a knowing, half-smiling glance at Zhang Zia. Yet he said no more, only closing his eyes as if entering deep meditation. Though puzzled, Zhang Zia dared not press the matter further and could only bury his doubts in his heart. Meanwhile, in the tent of Guangchengzi, the 5 golden immortals of the Chan sect had gathered, each wearing a different expression. Guangchengzi sat cross-legged on his couch. Though his complexion was still pale, he was far better than before. The divine healing elixir bestowed by the heavenly Lord Yuanshi was extraordinary. The severe wound inflicted by Zhao Gongming's single strike had already recovered by more than half. Qi Jingzi sat off to one side, his face dark and gloomy. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan and Puxian Jinren sat shoulder to shoulder, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Only Yuding Jinren remained the most composed, sitting alone in the corner with his eyes closed in quiet repose, as if utterly indifferent to worldly affairs. Just then the tent curtain was lifted and Randang Daoren strode in slowly. The 5 golden immortals rose simultaneously to salute him, but he waved a hand, gesturing for them to take their seats. "You must all know by now that the disciples of the Western faith have arrived," Randang said, taking the seat of honor and cutting straight to the point. Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan furrowed his brows, slightly weighing his words before speaking. "Master, there is one matter this poor Taoist finds perplexing. The Western faith and our Chan sect have never shared a deep friendship. Why would they suddenly send their disciples to assist us? Randang Doran's gaze swept over the five-seated figures, and a faint smile curled at his lips. It was not the Western faith who sent them. It was Chen Gongbao who lobbied them into coming. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the tent abruptly froze. Puxian Jinren blurted out in shock, Chen Gongbao. He went to lobby the Western faith. Randang Doran nodded, then produced a jade talisman from his sleeve. With a light flick, the talisman hovered in midair, projecting a line of golden text. It was a decree from the heavenly Lord Yuanshi, suffused with flowing holy radiance. The 5 golden immortals all bowed deeply. When they read the content of the decree, their expressions shifted in various ways. Let the disciples of the Western faith battle the disciples of the Jia sect until both are shattered to fill the ranks of the investiture of the gods. Only then may we, the golden immortals of the Chan sect, stand free of the fray. After Qi Jingzi finished reading the decree, a gleam of insight flashed through his eyes, and a smile slowly spread across his face. So that's it. The master is truly wise. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Puxian Jinren exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with sudden realization. Guang Chengzi meanwhile clapped his hands and laughed, exclaiming again and again, an excellent stratagem. An excellent stratagem. Since those Western faith disciples have delivered themselves to our doorstep, let them charge at the front and fight to the death against those damp-born egg-bred creatures of the Jia sect. All we need do is sit on the mountain and watch the tigers battle. When both sides are worn down, we step in and clean up the mess. Is that not splendid? Only Yuding Jinren remained silent, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, yet in the end he said nothing. He understood well that when the master spoke of golden immortals standing free of the fray, the true implication was this: when the time came, the third-generation disciples beneath them could be offered up to fill the investiture of the gods in their stead. Randang Doran took in everyone's reactions, then said calmly, since all of you understand, what comes next will be simple. He turned his gaze toward the outside of the tent, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The Western faith has sent more than 20 cultivators this time, led by Baoguang and Yao Wang, both at the late-stage Tai golden immortal level. The remaining disciples range from true immortal to golden immortal. They count for a considerable fighting force, but no more than that. Qi Jingzi sneered, merely pawns sent to their deaths. On the Jia sect side, the Holy Mother Jinling has already reached the late-stage Deluo golden immortal realm, and Zhao Gongming stands at early Deluo. Add to that the amplification of the 9 luminaries' heavenly star, demon-subduing formation. If it truly comes to battle, those Western faith disciples probably cannot hold out even as long as it takes a stick of incense to burn. If they can't hold out, so much the better. Guang Chengzi interjected, a cold light in his eyes. The more of them who die, the more names we have to fill the investiture of the gods. Once they are all dead, we step in and claim the spoils without lifting a finger. Randang Doran gave a slight nod. What Guang Chengzi said is precisely the will of the Heavenly Lord. However, he shifted the topic, his gaze settling on the assembled cultivators, his tone growing more solemn. This affair must be carried out with absolute secrecy. No one must perceive the slightest flaw. The Western faith disciples were brought here by Chen Gongbao's persuasion. On the surface, we must treat them as honored guests, making them willingly charge to the front lines. As for the moment when they clash with the Jia sect, Randang paused, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. We need only be conveniently held up by the Jia sect's experts and conveniently arrive too late to rescue them. The tent promptly filled with laughter, the sound of a scheme on the verge of triumph. When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan suddenly thought of something and furrowed his brow once more. Master, if the Western faith disciples suffer heavy losses, what shall we do when the 2 sages Jin and Xuanti come to demand an account? Randang Doran, however, had long prepared an answer and replied without haste, demand an account for what? Those disciples came down the mountain of their own accord, deceived by Chen Gongbao into joining the battle. Chen Gongbao may be a disciple of the Chan sect, but he is only a nominal disciple. He does not represent the Chan sect's position. If the 2 Western sages truly press the matter, we can simply cast Chen Gongbao out as the scapegoat. These words were spoken lightly and casually, yet they sent a chill through the hearts of every golden immortal in the tent. So Chen Gongbao had been a discarded pawn from the very beginning. It turned out that the primordial Heavenly Lord had sent Chen Gongbao to lobby the Western religion with no intention of letting him return unscathed. No matter the outcome, Chen Gongbao was doomed to die. If the plan succeeded, he would be made to bear the black pot for the Chan sect. If it failed, he would be executed as a traitor who had privately colluded with the Western religion. The master's treatment of Chen Gongbao is truly... Qi Jingzi shook his head, leaving the sentence unfinished. Guang Chengzi, however, gave a cold snort of disdain. A leopard demon born with fur and horns who can sacrifice himself for the grand cause of our Chan sect should count it as his blessing. Besides, he is not one of the 12 golden immortals. If he dies, he dies. What is there to regret? When Shu Guangfa Tianzuan and Puxian Jinren both nodded in agreement. Only Yuding Jinren said calmly, Chen Gongbao is after all a personal disciple taken by the master. Fellow senior brothers, watch your words. Guang Chengzi gave a humph and said no more. Randang Doran swept his gaze over the assembled immortals and gave a final instruction. Since all you nephews understand the stakes, tomorrow's battle at Sisui Pass will proceed according to this plan. The disciples of the Western religion will lead the vanguard while the immortals of the Chan sect will hold the rear. Without my command, no one is to act on their own. Is that clear? The 5 golden immortals acknowledged in unison. The next morning, before the sky had even begun to lighten, the dull rumble of war drums echoed from the Shichi camp. Immediately afterward, the camp gates swung wide open and the army filed out in an unbroken stream. Taking the lead as expected were the disciples of the Western religion, draped in kasayas and clutching prayer beads. Baoguang and Yaowang walked side by side at the very front, followed by more than 20 others, including Huiming. Buddha light flowed around them, and the resonance of Sanskrit chanting lingered in the air, lending them an air of solemn grandeur. Close behind came the 6 golden immortals of the Chan sect: Guang, Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren Yuding Jinren, and Huanglong Jinren, whose wounds had yet to fully heal. Randang Daoren hovered above them, all seated cross-legged in the void. In his hand, he held the Lingjiu glazed lamp, his expression as calm as still water. Zhang Zia commanded from the center of the army, the divine whip lying across his knees. Behind him stood the Shichi generals Nangong Shi and Wu Ji with 100,000 troops arrayed in formation. Atop the city wall of Sisui Pass stood Jinling Xingmu Zhao Gongming and the 3 brothers and disciples of Master Yang. Although Wen Zhong had not yet recovered, he forced himself up onto the wall as well. The 4 Mo brothers Han Rong Yuhua and other Shang generals gripped their weapons, poised for battle. Baoguang stepped forward, pressed his palms together, and spoke in a voice as loud and clear as a great bell ringing across the battlefield. Amit Ba. The Tongtian cult leader of the Jia sect gravely wounded Saint Xuanti of our Western religion back in the primal chaos. This enmity admits no coexistence. Today I have brought the disciples of the Western religion to demand blood debt from the Jia sect. At these words, the Jia sect disciples on the city wall darkened in unison. Jinling Xingmu said coldly, Zuni once schemed against Empress Nuwa. When my master struck him down, he was carrying out heaven's justice. Instead of repenting, your Western religion has the gall to lay blame on us. How absurd. Yaowang sneered. Words are useless. Let our skills speak for themselves. As the words left his mouth, he hurled his prayer beads. They swelled in the wind and transformed into 108 golden beads, each the size of a millstone, radiating brilliant Buddha light as they smashed toward the city wall. At the same time, Baoguang formed hand seals with both hands as Buddha light surged around him. Behind him materialized a 100-jong-tall golden Dharma body cast entirely in gleaming gold with a majestic visage. When it struck out with one palm, the very void twisted wherever the palm wind passed. Form the formation. Jinling Xingmu cried sharply. Zhao Gongming hurled the Heavenly Dipper demon-subduing seal, and the Jia sect disciples swiftly took their positions. The 9 Radiance Heavenly Dipper demon-subduing formation took shape in an instant. The Heavenly Dipper demon-subduing seal slammed into the 108 golden beads, erupting with a deafening boom. At the same time, the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui in Jinling Xingmu's hand transformed into a golden rainbow and clashed head-on with Baoguang's golden Dharma body. The golden Dharma body trembled violently. Baoguang's expression shifted drastically as he staggered back several zhong before finally steadying himself. Late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. Baoguang cried out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Though he was at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal, the gap between him and Jinling Xingmu was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Yet Jinling Xingmu's face darkened as well. She sensed the gazes of Randang Daoren and the Chan sect Golden Immortals in the opposing formation firmly locked onto her, yet they remained unmoving. What were these people waiting for? Her thoughts raced, and then sudden comprehension dawned. Anger and alarm flashed through her eyes. What a vicious scheme. Junior brother Goming finished this quickly. Jinling Xingmu cried in a low voice, unleashing her Dharma power without the slightest reserve. The Dragon Tiger Jade Rui turned into a 10,000 zhong golden rainbow, driving straight at Baoguang. But the disciples of the Western religion were no easy prey, either having dared to descend from their mountain. Though Baoguang and Yaowang were suppressed hard, the more than 20 disciples formed a relic Buddha light formation. Beneath its divine radiance, they barely managed to hold off the Jia sect disciples' first ferocious assault. Jinling Xingmu had already seen through the Chan sect's intentions. Let the Western religion disciples exhaust the Jia sect's Dharma power, then once the Jia sect was spent, the Chan sect immortals would sweep in to reap the spoils. But unfortunately, facing the aggressive onslaught of the Western religion disciples, the Jia sect disciples could neither retreat nor evade. One step back and the morale of the Sisui Pass soldiers would waver. Evade for one instant, and the Pass city would fall. Jinling Xingmu clenched her silver teeth, her Dragon Tiger, Jade Rui, pressing the attack with ever greater ferocity. She had to weaken the Western religion disciples as much as possible before the Chan sect immortals moved to ease the pressure that was yet to come. The battle thus deadlocked for nearly half an hour. Baoguang and Yaowang had already shot their last bolts, while third-generation disciples like Huiming had suffered grievous losses. Of the more than 20, only a handful remained, and those who survived were all wounded. Miserable screams rose one after another within the formation as streaks of true spirit turned into flowing light and were drawn into the investiture of the gods' list. Behind the Shichi army, Randang Daoran finally opened his eyes slowly, a cold gleam flashing within them. The moment has come. Guangqingzi, act according to plan. Guangqingzi let out a sinister laugh. The heaven-overturning seal shot into the sky, its voice thundering across the battlefield. Fellow Taoists of the Western religion, do not panic. I am coming. Before the words had even faded, the 6 golden immortals of the Chen sect struck out in unison. Immortal light blazed across the heavens as they dove straight into the Jie sect formation. By now the Jie sect disciples had been locked in fierce combat with the Western religion for half an hour, and most of their Dharma power was already spent. Under the sudden savage assault of the Chen sect immortals, their formation began to waver. Jin Lingxingmu was caught between 2 fronts. On one side, she had to suppress Baoguang and Yaowang, while on the other, she had to weather the alternating attacks of Guangqingzi's heaven-overturning seal and Yuding Jinren's immortal slaying sword. Even with her late-stage Deluo golden immortal cultivation, after several rounds of tangled combat, she began to feel the strain. The Chen sect, how utterly despicable! Zhao Gongming roared in fury. The Heavenly Dipper demon-subduing seal smashed Qi Jingzi back, but then Randang Daoran's Qianquan ruler struck him treacherously from the side. He gave a muffled grunt. Hit on the shoulder, half his body went numb. Yang Jiao Nezalei Jinzi and 6-eared macaque fought desperately, yet they too were tightly entangled by Wenshu Guangfa, Tianzuan Puxian Jinren, and Huanglong Jinren, with no chance to provide support. Seeing the Jie sect formation gradually fall into disarray, a fierce light flashed through Jin Lingxingmu's eyes. Fellow disciples and nephews, form the formation and defend yourselves. She shouted sharply, and the dragon tiger Jade Rui suddenly burst forth with 10,000 zhang of golden light. Alone she clashed against the combined power of Guangqingzi, Yuding Jinren, and Randang Daoran, buying the Jie sect disciples time to reform their battle formation. At that very moment, a phoenix cry suddenly resounded from the heavens. A phoenix cry suddenly resounded through heaven and earth, piercing through the clamor of battle and ringing clearly in every ear. In the next moment, a 5-colored radiance unfurled down from the 9th heaven. Within the glow, a dazzling golden phoenix spread its wings and descended. Standing upon the phoenix's back was a young maiden of 15 or 16 with luminous eyes and pearl-white teeth, her bearing cold and ethereal. Her moon-white immortal robes fluttered loudly in the wind. She was none other than Yang Chan, the 3rd sister of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, its senior golden phoenix. The golden phoenix under the esteemed Nuwa's command. A disciple of the Jie sect cried out in shock. The world knew the golden phoenix as the divine mount of the goddess Nuwa, yet few were aware of her other noble identity. She was the younger sister of the phoenix ancestor Yuan Feng. During the Great Catastrophe of the Dragon Han tribulation, the Phoenix clan suffered grievous losses and was sealed forever within the unmoving volcano, forbidden to emerge. To preserve the fortune of the Phoenix clan, the Golden Phoenix voluntarily swore eternal servitude to the goddess Nuwa and became her mount. Her cultivation was profound as she had entered the realm of Honghuang Golden Immortal countless eons ago. Though her title was that of a mount, in truth, she shared a sisterly bond with Nuwa and held an exalted position in the primordial wilderness. Even direct disciples of the Chen Jie and Western teachings had to treat her with reverence and yield 3 parts courtesy. The golden phoenix folded her wings and transformed into a woman draped in golden feathered robes, her phoenix eyes brimming with authority as she stood atop the clouds. She surveyed the battlefield below, her gaze settling upon Jinling, Holy Mother. Her cold, piercing voice carried a metallic ring. Taoist Jinling, Our Lady has ordered me to assist you. The Honghuang Palace shall aid the Jie sect. Recognizing the newcomer, Jinling, Holy Mother's face lit up with surprise and delight. Raising her voice, she proclaimed, Senior Golden Phoenix, your arrival is most timely. The Jie sect shall remember this debt of gratitude. Golden Phoenix said no more, raising her hand and pressing downward. 5-colored divine light swirled in her palm, condensing into a colossal phantom of a phoenix claw that blotted out the sky. The phoenix claw was gilded in gold, its 5 talons hooked like blades, each tip gleaming with a bone-chilling sharpness. It descended upon the immortals of the Chen sect and the disciples of the Western teachings. The might of that single claw, though not quite enough to shatter heaven and earth like a sage's strike, was more than sufficient to terrify even a Deluo golden immortal. Randan Daoist's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm, Retreat! Retreat quickly! Both fury and alarm churned in his heart. Though the goddess Nuwa had not come in person, dispatching the golden phoenix was already a clear declaration of the Honghuang Palace's position. With the Jie sect gaining a powerful ally at the Honghuang golden immortal level, today's battle held no hope of victory. Guangqingzi and Shijingzi were likewise thrown into panic. Caring nothing for anything else, they each unleashed their escape arts and fled for their lives. The remaining disciples of the Western teachings, pale with terror, scrambled and crawled in desperate flight toward the camp of Shichi. But when a great power like the Golden Phoenix made a move, how could mere Tai golden immortals hope to evade? The Phoenix claw, formed from 5-colored divine light, needed only a light grasp to send Baoguang Yaowang and the 2 or 3 remaining Western disciples crashing to the ground. Each spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed, their cultivation ruined by 70 or 80%, leaving them utterly incapable of fighting for some time. Although the 6 Chan sect Golden Immortals had been shielded by Randan Daoist in time, the residual force of that claw still sent their chi and blood churning violently. They stumbled to the ground in disheveled shame. Randan Daoist shielded the Immortals as they fell back into the ranks. Lifting his head to gaze at the Golden Phoenix hovering in the sky, his eyes brimmed with dread and unwillingness. Retreat. He clenched his jaw and forced the word through his teeth. The vast army of Shichi withdrew like the ebbing tide, leaving behind a battlefield scarred and desolate. Within Sisui past, the soldiers of the Shang dynasty erupted in thunderous cheer. Wenzhong, overjoyed, bowed deeply toward the golden figure in the sky. The Golden Phoenix descended and alighted upon the city wall. Yang Chan followed closely behind her gaze, meeting Yang Jiao's from across the crowd. Brother and sister locked eyes, 1,000 unspoken words passing between them. Jinling, Holy Mother, hurried forward and bowed respectfully. Senior Golden Phoenix, had you not arrived in time, we might have. The Golden Phoenix reached out to steady her and gave a slight shake of her head. Though her voice remained cool, there was a note of warmth in it. Taoist Jinling, there is no need for such courtesy. Back then, when Xuanti schemed against Our Lady, it was the sage Tong Tian who came to her aid. Our Lady has never forgotten that debt of gratitude. As she spoke, she turned to glance at Yang Chan beside her, a faint smile touching the corners of her lips. Besides, this little girl has been murmuring about her elder brother day and night, and so Our Lady permitted her to come down the mountain with me to see him. Yang Chan could no longer contain herself. She strode quickly to Yang Jiao, tilted her head up to look at her big brother, and her eyes instantly turned red. Big brother. Yang Jiao reached out and ruffled his sister's hair, grinning wide. What are you crying for? Isn't your big brother perfectly fine? Watching from the side, Neza could not help but cut in. Senior brother, so this is your younger sister. She's really beautiful. Yang Jiao shot him a glare, and Neza shrank back with an awkward chuckle. Jinling, Holy Mother, watched the reunion of the siblings Yang Jiao and Yang Chan, a smile surfacing on her face. But it quickly faded as she turned to look at the captured Western teachings disciples Baoguang and Yaowang, knitting her brows slightly. Senior Golden Phoenix, how should we deal with these disciples of the Western teachings? The Golden Phoenix cast a glance at those gasping monks, a flicker of disdain crossing her phoenix eyes. Her voice was icy as she spoke. If we kill them, we only hand the Western teachings an excuse. Better to let them go and let Jane and Xuanti see with their own eyes how their disciples were used as pawns. That is an account the 2 sages of the West will settle with those truly responsible. Hearing this, Jinling, Holy Mother's eyes shone with sudden understanding, and she nodded. Senior's words are most wise. She raised her hand and waved, dispelling the restraints on Baoguang and the others, then said coldly, go back and tell your sect leader that what happened today was of your own doing, for you were deceived by the Chan sect. You have brought this upon yourselves. If you dare trespass again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Baoguang and Yaowang's faces were ashen as death. Leaning on each other, they staggered to their feet, and with the remaining 2 disciples walked away in a daze, lacking even the courage to look back. Once the Western disciples had departed, Jinling, Holy Mother, turned around, her gaze falling upon the distant camp of Shichi, cold light flickering in her eyes. Randan Daoist, what a fine scheme of killing with a borrowed blade, she murmured softly. Golden Phoenix stood with her hands clasped behind her back, the scattered lamplights of the Shichi camp reflected within her phoenix eyes. She said calmly, this has always been the way of Yuanshi Tianzuan's machinations, letting the Western disciples fight a mutually destructive war with you, so that the Chan sect may stand aloof and unscathed. Poor those Western disciples used as pawns to fill the investiture of the gods list without even realizing it. She paused, her tone turning more meaningful, but this time, having returned in defeat, they will surely alarm Jane and Xuanti. No matter how patient the 2 sages of the West may be, they will never sit idle while their disciples are sent to die for nothing. Jinling, Holy Mother, nodded, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. In that case, let us wait and see how the Chan sect intends to settle this. Golden Phoenix said no more, and instead walked toward the siblings Yang Jiao and Yang Chan. Yang Chan was holding Yang Jiao's hand, chattering on about her years of cultivation and experiences at the Honghuang Palace. Yang Jiao listened quietly, a gentle smile on his face. Golden Phoenix watched the brother and sister, a trace of tenderness flashing through her phoenix eyes. Though her nature was cold and proud, she held a special fondness for Yang Chan, obedient and sensible little girl that she was, cherishing her like a daughter of her own. Yang Jiao. Golden Phoenix spoke, her voice noticeably softer than when she had addressed Jinling, Holy Mother. Yang Jiao promptly bowed in respect, his expression reverent. This junior is here. Senior Golden Phoenix, what instructions do you have? Golden Phoenix studied him for a few moments, then gave a slight, not a hint of approval, shining in her eyes. Impressive. Not only has your cultivation reached the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, but the tempering of your physical body can rival the Deluo level. Your master has a keen eye for talent, and has accepted an exceptional disciple. With an elder brother like you to watch over Chaner, this one's heart is at ease. Yang Jiao remained composed, and replied with humility, Senior flatters me. This junior's meager cultivation is hardly worth mentioning. All of it is thanks to my master's meticulous guidance. I truly do not deserve such praise. Listening to Jin Feng's praise of her eldest brother, a flush of pride rose on Yang Chan's delicate face, her eyes curving into crescents of delight, her happiness exceeding what she would have felt had the words been directed at herself. Yet her gaze could not help drifting toward the distant Shichi camp, for her eldest brother had just mentioned that their second brother was there. She bit her lower lip and looked toward Jin Feng, her eyes brimming with supplication. Aunt Jin Feng Channer has one more favor to ask. Seeing her hesitation, Jin Feng had already guessed what she wanted to say, yet she gently asked, "What is it?" Yang Chan pressed her lips together and whispered, "Channer wishes to see second brother." Her words drew varied expressions from those present. Golden Spirit Saintess's brows furrowed slightly, as she naturally knew who Yang Chan meant by second brother. Yang Jian, the disciple of the Jade Pure One of Chan's sect. Though the goddess Nuwa stood with Jie sect, Yang Jian was after all a third-generation disciple of Chan's sect. With both armies now arrayed against each other, an unplanned meeting would undoubtedly invite criticism. Yang Jiao stepped forward and gently patted Yang Chan's shoulder. He bowed to Jin Feng and said, "Senior Jin Feng, I had the honor of meeting my second brother earlier. Though he serves under Chan's sect, he has never forgotten the bond between siblings. Third sister has not seen him since their parting at Peach Blossom Mountain all those years ago. If she could meet him now, it would fulfill a long-held wish." Yang Chan hurriedly nodded, turning to Jin Feng with eyes full of hope. Jin Feng fell silent for a moment, a softness flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Though she was cold and aloof with others, never offering warm words, Yang Chan, the girl who had spent years by her side, had long been regarded as a daughter. How could she bring herself to deny such a modest wish? "Very well," Jin Feng said calmly. "You three siblings have been separated for many years. It is time for reunion. Since Yang Jian is your second brother, this seed will make the trip to the Shichi military camp and bring him here." Yang Chan's face lit up with joy, and she smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Aunt Jin Feng." Jin Feng gave a slight nod, and in the next moment her figure flickered, transforming into a golden glimmer almost imperceptible to the naked eye, silently speeding toward the Shichi camp. Inside the Shichi military camp within Yang Jian's tent, the Jade Pure One gazed at Yang Jian and spoke, "Jian, your third sister has arrived." Yang Jian looked up sharply, disbelief flashing in his eyes. "Third sister? Isn't she cultivating at the Honghuang palace?" Observing his disciple's agitation, the Jade Pure One said slowly, "The goddess Nuwa sent Jin Feng down the mountain to assist Jie sect, and Yang Chan accompanied her. She is currently in the Sea Water Pass, staying with your eldest brother Yang Jiao. If you wish to see them, this master will not stop you." Yang Jian's breathing grew suddenly rapid. "Master." The Jade Pure One waved his hand and smiled. "You siblings have been separated for many years. If this master were to obstruct your reunion, how would that differ from being merciless?" Before his words had even faded, a light laugh came from outside the tent. Truly a reasonable Jade Pure One. Both the Jade Pure One and Yang Jian were startled simultaneously, and in the next instant they noticed a golden figure had appeared in the tent without warning. Jin Feng stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a hint of amusement in her phoenix eyes. The Jade Pure One bowed and said, "It is an honor to welcome Senior Jin Feng. This poor Taoist regrets not having greeted you sooner." Jin Feng waved her hand and glanced at the Jade Pure One. "You stand alone among the 12 golden immortals of Chan's sect. This seat was entrusted by young Miss Yang Chan to bring Yang Jian for a meeting. Since you do not object, it saves this seat." Further words. She then turned to look at Yang Jian and said, "Young Master Yang Jian, come with this seat. Your eldest brother and third sister are waiting for you." Yang Jian looked at the Jade Pure One, and upon seeing his master nod, he took a deep breath and bowed to Jin Feng. "This humble one troubles you, senior." Jin Feng raised her hand and waved, and a golden light enveloped Yang Jian. The two vanished from the tent in an instant. On a secluded hill outside the Shichi camp, moonlight poured down. As soon as Yang Jian landed, he eagerly looked ahead. There stood Yang Jiao clad in battle armor, and beside him was a girl of about 15 or 16 with bright eyes and white teeth. None other than Yang Chan, second brother. Yang Chan's eyes reddened. Yang Jian, upon clearly seeing her face, felt his throat tighten. When they had parted at Peach Blossom Mountain all those years ago, his younger sister had still been a little girl. Now she had grown into a graceful young woman. His voice catching, he stepped forward and drew Yang Chan into his embrace. "Third sister, have you been well these past years?" Yang Jiao stepped up and patted him on the shoulder. "The reunion of our three siblings is a joyous occasion. Be happy." Yang Jian rubbed his eyes vigorously, took a deep breath, and exchanged a look with his brother. No words were needed. Far off, Jin Feng stood watching this scene, having casually set up a sound-insulating formation. A trace of gratification flickered in her eyes. The three siblings sat side by side on a bluestone slab. Yang Chan looked left and right, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Eldest brother resembles father, and second brother resembles mother. In my childhood, I often imagined what my brothers would look like when they grew up, and today, I finally see it." Mention of their parents brought a moment of silence to the three of them. Yang Jian clenched his fist, his voice low. "Eldest brother, third sister, mother now suffers beneath Peach Blossom Mountain. We three siblings have reunited, yet mother is missing." Yang Jiao spoke slowly. "Master has said that mother's life is unharmed, but Peach Blossom Mountain is sealed with a heavenly court prohibition. Without the strength of a top-tier Luo Golden Immortal, it cannot be broken. Yang Chan lifted her head, tears gleaming in her eyes, her tone resolute. Then we shall cultivate until we reach the rank of Luo Golden Immortal and go together to rescue Mother. Yang Jiao nodded firmly and extended his palm. Agreed. When the investiture of the gods' calamity comes to an end, regardless of the outcome, the three of us will go to Peach Blossom Mountain together and save Mother. Yang Jian and Yang Chan likewise placed their hands over his. Together, they said. The three siblings' palms pressed tightly together, and the moonlight stretched their shadows long across the ground. From afar, Jin Feng watched this scene, a faint smile touching her lips. After a moment, Yang Jian approached Jin Feng and bowed. This humble one thanks you, senior, for facilitating this meeting. This humble one must not linger and should return now. Jin Feng gave a slight nod. Your master is a wise man. Such a master-disciple bond is worth cherishing. The path of cultivation is long. Do not let factional divisions cloud your original intention. This humble one will bear your words in mind. Yang Chan tugged at Yang Jian's sleeve, reluctant to let him go. Second brother, take care of yourself. Yang Jian gently stroked her hair and spoke softly. Do not worry, third sister. When the investiture of the gods' tribulation ends, we shall go to Peach Blossom Mountain together. As his words faded, Jin Feng raised her hand, and a golden light enveloped Yang Jian, returning him to the Shichi camp. On the other side, Baoguang and Yaowang supported each other with only 2 Western sect disciples trailing behind them. When they had set out, there had been over 20 of them, full of vigor and confidence. Now only 4 defeated soldiers remained, all wounded, their kasayas in tatters, looking as bedraggled as dogs that had lost their master. Senior brother, how shall we explain this to master when we return to the mountain? Yaowang's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with bitterness. Baoguang's expression was as dark as water. After a long silence, he spoke slowly. This descent from the mountain was due to Shun Gongbao's manipulation, not our fault. Upon return, we need only report the facts truthfully. Report the facts truthfully. Yaowang let out a bitter smile. Senior brother, we descended without permission and lost so many fellow disciples. How could master forgive us lightly? Baoguang paused, his gaze turning dark as he looked at Yaowang. Then what, in your opinion, should we do? Yaowang gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Perhaps we could shift all the blame onto Chan's sect. It was Shun Gongbao who came to persuade us. Without his eloquent persuasions, how would we have come down the mountain? As for the lost disciples, we can say that Chan's sect refused to help and watched us fight Jie's sect, which led to our complete annihilation. Baoguang pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. There is no other way. Having reached an agreement, the two were about to continue their journey when a light laugh suddenly came from behind them. That laugh carried mockery and derision, but above all it carried killing intent. Hua. Baoguang and Yaowang turned around at the same time. The only 2 remaining disciples also hastily summoned their magic treasures. The 4 stood back to back in a defensive formation, warily scanning their surroundings. Beneath the moonlight, a tall, slender figure slowly walked out from the forest. He was a middle-aged Taoist in a black Taoist robe with a gaunt face and a pair of triangular eyes gleaming with a faint, eerie cold light. In his hand he held a long sword, dark red all over, and along the blade faint bloodlight flowed. His entire bearing was sharp and murderous, and his cultivation was clearly at the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. What alarmed Baoguang even more was that the aura radiating from this man was exactly like the Xuantian immortal art of the Jie sect. The fierce killing intent was indistinguishable from the sword cultivator style of the Jie sect. You're from the Jie sect. Yaowang's face changed dramatically, and he cried out in shock. A cold sneer curled at the corner of the middle-aged Taoist's mouth, and his voice was hoarse and low. Fellow Taoists of the Western sect, you joined hands with the Chan sect to besiege my Jie sect, and now you simply want to walk away. Baoguang's heart sank. He quickly stepped forward with his palms pressed together and said, Umitba. Fellow Taoist of the Jie sect, on the battlefield today, each side served its own master, and it was inevitable that swords would cross. Now that the battle is over, why must you wipe us out? Wipe you out. The middle-aged Taoist let out a sneering laugh. He slowly raised the dark crimson longsword, its tip pointing straight at Baoguang. When you Western sect disciples joined with the Chan sect to charge our Jie sect lines, did you ever think of the words, wipe out to the last? Yaowang said sharply, we are disciples of the Western sect. On the battlefield today, we did not take the life of any Jie sect disciple. If you kill us, the Jie sect will have forged an irreconcilable blood feud with our Western sect. Think it through carefully. Did not take any life. The middle-aged Taoist threw back his head and laughed, his laughter full of mockery. If Senior Jin Feng had not arrived in time with you and the Chan sect working together from inside and out, who knows how many of my Jie sect brothers would have been killed or wounded. And now you think a simple did not take any life can brush this aside. He paused and his tone grew even colder. Besides, you came down the mountain without permission. The 2 Western sages know nothing of this at all. Even if I killed every last one of you, who would know it was the Jie sect's doing? Before his voice faded, his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, the dark crimson sword light appeared behind the 2 Western sect disciples like a venomous snake. Before the 2 disciples could even react, a line of blood appeared at their necks simultaneously. Blood spurted out, and both corpses toppled stiffly to the ground. Two true spirits then drifted out from the bodies, pulled by an invisible force toward the direction of the function platform. One sword stroke, two golden immortals slain. Junior brother. Beoguang's eyes nearly split with fury. The golden-bodied Dharma manifestation behind him suddenly solidified, and its 100-zhang golden body struck out with a palm. Wherever the palm wind passed, the forests and mountains were utterly destroyed. At the same time, the battered string of prayer beads in his hand blazed with its final Buddhist light. The 108 broken beads turned into a sky-covering rain of light, shooting toward the middle-aged Taoist in an overwhelming barrage. Yaowang too was furious beyond measure. He did not hesitate to burn his own life origin. His hands flew through seals, and Buddhist power surged from his body like a tidal wave. Suddenly vast swaths of gilded Buddhist flames erupted over his body, carrying a terrifying heat that could incinerate all things. Within dozens of zhang grass and trees instantly turned to flying ash, and even the ground was scorched into cracked charred scars. Furious golden lotus. Yaowang shouted sharply. The golden flames filling the sky abruptly gathered together, condensing above his head into a golden lotus platform about a zhang in size. The lotus platform was entirely formed from Buddhist flames. Layer after layer of lotus petals flowed with blazing firelight, and each petal was covered with dense Sanskrit spell seals. At the lotus's heart, a cluster of dark blue inextinguishable karmic fire throbbed and leaped, radiating a terrifying aura that could extinguish all things. Go! The lotus platform crashed down with a roar, and wherever it passed, even the void was scorched into twisted ripples as it hurtled toward the middle-aged Taoist to crush him. But the middle-aged Taoist was completely unflustered. His footwork shifted unpredictably, and his body moved through the sky-filling rain of light as freely as a ghost. Every time the dark crimson longsword swept out a blood-colored sword, Qi shattered several broken beads into dust. Facing the furious golden lotus crashing down from above, he abruptly pressed his left hand downward. The ground beneath Yaowang's feet suddenly split open. A giant hand made of rock reached out from under the earth, its fingers like hooks, and clenched tightly around his legs. The giant hand's force was astonishing. It dragged him forcibly into the ground, leaving only his upper body exposed above the earth. Without the support of Yaowang's Buddhist power, the awe-inspiring golden lotus collapsed in midair before it could strike its target, breaking apart into sparks that scattered into the night. The cluster of inextinguishable karmic fire at the lotus's heart pulsed twice, then went out, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Earth escape technique. No. This is the point earth to steel art. Yaowang cried out in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Point earth to steel was originally a supreme earth element divine power among the 36 heavenly arts. In the primordial wilderness, mighty beings who had mastered this art were rare indeed. Yet this man's casting gestures were skilled and practiced, far beyond what an ordinary Jiesek disciple could match. The middle-aged Taoist gave him no time to think further. The dark crimson sword slashed down from midair, and a blood-colored sword, Qi, split Yaowang cleanly in two. Yaowang's body split into two pieces. A wisp of true spirit drifted out of the broken husk, drawn by an invisible force, and flew straight toward the function list. Junior brother. Beoguang let out a heart-rending roar, his eyes blood-red. He madly drove the golden-bodied Dharma manifestation, throwing it at the middle-aged Taoist with reckless abandon. Every move was a suicidal, mutually destructive tactic. But the middle-aged Taoist's cultivation was already a full level higher than his, and with his eerie movement technique, the golden body manifestation's fierce attacks could not even touch the corner of his robe. Time to end this. The middle-aged Taoist said indifferently, then pressed his left hand down again. The ground under Beoguang's feet immediately turned as hard as refined steel, then violently split open with a fissure that swallowed most of his body, leaving only his head and arms exposed. The fissure then closed, trapping him tightly and leaving him unable to move. At the same time, a golden light flew out of the Taoist's sleeve, turning into a gleaming golden rope that bound Beoguang's upper body and arms firmly. Runes flowed over the rope, instantly sealing the remaining power of his cultivation. The golden-bodied Dharma manifestation exploded with a boom, dissolving into countless golden specks in the night sky. The immortal binding rope. Beoguang's pupils contracted sharply. He stared intensely at the golden rope binding him, then looked at the point earth to steel technique trapping him, and a terrifying thought rose in his mind. You are not a disciple of the Jia sect, he screamed hoarsely, his voice twisted with fear. No one in the Jia sect is simultaneously proficient in point earth to steel and the immortal binding rope. You are. The middle-aged Taoist slowly walked up to Beoguang, looking down at him, and a meaningful smile gradually curled at the corner of his mouth. Fellow Taoist, Beoguang does have keen eyes, he said softly, and suddenly his voice changed. It was no longer hoarse and low, but warm and gentle like an old man from next door. He raised a hand and lightly brushed it over his face. In an instant, his features changed to a completely different face. A kind and benevolent face appeared before Beoguang, with a faint smile at the corners of its mouth. It seemed utterly harmless, as if it had not been this man who had just raised his hand and killed moments ago. This person was none other than Zhiliu's son, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen sect. It's you. Honghuang trembled violently, his eyes filled with shock and venom. You disguised yourself as a GS sect disciple to frame. It is indeed this humble Taoist. Juliu's son interrupted him with a smile, his tone as warm as if he were reminiscing with an old friend. It's just that this secret, I'm afraid, will have to enter the function list together with you, fellow Taoist. Honghuang struggled desperately, but the immortal binding rope held him fast, rendering him unable to move even a single finger. He could not help but roar hoarsely. Juliushan, your Chan sect truly has a venomous heart. From the very beginning you never intended to let us return alive to Lingshan. Return alive to Lingshan. Juliushan shook his head, still wearing that amiable smile. Taoist brother Honghuang, if you were allowed to return to Lingshan and report Shun Gongbao's persuasion to the two sages of the Western faith, would our Chan sect not be put in a difficult position? Honghuang's pupils abruptly dilated. At last he understood. All of this had been a scheme from the very start. Shun Gongbao's silver tongue, the Chan sect's deliberate non-interference, their disastrous defeat, and now this ambush. Every single step had been calculated by the Chan sect. They, the 20-some disciples of the Western faith, had merely been pawns for the Chan sect to grind down the strength of the GS sect, while also stirring the wrath of the two Western sages. Cast aside once used. That was all there was to it. Honghuang stared fiercely at Juliushan's kindly smiling face, the venomous hatred in his eyes nearly crystallizing into something tangible. Juliushan, you will die a miserable death. The two sages of my Western faith will never forgive your Chan sect. Forgive he. Juliushan let out a soft laugh and spoke slowly. Taoist brother Honghuang, have you still not figured it out? The two sages Jane and Xuantian knew nothing of your unauthorized departure from the mountain. Now that you are dead, they will only assume the GS sect is behind this treacherous deed. As for our Chan sect, from beginning to end, we never once had a hand in this matter. He paused for a moment, then continued. What is more, of the 20-some disciples of the Western faith you brought this time, most died before the GS sect's battle formation, slain, personally, by Golden Mother of the Numinous Treasure and Zhao Gongming. The few survivors were brought out by you and the Medicine King. That the GS sect pursued and slaughtered you all to root out every last trace is only natural and reasonable, is it not? You? How deeply you have schemed. Honghuang's body was ice-cold, his voice hoarse beyond measure. Juliushan said no more. He slowly raised the dark crimson longsword in his hand, the tip aimed squarely between Honghuang's brows. Taoist brother Honghuang, safe travels. There will surely be a place reserved for you on the investiture of the gods. The sword light descended and Honghuang's true spirit drifted out of his mutilated body, drawn by the power of heavenly Tao, toward the investiture platform. Juliushan sheathed his sword, casually tucked the immortal binding rope back into his sleeve, then flicked out a wisp of samadhi, true fire, burning the corpses of Honghuang and the other Western faith disciples to ashes until not even a single trace remained. Having done all this, he glanced around to confirm no flaw had been overlooked, nodded in satisfaction, and then transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing silently into the heavens. Meanwhile, far away in the Jade Void Palace, the primordial heavenly sovereign slowly opened his eyes at this very moment, his gaze utterly indifferent. He raised a hand and gave a gentle flick of his fingertip. A subtle, barely perceptible power of a sage silently pierced through the void and descended upon the mountain forest where Juliushan had acted moments before. That force brushed across like a spring breeze, yet erased every lingering trace without exception. Within the Western Qi camp in the Central General's tent, the lantern-lighting Taoist sat in the seat of honor, while below him sat Guangchengzi Red Essence, Munjushri Guangfa, Heavenly Sovereign Universal Worthy Yuding Jinren, and Yellow Dragon Jinren. The lamp flames within the tent flickered, casting shifting lights and shadows across their faces. Junior brother Juliushan has been gone for quite some time now. Oh, he should be returning soon. Guangchengzi was the first to break the silence, a hint of restlessness creeping into his tone. The words had barely left his mouth when the tent curtain was swept aside, and Juliushan entered with a smile, bowing respectfully to the lantern-lighting Taoist. Master, fellow brothers, I have successfully fulfilled my mission. The lantern-lighting Taoist raised his eyes to glance at him and nodded slowly. Did you leave any traces? Honghuang, the Medicine King, and the remaining remnants have all been executed using the GSX sword arts and the art of turning earth to steel. I burned their bodies to ashes with samadhi, true fire, and made certain that not a trace remained. Juliushan's smile did not fade, and his tone was light, as though he had only just stepped out to admire the moon. Guangchengzi clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Excellent. This way the two Western sages will only believe that the GS sect killed them to silence them, with no connection whatsoever to our Chan sect. Red Essence, Munjushri Guangfa, Heavenly Sovereign, and Universal Worthy likewise wore smiles on their faces. Yuding Jinren remained silent, his gaze lowered, lost in thoughts no one could discern. The lantern-lighting Taoist did not show any sign of relief. Instead, he frowned slightly. Although this was done cleanly, we must still be cautious. The two Western sages are after all heavenly Tao sages. If they truly become enraged, they may see through it under the deduction of heavenly secrets. Juliushan smiled and said, Rest assured, Master. The calamity energy of the investiture tribulation obscures the heavenly secrets, making it difficult for even sages to infer the full picture. Moreover, when I acted, I used a secret art to simulate the aura of the GSX Xuantian Immortal method. Even if the deduction lands on me, all they will see is the work of GSX disciples. The lantern-lighting Taoist mused silently for a while before finally nodding. Very well, let this matter be laid to rest. But remember this, well, all of you from now on, when you encounter members of the Western faith on the battlefield, never mention this affair again, and do not reveal the slightest hint of it. The Golden Immortals all acknowledged in unison. Only Yuding Junren sighed silently in his heart, yet ultimately said nothing. Though he could not approve of such despicable means being in the Chan sect, many things were beyond his control. At the Western Lingshan, in the land of utmost bliss, Jane sat upright upon the 12th-grade golden lotus of merit, his countenance deeply sorrowful. Xuanti sat cross-legged beside him, his face still bearing a hint of weakness. In the battle within the chaotic void, he had been slain once by the Tongtian sect master, and although he had reshaped his sacred body with the primordial source of the heavenly Tao, his cultivation had been damaged by nearly half, and had yet to fully recover. Suddenly Jane's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. He raised a finger to calculate, yet found the heavenly secrets shrouded in chaos. The calamity energy of the investiture tribulation blanketed the river of causality like thick fog. Elder brother, what is the matter? Xuanti noticed Jane's unease and asked. Jane was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. At the outer reaches of Lingshan, the natal soul lamps of over 20 disciples went out simultaneously just now. Xuanti's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in shock. More than 20. They all went out at the same time. The Western lands were barren to begin with, and their numbers were meager. The total number of disciples under the sect was far fewer than those of the Chan and Jia sects. Losing more than 20 disciples in a single stroke was no different from digging out the very foundation of the Western faith. Jane closed his eyes and began to deduce a radiance of Buddha light flowing around his body as countless threads of causality interwove and extended within his sea of consciousness. Yet the calamity energy of the investiture tribulation pervaded everything, and even with his status as a sage, he could not see the full truth. He could only vaguely perceive that those disciples had secretly left Lingshan and headed toward the eastern lands. As for what had happened afterward, it was all blurred. Only the final few scenes remained discernible: a dark crimson Jia sect, sword light, the spell of turning earth to steel, and corpses burned to ashes by Samadhi true fire. Seeing that Jane remained silent for a long time, Xuanti could not help but urge, Elder brother, who in the world could have done such a thing? Jane slowly opened his eyes, a trace of compassion flickering within his gaze. The heavenly secrets are chaotic, and it is difficult to see everything clearly. But the final traces left behind indicate that Jia sect disciples were the killers. The Jia sect. Xuanti abruptly rose to his feet, his aura turning savage and violent in an instant as his eyes blazed with killing intent. The Tongtian sect master killing me once was not enough, and now he indulges his disciples in butchering the followers of my Western faith. Does he truly believe that my Western faith has no one left to stand against him? Xuanti's face was as grim as stone. The holy radiance around him churned violently with rage, and the entire Lingshan mountain trembled faintly under the might of a sage. He lifted his foot slightly, about to step off Lingshan and go find Tongtian for an explanation. Wait, junior brother, Jane said slowly, the sorrow on his already woeful face growing even heavier. He raised a hand and pressed down gently, and a soft golden light halted before Xuanti, guiding him gently back onto the cushion. Senior brother, Xuanti said angrily. More than 20 disciples are gone, just like that. If we remain indifferent, where will the Western sect's dignity be? How will our disciples look upon us? Jane was silent for a long time, yet in those wise eyes he seemed to have already seen through everything. He spoke slowly, still unhurried. Junior brother, have you ever considered why those disciples left the mountain without permission? Xuanti was taken aback, and his fury ebbed slightly. He had been blinded by rage a moment ago, but now that Jane had raised the matter, he realized there was indeed something suspicious about it. The Western sect's disciples had always strictly observed the precepts. Unless enticed by some external force, they would never have left Lingshan on their own. Jane spoke, blandly, his voice extraordinarily calm. Junior brother, think carefully. If the Jia sect wanted to kill them, to silence them, why would they have burned all the corpses to ashes? Jinling Xingmu and Zhao Gongming dared to kill our Western sect disciples in open battle before the soldiers of both armies. Why would they have sneaked around afterward to destroy the corpses and cover up the evidence? Xuanti was stunned. Then his breathing turned rapid. Senior brother, are you saying someone is framing the Jia sect? Jane nodded slightly, then closed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. 9 out of 10, the one behind this is the Chan sect. Xuanti rose abruptly, his aura surging like a violent storm. Yuanshi Tianzuan. How dare he? Of course he dares. Jane opened his eyes, his gaze as calm as an ancient well. The miasma of the investiture tribulation fills the air, and the heavenly mysteries are in chaos. If Yuanshi Tianzuan personally obscured the truth, even we, by virtue of our sagehood, would be unable to deduce what truly happened. Had your elder brother not forcibly peered into the matter under the blessing of the golden lotus of merit, I would not have seen even those final scenes. Xuanti's face turned ashen and his teeth ground audibly. What a fine Yuanshi Tianzuan. What a fine Chan sect. They seduced our Western sect disciples into descending the mountain to serve as pawns, used them up, killed them, and then framed the GS sect. Such despicable means are utterly inhuman. He laughed in utter fury, his laughter brimming with murderous intent. Senior brother, let us set out for Yushu Palace at once and confront Xuantian Tianzuan face to face. I want to see what he has to say for himself. Confront him. Jane shook his head helplessly. Junior brother, do you have any evidence? Xuanti was left speechless. Jane let out a soft sigh, pity filling his eyes. The bodies of Baoguang and the others have been burned to nothing by the true Samadhi fire, and their true spirits have entered the investiture register. The killer disguised themselves as a GS sect disciple, and every trace was wiped clean. What are you going to confront him with? Xuanti was rendered utterly speechless. Even if we stormed over to interrogate Xuantian right now, without evidence we could do nothing to him in the end. He slowly sat back on his cushion and said in a hoarse voice, are we just going to let it go? Jane did not answer. He only looked up at the gray murky sky above Lingshan. In those days he and Xuanti had made great vows, borrowing boundless merit from the heavenly Tao to attain sagehood. But those vows were plainly speaking an IOU, and a debt is meant to be repaid. The West was far inferior to the East in the nourishment of heaven and earth, and in the abundance of immortal spiritual energy. In the ancient Longhan tribulation, the demon ancestor Luoho self-destructed, causing 80 or 90% of the West's primordial ancestral veins to collapse. From then on, the immortal spiritual energy of the West withered, and the land lay barren. Thus, even after countless kalpas, the Western sect had always been sparse in numbers. Its disciples in both quantity and quality were far inferior to those of the Chan and Jia sects. Without enough disciples, and strong ones at that, how could 2 sages alone repay such astronomical merit? This debt had grown heavier and heavier, weighing on Jane's heart more heavily than any primordial supreme treasure. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Xuanti. Junior brother, do you know how much merit the Western sect owes the heavenly Tao now? Xuanti was silent for a moment before saying bitterly, at the very least. It will take hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. Hundreds of millions of years. Jane shook his head with a wry smile. At this rate, even after 10 more kalpas we may not be able to pay it off. He paused and his voice grew deeper still. But if we could bring the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect into the Western sect, then matters would be utterly different. Xuanti raised his head abruptly. A barely perceptible eagerness flashed in Jane's eyes. Tongtian Zhaozhu founded the GS sect, advocating that teaching should make no distinction among pupils. Although many of his disciples are fur-bearing, horned, moisture-born, or egg-hatched beings, every one of them has uncommon talent and profound cultivation. If we can bring these GS sect disciples into the Western sect and nurture them carefully, then in as little as tens of thousands of years, or at most a single kalpa, the West will flourish greatly. By then, repaying our merit to the heavenly Tao will simply be a matter of course. Xuanti's breathing suddenly quickened, but he soon frowned. But senior brother, the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect are deeply loyal to Tongtian. How could they willingly join our Western sect? Besides, Tongtian would not sit by and watch. Jane's voice returned to its usual calm as he explained, therefore, we must not act first. Since Xuantian Tianzuan sent men to kill our Western sect disciples and frame the GS sect, he has clearly intended to drag the Western sect into the investiture tribulation. He wants to use the West's power to break Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation. A shrewd flash passed through Xuanti's eyes. Senior brother means we should wait for Xuantian Tianzuan to come and beg us. Exactly. Jane nodded slightly. Among the 3 pure ones, Taiching Laozi appears to govern by non-action, but in truth he is the most adept at scheming. Xuantian Tianzuan is obstinate and shields his own people, but he is no fool. Sooner or later they will realize that relying only on the Chan sect, they cannot break Tongtian's immortal slaying sword formation. When that time comes, they will naturally come to Lingshan to ask for our help. And that will be the moment for us to state our terms. Jane's voice carried an extra trace of coldness. A hint of realization flickered across Xuanti's eyes. Senior brother means that we make our aid in breaking the immortal slaying sword formation the condition for obtaining the right to convert the GS sect's disciples. Jane nodded slightly, his eyes gazing eastward, deep as an abyss. Once the immortal slaying sword formation is broken, the GS sect's destiny will collapse. Then the Western sect can convert GS sect disciples to fill our halls and strengthen the Buddhist path. After listening to this speech, the pent-up anger in Xuanti's heart gradually subsided, replaced by a deeper, more calculating scheme. He was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. But senior brother, what about avenging Baoguang and the others? Vengeance, of course, must be taken. Jane turned to Xuanti, a rare sharpness flashing in his eyes. But not now. The Western sect is weak at present. If we tear open our face with the Chan sect, not only will we fail to avenge them, but we will also sacrifice our remaining disciples. When the investiture tribulation is over, once the Western sect has gained the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect, strengthened its foundation, and repaid its merit, it will not be too late to settle this old score with the Chan sect leisurely. Xuanti drew a deep breath and nodded slowly. Senior brother is right. This junior brother was too attached to appearances. Jane sat down anew. The sorrowful look remained on his face, but a trace of composure had appeared between his brows. Still, we cannot let Xuantian Tianzuan think the Western sect is easy to bully. Let the matter of Baoguang and the others' deaths be set aside for now. But we must also discipline our disciples. From now on, no Western sect disciple may leave the mountain without our permission. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the sect. Xuantian naturally nodded his agreement. Jane continued. Yuanshi Tianzuan sent men to kill our Western sect disciples and frame the GS sect, convinced that with the heavenly mysteries and chaos you and I would never see through it. We will turn his own strategy against him and pretend to know nothing. When the time is ripe, we will give him a surprise. A trace of a smile flashed in Xuantian's eyes. Senior brother intends to repay him in kind. Not so far as that. It is merely that in this grand chess game of the investiture tribulation, the Chen sect cannot be allowed to make all the moves alone. Jane closed his eyes and spoke slowly. Inside the chaos, pearl of vortex condensed from the profound resonance of time and space slowly rotated. At its center, the flow of time was more than 10 times faster than anywhere else within the pearl. Chen Fan sat cross-legged at the vortex's center, with primordial spiritual energy from all around surging into his body, like countless rivers flowing into the sea. Silver radiance flowed across his left eye, and deep within his pupil reflected a faint ethereal river of time. Between each surging wave, every droplet contained a fragment of fleeting moments. His right eye shone with profound darkness, containing infinite layers of void within its depths. Space itself folded, twisted, and reorganized under his gaze. Perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This shackle that had trapped countless prodigies of Honghuang had been quietly broken by him. Now Chen Fan had not only pushed his cultivation to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but also fused the laws of time and space to 50%. Only one opportunity remained to break through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal. This opportunity for breakthrough could come through sudden enlightenment, a flash of inspiration during battle, or perhaps triggered by some great fortune. In any case, it could not be rushed. With a thought, the ancient scroll of investiture appeared in his hand. The scroll unfurled slowly, its characters shifting and flowing like living creatures, deducing the trajectory of Honghuang's grand design. Upon seeing that all 4 disciples were recorded as safe and sound in the scroll, the heavy stone weighing on Chen Fan's heart finally lifted. Yet as his gaze swept across another passage, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The scroll recorded that Heavenly Lord Yuanshi had secretly instructed Shen Gongbao to journey to the Western sect and persuade them. That eloquent Shen Gongbao used the grievance of Saint Xuantian being slain by Heavenly Lord Tontian as bait, deceiving over 20 Western sect disciples into secretly descending the mountain and joining the Shichi camp to assist the Chen sect in their campaign against Shang. What a masterful use of borrowed swords to eliminate enemies, what a brilliant frame-up. Chen Fan closed the ancient scroll, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Such poison and ruthlessness from the Chen sect. They not only lured over 20 Western sect disciples to serve as cannon fodder, draining the GS sect's strength, but also framed the murders on the GS sect to provoke the 2 saints of the West and drag their entire sect into the great calamity of the investiture. A pity that Jane and Xuantian are no fools, Chen Fan said with a faint sneer. The ancient scroll of investiture clearly documented that Taoist Jane had already seen through the Chen sect schemes, but chose to remain silent and wait for Heavenly Lord Yuanshi to come knocking at their door, asking them to shatter the sword formation of punishment. This would give them the perfect opening to demand an exorbitant price, the conversion rights over all GS sect disciples. All old foxes. Chen Fan snorted, tucking away the ancient scroll. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to share this intelligence with Heavenly Lord Tontian. The GS sect owed him a debt. Moreover, he and the Chen sect had long been locked in an unending enmity. Every advantage gained by the GS sect meant a loss for the Chen sect. Furthermore, it was time to check in with the system. His last sign-in had been when he took Luer Maihu as his disciple. Given how much time had passed within the Chaos Pearl, his sign-in count must have accumulated considerably. System, check my sign-in count. Ding. Host has accumulated 320 sign-ins. Would you like to sign in now? 320 sign-ins. Chen Fan took a deep breath, restraining his excitement. During his last streak of 100 consecutive sign-ins, he had received treasures such as Pangu's refined blood law fragments, 3 lights, divine water, and a saint experience card. With 320 accumulated sign-ins, this time the rewards should undoubtedly be even more substantial, and Chen Fan's heart brimmed with anticipation. Yet the location of the sign-in mattered just as crucially. Within the Chaos Pearl, the Heavenly Tao's laws were thin, so sign-in rewards primarily consisted of cultivation resources, pills, and insights. But in the complete Heavenly Tao of the Honghuang world, rewards leaned toward tangible treasures like magical artifacts, merits, and spiritual roots. What he lacked most at present was not cultivation-based, but higher-tier treasures and opportunities, particularly those that could help him break through to the Honghuang Golden Immortal. The sign-in location shall be Bo Palace on Jinao Island. Chen Fan decided firmly within his heart. Bo Palace was Heavenly Lord Tongtian's dojo, one of the rare blessed lands across all of Honghuang, where the fortune of the GS sect converged. Signing in there would undoubtedly yield far richer rewards. He rose slowly, and as the spatial temporal Tao resonance rippled around him, his figure already appeared outside the Chaos Pearl. Space-time laws surged beneath his feet, with each step covering millions of li in a single stride. After comprehending the laws of time and space to 50%, the vast Honghuang continent had become as familiar to him as his own backyard. Wherever his thoughts directed, space folded itself, allowing him to traverse thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. The outline of Jinao Island soon materialized before his eyes. Compared to his previous visit, the island was enveloped in denser immortal mist with auspicious energy rising throughout, giving the entire island a freshly transformed appearance. It seemed that after the 12-rank Pure World White Lotus suppressed the GSX fortune, their foundations had grown significantly stronger, and the innate spiritual energy surrounding Jinao Island had noticeably thickened as well. Before Chen Fan could approach, a sea patrolling disciple came forward to meet him. Upon recognizing Chen Fan, the disciple immediately bowed respectfully. Elder Chen, you've arrived. The sect master sage is currently in Bo Palace. You may proceed there directly. Chen Fan gave a slight nod in return and set off toward Bo Palace. Along the way, GS sect disciples who encountered him stopped to pay their respects, their deference exceeding what it had been before. Clearly the story of Chen Fan, a rogue cultivator who had boldly defied Heavenly Lord Yuanshi, had already spread throughout the GS sect from top to bottom. In the cultivation world, the strong were always revered. To retreat unscathed from a heavenly Tao saint while possessing only the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, such an achievement, if not unmatched in the future, was certainly unprecedented in history. Upon reaching the exterior of Bo Palace, Chen Fan was about to have the water and fire boys announce his arrival when the palace doors began to open of their own accord and a hearty voice emerged from within. Young friend Chen has arrived. Come in. It was the voice of Heavenly Lord Tantian. Chen Fan adjusted his robes and stepped into Bo Palace. Within the main hall, Heavenly Lord Tantian sat upon a cloud bed with the 12-rank Pure World White Lotus rotating slowly above his head, casting down gentle holy white light. Junior Chen Fan pays his respects, senior. Chen Fan stepped forward and bowed deeply. Heavenly Lord Tantian opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Chen Fan, and suddenly let out a soft exclamation of surprise, his pupils flashing with brilliant light. In such a short time, you've already broken through to the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Your fate and opportunities are truly extraordinary. Heavenly Lord Tantian spoke slowly, his voice carrying a note of rare astonishment. Such a cultivation speed. Throughout all of Honghuang, there was likely no second person with such pace. Senior has the eyes of a discerning sage. Chen Fan acknowledged candidly, though he did not elaborate on the secret of the Chaos Pearl. Heavenly Lord Tantian did not press further, merely nodding slightly. What brings you here, young friendoy? Chen Fan's expression turned serious as he drew forth the ancient scroll of investiture with both hands and presented it. Please take a look, senior. Heavenly Lord Tantian accepted the scroll and began reading it carefully. After only a few lines, his brow furrowed slightly. The scroll clearly recorded how Shun Gongbao had received Heavenly Lord Yuanshi's secret orders to travel to the Western sect, how he had tempted Western sect disciples to descend the mountain, and the complete account of how Taoist Ran Deng had secretly commanded Zhu Liusuan to disguise himself as a GS sect disciple and ambush the remaining Western sect followers, framing the GS sect for the killings. When he reached the passage describing Heavenly Lord Yuanshi personally intervened using the power of a saint to erase all traces, Heavenly Lord Tongtian's expression finally darkened. What a remarkable Yuanshi. Heavenly Lord Tantian slowly closed the scroll of investiture. His tone was unsettlingly calm, yet beneath the surface ran a suppressed fury. Has Yuanshi truly abandoned all remnants of brotherhood and friendship? Tantian whispered to himself, his voice carrying a trace of imperceptible disappointment and desolation. The three pure ones were all of a single root. Red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaf, no more than different parts of the very same plant. There was once a time when they as brothers discoursed on the Tao and lectured on the Dharma atop Kunlun Mountain, perfectly carefree and unburdened. Yet now the Chan and GSX were locked in opposition like fire and water, and Yuanshi Tianzuan had not hesitated to resort to such base and despicable schemes, attempting to drag the Western sect as well into the quagmire of the investiture tribulation. Seeing the complicated expression on Tantian Jiaozhu's face, Chen Fan did not urge him on, he merely stood quietly at one side. He understood Tantian Jiaozhu's state of mind at that moment. After all, they were brothers who had accompanied each other through untold ages, yet now they had come to such a pass. Who could help but sigh with emotion? After a long while, Tantian Jiaozhu came back to himself, his gaze falling once more upon Chen Fan, as a faint gentle smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Young friend, this visit of yours is surely not merely to inform this poor Taoist of this matter, is it? Chen Fan smiled candidly. Senior, you have keen eyes. This junior does have one more matter. I would like to go into closed-door cultivation in Bo Palace for a few days. Might senior grant me that convenience? What difficulty is there in that? Tantian Jiaozhu waved his hand grandly and laughed. Bo Palace has plenty of vacant cultivation chambers. Use them for as long as you wish, young friend. Chen Fan was inwardly delighted and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior. Tongtian Jiazhu then called over the Waterfire Boy and instructed him to lead Chen Fan to the most tranquil cultivation chamber deep in Bio Palace. This cultivation chamber was located in the rear hall of Bio Palace, its surroundings rigged with restrictions personally laid down by a sage isolating it from all external interference. The interior was extremely simple. Only a cattail cushion, a low table, and an ever-burning lamp. Yet the immortal spirit energy here was so dense that it nearly turned liquid several times stronger than anywhere else on Janeo Island. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the cattail cushion and murmured inwardly, "System check-in immediately." Ding. 320 consecutive check-ins initiated. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 30,000 years of cultivation stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 10 9-cycle golden elixirs stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained superior grade primordial spirit treasure enlightenment cattail cushion stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 3,000 strands of heavenly Tao merit stored in system space. A stream of system notification rings sounded densely within Chen Fan's sea of consciousness. But with the depth of cultivation and the breadth of vision he possessed today, treasures of this order could only bring him the faintest touch of joy. This was still not the end. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 3 space law fragments stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 3 time law fragments stored in system space. Chen Fan's heart suddenly leaped. 3 space law fragments, 3 time law fragments. Previously he had comprehended every law fragment he could obtain only to bring the fusion of the space-time law to a 50% level, still an immense way from great completion. Now having received 6 law fragments at once, the pace of his space-time law comprehension was bound to explode. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained top-grade primordial spirit treasure God-Slaying Spear stored in system space. The God-Slaying Spear. Chen Fan's heart brimmed with elation. He had long heard stories about this treasure's origin. It was said that the God-Slaying Spear was born from the fusion of the Chaos Green Lotus's stem with the resentment of the 3,000 demons, and at its birth, it was already a primordial supreme treasure. In the old days, demon ancestor Luoho wielded this spear with impunity through the Longhan tribulation. Unfortunately, during the decisive battle between Dao and Demon, the treasure was severely damaged, its primordial restrictions shattered, its rank plummeted, and it dwindled into a top-grade primordial spirit treasure. It shared the same root and origin with the primordial 5 Directions Lotus platform, yet its power was absolutely contrary. The 5 Directions Lotus platform specialized in defense, while the God-Slaying Spear reigned over slaughter. If one were wounded by this spear, even the primordial spirit of a heavenly Dao sage would suffer harm. Its might was truly fierce and overbearing beyond measure. Even the God-Slaying Spear has come out. Chen Fan forced down the excitement in his heart, yet fine beads of sweat had unknowingly seeped from his palms. But this still was not the end. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 1 Chaos Dao Body, Dao Embryo stored in system space. The Chaos Dao Body. Chen Fan's breath suddenly turned rapid. The Chaos Dao Body was a constitution akin to that of the 3,000 demons innately attuned to the Great Dao. Pengu the Great possessed the most supreme Chaos Dao Body, splitting apart the heavens and the earth, and giving birth to the myriad things. To possess a Chaos Dao Body was at the very least to possess the potential to realize the Dao as a Honghuang Dayuo Golden Immortal. But this Chaos Dao Body was not meant to merge directly into his original body. It was an independent Dao embryo. He would need to refine it into an external avatar. Unlike the perfect external avatar he had stationed in the heavenly court, this Chaos Dao Body avatar possessed an independent foundation and talent. It could cultivate on its own, comprehend the Great Dao by itself, and could even tread a path of enlightenment entirely distinct from that of his original body. A grand conception began to take shape deep in Chen Fan's heart, but there was no time to ponder it now, for the system notification sounds were still going on. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 800 strands of Great Dao merit stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained top-grade primordial spirit treasure Taishu sacred armor stored in system space. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained 3 Panga's essence blood stored in system space. Only when the notification sounds of the 320th check-in finally ceased, did Chen Fan's system space reveal the mounds of treasures piled up within it. Treasures enough to make even sages stare with covetous eyes. Ding. Detected that the host has completed 320 check-ins at one go. Additional reward triggered the complete true interpretation of the 3 corpse slaying method. It has been dispatched to the host's sea of consciousness. Before Chen Fan could react, a colossal stream of information poured into his sea of consciousness like a rising tide. In that instant, countless mysteries of the 3 corpse slaying method unfurled across his mind. Those arcane and abstruse truths of the Great Dao now turned as clear and lucid as if the clouds had been swept away to reveal the sun. The 3 corpse slaying method meant severing the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the attachment corpse, entrusting the 3 corpses to 3 primordial spirit treasures and transforming them into 3 avatars. Once all three corpses were severed, and the three corpses were merged into one could realize the Tao and become a Honghuang Daiyuo Golden Immortal. However, the further Chen Fan read, the tighter his brows knotted. Within the complete true interpretation passed down by the system, there was an extremely critical point. The three primordial spirit treasures used to host the three corpses must be of the same root and origin. By same root and same origin, it meant that the treasures were divided from the same Chaos Supreme Treasure or were born from the same primordial source. If the origins of the three spirit treasures repelled one another, then even if the three corpses were forcibly severed, they could never be united into one, let alone allow one to realize the Tao and become a sage. Only when three same-source spirit treasures complemented one another could the three corpses once merged carry the sage's fruit of the Tao and attain the position of the Honghuang Tao. Yet the version of the three-corpse slaying method that was widely circulated in the primordial wilderness never mentioned this key point. It merely claimed that severing the three corpses with primordial spirit treasures would be sufficient. No wonder the 3,000 guests of Xiao Palace, the three pure ones Nuwa, Jane, and Junti among them, had all heard this method at Xiao Palace. And yet in the end, only 6 achieved sainthood. The three pure ones became sages by relying on Penga's merits of opening the heavens and establishing their own teachings. Nuwa became a sage through the merits of creating humans and mending the sky. Jane and Xuanti became sages by making grand vows and borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao. All 6 who became sages had walked the road of merit-based sainthood. Not one among them had realized the Honghuang Tao by the three-corpse slaying method. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, the shock in his gaze lingering for a long while. So this was the method of slaying the three corpses. No wonder that in all the primordial wilderness besides the 6 heavenly Tao saints, no 7th being had ever attained Honghuang through the slaying of the three corpses. Of the same root and origin. He murmured softly, his mind involuntarily summoning the many treasures he owned. The God-slaying spear, born from the stem of the Chaos Green Lotus. The 12-rank world-purifying White Lotus too had once sprung from a seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, yet that Lotus dais had long ago been exchanged away to Master Tongtian. There was no justification whatsoever for demanding it back out of thin air. To reclaim it, he would have to offer in exchange another supreme treasure capable of suppressing the fortune of the Jia sect. Very well, this matter need not be rushed for now. Chen Fan composed his thoughts and set aside the true doctrine of slaying the three corpses for the time being. The most pressing task at hand was to refine the Chaos Tao embryo into an avatar. With a single thought, he entered the depths of the Chaos Pearl. Within the system space, a cocoon of chaos-colored light hung silently in midair. The cocoon was roughly the size of a fist, its surface rippling with gray murky currents of chaos. Every flicker of light carried with it an ancient desolate aura, as if it concealed the boundless mysteries of the age when heaven and earth were first cleft apart. Chen Fan raised his hand, and the cocoon drifted slowly down into his palm. The instant it touched him, an indescribable sense of kinship surged through his heart. Though this Tao embryo had not yet awakened its spirit, it seemed to respond to his presence, resonating faintly with the mana within his body. The Chaos Tao body is truly extraordinary, he murmured in admiration. For one who had already reached the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm, refining an avatar was hardly a difficult matter. What truly needed deliberation was which path this avatar should walk. His main body was treading the path of enlightenment through the laws of space-time, taking the 2 supreme laws of time and space as its foundation and fusing them together to evolve the great Tao of space-time. The path was exceedingly difficult, but once successful, his battle power would far surpass those of the same rank. He might even aspire to attain the Honghuang Daluo Golden Immortal realm. As for this Chaos Tao body, it was born with an innate affinity for the great Tao. For walking the path of slaying the three corpses, it was practically tailor-made. Using the Chaos Tao body to bear the severed three corpses would greatly reduce the difficulty of merging the three corpses back into one in the future, and significantly increase the certainty of attaining the way of the Honghuang Great Tao Saint. Yes, that's the way. A flash of resolve passed through Chen Fan's eyes. The main body would pursue enlightenment through the laws of space-time, while the Chaos Tao body avatar would pursue it through slaying the three corpses. The 2 paths could be walked side by side, without conflict, each verifying the other. Whichever one reached its end first would be a monumental stroke of fortune. Should both attain the Tao, it would be an accomplishment unprecedented since the dawn of time. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and formed several Dharma seals, causing the mana around him to surge like tides into the Chaos Tao embryo. Nourished by the mana, the Chaos cocoon began to slowly swell, growing from the size of a fist to over 3 feet in length. The chaos currents on the cocoon's surface swirled faster and faster, and from within came faint, dull thuds like the beating of a heart. Chen Fan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Pale gold in hue, it carried the full primordial power of his peak Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation. The essence blood fell upon the cocoon and was instantly absorbed into it. The cocoon shuddered violently, and dense patterns of the Tao emerged across its surface. Those patterns were abstruse and unfathomable. not etched by any later hand, but innate markings inherent to the Chaos Dao body itself. Chen Fan focused his mind and looked closely, discovering that these Dao patterns echoed faintly with the 3,000 Great Daos, each single pattern corresponding to one Great Dao law. No wonder every one of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods possessed the aptitude for enlightenment. This Chaos Dao body is simply the darling of the Great Dao. He sighed inwardly, yet his hands never paused for a moment. His divine soul power transformed into silken threads that seeped slowly along the paths of the Dao patterns into the cocoon, branding his own soul imprint deep within the Dao embryo. This process was exceedingly draining on the mind and spirit. Even with Chen Fan's peak Deluo golden immortal cultivation, fine beads of sweat gradually oozed from his forehead. Within the chaos, pearl time flowed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. On this day, the Chaos Dao embryo finally stirred. The cocoon shook violently, and the chaos currents on its surface spun at a dizzying speed, forming an enormous vortex of chaos. The primordial spiritual energy around it poured into the vortex like 100 rivers returning to the sea, devoured frantically by the cocoon. Crack! A crisp sound of fracture rang out, and a fine crack appeared on the cocoon's surface. Immediately after, the cracks spread in every direction like a spider's web. Boom! The cocoon burst apart with a tremendous explosion. Amid a sky filled with chaotic radiance, a tall, slender figure slowly walked out. The figure's features were exactly the same as Chen Fan's, yet on it rested an added air of ethereal transcendence, as if it stood beyond the mundane world. Beneath its skin, a faint halo of chaos-colored light flowed and shimmered. The aura about its body blended perfectly with the chaos energy within the chaos pearl, as though it had always been a part of this chaos itself. What delighted Chen Fan even more was that this avatar's cultivation had not started from zero. It had reached the early Deluo golden immortal stage outright. This was what made the Chaos Dao body so terrifying. Greetings, original body. The avatar walked slowly up to Chen Fan, cupped its hands in salute, and spoke in a calm, placid voice. Chen Fan examined the avatar before him and nodded in satisfaction. Although this avatar's cultivation was not as profound as his main body's, the firmness of its foundation was something that even the Chen Fan of old could never have hoped to match. He turned his hand over and produced a jade slip, recording within it the true explanation of the method of slaying the 3 corpses, and handed it to the avatar. Stay here and comprehend this method of slaying the 3 corpses. Born with the Chaos Dao body, you are more suited than anyone to walk this path. The avatar took the jade slip and nodded slightly. Rest assured, original body. Chen Fan then took out the god-slaying spear. This supreme-grade, innate spiritual treasure was dark red all over, with faint blood-colored patterns flowing along its shaft. A single cold gleam at the spear tip seemed able to pierce through everything in the world. He handed the god-slaying spear to the avatar as well. This spear was formed from the stem of the Chaos Green Lotus. It can serve as the vessel for your severed corpse. Refine it first, once you have found other innate spiritual treasures of the same origin, you may then perform the slaying of the 3 corpses. The avatar received the god-slaying spear with both hands, its expression still serene. Very well. With a thought, Chen Fan transferred all his comprehended insights into the laws of space-time to the avatar through their soul connection. Though the avatar would tread the path of slaying the 3 corpses, an extra measure of law comprehension meant an extra measure of strength for self-preservation. Having done all this, Chen Fan did not disturb the avatar any further. He turned and went to another region of the Chaos Pearl. He produced the enlightenment cushion with a turn of his hand, sat down cross-legged, and took out all 6 newly obtained law fragments. 3 fragments of the law of time and 3 fragments of the law of space floated quietly before him, exuding an aura of the great Tao profound beyond words. Then Chen Fan took out the enlightenment tea leaves and brewed them over Samadhi true fire. As the tea's fragrance curled upward, he raised the cup and drained it in one gulp. The moment the enlightenment tea entered his mouth, an inexpressible sense of clarity surged from the depths of his soul. With the aid of the enlightenment cushion, his thoughts became clear beyond anything he had ever known. The obscure, impenetrable barriers he had encountered in past attempts to comprehend the laws of space-time now parted like clouds dispersing before the sun, opening into brilliant clarity. Chen Fan delayed no longer. Spreading forth the full power of his divine soul, he wrapped it around the 6 law fragments and began to comprehend them with all his might. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the enlightenment cushion, his divine soul wholly immersed in the 6 law fragments. A silver radiance flared from his left eye, and the phantom of a long river of time surged out from the depths of his pupil, coiling and swirling around him. In his right eye, a dark light gleamed like an abyss. The law of space endlessly folded, stretched, and collapsed within the void. In every instant, countless layers of space were born and annihilated. Time passed like flowing water, and another 3,000 years drifted by within the Chaos Pearl. When the last wisp of law resonance from 2 of the law fragments was utterly absorbed by Chen Fan, the space-time resonance around his body jolted violently, then began to surge upward in frenzied expansion. In his left eye, the long river of time had already solidified from a phantom into substance by several degrees. Waves rolled across its surface, each one bearing the full course of a small thousand world from its birth to its destruction. Within his right eye, boundless void layered upon itself, as if countless heavens were nested within one another. With a single thought space folded, stretched, and sliced at his will with no trace of obstruction. Space-time fusion 60%. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Silver light from his left eye and abyssal light from his right blazed forth together while his aura rose unceasingly. A dreadful pressure far beyond that of an ordinary consummate duo golden immortal exploded from the depths of the chaos pearl, shaking the entire chaotic void. But he knew this was only a breakthrough in law. Having comprehended the law of space-time to 60%, he had already touched the threshold of Honghuang Golden Immortal. To truly enter that realm, however, he still had to transform his law insights into his own Tao fruit and condense within his body a Honghuang Tao foundation that belonged solely to him. After this round of comprehension, 2 time law fragments and 2 space law fragments remained. Chen Fan looked at the 4 fragments before him, silently pondering. With only these fragments, it was likely insufficient for him to understand the law of space-time to 70% or higher. But the most urgent matter now was not law comprehension, but a breakthrough in cultivation. It is time to charge into Honghuang Golden Immortal, Chen Fan murmured to himself, excitement flashing in his eyes. Between the consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm and the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm lay a chasm far greater than all the bottlenecks he had faced before. Within the Honghuang consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortals were rare, yet every major force could still count a few among them. But mighty experts who could enter the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns. Even Daoist Ronding, the deputy leader of the Chan sect, had only stepped half a foot past the threshold of quasi-sage, without ever truly crossing it. In a sense, a Honghuang Golden Immortal was already in existence, infinitely close to a sage. He did not delay any longer. Sitting cross-legged on the enlightenment cushion, he sank all his heart and mind into the dantian within his body. To break through to Honghuang Golden Immortal, the foremost condition was thoroughly fusing his own Tao fruit with his law comprehension and opening a unique Tao domain within his dantian. This Tao domain was both the mark of a Honghuang Golden Immortal and the root of his future attainment of the Honghuang Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Chen Fan activated the law of spacetime. The long river of time in his left eye turned into a silver-white thread, and the spatial abyss in his right eye became a dark, deep stream. The 2 forces traveled slowly down through his meridians and converged at his dantian. Inside his dantian, the Tao fruit belonging to a Daoyuo Golden Immortal rotated slowly, wreathed in dense, overwhelmingly rich mana. The instant time law and space law surged into the Tao fruit simultaneously. The Tao fruit trembled violently, and dense fine cracks covered its surface. Chen Fan let out a muffled groan. His dantian felt as if it were about to explode, and an indescribable sharp pain tore across his entire body. But he gritted his teeth, continuing to pour the law of space-time into the Tao fruit, while channeling every bit of mana in his body to keep it stable with all his strength. This was the most critical step. If it succeeded, the Tao fruit would transform, a Honghuang Tao foundation would form, and he would enter the realm of Honghuang Golden Immortal. If it failed, the Tao fruit would shatter and all his cultivation would be ruined. In the lesser case, his realm would fall, in the greater his body would perish and his Tao would vanish. From the system space, Chen Fan took out all the 3 radiance divine water his sign-ins had accrued and swallowed it, as if it cost nothing. It transformed into streams of origin power that surged into his dantian, repairing the cracks in the Tao fruit. Under the combined effect of the law of spacetime and origin power, the Tao fruit began to transform slowly. Silver white and dark black lights twined around each other on its surface, gradually merging into a single chaotic color. The cracks on the Tao fruit were mended bit by bit. Once repaired, the Tao fruit became harder and more dazzling than before, radiating law fluctuations that chilled the heart. Time flowed slowly within the chaos pearl. In the blink of an eye, another 5,000 years passed. On this day, a terrifying aura beyond description suddenly burst from Chen Fan. The aura shot straight into the sky, pushing away all the chaotic chi within the chaos pearl and forming a vacuum zone hundreds of thousands of li in every direction. Waves of profoundly mysterious space-time resonance continuously radiated from his body. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and gazed into the void. Under his gaze, the time in the surrounding void seemed to freeze unconsciously, then return to normal. Initial stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, success. Chen Fan felt the completely reborn changes inside his body and slowly breathed out a mouthful of turbid breath. In his dantian, the Daoyuo Tao fruit had completely transformed into a chaotic-colored Honghuang Tao fruit. Around the Tao fruit lingered the origin power of the 2 supreme laws, time and space. Every rotation stirred space-time fluctuations across tens of thousands of li around him. So this is the power of Honghuang Golden Immortal. He raised his hand and closed it gently. The void in his palm shattered instantly like a mirror, then repaired itself the moment he loosened his grip. Such mastery over the power of space was more than 100 times stronger than when he was at the consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm. After Chen Fan stepped into Honghuang Golden Immortal, the third move of the heaven-severing three styles, World Destruction Tribulation, which had always been impossible to execute, could now barely touch the threshold. If this move were completed, it would be enough to kill all mighty beings below the late-stage quasi-sage. He slowly rose, his aura retracted, returning to the appearance of an unremarkable Taoist in a green robe. With a thought, Chen Fan sensed the cultivation progress of the Chaos Tao body incarnation. The incarnation had advanced astonishingly fast. The talent of the Chaos Tao body far exceeded his expectations. In merely a few thousand years, it had gone from the early Daoyuo Golden Immortal stage to the mid-stage. As expected, of the same constitution as the 3,000 Chaos Gods. Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then with a flip of his hand, he took out the ancient scroll of the investiture of the gods and examined it. Only after learning that his 4 disciples were safe and sound did he finally set his mind at ease. With a slight motion, Chen Fan appeared outside the Chaos Pearl. He slowly walked out of the quiet chamber deep within Bio Palace. Sensing his aura, Tongtian Jiaozhu, who was in the hall, could not help showing a look of astonishment. "Young friend, have you already entered the Honghuang Golden Immortal realm?" Tongtian Jiaozhu's voice carried shock. Although the Honghuang Golden Immortal level was nothing extraordinary to him, how many years had Chen Fan cultivated? A speed of progress like this is probably not inferior to those chaos gods of the primordial era. I was fortunate to break through. Please do not laugh at me, senior. Chen Fan said, cupping his fists. Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand and said gravely, "Young friend need not be modest. With your current Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation throughout the Honghuang, apart from the few sages like us, the mighty ones who can still harm you are already few and far between." Chen Fan smiled non-committally at the words. With his initial stage Honghuang Golden Immortal cultivation attained through the law of time and space, coupled with his array of trump cards, he could hold his own even against seasoned mighty experts at the late-stage quasi-sage. This was the very power of attaining the Tao through laws. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he straightened his expression and spoke slowly. "Senior, this junior has left seclusion today to discuss another important matter with you." With a faint twitch of his brow, Tongtian Jiaozhu smiled and said, "Speak freely." Chen Fan said no more. He turned his palm over to produce a jade slip and presented it with both hands. "In my early years of wandering the primordial wilderness, I was fortunate enough to obtain some fragmented inheritance of formation arts. Through years of secluded study, I have organized a few formations from them. Though I cannot discern their full truth or falsehood, with your holiness's mastery of formations, you should certainly be able to distinguish their merits." Tongtian Jiaozhu took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. At first his expression remained calm, but after only a few breaths his gaze suddenly sharpened. Within the jade slip were 2 formation schematics of profound complexity, no less formidable than the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. Seeing this, Chen Fan knew that Tongtian Jiaozhu had already grasped their significance. The formations he had organized were naturally no ordinary things. The mastery of formations granted by the system, Formation Mastery Grand Accomplishment, raised his skill in the Tao of formations to rival the most supreme formation grandmasters of the primordial wilderness. The formation knowledge imparted by the system was vast and all-encompassing, including several epical grand formations renowned throughout the primordial wilderness. He had condensed the frameworks and core formation patterns of 2 of these formations into a tome and stored it within the jade slip. One was the Witch Tribe's Supreme Protective Formation, the 12 Divine Capital Fiend God Grand Formation. This formation used the vital blood of the 12 ancestral witches as a catalyst to condense a phantom of Panga's true body, wielding power comparable to a saint's personal presence. During the Great Catastrophe of the Witch and Demon tribes, the 12 ancestral witches had relied on this formation to contend against the Demon tribe's Grand Star formation of the Heavenly Cycle, earning even the saint's wariness. The other was the Demon tribe's Celestial Court's Supreme Protective Formation, the Grand Star formation of the Heavenly Cycle. This formation connected the power of ancient stars through 365 star banners, arranging the celestial cycle to draw upon the river of stars and transform the star power of the entire primordial wilderness into its own use. At the height of its power, even a saint would find it difficult to break through from the front. Beyond these, there were also variations and formation principles derived from these 2 great formations. After examining each one closely, Tongtian Jiaozhu looked up at Chen Fan, his appreciation and gratitude no longer concealed. "Good lad. These are actually the schematics of the 12 Divine Capital Fiend God Grand Formation and the Grand Star formation of the Heavenly Cycle." He could not help but rise to his feet, clutching the jade slip and pacing back and forth within the hall. His tone carried a hint of excitement. "These 2 formations have been lost since the Great Catastrophe of the Witch and Demon tribes. Though I, as a heavenly Tao saint, have deduced parts of their principles, I have never been able to glimpse their full design. Yet you have managed to reconstruct the complete schematics." Chen Fan laughed. "This junior merely stumbled upon some fragmented inheritance and copied the patterns as they were. Whether they can be truly restored depends on your art, senior." Tongtian Jiaozhu waved his hand. "Do not be so modest. The derivation of these formation patterns is already remarkably complete. With my attainments and formations I can refine and complete them, restoring 70 to 80% of these two formations full might. He paused, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Especially the 12 Divine Capital Fiend God Grand Formation. It shares the same origins as the Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Both walk the path of slaughter. If I can cross-reference the two, perhaps I may deduce even greater variations. Then when facing other saints I would possess an additional trump card. Chen Fan nodded slightly, having anticipated this long ago. The three pure ones each possessed unsurpassed expertise. Taishang Laojun excelled at alchemy unrivaled in the primordial wilderness. Xuantian Demon-Slaying was a master of artifact refinement, having crafted many renowned post-heaven spiritual treasures. Xuantian Jiazhu meanwhile excelled in formations with the arrays he laid down, shaking the entire primordial wilderness. The schematics of the 12 Divine Capital Fiend God Grand Formation and the Grand Star Formation of the Heavenly Cycle once in his hands would surely be refined into something even greater. Since Senior deems them worthy, this Junior is relieved. Chen Fan clasped his fists. Xuantian Jiazhu looked at him with an ambiguous smile. You lad, gifting two supreme formation schematics for nothing. If you say you seek nothing in return, I would not believe it. Chen Fan said frankly. Your sight pierces clearly, Senior. What this Junior seeks is but one thing. He paused, then looked at Xuantian Jiazhu and said half-jokingly, when the Chan sect and the Western teachings join hands in the days to come, this Junior hopes the Jie sect can hold out a moment longer, granting me enough time to grow. That is all. Xuantian Jiazhu gave Chen Fan a long, deep look, then burst into laughter. Good. I have indeed read you correctly. Rest assured, with you around, the Jie sect just might avoid this great calamity. In the coming investiture war of the gods, watch how I send the Chan sect and the Western teachings back in defeat. Chen Fan smiled in agreement. He then spent half a day at Bo Palace discussing the Tao with Xuantian Jiazhu, exchanging insights on the art of formations. The more they talked, the more astonished Xuantian Jiazhu became. Though Chen Fan's formation attainments did not match his own, his ideas were wildly imaginative, and many of his insights proved refreshingly novel. As the two cross-referenced each other's thoughts, Xuantian Jiazhu's understanding of the two formations deepened further. As Chen Fan took his leave, Xuantian Jiazhu suddenly asked, "Little friend, are you headed next to Sisui Pass?" Chen Fan pondered briefly, then said, "With fellow Taoist Jinling stationed at Sisui Pass, there should be no immediate worry. This Junior plans first to return to the Heavenly Court." Oh. Xuantian Jiazhu raised an eyebrow. Chen Fan did not conceal his intentions and said directly, "This Junior holds the post of Judicial Heavenly God in the Heavenly Court. This time, there are some private matters to handle upon my return." Xuantian Jiazhu nodded. Though the Heavenly Court is under Haoyan's jurisdiction, it remains within the three realms. Now that you have attained the status of Honghuang, Golden Immortal, Haoyan will grant you some respect. Go then. If anything arises, you may come to Bo Palace. Chen Fan bowed, then turned into a beam of golden light and vanished beyond the horizon. At the same time, on Mount Lingshan in the western continent of Niuzhou, a stream of purple qi tore across the sky from the direction of Mount Kunlun and descended beyond Mount Lingshan. The purple qi was not dense, yet it carried an indescribable noble majesty, as if the will of the heavenly Tao itself had come in person. Everywhere on Mount Lingshan, Sanskrit sounds resounded, and golden light radiated in all directions. Yet when that purple qi descended, the Buddha light of the entire mountain spontaneously parted to both sides, clearing a path. A figure emerged from within the purple qi, clad in the 8 treasures longevity, purple cloud ceremonial robe, wearing a crown of 12 beaded tassels. It was none other than the leader of the Chan sect, Xuantian Demon-Slaying. He did not directly enter Lingshan. Instead, he stood outside its mountain gate, quietly gazing upon the overwhelming golden Buddha light. After a moment, a distant and profound Buddhist invocation rang out. Umitba. The golden light parted as Jie Yin and Xuanti came forth side by side. Jie Yin sat upright upon the 12-pin merit golden lotus, his expression one of solemn suffering, as he merely glanced indifferently at Xuantian Demon-Slaying. Xuanti stood beside Jie Yin, a trace of barely perceptible coldness in his gaze toward Xuantian Demon-Slaying. Brother Xuantian has graced us with your presence, bringing glory to our humble western Lingshan, Jie Yin spoke slowly. Xuantian Demon-Slaying glanced at him, then swept his gaze over Xuanti and said flatly, "This visit, I have a matter to discuss with the two of you." Jane and Xuanti exchanged a glance, a gleam of sharp light, flashing simultaneously in the depths of both their eyes. By now they had already discerned most of the purpose behind Xuantian's sudden arrival. Jane raised his hand slightly, and said calmly, "Taoist brother, please." The 3 sages entered Lingshan, and took their seats in the Mahavira Hall. Incense smoke curled through the hall and Buddha light streamed down, yet a subtle tension permeated the air. Xuantian Demon-Slaying spoke first. "The great investiture tribulation has arrived. The Yinshang has lost the way and Shichi is destined to rise. Yet Xuantian of the Jie sect insists on defying heaven, leading 10,000 immortals to aid Yinshang and throwing the order of the 3 realms into chaos. I wish to invite you two fellow Taoists to lend your strength and break the Immortal Slaying Sword formation together." At these words, the air in the sacred hall of Lingshan suddenly froze. A cold sneer flickered at the corner of Xuanti's mouth, yet he remained silent. Jane's expression did not change. After a long silence, he said slowly, Taoist brother, this is quite a grand move. The Immortal Slaying Sword formation is the foremost killing formation of the primeval wilderness. It cannot be broken without 4 sages. If you invite us two to assist counting yourself, that makes only 3 sages. Still 1 short. Xuantian Demon-Slaying said my elder brother Laozi has already accepted my invitation. Hearing this, a sharp glint flickered in Jane's eyes, then he quickly resumed his usual bitter, sorrowful mien. In that case, the 4 sages are complete. No matter how powerful the Immortal Slaying Sword formation is, it cannot withstand 4 sages joining forces. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, although our Western sect has some entanglements with the GS sect, it is not a mortal feud. If you want us two to act, you must at least give us a proper reason. Otherwise, offending Tontian for nothing would hardly be a wise move. Xuantian Demon-Slaying had long expected them to raise conditions, so he said unhurriedly, the Western sect wishes to transmit its great Dharma eastward and deliver all living beings. I can promise that after the investiture, the Western teachings may enter the Eastern land, and the Chen sect will never obstruct them. Jane shook his head. Not enough. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's gaze turned slightly cold. Jane and Xuanti exchanged a glance, and it was Xuanti who spoke slowly. Within this great investiture tribulation, the 10,000 immortals of the GS sect defy heaven and act against it, so it is inevitable that some shall have their names inscribed upon the investiture list. Yet among those 10,000 immortals, not every one deserves to fall into this tribulation. Our Western sect is willing to open wide the door of expedient means, taking in those from the GS sect who may be saved, guiding them to the West, and cultivating the true fruition together. He paused, narrowed his eyes, and a smile like that of a schemer who had gotten his way crept across his face. On this matter, Taoist brother and fellow Taoist Taiching must not interfere. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's gaze abruptly sharpened. As a man of his stature, he knew at once what the 2 Western sages were scheming. This was plainly a plan to mass convert GS sect disciples to the West after the Immortal Slaying Sword formation was broken in order to fill the deficiency in the Western sect's chi fortune. If he agreed, 8 or 9 out of 10 of the GS sect's 10,000 immortals would likely be gathered into the Western sect's fold. Though these furred and horned creatures born of moisture or hatched from eggs were not highly regarded by Xuantian, they were nevertheless veritable vessels of chi fortune. Xuantian Demon-Slaying was naturally unwilling to let the Western sect pick up such an enormous bargain for nothing. Yet at this moment, he truly needed the aid of the 2 Western sages. Seeing Xuantian Demon-Slaying remain silent, Jane added another line, if you feel it is too great a loss, Taoist brother, this matter can be postponed. Then please handle the Immortal Slaying Sword formation yourself together with fellow Taoist Taiching. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's expression sank slightly. This Western pair was clearly trying to press their advantage over him. Xuanti chose this moment to speak with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Taoist brother Xuantian, all these years the Chen sect has labored exhaustively over the investiture tribulation. But think, if all 10,000 immortals of the GS sect were to end up on the investiture list, the one to reap every advantage would be Xuantian. Xuantian Demon-Slaying stared coldly at Xuanti. Xuanti, however, remained unfazed and continued, since the advantage would go to Xuantian, better to share some of it out. If our Western sect takes in these people, we will naturally bear part of the karmic burden for you, Taoist brother. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Moreover, sect master Tontian has obtained the world-purifying White Lotus to secure his chi fortune. If the Chen sect were to rely solely on its own strength, even with you and fellow Taoist Taiching joining forces, it might not break the Immortal Slaying Sword formation with ease. Xuantian Demon-Slaying's eyelids twitched slightly. He frowned and pondered for a long while, then finally agreed with evident reluctance. Xuanti and Jane exchanged a glance, each seeing a trace of satisfaction in the other's eyes. Thus the alliance of the 4 sages was concluded. After Xuantian Demon-Slaying departed, the smile on Xuanti's face gradually turned cold. Elder brother Xuantian agreed rather readily. Xuanti said in a low voice. Jane closed his eyes. His face still wore its sorrowful look, yet a hint of scheming lurked behind it. He said calmly, he never intended to let our Western sect take advantage anyway. But it doesn't matter, it was only a game of masks. Once the Immortal Slaying formation is broken and the GS sect's chi fortune collapses, whether people are saved or not will no longer be up to him. He thinks our Western sect is easy to outmaneuver. Let him gloat for a while. When the time comes, even his own disciples will not be spared. Haha. Xuanti said no more, but deep in the depths of his eyes a flicker of killing intent flashed past. Chen Fan left Jinao Island, and with a single step arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. Feipeng, the general guarding the gate, was patrolling the celestial gate when he suddenly sensed an immense aura descending. He instinctively looked up and was instantly startled. Chen Fan's aura this time was even more unfathomable. Feipeng could not even summon the thought of probing it. This minor deity pays respects to Lord Chen. Feipeng quickly bowed in reverence. Chen Fan smiled and nodded, letting his gaze rest on him briefly. After all, Feipeng had once been his superior back when he had stood guard at the southern heavenly gate. He had treated Chen Fan well and looked after him considerably. Now that he had stepped into the Honghuang golden immortal realm and lacked no resources, he would not begrudge bestowing a stroke of fortune upon him. He gave a gentle wave of his sleeve, and a jade bottle, smooth and lustrous, all over materialized before Feipeng's eyes. Inside is a pill that can help you break through your bottleneck. Take it. Feipeng instinctively received the jade bottle with both hands, froze for a moment, then hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your bounty, my lord. Chen Fan gave a slight nod and said no more. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished beyond the southern heavenly gate. Only when that streak of golden light had completely faded did Feipeng straighten up and open the jade bottle with slightly trembling hands. The moment the stopper was drawn, an intensely rich fragrance of the pill rushed into his nostrils. With just one whiff, the bottleneck that had stagnated in his dantian for years faintly began to show signs of loosening. Looking closer, he saw lying quietly in the bottle a golden pill the size of a longan, its entire surface suffused with a 9-colored halo. 9 revolution golden pill. Feipeng let out a low stunned cry and hastily pressed the stopper back in, afraid that the pill's fragrance might leak out. This was the legendary supreme treasure pill, said to help one break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Even within the heavenly court, only a very few high-ranking celestial gods and immortals had the privilege to access it. He was merely a 4th-rank heavenly general guarding the gate. How could he ever have dreamed of such a fortune? The surrounding heavenly soldier commanders had long been watching with burning envy, casting looks of intense jealousy, yet they also knew that such a treasure was beyond their own reach. At that moment, a newly arrived heavenly soldier beside him was utterly bewildered and could not help but ask in a low voice, who exactly is this lord? How can he casually bring out such a treasure pill? A veteran heavenly soldier who had spent many years at the southern heavenly gate shot him a glance, his tone carrying a mix of emotion and pride back. Then this lord was just another heavenly soldier on duty at the southern heavenly gate, the same as us. But with outstanding natural talent and great chief fortune at his side, he rose step by step to his current high position, becoming a 1st-rank orthodox deity of the heavenly court, the divine judge of heaven. In the heavenly court, he is a truly prominent figure with a resounding reputation. As he spoke, he gazed in the direction where Chen Fan had disappeared, his eyes filled with unconcealed envy. The new heavenly soldier listened dumbfounded. Only after a long while did he murmur, from an ordinary heavenly soldier to the divine judge of heaven. How inspiring. He is truly a role model for our generation. The veteran heavenly soldier patted his shoulder and said with a wry smile, mind your post well. Who knows, perhaps one day the two of us may also share a sliver of immortal fortune. Chen Fan stepped forward and space folded itself around him. When he reappeared, he already stood in the main hall of the judicial heavenly god's mansion. No sooner had he taken his seat in the main hall than a figure emerged from the side hall. His visage was identical to Chen Fan's own, yet his aura was somewhat more restrained. It was precisely the perfect external incarnation. Seeing his return, the incarnation promptly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, original body. Chen Fan waved his hand and chuckled. You and I are one, there is no need for such formalities. His gaze swept over the perfect incarnation, a trace of satisfaction flashing across his eyes. The incarnation before him exuded an aura as profound and vast as an abyss, unmistakably at the Honghuang golden immortal realm as well. This was hardly surprising. When the system had originally granted this perfect external incarnation, it had stated plainly that the incarnation possessed 90% of the original body's cultivation and would grow and advance in tandem with it. Now that his original body had broken through to Honghuang golden immortal, the incarnation naturally rose with the tide, stepping into the same realm as well. The only shortcoming was Dharma treasures. After a moment's deliberation, Chen Fan flipped his hand and retrieved several innate spiritual treasures of fine quality from the system space. With a flick of his finger, he sent them landing before the incarnation. You are stationed in the heavenly court, and when unexpected matters arise, you cannot always fight with bare hands. Keep these for self-defense. The incarnation raised his hand to receive them, a subtle stir in his eyes, yet he said nothing more, merely cupped his fists toward Chen Fan once again. He then briefly inquired about the recent affairs of the heavenly court. During the incarnation's tenure at the judicial heavenly god's mansion, official matters had been handled with perfect order. The various powers of the heavenly court had likewise shifted from tentative probing to reverence and awe toward this judicial heavenly god. Princess Yaoji, however, would visit the judicial heavenly god's mansion to sit a while every so often. Though she never stated it openly, the affection in her heart was apparent to even some of the celestial maidens and divine guards within the mansion. After hearing all this, Chen Fan was silent for a moment. As for Yaoji, I will pay her a visit myself. With that, he rose, left the judicial heavenly god's mansion, and proceeded directly toward Yaoji's palace. The heavenly court's palaces rose in endless layers wrapped in drifting immortal clouds. Chen Fan's status was no longer what it once had been. Along the way, celestial maidens and divine guards alike hastened to step aside and bow. Though he had reigned in his aura, the sheer presence of a Honghuang golden immortal still made ordinary immortals and gods afraid to look directly at him. Outside Yahua Palace, the guarding celestial maiden recognized the judicial heavenly god's arrival and hurried inside to announce him. Before long, Yaoji came out to greet him in person. She wore a pale purple immortal robe, today her hair adorned with only a simple jade hairpin. Her elegance was unmatched, and between her brows lingered a joy she could hardly conceal. Chen Fan, you're back. Her voice was soft and starlight seemed to flicker in her eyes. Chen Fan inclined his head slightly and followed her into the palace. Once the surrounding celestial maidens were dismissed, the two sat alone, facing each other in the hall. Was your journey to the mortal realm smooth, eh? Yaoji personally poured a cup of immortal tea for Chen Fan and asked gently. Chen Fan accepted the teacup, his gaze pausing on her face for a fleeting moment, and said warmly, I was fortunate enough to advance my cultivation another step. I have now entered the Honghuang golden immortal realm. Yaoji's hands stilled delight and astonishment flashing through her beautiful eyes. Honghuang golden immortal. You truly crossed that threshold. Chen Fan nodded. Yaoji stared at him in a daze for a long while before murmuring softly, when I first met you back then you were but an earth immortal. It has only been a few years, and you have already come this far. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I fear, even in my dreams I would not dare believe it. Chen Fan smiled faintly, not replying, merely savoring the immortal tea in quiet. The hall fell quiet, only the lingering fragrance of tea curling upward. After a long pause, Yaoji suddenly asked in a low voice, Your return to the heavenly court this time. Is it for me? Chen Fan placed down his teacup, gazing at Yaoji with eyes full of tenderness and resolve. Yes. We agreed back then that once I reached the quasi-saint realm I would no longer fear the shackles of the heavenly laws, and would take you as my wife in a manner befitting the light of day. Now I am already a Honghuang golden immortal, in no way inferior to a quasi-saint. It is time to fulfill that promise. Yaoji's delicate frame trembled slightly, and her eyes turned faintly red. She lowered her gaze, steadying the surging emotions within her, before speaking in a soft voice. What about Brother Xuantian? I will speak to him myself. Chen Fan's tone was calm, yet it held an unshakable resolve. Yaoji lifted her eyes to look at him. Those cold and clear eyes of hers now shimmered with unspent tears, as if the burden she had carried for years had finally found a place to rest. She nodded lightly, a hint of a beautiful smile curving at the corners of her lips. All right, I will wait for you. Chen Fan did not linger long in Yaohua Palace. After sharing a few more words of intimacy, he took his leave and went straight toward Tongming Hall. Tongming Hall, situated beside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, was where Xuantian handled governmental affairs and received his vassals. Before Chen Fan reached the hall, a heavenly general on duty stepped forward to greet him and said with great respect, Lord Judicial Heavenly God, His Majesty is currently reviewing memorials in the hall. Please allow this humble god to announce you first. Chen Fan nodded slightly, signaling the heavenly general to go and announce him. But at that very instant the doors of the hall swung open of their own accord, and Xuantian's solemn voice emerged from within, Judicial Heavenly God, come in. Chen Fan smoothed his robes and cap before entering Tongming Hall. Xuantian sat upright behind the imperial desk, his brush still in hand. His gaze rested on Chen Fan, a glint of sharpness flashing deep within his eyes. Honghuang golden immortal. Xuantian spoke slowly, a note of complexity in his tone. Your pace of cultivation is far swifter than this emperor imagined. Chen Fan bowed deeply. Your subject owes all of his present attainments to your majesty's grace in recognizing him during those early days. Xuantian set down his brush, fixing him with a look of knowing amusement. Now that you are a Honghuang golden immortal, compared with the office of judicial heavenly god, you are rather overqualified. So then what business brings you before this emperor today? Chen Fan straightened, meeting Xuantian's gaze without subservience. Your subject ventures to request an imperial decree from your majesty. Oh, Xuantian's brow arched slightly. What decree? Chen Fan drew a deep breath and said solemnly, Your subject and Princess Yaoji are deeply attached to each other and wish to become Dao companions. We beg your majesty's grace to waive the limits of the heavenly statutes and grant us your blessing. The moment his words ended, the hall fell into utter silence. The smile on Xuantian's face slowly receded, his gaze striking Chen Fan like a bolt of lightning. A vast and mighty heavenly emperor's pressure spread outward, silent and imperceptible. This pressure was naturally far inferior to the sage's might of Yuanshi Tianzuan, but Xuantian was after all the lord of the three realms, personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. Having governed the heavenly court for years, his own cultivation was not to be taken lightly. Yet Chen Fan stood calm and immovable, the aura of a Honghuang golden immortal flowing naturally around him, deflecting that overwhelming pressure entirely 3 feet before his body. He yielded not an inch. Xuantian stared at him for a long while before finally speaking. Minister Chun, as one who holds the seat of judicial heavenly god, you should know full well that the first article of the heavenly laws strictly forbids immortals and gods from harboring mortal affections. This iron rule cannot be broken lightly, even by this emperor. If I were to issue such a decree, how would the immortals and gods of the three realms talk? Where would the authority of the heavenly court's laws remain?